Henry of Huntington's History of the English, from the earliest times to Henry II. Preface. As the pursuit of learning in all its branches affords, according to my way of thinking, the sweetest earthly mitigation of trouble and consolation in grief, so I consider that precedence must be assigned to history, as both the most delightful of studies, and the one which is invested with the noblest and brightest prerogatives. Indeed, there is nothing in this world more excellent than accurately to investigate and trace out the course of worldly affairs, for where is exhibited in a more lively manner the grandeur of heroic men, the wisdom of the prudent, the uprightness of the just, and the moderation of the temperate, than in the series of actions which history records. We find Horace suggesting this, when speaking in praise of Homer's story. He says, "His works the beautiful and base contain, of vice and virtue more instructive rules, than all the sober sages of the schools." Crantor indeed, and Chrysippus, composed laboured treatises on moral philosophy, while Homer unfolds as it were in a play the character of Agamemnon for magnanimity, of Nestor for prudence, of Menelaus for uprightness, and on the other hand portrays the vastness of Ajax, the feebleness of Priam, the wrath of Achilles, and the fraud of Paris, setting forth in his narrative what is virtuous and what is profitable, better than is done in the disquisitions of the philosophers. But why should I dwell on profane literature? See how sacred history teaches morals, while it attributes faithfulness to Abraham, fortitude to Moses, forbearance to Jacob, wisdom to Joseph, and while on the contrary it sets forth the injustice of Ahab, the weakness of Uzziah, the recklessness of Manasseh, the folly of Rehoboam. O God of mercy, what an effulgence was shed on humility when holy Moses, after joining with his brother in an offering of sweet-smelling incense to God, his protector and avenger, threw himself into the midst of a terrible danger, and when he shed tears for Miriam, who spoke scornfully of him, and was ever interceding for those who were malignant against him, how brightly shone the light of humanity when David, assailed and grievously tried by the curses, the insults, and the foul reproaches of Shimei, would not allow him to be injured, though he himself was armed and surrounded by his followers in arms, while Shimei was alone and defenceless, and afterwards, when David was triumphantly restored to his throne, he would not suffer punishment to be inflicted on his reviler. So also, in the annals of all people, which indeed display the providence of God, clemency, munificence, honesty, circumspection, and the like, with their opposites, not only provoke believers to what is good and deter them from evil, but even attract worldly men to goodness, and arm them against wickedness. History brings the past to the view as if it were present, and enables us to judge of the future by picturing to ourselves the past. Besides, the knowledge of former events has this further preeminence, that it forms a main distinction between brutes and rational creatures. For brutes, whether they be men or beasts, neither know nor wish to know whence they come, nor their own origin, nor the annals and revolutions of the country they inhabit. Of the two, I consider men in this brutal state to be the worst, because what is natural in the case of beasts is the lot of men from their own want of sense, and what beasts could not acquire if they would, such men will not though they could. But enough of these, whose life and death are alike consigned to everlasting oblivion. With such reflections, and in obedience to your commands, most excellent prelate, I have undertaken to arrange in order the antiquities and history of this kingdom and nation, of which you are the most distinguished ornament. At your suggestion also, I have followed, as far as possible, the ecclesiastical history of the Venerable Bede, making extracts also from other authors, with compilations from the chronicles preserved in ancient libraries. Thus I have brought down the course of past events to times within our own knowledge and observation. The attentive reader will learn in this work both what he ought to imitate and what he ought to eschew. And if he becomes the better for this imitation and this avoidance, that is the fruit of my labours which I most desire. And in truth, the direct path of history frequently leads to moral improvement. But as we undertake nothing without imploring divine assistance, let us commence by invoking God's holy name. Prostrate beneath the terrors of thy frown, some, till they fill their cup of crime, remain. Some, with its bitter dregs, thy vengeance drain. The thoughts of kings and nations fluctuate. Thou in thy wisdom rulest all their state, inflicting evil as the prophet sings, and wafting blessings upon angels' wings. When such the pleasure of thy righteous will, thou self-existent, dread unchangeable, from whom, by whom, and in whom all things are, Creator, Lord, and Shepherd, King of kings, beginning, source, and growth, and end of things, fountain of light, whence heavenly radiance flows, my work inspire, and guide to its close, my work, which tells the marvels of thy hand, thyself our Father, in our Father's land, thou, by whose counsels and whose mighty aid, great in thy counsels, secret or displayed, realms are exalted, or again brought down, and thou, exalted prelate, England's pride, our country's father, and our monarch's guide. What I have well performed in grace approve, where I have erred, correct me in thy love. See here how nations prosper, realms decay, and draw the moral for the future day. Mark, Holy Father, how their power arose, their wealth, their fame, their triumphs over their foes. Mark how in nothing all such glories close. Book 1. Britain is truly an island of the utmost fertility, abounding in corn and fruit trees, which are nourished by perennial streams. It is diversified by woods, sheltering birds and beasts of chase, affording merry sport to the hunter. Wild fowl of all sorts are exceedingly plentiful, both those which are peculiar to the land, and those which frequent the water, whether the rivers or the sea. Moreover, the island is remarkably adapted for feeding cattle and beasts of burden, insomuch that Solinus remarked that in some parts of Britain the herbage of the meadows is so luxuriant that unless the cattle are shifted to poorer pastures, there is a risk of their suffering from surfeit. The never-failing springs feed rivers abounding in fish. Salmon and eels, especially, are very plentiful. Herrings are taken on the coasts, as well as oysters and other kinds of shellfish. Among these are the mussels, which produce beautiful pearls of a great variety of colours, red, purple, violet, and emerald, principally, however, white. Nor are the cockles wanting from which a scarlet dye is made, whose exquisite tint does not fade by exposure either to the sun or rain. The older it is, the brighter the colour becomes. Dolphins and whales are also caught, as Juvenal says. Far as the giant whales of Britain's sea exceed the dolphin. Britain is also rich in metallic veins of iron, tin, and lead. Some of these contain silver also, though not so commonly. Silver, however, is received from the neighbouring parts of Germany, with which an extensive commerce is carried on by the Rhine in the abundant produce of fish and meat, as well as of fine wool and fat cattle, which Britain supplies, so that money appears to be more plentiful there than in Germany itself. And all the coins introduced into Britain by this traffic are of pure silver. Britain also furnishes large quantities of very excellent jet, of a black and brilliant hue. Rendered sparkling by fire, it drives away serpents. When it becomes heated by friction, substances adhere to it, as they do to amber. The island contains both salt springs and hot springs, the streams from which supply baths accommodated to the separate uses of persons of every age and of both sexes. For water, as St. Basil observes, acquires the quality of heat by running over certain metals, so that not only it becomes warm, but even scalding hot. This celebrated island, formerly called Albion, afterwards Britain, and now England, extends between the north and the west 800 miles in length and 200 in breadth, except where the jutting out of some of its bolder promontories expands its breadth. Including these, its complete circuit reaches 4,875 miles. Britain has Germany and Denmark on the east, Ireland on the west, and Belgic Gaul on the south. The first place which presents itself to those who cross the sea from the coast of Gaul is called Rutubi Portus, a city whose name the English have corrupted into Richborough. The distance across the sea from Gazorium, or Boulogne, a town belonging to the tribe of the Morini, and the nearest point from which the passage can be made, is 50 miles, or according to some writers, 450 furlongs. Belgic Gaul derived its name from Belluaci, formerly a flourishing city of that part of Gaul. It appears that the province is now divided into two parts, one of which is called Ponthieu, and the other, where the Normans, a powerful and foreign race, are settled, is called Normandy. To the north of Britain, where it is exposed to the open and boundless ocean, lie the Orkney Islands, the furthest of which is called Fuel, as it is said, "Even utmost Fuel shall thy power obey." Britain is, indeed, surrounded by a number of islands, 3 of which are greater than the rest. First we have the Orkneys, already mentioned. Next, the Isle of Man, which lies in the middle of the sea between Britain and Ireland. The third, the Isle of Wight, which is situated to the south over against the Normans and the Armoricans, who are now called Bretons. Thus it was said in an ancient discourse, where it treated of judges and rulers, "He shall judge Britain by her 3 islands." Britain was formerly famous for 28 cities, which, as well as innumerable castles, were all well fortified with walls and towers, and with gates secured by strong locks. The names of these cities in the British language were Caer Ebrauc or York, Caer Chent or Canterbury, Caer Garangan or Worcester, Caer Londini or London, Caer Legion or Leicester, Caer Colon or Colchester, Caer Glau or Gloucester, Caer Sy or Chichester, Caer Bristow or Bristol, Caer Seri or Cirencester, Caer Gwent or Winchester, Caer Grant or Grantchester, which is now called Cambridge, and Caer Lyon, which we call Carlisle. Caer Dowry is Dorchester, Caer Dorm is Dormchester, a town on the River Nen in Huntingtonshire, which is entirely destroyed. Caer Loitchoit is Lincoln. Caer Murdin still retains its former name. Carmarthen. There were also Caer Gawacon, Caer Cuckerat, Caer Gortigern, Caer Ernac, Caer Selemion, Caer Megarid, Caer Licholid, Caer Peris, that is Porchester, and Caer Legion, which was the seat of an archbishop in the time of the Britons, but now there are only the remains of its walls on the bank of the River Usk, not far from its confluence with the Severn. Beside these were Caer Drayton, Caer Mercipit, and Caer Segant, on the Thames, not far from Reading, and which the Saxons call Silchester. These were the names of the cities in the times of the Romans and Britons. Since the beginning of history there have been 5 inflictions of the divine wrath on the people of Britain. The visitations of Providence falling on the faithful, as well as its judgments on unbelievers. The first was by the Romans, who conquered Britain, but after a time withdrew from the island. The second was by the Scots and Picts, who grievously harassed it by hostile inroads, but never succeeded in gaining permanent possession. The third was by the Angles, who completely subjugated and occupied the country. The fourth was by the Danes, who established themselves on the soil by successful wars, but afterwards disappeared and were lost. The fifth was by the Normans, who conquered all Britain, and still hold the English in subjugation. When the Saxons had subjugated the country, they divided it into 7 kingdoms, to which they gave names of their own selection. Their first kingdom was called Kent. The second, Sussex, in which Chichester is situated. The third, Wessex, of which the capital was Wilton, now given to the monks. Winchester, Salisbury, and several other cities were in this kingdom. The fourth, Essex, which did not long remain independent, but became subject to other kingdoms. The fifth, East Anglia, which contained the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk. The sixth, Mercia, in which was Lincoln and several other cities. And the seventh, Northumbria, of which the capital was York. Afterwards, when the kings of Wessex acquired the ascendancy over the rest and established a monarchy throughout the island, they divided it into 37 counties, which, though their situations and names are well known to those who inhabit them, it may be worth the trouble to describe. For it may chance, perhaps, that as the names of the cities we have just enumerated, famous as they once were, are now considered barbarous and turned into derision, so also, in the lapse of time, those which are now very well known may pass out of memory and become the subject of doubt. Kent, then, is the first county, in which are the sees of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Rochester. The second is Sussex, in which is the bishopric of Chichester. The third is Surrey. The fourth is Hampshire, in which is the see of Winchester. The fifth is Berkshire. The sixth is Wiltshire, in which is the bishopric of Salisbury. The seventh is Dorset. The eighth, Somerset, in which is the bishopric of Bath. The ninth is Devonshire, in which is the see of Exeter. The 10th, Cornwall. The 11th, Essex. The 12th, Middlesex, in which is the see of London. The 13th, Suffolk. The 14th, Norfolk, in which is the see of Norwich. The 15th is Cambridgeshire, in which is the see of Ely. The 16th is Lincolnshire, of which the capital city is Lincoln, and to which are subject 7 other counties, that is, Leicester, Hampton, Huntington, Hertford, Bedford, Buckingham, and Oxford. For the great bishopric of Lincoln extends from the Humber to the Thames. The 24th is Gloucestershire. The 25th is Worcestershire, in which is the see of Worcester. The 26th is Herefordshire, in which is the see of Hereford. The 27th is Salop. The 28th, Cheshire, in which is the bishopric of Chester. The 29th is Warwick. The 30th, Stafford. The 31st is Derby. The 32nd, Nottingham. The 33rd, Yorkshire, in which is the Archbishopric of York. The 34th is Northumberland, over which presides the Bishop of Durham. The 35th is that district in which the new bishopric of Carlisle is established. Counties are called in English shires. At the present time, therefore, England can boast of having 17 bishoprics, but it contains many more cities than such as are bishops' sees, such as Gloucester, Leicester, Oxford, and many others, which have no bishops. In the western part of the island, which is called Wales, there are 3 bishoprics, one at St. David's, another at Bangor, and the third at Glamorgan. But these are seas without cities, by reason of the desolation of Wales, the only part of the island retained by the Britons after the Saxon conquest. In our times the Bishop of St. David receives from the Pope the pallium, which formerly belonged to Carleon, but which it has now lost. The cities which have been enumerated have for their sites the pleasant and fertile banks of rivers. Two of these rivers are more celebrated than the rest, the Thames and the Severn, the two arms, as it were, of Britain, by which it draws to itself the produce of other countries, and exports its own. But it is peculiar to the English that, being much addicted to foreign travel, they are remarkable for their superior style of dress and living, by which they are easily distinguished from many other nations. Since then, Britain abounds in so many things, even vineyards flourish in it, though they are not common. Those who covet its wealth must bring their own in exchange for what they receive. In whose praise someone thus wrote, "Corn, milk, and honey fuller shed their stores on Britain's plains than over all the isles, where foaming ocean washes sea-girt shores," and a little afterwards, "London for ships, and Winchester for wine, Hereford for herds, Worcester for corn renowned, Bath for its waters, Salisbury for the chase, for fishes Canterbury, York for the woods, Exeter boasts its rich metallic ores, narrow the sea between Chichester and France, while northern Durham fronts the surging waves on which old Norway launched her conquering sons. In grace proud Lincoln's children foremost stand, Ely's high towers the wide Champagne command, Rochester rises bright on Medway's winding strand. Nor must it be omitted that the climate of Britain is very temperate and healthy to its inhabitants, for since it lies between the north and the west, the cold of the north is tempered by the influence of the sun in its course westward. The malady called St. Anthony's fire never afflicts the natives, while diseased persons brought over from Gaul obtain a cure. The island lies so near the North Pole, the nights are so light in summer that at midnight it is often doubtful to the beholders whether the evening twilight still remains, or daybreak has already commenced. So short is the period before the sun's return from having passed underneath the northern regions to appear again in the east. For this reason the days are of great length in summer, as on the contrary, the nights are in winter, the days and nights during the alternate seasons being each only 6 hours long, while in Armenia, Macedonia, and Italy, the longest day or night is of 15 hours, the shortest of 9. There are 4 things in England which are very remarkable. One is that the winds issue with such great violence from certain caverns in a mountain called the Peak in Derbyshire, that it ejects matter thrown into them, and whirling them about in the air carries them to a great distance. The second is at Stonehenge, where stones of extraordinary dimensions are raised as columns, and others are fixed above, like lintels of immense portals, and no one has been able to discover by what mechanism such vast masses of stone were elevated, nor for what purpose they were designed. The third is Cheddar Hole in Somersetshire, where there is a cavern which many persons have entered and have travelled a great distance underground, crossing subterraneous streams, without finding any end of the cavern. The fourth wonder is this, that in some parts of the country the rain is seen to gather about the tops of the hills, and forthwith to fall on the plains. So important was the safety of Britain to its loyal people, that under royal authority they constructed 4 great highways from one end of the island to the other, as military roads, by which they might meet any hostile invasion. The first runs from west to east and is called Ickanild. The second runs from south to north and is called Erningstrata, or Erming Street. The third crosses the island from Dover to Chester in a direction from south-east to north-west and is called Watling Street. The fourth, which is longer than the others, commences in Caithness and terminates in Totnes, extending from the borders of Cornwall to the extremity of Scotland. This road runs diagonally from south-west to north-east, passing by Lincoln, and is called the Fosse Way. These are the 4 principal highways of Britain, which are noble and useful works, founded by the edicts of kings and maintained by venerated laws. 5 languages are spoken in Britain. 5 languages are spoken in Britain, those of the Britons, the Angles, the Scots, the Picts, and the Romans. Of these the Latin has, by the study of the Holy Scriptures, become common to all. The Picts, however, have entirely disappeared, and their language is extinct, so that the accounts given of this people by ancient writers seem almost fabulous. Who will not mark the difference between the devotion to heavenly and the pursuit of earthly things, when he reflects that not only the kings and chiefs, but the whole race of this heathen people have utterly perished? And the tall memory of them, and what is more wonderful, their very language, the gift of God in the origin of their nation, is quite lost. Let what we have thus far written, though of many things we have treated briefly, suffice with regard to the site and general characteristics of Britain. We come now to speak of the people by whom and the time at which the island was first inhabited. What we do not find in Bede, we borrow from other authors. They tell us that the British nation was founded by Dardanus, who was the father of Troilus. Troilus was the father of Priamus and Anchises. Anchises was the father of Aeneas, Aeneas of Ascanius, Ascanius of Silvius. When the wife of Silvius was pregnant, a soothsayer predicted that the son she should bring forth would slay his father. The soothsayer was put to death for this prophecy, but the son that was born, and who was called Brute, after a time, while he was playing with boys of his own age, struck his father with an arrow and killed him. It was done not purposely, but by chance medley, whereupon Brute, being banished from Italy, came into Gaul. There he founded the city of Tours, and having afterwards invaded the district of the Armoricans, he passed from thence into the island, subjugated its southern regions, and called it, after his own name, Britain. Some writers, however, affirm that when Brute reigned in Britain, Eli, the high priest, was judge of Israel, and Posthumus, or Silvius, son of Aeneas, reigned among the Latins. Brute was his grandson. After an interval of 80 years, it happened that the Picts, a Scythian race, having embarked on the ocean, were driven by the winds round the coast of Britain, until at length they reached the northern parts of Ireland, where, finding the nation of the Scots already in possession, they begged to be allowed to settle also, but failed in obtaining their request. For the Scots said, "This island would not contain us both, but we know that there is another island not far from ours, to the east, which we can see at a distance when the days are clearer than ordinary. If you will go there, you will be able to establish yourselves, and if you meet with opposition, we will come to your assistance." The Picts, therefore, crossing over to Britain, began to colonise the northern parts of the island, for the Britons were already settled in the south. The Picts, having no wives, asked them of the Scots, who consented to grant them upon the sole condition that when any uncertainty arose in state affairs, they should elect a king from the royal race in the female line rather than in the male, which custom, it appears, is maintained among the Picts to the present day. Such, then, are the traditions which we find in old writers concerning the arrival of the Britons in that part of the world which is called Britain, as well as the arrival of the Picts in the same island. And though it is an island, being very extensive, its excellence is not diminished on that account, when in truth the whole earth is itself an island. But as it is a common saying, Rain is mingled with wind, and laughter with sighs. The preeminent wealth and advantages of England have excited the envy and cupidity of neighbouring nations. It has therefore been very frequently invaded and often subdued. Thus, in the process of time, the Scots also migrated from Ireland into Britain under their chief, Ruda, and either by fair means or by force of arms obtained possession of that part of the country belonging to the Picts, which these new settlers still occupy. They are called Dalrudians from the name of their chief, Dal in their language signifying a portion or district. This leads me to say something with regard to Ireland, for though properly it is not my subject, it is nearly connected with it. May what I shall add be to the honour of Almighty God. Next to Britain, Ireland is the finest island in the world, and indeed, though it is inferior to Britain in wealth, it greatly surpasses it in the salubrity and serenity of its climate, arising from the nature of its position. For while it is less extended towards the north, it stretches much further than Britain towards the northern coast of Spain, from which, however, a wide sea divides it. In Ireland, snow seldom or never lies on the ground more than 3 days. No man there, on account of winter, either makes hay in the summer or erects buildings to shelter his cattle. No reptiles are seen there, no serpent can exist. For though serpents have been often carried there from Britain, when the ship approaches the shore, as soon as they breathe the air wafted from the island, they instantly die. On the other hand, almost all the products of the island are antidotes to poison. In short, we have known persons bitten by serpents, to whom the scrapings of the leaves of books brought from Ireland, immersed in water, having been given to drink, the potion immediately absorbed the venom, which was spreading throughout the body, and allayed the swelling. God hath therefore endowed the island with this wonderful gift, and has appointed a multitude of the saints for its protection. Moreover, he has enriched it with milk and honey. Vineyards are not wanting, and it abounds with fish and fowl, deer and goats. It is truly the country of the Scots. But if anyone is desirous of knowing the time when it was first inhabited, though I find nothing about it in Venerable Bede, the following is the account given by another writer, Nennius. At the time the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea, the survivors banished from among them a certain nobleman, named Citricus, that he might not acquire the dominion over them. The banished man, having wandered for some time in Africa, at last came with his family to the dwellings of the Philistines, and by the Salt Lake they journeyed between Rusicada and the mountains of Syria, and came to the river Malva, and traversed Mauritania, navigating the Tuscan Sea to the Pillars of Hercules. Thus they arrived in Spain, where they dwelt many years, and their posterity multiplied greatly. Thence they came into Ireland, 1,200 years after the passage of Israel through the Red Sea. The Britons, however, inhabited Britain before, for the Britons occupied Britain in the third age of the world, the Scots Ireland in the fourth. These accounts are not much to be depended on, but it is certain that the Scots came from Spain to Ireland, and that part of them, migrating from thence to Britain, added a third nation there to the Britons and to the Picts. For the part which remain still speak the same language, and are called Navarrese. There is a broad gulf of the sea which formerly divided the nation of the Picts from the Britons. It runs from the west deep into the country, where stands to the present day a strongly fortified city called Alcluith, or Dunbarton, on the north side of which the Scots, of whom we have already spoken, fixed their settlement. Julius Caesar was the first of the Romans who invaded Britain, 54 years before the incarnation of our Lord, and in the year 700 after the building of Rome. He was joined in his consulship with Lucius Bibulus, and having subjugated the Germans and Gauls, who were then parted by the river Rhine, he came into the country of the Morini, from which is the shortest passage to Britain. Here he caused 80 ships of burthen and light galleys to be equipped, and transported his legions into Britain. Things did not at first turn out according to his expectation, for when disembarking, he had to encounter an attack from the Britons much severer than he had expected, and finding his force outnumbered by a foe whom he had greatly underestimated, he was compelled to re-embark his troops. On his return to Gaul, he met with a violent storm, in which he lost a considerable part of his fleet, great numbers of his soldiers, and almost all his horses. Exasperated at his ill success, having established his legions in winter quarters, he caused 600 ships of both sorts to be fitted out, and early in the spring sailed again for Britain with his whole force. But, while he marched his army against the enemy, his fleet lying at anchor was assailed by a furious tempest, which either dashed the ships against one another, or drove them on shore as wrecks. 40 of the ships were lost. The rest were, after some time, and with great difficulty, repaired. The consummate general, therefore, seeing all hope of retreat cut off, the more urgently roused the spirit of his troops, and while he was in the act of exhorting them, battle was joined with the enemy. It was fought on both sides with the greatest ardour, the Romans having no hope of a retreat, the Britons an assured hope of conquering as they had done before. Labienus, the tribune, who led the van of the Roman army against the division of Dolabellus, who was the lieutenant of the British king, charged it with such vigour that it was routed, put to flight, and pursued. But the main body of the royal army was stationed between the columns of Caesar and Labienus. It was commanded by Belinus, the brother of King Cassibelanum, and the son of Lud, a very brave king, who had gained possession of many islands of the sea by the success of his arms. The royal army was therefore able to surround the cavalry of Labienus, who was slain with all his troops. And now Julius, perceiving his ill fortune, and being sensible that, to avoid greater disaster, he must have recourse to manoeuvring, instead of direct attacks, he feigned a retreat. The Britons pursued the retreating army and slew great numbers, but were checked by a wood into which the Romans threw themselves. Preparing therefore a third attack, Caesar thus exhorted his troops: "Invincible fellow soldiers, who have braved the perils of the sea and the toils of marches and battles by land, and have been daunted neither by the fierce onset of the Gauls nor by the resolute courage of the German nations. Think not that I suppose any words of mine can add to that disciplined courage which is already perfect, and which, tried in so many fields, can neither be added to nor diminished. That valour, I say, which has always shone brightest when danger was greatest, and, while others have despaired, has led you exultingly onward to certain victory. I need not recall to your minds what is fixed in your own memories, and in those of all nations, how often, seemingly conquered, we have conquered our conquerors, and not disheartened by our disasters, have become braver than the brave by whom we have been repulsed. Courage, when provoked, becomes desperate. Now then, if you have any regard for the glory of the Roman name, now is the time to exhibit that military discipline in which you have been perfectly trained, and which you have always perfectly maintained in its highest perfection in this time of our utmost need. For myself, of two issues I have irrevocably chosen, either to conquer, which is glorious, or to die for our country, which is in the power of every man. Flight is only the refuge of cowards. Let those then among you who are of the same mind with myself hold up their invincible right hands, and let our enemies be astonished to find us reanimated by our repulses, and recruited by our losses. Having thus spoken, he extended his right hand, and the whole army, with loud shouts, raised their hands to heaven, and thus cheering, began the battle. Then it was that, the legions being skilfully disposed, the persevering obstinacy with which they fought displayed the superiority of the Roman discipline. Content to stand on their defence, while the Britons exhausted themselves by repeated attacks, the troops of Caesar were fresh when the islanders had lost their vigour. Victory was on the side of the Romans, though not without severe loss. From thence Caesar marched to the river Thames. A large body of the enemy had posted themselves on the further side of the river under the command of Cassibelanum, who had planted sharp stakes in the river bank and in the water where it was crossed by a ford. The remains of these stakes are to be seen at the present day. They appear to be about the thickness of a man's thigh, and, being shod with lead, remain immovably fixed in the bed of the river. This being discovered, and avoided by the Romans, they attacked the barbarians, who, not being able to stand the shock of the legions, retired into the woods, from the shelter of which they grievously galled the Romans by repeated sallies. The strongly fortified city of Trinovantum, that is London, surrendered to Caesar, under its governor, Androgeus, delivering to him 70 hostages. In like manner, several other towns entered into treaties with the Romans, and supplied guides by whose aid Caesar penetrated to the capital city of Cassibelanum, covered on both sides by morasses and further protected by thick woods. While it was stored with abundant supplies, the city was taken after an obstinate defence. This city was likely St. Albans. Eventually, Caesar returning into Gaul, and being distracted by the cares of wars which beset him on every side, withdrew from Britain the legions which he had placed in winter quarters, in order that they might accompany him to Rome, a fact which Lucan refers. The free-born Britons tossed their yellow hair, no longer curbed by stationary camps. Returning with regret to Rome, he ordered the 5th month to be called July in honour of his own name. He was afterwards treacherously assassinated in the Senate House on the Ides of March. As we have to speak of Caesar and his successors who ruled Britain to the time of Martin, who was the 44th in succession from Julius Caesar, we have no wish to diminish their renown. We should hesitate to compare them in point of morals to our own Christian princes, while it would be a shame that the latter should be inferior. The panegyric of Silenus on Julius Caesar is just. As much as Sergius and Sicinius, the bravest of soldiers, outshone all other soldiers, so much did Caesar excel all other generals, nay, other men of all times. In the wars carried on under his command, 1,192,000 of the enemy were slain. How many were slain in the civil wars he was reluctant to record. He fought 52 pitched battles, being the only general who exceeded Marcus Marcellinus, who fought 39. No one wrote more rapidly, no one read with greater facility. He was able to dictate 4 letters at once, and at the same time. So great was his excellence that those whom he conquered by his arms, he conquered yet more by his clemency. Augustus, succeeding Julius Caesar, obtained the empire of the whole world, and received tribute from Britain as well as from his other dominions, as Virgil remarks. Embroidered Britons lift the purple screen. This he did in the 42nd year of his reign, when the true light shone upon the world, and all kingdoms and islands, before overshadowed with darkness, were taught that there is only one God, and saw the image of him that created them. When Augustus had reigned 55 years and a half, he paid the debt of nature. Eutropius thus panegyrizes him. Beside the civil wars, in which he was always victorious, Augustus subdued Armenia, Egypt, Galatia, Cantabria, Dalmatia, Pannonia, Aquitania, Illyricum, Rhetium, the Vindicili, the Salassii, Pontus, and Cappadocia. He so completely reduced the Dacians and Germans that he transported 400,000 captives of their race into Gaul, where he settled them on the further bank of the Rhine. The Persians gave him hostages, which they had never done before, restoring the standards taken from Crassus. He was mild and gracious, affable in spirit, and handsome in person. His eyes, particularly, were beautiful. Clement to his subjects, he so treated his friends that he almost raised them to a level with himself. He engaged in war with no nation but upon just grounds, esteeming triumphs founded upon unfounded pretences worthless. He was so loved by foreign and even barbarous peoples that in some instances their kings spontaneously came to Rome to do him homage. Others, such as Juba and Herod, founded cities in his honour. He devoted some part of every day to reading, writing, and elocution. He was sparing in his diet, patient of rebuke, and placable to conspirators. He found Rome built of bricks. He left it of marble. Tiberius, the stepson of Augustus, succeeded him in the empire which extended over Britain as well as the other kingdoms of the world. He reigned for 23 years. He was prudent and fortunate in war, and thus became worthy to be the successor of Augustus. In literature he was highly accomplished, but still more remarkable for eloquence, being happier in unpremeditated replies than in set speeches. He was charged with dissembling, insomuch as he assumed indifference to those he really loved, and courtesy to persons he despised. Gaius, nicknamed Caligula, ruled the empire of the world about 5 years. Claudius, who succeeded him in AD 44, or the 796th year of the city, visited Britain in the 4th year of his reign, and received the submission of some revolted tribes without recourse to arms. He added the Orkney Islands, already mentioned, to the empire, and returning to Rome, after an absence of 6 months, assumed for himself and his son the surname of Britannicus, which is given him by Juvenal, and showed, Britannicus, to all that came, the womb that bore thee. In this year that grievous famine prevailed in Syria, which is recorded by St. Luke in the Acts of the Apostles to have been predicted by Agabus. In the time of Claudius, Peter, the chief founder of our faith, became Bishop of Rome, which see he filled for 25 years, that is, to the last year of Nero. Vespasian, commissioned by Claudius, went into Gaul, and afterwards to Britain, where he had 32 engagements with the enemy, reduced 2 very powerful tribes, took 20 towns, and added the Isle of Wight to the empire. When Claudius had reigned 13 years, he went the way of his fathers. His character is thus summed up. The administration of Claudius was generally moderate, though in some affairs he acted incautiously. Successful in war, he enlarged the empire, while in peace he was so gracious to his friends that when Plautius, a general of great eminence, who had distinguished himself in Britain, celebrated his triumph, the emperor marched on his left hand as he ascended to the Capitol. Nero, who reigned 13 years and rather more than a half, though he had been an active soldier in his youth, lapsed into sloth after he had obtained the empire. Hence, besides other injuries to the empire, he nearly lost Britain, for during his government 2 of the greatest cities in the island were sacked and ruined. Nero perished miserably the same year in which he slew Peter and Paul. Vespasian, who destroyed Jerusalem, reigned nearly 10 years. It was he who, under Claudius, was sent into Britain and reduced the Isle of Wight to the power of the Romans. This island extends from east to west about 30,000 paces, from north to south 12, and is distant in its eastern part 6, and in its western 12 miles from the southern coast of Britain. This great man erected a column of the height of 107 feet. The eulogium of Vespasian is thus faithfully given. He conducted his government with great moderation, but was inclined to avarice. Not indeed that he raised money by unjust methods, and what he carefully collected he spent freely, being especially bountiful to those who were in need, so that it would be difficult to name any prince whose liberality was at once so great and so just. His clemency was such that he was not disposed to inflict severer punishment than exile, even on those who were guilty of treason. He was conqueror of Judea, Achaia, Lycia, Rhodes, Byzantium, Samos, Thrace, Cilicia, Commagene. Injuries and enmities he buried into oblivion. He bore patiently the invectives of lawyers and philosophers, and was courteous and affable to the Senate, the people, and all the world. Titus, his son, reigned 2 years and 2 months, a prince endowed with every virtue, so that he was called the idol and the darling of the human race. He built the amphitheatre of Rome, at the dedication of which 5,000 wild animals were slain. His panegyric is of the highest order. Eloquent as well as brave, of great moderation, he transacted the business of the law courts in Latin, and wrote poems and tragedies in Greek. At the siege of Jerusalem, serving under his father, he struck down 12 of the foremost of the garrison, each with a single arrow. At Rome, his government was so humane that he scarcely inflicted punishment on any, pardoning those who were convicted of conspiracy against his person, and admitting them to the same familiarity as before. So great was his kindness and liberality, that when some of his friends blamed him for never denying any request, he replied that no one should depart sad from the presence of the emperor. He was so much beloved for this singular graciousness, and so severe was the public grief for his death, that all lamented him as if each had lost a private friend. He expired at a distance from Rome, and the Senate, receiving the intelligence late in the evening, thronged into the Senate house, and paid such a tribute of praise and acknowledgment to the memory of the deceased emperor, as they had never offered to him when he was alive and among them. Domitian, the brother of Titus, reigned 15 years and 5 months. Next to Nero, he was the most cruel persecutor of the Christians, hateful to all, particularly to the Senate. He brought about his own destruction. Nerva held the empire of the world little more than a year. Trajan reigned 19 years and a half, governing Britain as well as the other provinces with singular vigour, and extending the empire, which since the time of Augustus had rather been defended than enlarged. He is the prince who, for justice' sake, plucked out one of his own eyes and one of his sons, of whom St. Gregory does not leave in hell. Those who read him will understand how perfect was the character of the man whom, though a heathen, he would not consign to condemnation. Suetonius thus eulogizes him. Trajan, a prince highly accomplished and of exemplary courage, conquered Dacia and the country around the Danube, together with Armenia, which the Parthians had seized. He gave a king to the Albanians, and admitted to his alliance the kings of the Iberi, the Saramati of the Bosphorus, the Arabs. the Osroians, and the Colchians. He subdued and took possession of the countries of the Corjuni and the Marcomedes, with Antimusium, a great province of Persis, Seleucia, and Ctesiphon, Babylon, and the Messeni. He extended his frontier to the borders of India and the Red Sea, forming 3 provinces, Armenia, Assyria, and Mesopotamia, with the nations who border on Media. Afterwards he reduced Arabia to the condition of a province, and fitted out a fleet on the Red Sea by means of which he ravaged the coasts of India. But his military glory was excelled by his humanity and moderation, bringing himself to the level of all, both at Rome and in the provinces, and visiting familiarly his friends and the sick. He mingled with them on festive occasions, and sat with them in the same chariots. No senator received injury from him, and though he was liberal to all, his revenue was augmented by no injustice. He conferred riches and honours on those with whom he was but slightly acquainted. He embellished the whole empire with public buildings, conceding many privileges to the municipalities, doing nothing that was not gentle and kind, insomuch that during his whole reign only a single senator was condemned, and that one by the Senate itself, without the knowledge of Trajan. Thus, throughout the whole world, he was the representative of the deity, and there was no homage which he did not merit, whether alive or dead. Among other sayings which are attributed to him, the following is remarkable. When his friends objected to him that he carried his complaisance to his subjects too far, he replied that he wished so to treat private individuals as emperor, as he himself, if in a private station, would wish emperors to treat him. He was the only one who was buried within the city walls, his bones being collected in a golden urn, which was deposited in the forum he built, under a column 140 feet in height. His memory is still cherished, so that even in our age, the phrase of the acclamations with which the emperors are hailed in the Senate is, that they be fortunate as Augustus, worthy as Trajan. Hadrian ruled the world 21 years. He reduced a fresh rebellion of the Jews, and having rebuilt Jerusalem, withheld from them permission to visit it. This is his character. He was a prince of great moderation, and maintained peace during his entire reign. Once only he engaged in war, and then by one of his generals. He made a progress through the whole circuit of the Roman world. The edifices he built were numerous. He was very eloquent in Latin and learned in Greek. Antoninus Pius held the empire of the world for 23 years and a half. An upright and exemplary prince, he may be compared to Numa Pompilius, as Trajan likened to Romulus. Severe to none, gracious to all, he wielded his military power with moderation, defending rather than extending the provinces. He sought out men of the greatest rectitude for the administration of affairs, holding the good in honour, recoiling without any bitterness from the evil. He was so respected by kings in his alliance that they submitted their quarrels to him and accepted his arbitration. Munificent to his friends, he yet left the treasury rich. His clemency gained him the surname of Pius. Marcus Antoninus Verus, with his brother Aurelius Licinius Commodus, reigned jointly 19 years and 2 months. The empire had been hitherto governed by a single monarch. A Parthian war was conducted with admirable valour and good fortune. During their reign, Eleutherius was the pontiff who governed the Roman Church. Lucius, the British king, implored Eleutherius by letter to take measures for his conversion to Christianity. His embassy was successful, and the Britons retained the faith they received inviolate and undisturbed, until the time of Diocletian. A panegyric of Antoninus Verus from the Roman history. After the death of Antoninus, his consort, from apoplexy, he remained sole emperor with high renown. He never changed countenance either from joy or sorrow. Imbued with the Stoic philosophy of the purest morals and the highest erudition, he was profoundly versed both in Greek and Latin literature. Never elated, he was courteous to all. His liberality was prompt, and his administration of the provinces mild and benign. He fought successfully against the Germans, and waged the Marcomannic War against the Quades, the Vandals, the Sarmatians, the Swites, and the whole barbarism. No other such fourth war to equal the Punic is recorded. The hero of this great conflict triumphed as conqueror with his son Commodus. The treasury being exhausted, he was compelled to sell the imperial regalia, which he afterwards redeemed from those who were willing to restore, taking no umbrage at those who chose to retain what they had purchased. He allowed illustrious men to exhibit the like splendour, and to be served with similar ceremony in their entertainments as himself. The magnificence of the games he celebrated in honour of his victories was such that 100 lions are said to have been exhibited at one time. Commodus, the son of the last-named Commodus, was emperor during 13 years. He was fortunate in war against the Germans, and having caused the head of the Colossus to be removed, he replaced it by one taken from his own statue. Aelius Pertinax, having reigned 6 months, was assassinated in his own palace by Julian, a lawyer. Severus Pertinax, having put to death Julian the lawyer, reigned 17 years. An African by birth, from Lepti, a town of Tripoli, he was of a savage disposition, and provoked by continual wars, but he ruled the state by vigorous efforts fortunately. Victorious in the civil wars, which were very harassing, and Didius Albinus, who had proclaimed himself Caesar at Lyon in Gaul, being slain, he passed into the British Islands. There, after many fierce battles, he resolved on dividing that part of the island he had recovered from that held by the unconquered tribes, not as some consider by a wall, but by a rampart. For a wall is built with stones, but a rampart for defence of a fortified camp is constructed of turfs, which being cut from the soil, are built up like a wall, having in front a trench from which the tufts are raised, and in which stakes of stout wood are planted. Severus thus made a deep trench with a very strong rampart, fortified besides with frequent towers, from one sea to the other. He afterwards fell sick and died at York. He left 2 sons, Bassianus and Geta, of whom Geta was adjudged a public enemy and killed. Bassianus, becoming emperor, assumed the surname of Antoninus. Eutropius thus eulogizes Severus. He was engaged in various unsuccessful wars, conquering the Parthians, the Arabs, and the Azabians, whence he was surnamed Parthicus, Arabicus, Azabenicus. He restored the honour of the Roman name throughout the world, but he was illustrious also for civil pursuits, and was called Divus from his learning and cultivation of philosophy. Antoninus Caracalla, the son of Severus, held the empire 7 years. Macrinus, having reigned 1 year at Archelaus, was slain with his son in a military tumult. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, known as Elagabalus, was emperor for 4 years, Aurelius Alexander for 13. The latter was uniformly dutiful to his mother Mamaea, and on that account was universally esteemed. In the war which he carried on against the Persians, he conquered with glory their king Xerxes. He severely regulated the military discipline. cashiering entire legions which were insubordinate. At Rome he was very popular. He was slain in a military tumult in Gaul. Maximin I reigned 3 years and gained a victory over the Germans. Gordian, who conquered the Persians, reigned 5. At this time Origen flourished, who wrote 5,000 books, as Jerome relates. Philip and his son Philip reigned 7 years. He was the first Christian emperor. In the 3rd year of his reign, 1,000 years from the building of Rome were completed, and this most august of all preceding eras was celebrated by the Christian emperor with magnificent games. The temper of Philip the Younger was so severe that he was never provoked to merriment, and he turned his face away from his own father when he indulged in laughter. He continually resisted vice and struggled in the upward path of virtue. Decius reigned 1 year and 3 months. He persecuted the Christians from hatred to the 2 Philips, father and son, whom he had slain. Gallus, with Volusianus his son, reigned 2 years and 4 months. Valerian, with his son Gallienus, reigned 15 years. Having raised a persecution against the Christians, he was soon afterwards taken prisoner by the Persian king, and, being deprived of sight, wore out the rest of his days a wretched captive. Claudius II reigned 1 year and 9 months. He subjugated the Goths who had devastated Illyricum and Macedonia for 15 years, for which a shield of gold was dedicated to him in the Senate House, and a golden statue in the Capitol. Aurelian reigned 5 years and 6 months. He, being a persecutor of the Christians, a thunderbolt fell near him, to the great horror of the bystanders, and shortly afterwards he was slain by the soldiers. The eulogy of Aurelian from the Acts of Remarkable Men. As the world was subdued by Alexander in 13, by Caesar in 14 years, Aurelian restored peace to the universe by 13 battles. He, first of the Romans, assumed the diadem and robes adorned with gold and jewels. Firm in correcting military licence and dissoluteness of manners, his temper was somewhat morose and haughty, and he was habitually cruel. Tacitus reigned 6 months, and being killed at Pontus, was succeeded by Florian, who 3 months afterwards was slain at Tarsus. Probus, who was emperor 6 years and 4 months, completely liberated Gaul from the hostile barbarians who had infested it. He was a prince illustrious for his activity, vigour, and justice, scarcely equal to Aurelian in glory, but excelling him in civil virtues, having laid the foundations of peace by innumerable wars. He said that shortly there would be no need of soldiers. Carus, who reigned 2 years, having been victorious over the Persians, fell near the river Tigris. Diocletian was joint emperor with Herculius Maximian for 20 years. In their time, a certain Carausius, a man of low origin, but bold in counsel and action, had the superintendence of the shores of the ocean, which were infested by the Franks and Saxons. But his administration was more to the loss than the advantage of the state, for he applied the plunder taken from the pirates to his own private use, instead of restoring it to the owners, and he was suspected of allowing the enemy opportunities of making incursions by designed negligence. His execution for these delinquencies having been ordered by Maximian, Carausius seized Britain, assuming the purple, and maintained power for 7 years with great determination and courage. At length he was slain by Electus, one of his followers, who, usurping the government, retained it for 3 years, until the prefect, Asclepiodotus, vanquished him in his palace, and recovered Britain after a revolt of 10 years. In consequence of the wars, the emperors associated with themselves Constantius in the west, and Galerius Maximus in the east. In their time, a most cruel persecution of the Christians raged throughout the world. In the course of it, Saint Alban devoted himself a sacrifice to God, of whom Fortunatus, in his poem in praise of virginity, thus speaks: "The sainted Alban fruitful Britain bears." He was a citizen of Verulam who gave shelter to a priest escaping from the pagans, and having been converted by him while he lay concealed, offered himself in his stead when the persecutors came to search the house. Having been subjected to torture, Alban was led out to be beheaded. Then the river was dried up at the prayer of the saint, because the concourse was too great for the people to cross the bridge. When the executioner, among others, witnessed this, he threw himself at his feet, believing, and was martyred with him. A fountain also burst forth at his martyrdom, which was afterwards dried up. Moreover, the eyes of the headsman rolled on the ground with the head of the saint. Saint Alban was martyred near Verulam, that is, Wadlingcester, where afterwards a magnificent church with a noble abbey were erected, and to this day the sick are cured and miracles wrought. There suffered during the same persecution 2 citizens of Carleon, Aaron and Julius, with a multitude of both sexes, who bore witness to Almighty God when torn limb from limb and exposed to unheard-of tortures. So violent was the persecution that in the course of 1 month 17,000 martyrs suffered for Christ's sake. But when Diocletian had laid aside the purple at Nicomedia, and Maximian at Milan, in the 20th year of their reign, the persecution was abated for a time. Arius thus writes of Diocletian: "He was shrewd but crafty, and of a sagacious though subtle spirit, disposed, withal, to vent his own ill humours in malice towards other people. Still, he was a most industrious and politic prince, though contrary to the free habits of the Romans, he required them to adore him, whereas his predecessors had only been saluted. He wore jewels on his robes and sandals, and yet with unprecedented self-denial he abdicated his lofty rank for a private station. There occurred in his case what has never before been known since the existence of man, that a private individual received divine honours. His coadjutor, Maximian, was a prince of a most cruel disposition and a most forbidding aspect. Constantius, who under the late emperors ruled Gaul, Britain, and Spain for 15 years, continued his reign for 1 year afterwards over the whole empire in the west, Maximin being emperor in the east. He founded countenances in that part of Gaul which is now called Normandy, and received in marriage the daughter of the British King of Colchester, whose name was Hole, or Helen, our Saint Helena, by whom he had Constantine the Great. Constantius, a great and accomplished prince, died at York. He was studious to advance the prosperity of the provinces and of private individuals. He was unwilling to avail himself of the power of taxing them severely, saying that the public wealth was better in individual hands than locked up in a single coffer. His own expenses were moderate, his temper gentle. He was not only beloved but venerated by the Gauls. Constantine, who reigned 30 years and 10 months, was the flower of Britain, for he was British both by birth and country, and Britain never produced his equal before or afterwards. He led an army from Britain and Gaul into Italy, for Maximian had proclaimed Maximin his son Augustus at Rome. When marching against him, being yet a heathen, he beheld an angel of God exhibiting to him the sign of the cross, and calling upon him to have faith in the crucified, and he believed instantly, and God overwhelmed Maxentius in the river's flood. Constantine then, having twice overcome Maximian in battle, became sole emperor of the world, and having been, as we find it written, cleansed from his leprosy by Saint Sylvester in the water of baptism, he founded at Rome, on the spot where he was baptized, the Basilica of John the Baptist, which is called the Constantine Church. He also founded the Basilica of St. Peter and of St. Paul, on the site of the Temple of Apollo, surrounding their bodies with a tomb of brass 5 feet in breadth. He also founded a basilica in the Caesarean Palace, which is named Jerusalem, where he deposited a piece of the wood of the cross. He also dedicated a basilica to St. Lawrence on the land of Varanus, near the Tiburtine Road, and another on the Levisian Way to Peter and Marcellus, martyrs. Here he fixed the mausoleum of his mother with a sarcophagus of red marble. He also founded a church at Ostia, near the Roman Gate, with one at Albano dedicated to St. John the Baptist, and another in the city of Naples. Constantine founded a city, called after his own name, in Thrace, which he made the seat of the imperial power and the capital of the East. Rebuilding the city of Daprana in Bithynia in honour of the martyr Lucian, who was there buried, he changed its name to Helenopolis in memory of his mother. Tradition says that Helen, the illustrious daughter of Britain, surrounded London with the wall which is still standing, and fortified Colchester also with walls, but more especially she rebuilt Jerusalem, adorning it with many basilica purified from idols. The praises of Constantine. Constantine may be compared to the best princes of the first age of the empire, to the ordinary ones of the last. His natural endowments both of mind and body were brilliant. Raised to the highest pitch of military glory and fortune, he devoted himself assiduously to the arts of peace and liberal studies. He was distinguished for cultivating a sincere regard for his friends, but the pride of his great prosperity tended in some degree to diminish that amiable disposition. Constantine, with whom were associated his brothers Constantine and Constans, reigned 24 years and 5 months. The Arian heresy, patronized by Constantius, caused many and great troubles to the Catholics. Julian, the apostate, who reigned 2 years and 8 months, justly perished as the enemy of God in fighting with the barbarians. His eulogy by Paulus. He resembled Marcus Antoninus, who was the object of his emulation. His learning was profound and extensive, his memory powerful and comprehensive, his eloquence prompt and fertile, such as became a philosopher, courteous to all. He was covetous of glory to a degree that frequently overpowered his natural equanimity. Jovian, an excellent and pious emperor, reigned only 8 months, a premature death cutting short his early promise. Valentinian, with his brother Valens, possessed the imperial authority only 2 years. His character is thus described in the history of Paulus. Resembling Aurelian, his aspect was comely, his wit shrewd, his judgment sound. He was austere, impetuous, a great enemy to vice, especially to avarice. He was skilled in painting beautifully, in designing new implements of art, and in modelling statues both in wax and in plaster. His discourse was polished, sagacious, and austere. Valens, with his brother Gratian and Valentinian, sons of his brother just named, reigned 4 years. Having been baptized by the Arians, he persecuted the Catholics and issued a decree that monks should serve as soldiers, and those who refused should be scourged to death. In this reign, the nation of the Huns issued suddenly from their mountain fastnesses, and threw themselves on the Goths, routing and expelling them from their ancient seats. The Goths who fled across the Danube were received by Valens without being disarmed, but afterwards a famine, occasioned by the avarice of Maximus, the governor, having driven them to rebellion, they defeated the army of Valens and overran all of Thrace with slaughter, fire, and rapine. Gratian continued for 6 years, from AD 377, the reign which he had commenced jointly with his uncle Valens, driven by necessity in the troubled and well-nigh ruined state of the Republic. He invested with the purple at Sirmia Theodosius, a Spaniard, allotting to him Thrace and the East for his share of the empire. Theodosius, in several campaigns, reduced the great Scythian nations, the Alani, the Huns, and the Goths. Meanwhile, Maximus, who was of British origin, an active and meritorious officer, except that he broke his oath of allegiance and declared himself emperor in Britain, passed into Gaul, and by a sudden attack destroyed Gratian, the Augustus, and then expelled from Italy his brother Valentinian, also Augustus, who took refuge with Theodosius in the east. The eulogy of Gratian: he was not wanting in erudition, wrote verses, and discoursed elegantly, devoting his days and nights to apply the keen edge of rhetorical distinction to questions of the deepest interest. Sparing of food and sleep, he controlled his passions. Theodosius, after the death of Gratian, reigned 11 years jointly with Valentinian, whom he reinstated, having shut up within the walls of Aquileia, and slain the tyrant Maximus. The Britons who followed Maximus remained to this day in Armorican Gaul, to the great loss of Britain, so that the Armoricans are now called Bretons. The praise of Theodosius: his defence and extension of the empire rendered him illustrious. He resembled Trajan, from whom he was descended both in disposition and person, as we learn both from ancient writings and portraits. He was like him in being tall in stature, in the shape of his limbs, and the colour of his hair. But his eyes were not so full, and perhaps there was not so much grace and gaiety in his countenance, nor so much dignity in his motions, but in disposition so great was the resemblance that there is nothing which the old writers say of Trajan which does not apply to Theodosius, declaring that he only differed from other men in the accidents of his rank. He was pitiful to the unfortunate, respectful to all, having the highest regard for the good. He loved men of ingenious disposition, and admired men of learning, being liberal in his bounty to those most worthy of it. The faults which stained the character of Trajan, excessive conviviality and lust for victory, he so detested that he never engaged in war unless compelled, and made an edict prohibiting lascivious exhibitions and female dances at entertainments. He was but moderately learned, but had a large share of common sense, and delighted in becoming acquainted with the acts of his predecessors, execrating the perfidy and the heartlessness of those who were haughty tyrants, for he was easily moved to anger by unworthy actions, though quickly appeased. He had the rare merit of making restitution in many instances from his own fortune of the wealth which, in the course of years, tyrannical emperors had wrung from private individuals. He regarded his uncle in the light of a father, his nephews and cousins as sons. He invited to his table men of worth and eminence, engaging them in familiar conversation, in which sense was seasoned with an agreeable hilarity. A kind father and a loving husband, he preserved his health by an abstemious diet and moderate exercise. Thus kind and gentle to man, his devotion to God was still more exemplary. Arcadius, the son of Theodosius, reigned 13 years jointly with his brother, Honorius. During their reign, the Goths invaded Italy, the Vandals and Alaric Gaul. Then also Pelagius in Britain and Julian in Campania planted widely the seeds of that heresy which St. Augustine and many other Orthodox fathers attacked with innumerable authorities from Catholic writers, without succeeding in correcting their folly. Indeed, their assurance seemed rather to be augmented by the controversy, rather than to be abated by listening to the truth, whence the rhetorician Prosper poetically says, "Insidious with the serpent's hellish spite, a scribbler against Augustine dared to write. Sure he was fed on Britain's sea-grit plains, or else Campanian plenty swelled his veins. Honorius reigned 15 years with Theodosius the younger, son of his brother Arcadius, in whose times, when the Alani, the Suevi, and the Vandals desolated all Gaul, Gratian was elevated to the provincial sovereignty of Britain, but was speedily killed. In his stead was elected Constantine, a man taken from the lowest ranks of the army, and having no other merit than the promise of his name. Passing into Gaul to invade the empire, he did great mischief to the affairs of the state, by suffering himself to be deluded by the Gauls into pretended treaties, until at last, under the orders of Honorius, the Count Constantine shut him up in the city of Arles, seized and put him to death. His son also, Constans, whom, from having been a monk, he had proclaimed Caesar, was by the Count Gerontius dispatched at Vienne. In these times also, in the 1164th year of the city, Alaric, the king of the Goths, besieged and took Rome, and having plundered the city and burned part of it, evacuated it after 6 days. This happened about 470 years after Julius Caesar subdued Britain. The Romans had settled its southern region within the walls built by Severus, as the remains of their cities, bridges, watchtowers, and roads testify to this day. They also claimed the dominion of the parts of Britain beyond the wall and the neighbouring islands. The Roman forces being thus withdrawn from Britain, with the flower of her youth, who principally followed the tyrant Maximus, the rest being exhausted by the expedition of Constantine just before named, the province lay open to the incursions of those barbarous tribes, the Scots and the Picts. It was separated from them by 2 firths, or arms of the sea, one entering from the east, the other from the west, which approach each other very nearly without forming a junction. About the middle of the eastern firth lies the city of Guidi. The western firth has on its further, that is, its right shore, a city called Alcluith, or Dumbarton, which in their language signifies the rock Cluith, and near it is a river of the same name, the Clyde. Terrified by the inroads of these fierce tribes, the Britons sent messengers to Rome, bearing letters imploring assistance. 1 legion was matched to their aid, which, after slaughtering vast numbers of the enemy, drove the rest beyond the border and retired in great triumph. It was recommended to the Britons to build a wall of stone on the rampart of Severus, so that they might be defended by it when the protection of the firths failed. But as they constructed it with turf instead of stone, it answered no good purpose. The remains of this wall, which was of great height as well as of breadth, may be seen at the present time. It commences about 2 miles from a place called Pelentune, now Abercorn, and terminates westward near the city of Alcluith. As soon as the enemy heard that the Romans were withdrawn, they embarked in boats and made a still more fierce eruption. Again, the Romans returned at the prayer of the Britons, and drove the barbarians with great slaughter over the firth. They also aided the Britons in constructing the wall of stone, not as before of turf, and carrying it from one sea to the other. They also built at intervals on the southern shore watchtowers, from which the approach of the enemy might be discerned. Then they bid farewell to their allies, giving them to understand that they should return no more, for they could not exhaust themselves in such distant expeditions. When the Roman forces were thus withdrawn, the enemy again flew to arms, and possessed themselves of all the island as far as the wall. Nor was it long before they laid that in ruins, as well as the neighbouring towns. They soon began to devastate the country within the wall, so that the Britons themselves were driven by famine to resort to thieving and plunder, and nothing was left in the whole country for the sustenance of life, but what was procured by hunting. The eulogy of Honorius. In his moral and religious character he greatly resembled his father Theodosius, and although in his times there were many wars, both foreign and civil, they occasioned a very small effusion of blood. Theodosius II, also called the Younger, lost the dominion of Britain. He held, however, the empire of the Romans for 28 years. In the 23rd year of his reign, Aetius, an illustrious man, was consul, together with Symmachus. To him the remnant of the Britons transmitted an epistle, in the sequel of which, addressed to Aetius consul for the 3rd time, they thus unfold their lamentable story. The barbarians drive us to the sea throws us back to the barbarians. Between both we have the choice of death in 2 shapes, either to be massacred or drowned. But their prayers were of no avail. Aetius could afford them no relief, as he was at this time embarrassed by serious wars with Bleda and Attila, kings of the Huns. And although the year afterwards Bleda, the brother of Attila, fell into an ambush and was slain, Attila was himself so formidable an enemy that he laid waste nearly the whole of Europe, overthrowing everywhere castles and cities. At the same time, a severe famine prevailed at Constantinople, followed by a pestilence, and great parts of the city walls, with 56 towers, fell down. So also in many parts of the ruined cities, famine and a pestilentious atmosphere destroyed thousands both of men and of beasts. The famine affected Britain as well as the rest of the provinces, so that the Britons, perceiving that all human aid had failed, invoked the divine. Then the Almighty, having tried them, had compassion on them, giving strength to their arms and point to their swords. They burst, therefore, from their fastnesses in the mountains and the woods, and rushing on the Scots and Picts, routed and slew them in every quarter, while the enemy's assaults were no longer what they had been, and their arms were feeble, opposed to those of the Britons. Thus their heart failed them, their strength was broken, and they fled in their terror, great numbers being slaughtered. The Scots, with shame, returned to Ireland. The Picts, seeking refuge in the remotest parts of the island, then first and forever discontinued their inroads. Thus the Lord gave victory to his people and confounded their enemies. About this time, that is, in the 8th year of Theodosius, Palladius was sent by Pope Celestine to the Scots as their first bishop. Theodosius also lost the dominion of Gaul, Spain, and Africa, which the Vandals, the Alans, and the Goths laid waste all land with fire and sword. In the 3rd year of the siege of Hippo, by the fierce Genseric, Augustine, its bishop, departing in the Lord, was spared the grief of witnessing its fall. After the victory of the Britons had restored peace, they were blessed with a harvest of such extraordinary abundance as was in the memory of no prior times, so that, as their triumph had restored order, this plenty relieved the famine, the Almighty making trial whether, when adversity had failed to correct them, prosperity would render them thankful. But excess was followed by every kind of wickedness, without respect of God, and so much did barbarism and malice and falsehood prevail, that whoever manifested a more genial and truthful disposition was considered the enemy of Britain, and became the common mark for hatred and persecution. Not only secular men, but the pastors of the Lord's flock, casting off his light and easy yoke, became the slaves of drunkenness, revenge, litigious contention, animosities, and every kind of wickedness. Then the anger of the Lord was moved, and he visited the corrupt race with a terrible plague, which in a short time carried off such great multitudes that those who survived scarcely sufficed to bury the dead. But not even the sight of death, nor the fear of death, was sufficient to recall the survivors from the more fatal death of the soul, into which their sins had plunged them. The righteous judgment of God was therefore openly shown in his determination to destroy the sinful nation, and he stirred up against them the Scots and Picts, who were ready to avenge their former losses by still fiercer attacks. They rushed on the Britons like wolves against lambs, driving them again into the fastnesses of the woods in which it was their custom to take refuge. There they took counsel what was to be done, and in what quarter protection was to be sought against these repeated irruptions of the northern tribes. It was agreed, therefore, by common consent, with the concurrence of their king, Vortigern, that the nation of the Saxons should be invited to come to their aid from over the sea, a council disposed by divine providence to the end that punishment should follow the wicked, as the issue of events sufficiently proved. Book 2. In the former book, we have treated of the 45 emperors who reigned in Britain, as well as the rest of the world, of whom, if any now possesses heavenly glory, it is because they are no longer in possession of earthly. Our discourse of them has indeed been meagre, but a longer narrative of their actions would have been wearisome, tedious, and disgusting. Let us rather reflect, from the contemplation of those for whose majesty and domination of the whole world barely sufficed, how worthless is all the glory and power and loftiness for which men toil and sweat and are frantic. If they desire glory, I speak after the manner of men, let them seek that which is true. If fame, that which does not vanish. If honour, that which will not fade. Not that of the emperors we have spoken of, all whose glory is now an empty tale. That true glory and fame and honour will be ours if we follow him who alone is the truth, with joy and gladness, and if we rest our whole trust and hope in God, and not on the children of men, as the Britons did, who, rejecting him, and having no fear of his great majesty, sought for aid from pagans, and obtained that which befitted them. For the nation of the Saxons, or Angles, being invited by the aforesaid king, crossed over to Britain in 3 longships, in the year of grace, 449, when Martin and Valerian, who reigned 7 years, were emperors, and in the 24th year of the foundation of the kingdom of the Franks, of whom Pharamond was the first king. The Saxons, therefore, were settled by the British king in the eastern part of the island, that thus they might fight for a country which was to become their own, while in truth their object was to subjugate the whole. A battle was fought by the Saxons against the Scots and Picts, who had penetrated as far as Stamford in the south of Lincolnshire, 40 miles from the town of that name. But as the Northerns fought with darts and spears, while the Saxons plied lustily their battle-axes and longswords, the Picts were unable to withstand the weight of their onset, and saved themselves by flight. The Saxons gained the victory and its spoils, their countrymen receiving tidings of which, as well as of the fertility of the island, and of the cowardice of the Britons, a larger fleet was immediately sent over with a greater body of armed men, which, when added to the first detachment, rendered the army invincible. The newcomers received from the Britons an allotment of territory on the terms that they should defend by arms the peace and security of the country against their enemies, while the Britons engaged to pay the auxiliary force. The emigrants belonged to three of the most powerful nations of Germany, the Saxons, the Angles, and the Jutes. From the Jutes sprang the people of Kent and the Isle of Wight, with those who are still called Jutes in the province of the West Saxons, opposite to the Isle of Wight. From the Saxons, that is, from the country which is now distinguished as that of the Old Saxons, are descended the East Saxons, the South Saxons, and the West Saxons. From the Angles, that is, the people of the country called Angle, which has remained a desert from that time to the present, and is situated between the districts of the Jutes and the Saxons, are descended the East Angles, the Middle Angles, the Mercians, and all the race of the Northumbrians, that is, the tribes which settled to the north of the river Humber, with the rest of the English people. Their principal chiefs are reported to have been two brothers, named Hengist and Horsa, who were the sons of Victgils, who was the son of Wictor, who was the son of Vector, who was the son of Wodin, who was the son of Freylof, who was the son of Fredulf, who was the son of Finn, who was the son of Flockwald, who was the son of Jetta, who, as they said, was the son of God, that is, of some idol. From this stock the royal race of many nations derived its origin. Before long, such swarms of the nations we have just mentioned spread themselves throughout the island, that the foreign population increased exceedingly, and began to alarm the native inhabitants who had invited them over. A certain author says that King Vortigern, from apprehension of their power, married the daughter of Hengist, a heathen. Others that, as a climax to his wickedness, he married his own daughter and had a son by her, for which he was excommunicated by St. Germanus and the whole episcopal synod. The King Vortigern was called upon by his son-in-law and the whole army, who, God permitting, sought an occasion for quarrel to furnish larger supplies, and they threatened that, unless these were forthcoming, they would break the treaty and ravage the whole island. Nor were they slow in carrying their threats into execution, for they formed an alliance with the Picts, and having collected an immense army, there remained no one able to resist them, so that the fire kindled by the hands of the pagans executed the just judgment of God for the sins of the people, as that formerly lighted by the Chalcidians consumed the walls and buildings of Jerusalem. So here the agency of the heathen conqueror, but by the disposition of the righteous judge, they ravaged the neighbouring cities and lands, and the conflagration extended from the eastern to the western sea, there being none to oppose it, and spread over almost the whole face of the devoted island. Public and private buildings were levelled to the ground. The priests were everywhere slain before the altars. The prelates and the people, without respect of persons, were destroyed with fire and sword. Nor were there any to bury those who were thus cruelly slaughtered. Some who were taken in the mountains were instantly butchered. Some, exhausted by famine, delivered themselves up to the enemy, willing to undergo perpetual slavery in return for food, if they escaped slaughter on the spot. Some, with grief, sought refuge beyond the sea. Others, cleaving to their native country, prolonged a wretched existence among the mountains, woods, and inaccessible cliffs, in want of everything, and continually trembling for their lives. Meanwhile, the King Vortigern concealed himself in the forests and mountain fastnesses of the west of Britain, hated by all. It is reported also that when the king withdrew himself to avoid hearing the exhortations of St. Germanus, who followed him in his flight, fire from heaven struck the castle in which he was secluded, and the king, perishing in the ruins, was never seen more. When, however, the army of the Saxons, having entirely routed the natives, returned to their own territory, the Britons, emerging from their hiding places, began to take heart, and assembling a great force, marched into Kent against Hengist and Horsa. They had for their leader at that time Ambrosius Aurelian, an able man, the only one of Roman extraction who had chanced to survive the late troubles in which his parents, who had been invested with the name and the ensigns of royalty, both perished. 2 sons of Vortigern, Gortimer and Catiger, acted as generals under him. Ambrosius himself led the first rank, Gortimer the second, Catiger the third, while Horsa and Hengist, though their troops were inferior in numbers, led them boldly against the enemy, dividing them into 2 bodies, of which each of the brothers commanded one. The battle was fought at Aelestrio in the 7th year after the arrival of the Saxons in Britain, that is, AD 455. At the first onset, Horsa charged the troops of Catiger with such fury that they were scattered like dust before the wind, and the king's son was dashed to the earth and slain. Meanwhile, his brother Gortimer, a most resolute soldier, throwing himself on the flank of Horsa's band, routed it, and their brave leader being slain, compelled the survivors to retreat on the division of Hengist, which was engaged unbroken with the van of the British army commanded by Ambrosius. The brunt of the battle now fell on Hengist, who, straitened by the skilful advance of Gortimer, though he made a long resistance and caused a great loss to the Britons, at length did what he had never done before, and fled. It is reported by some writers that Hengist subsequently fought 3 battles in the same year against the Britons, but could not make head against the proud valour of Gortimer and the superior number of his forces, so that once he was driven into the Isle of Thanet, and once to his ships, and dispatched messengers to recall the Saxons who had returned to their own country. The following year, when Leo was the emperor, who reigned 17 years, Gortimer, the flower of the youth of Britain, fell sick and died, and with him ended the victories and the hopes of his countrymen. Encouraged by his death, and strengthened by the recall of the auxiliaries, who had for a time left the island, Hengist with his son Esk prepared for war at Craigenford, the ford of the River Cray in Kent, while the Britons mustered 4 powerful bodies of men under 4 of their bravest chiefs. But when the game of war commenced, they were disheartened by the unusual superiority of the Saxons in number. Beside the newly arrived were chosen troops, who dreadfully gashed the bodies of the Britons with their battle-axes and longswords. Nor was there any respite until they had cut down and slain all the 4 leaders, and the Britons fled in the greatest terror out of Thanet as far as London. They never again appeared in arms in Kent, where Hengist and his son Esk thenceforth reigned, the kingdom of Kent, dating from the 8th year after the arrival of the Angles. In those times, Germanus, bishop of Auxerre, who was illustrious for his sanctity and miraculous powers, together with Lupus, bishop of Troyes, came into Britain to extinguish the Pelagian heresy. In confirmation of their arguments, to convince the assembled people, he restored sight to the daughter of a tribune who had been blind 10 years, and he also stopped the burning of a cottage wrapped in flame in which lay a sick man, who was thus rescued from the conflagration. He placed in the tomb of St. Alban the relics of several other martyrs, carrying away from it a particle of dust still red with the blood of the saint. On the same day and at that place he converted to the Lord a vast crowd of people. Meanwhile, the Saxons and Picts, having united their forces, made war upon the Britons, who implored the aid of the holy Germanus. The saint promised to be himself their leader. Acting therefore as general, he drew up the army in a valley surrounded by hills, posting it in the quarter at which the enemy was expected to approach. This battle was fought near Mold in Flintshire, and now the scouts announced that their savage foes were in sight. Immediately, the holy man, raising the standard aloft, exhorted them all to repeat his words with a loud voice. The enemy was advancing carelessly, thinking to take them by surprise, when thrice he cried Hallelujah, and thrice the priests repeated it. The word was resounded by all the people. Their shouts were multiplied by the echoes of the surrounding hills, and the enemy was struck with terror, believing that not only the overhanging cliffs, but the very skies themselves were falling upon them. Such was their terror that they fled in disorder, and their feet being hardly swift enough to carry them from the scene of their alarm, they threw away their arms, well satisfied if they could escape the danger with only their naked bodies. Many in their retreat, blinded by their fears, plunged into the river which they had crossed and were swept away by the torrent. The Britons, unhurt, looked on while they were revenged of their enemies, and joyfully collected the spoils which their heaven-wrought victory had secured. The prelates exulted in a triumph gained without bloodshed, by faith, and not by human strength. The foe thus conquered, the prelates, blessed both in body and in mind, returned to their own country. Not long afterwards, the Pelagian heresy again burst forth, and Germanus, at the entreaty of all the priests of Britain, returned again, accompanied by Severus, Bishop of Triers, and re-establishing the Orthodox faith, healed the son of Elafius, a chief who was lame from a contraction of the tendons of the knee, in the sight of all the people. Having restored order, he then went to Ravenna to implore peace for the Armorican nation. There, having been received with the greatest honour by Valentinian, he departed to Christ. Not long afterwards, Valentinian was murdered by the followers of Aetius, the patrician, whom he had put to death, the same to whom the Britons addressed the letter before quoted. With Valentinian ended the empire of the West. After a little time, Hengist the king, and Esk his son, supported by the auxiliaries from beyond the sea, collected an invincible army in the 17th year after their arrival in Britain, that is, AD 465. Against this was gathered the whole strength of Britain in 12 columns, admirably arrayed. The armies met at Whippedesfleet, or Whippedfleet in Kent, where the battle was long and obstinate, until at length Hengist overthrew the 12 chiefs, taking their standards, and putting their followers to flight. He too lost many of his troops and principal leaders, one especially, called Whipped, from whom the place where the battle was fought took its name. This victory was therefore a source of regret and lamentation on both sides, so that for a long time neither the Saxons invaded the territories of the Britons, nor the Britons ventured to come into Kent. But still, though there was a respite from foreign, there was none from internal war. Amid the ruins of the cities which the enemy had destroyed, the inhabitants who had escaped ruin fought with one another. While indeed the calamities they had suffered were fresh in their memories, both kings and priests, chiefs and peoples maintained their respective ranks. But when a younger generation grew up, which had no experience beyond the present settled state of affairs, all the sanctions of truth and justice were violated and subverted, so that, not to say all traces of them, the very memory of their existence, remained to very few indeed. God therefore sent over from time to time from among the German nations most cruel chiefs, to be destroyers of the nation which was hateful to him. Among the principal of these was the chief Aella, with his 3 sons, Cimon, Pletting, and Kissa. AD 477. Aella and his sons, having fitted out a fleet, in which a large body of troops was embarked, appeared off Cymenasaw, or Shoreham in Sussex, where their landing was opposed by vast numbers of Britons, who flew to arms from the neighbouring districts, and with loud shouts gave them battle. The Saxons, who were vastly superior in stature and strength, received their attacks with much coolness, while the onset of the natives was disorderly, as rushing on without concert and in desultory bands, they were cut down by the serried ranks of the enemy, and those who escape increased the confusion by reports of their disaster. The defeated Britons fled to the shelter of the neighbouring forest, which is called Andredsliege, the Anderia silva of the Romans, or the Wends. While the Saxons possessed themselves of the sea coast of Sussex, continually occupying more territory from time to time, until the 9th year of their descent on that coast. Then, however, their further advance was so audacious that the kings and chiefs of the Britons assembled at Mercredesburn, where they fought a battle with Aella and his sons. The issue was doubtful, both armies being greatly crippled and thinned, and vowing against a continuation of the conflict, retired to their own districts, while Aella sent messages to his compatriots, entreating aid. Aella came into Britain about the 30th year after the arrival of the Angles. AD 488. Hengist, King of Kent, died in the 40th year after his invasion of Britain, and his son Esk reigned for 34 years, in the time of the Emperor Zeno, whose reign lasted 17 years. Esk, inheriting his father's valour, firmly defended his kingdom against the Britons, and augmented it by territories conquered from them. AD 490. The kingdom of Sussex, which Aella founded, he long and valiantly maintained. In the 3rd year after the death of Hengist, in the time of Anastasius, Emperor of Rome, who reigned for 27 years, Aella was joined by auxiliaries from his own country, with whose assistance he laid siege to Andredecester, a strongly fortified town, the site of the present Pevensey Castle. The Britons swarmed together like wasps, assailing the besiegers by daily ambuscades and nocturnal sallies. There was neither day nor night in which some new alarm did not harass the minds of the Saxons. But the more they were provoked, the more vigorously they pressed the siege. Whenever they advanced to the assault of the town, the Britons from without falling on their rear with their archers and slingers drew the pagans away from the walls to resist their own attack, which the Britons, lighter of foot, avoided by taking refuge in the woods, and when they turned again to assault the town, again the Britons hung on their rear. The Saxons were for some time harassed by these manoeuvres until, having lost a great number of men, they divided their army into 2 bodies, one of which carried on the siege, while the other repelled the attacks from without. After this, the Britons were so reduced by continual famine that they were unable any longer to withstand the force of the besiegers, so that they all fell by the edge of the sword, with their women and children, not one escaping alive. The foreigners were so enraged at the loss that they had sustained that they totally destroyed the city, and it was never afterwards rebuilt, so that its desolate site is all that is now pointed out to travellers. AD 495. In the 47th year from the arrival of the Angles in Britain, Cerdi and his son Cenric appeared off Cerdisaw with 5 ships. This is now Yarmouth in Norfolk. The same day the people of the neighbourhood assembled in great numbers and fought against them. The Saxons stood firm in order of battle before their ships, repelling the attacks of the islanders without pursuing them, for they never quitted their ranks. The day was spent in these alternate attacks and retreats until night put an end to the conflict. Finding how resolute the Saxons were, the Britons retired, and neither party claimed a victory. Cerdic, however, and his son made good their occupation of the hostile territory, from time to time enlarging their possessions along the coast, though not without frequent wars with the natives. AD 501. 7 years after the invasion of Cerdic, Port, with his sons Beda and Megla, disembarked from 2 stout ships at Portsmouth. An alarm was immediately spread throughout the neighbourhood, and the governor of the district with the whole population fought the invaders. But as the attack was disorderly, as each arrived on the spot, they were routed in the twinkling of an eye. The Britons indeed rushed boldly on the enemy, but the steady valour of the Saxons threw them into confusion. The chief and the people being either slain or put to flight, the victory remained with Port and his sons. From him the place was called Portsmouth. AD 508. I now proceed to describe the war between Nasaloid, the greatest of the British kings, and Cerdic with his son Kenric in the 60th year of the emigration of the Angles. Nasaloid was a king of high renown and exalted rank, from whom the country now called Charford, near Hants, was then named Nasaloy. And as he had collected under his banner the whole force of the Britons, Cerdic and his son entreated aid from Esk, the king of Kent, and from Aiella, the great king of the South Saxons, and from Portent his sons, the last who had come over. Their forces were arrayed in 2 wings, of which Cerdic commanded the right, Kenric his son the left. In the first onset, Nasaloid, observing that the right wing was the strongest, charged it with his whole force for the purpose of routing at once the most formidable part of the enemy's army. His impetuous attack in a moment overthrew the standards, pierced the ranks, and put Cerdic to flight, with great slaughter of his right wing. Meanwhile, Kenric, perceiving his father's defeat and the rout of his troops, led the left wing, which was under his command, against the rear of the enemy, who were pursuing the fugitives. The battle was then renewed with fresh vigour, until the king Nasaloid was slain, and his whole army routed. 5,000 of his troops fell on the field, the rest saved themselves by a precipitate retreat. The Saxons gained the honour of a victory which secured to them peace for some years, and allured to them many and powerful auxiliaries. AD 514. Among these, in the 6th year after the war, Stuff and Whitgar came with 3 ships to Surdisor. At daybreak, the British chiefs arrayed their forces against the invaders with much military skill. They led one body along the ridges of the hills and another in the valley, with silence and caution, until the rays of the rising sun glanced from their gilded shields. The hilltops and the very sky above them glistened with the bright array. The Saxons were struck with terror as they advanced to battle. But when the 2 strong armies came into collision, the courage of the Britons failed because God despised them. The triumph of the Saxon chiefs was signal, and the result secured them large possessions. Thus the name of Cerdic was rendered terrible, and in the strength of it he overran the country. About this time died Aiella, the king of the South Saxons, who enjoyed all the prerogatives of English royalty, having under him kings and nobles and governors. His son Kissa succeeded him, and their posterity afterwards. But in process of time, their power was much diminished, and at length they were brought under subjection by other kings. The kingdom of Wessex was founded in the year 71 of the Angles in Britain, AD 519, in the time of the Emperor Justinian the Elder, who reigned 8 years. In the course of time, the kings of Wessex subjugated all the other kingdoms and established a monarchy over the whole of England, so that we may reckon the times of all the other kings with reference to those of the kings of Wessex, by whose growing power the others may be noted. When Cerdic had reigned 17 years in Wessex, that same year some of the most powerful of the British chiefs joined battle against him. It was fought bravely and obstinately on both sides until, when the day was declining, the Saxons gained the victory, and there was great slaughter that day of the inhabitants of Albion, which would have been still more terrible had not the setting of the sun stayed it. Thus was the name of Cerdic glorified, and the fame of his wars, and of his son Kenric, was spread over all the land. From that day is reckoned the beginning of the kingdom of Wessex, which, absorbing all the rest, has continued to our times. Cerdic and Kenric, his son, in the 9th year of his reign, that is, AD 527, fought another battle against the Britons, at Surdisford, in which there was great slaughter on both sides. At that time, large bodies of men came successively from Germany, and took possession of East Anglia and Mercia. They were not as yet reduced under the government of one king. Various chiefs contended for the occupation of different districts, waging continual wars with each other, but they were too numerous to have their names preserved. In those times, Arthur, the mighty warrior, general of the armies and chief of the kings of Britain, was constantly victorious in his wars with the Saxons. He was the commander in 12 battles, and gained 12 victories. The first battle was fought near the mouth of the river, which is called Glenus, or Glen. The second, third, fourth, and fifth battles were fought near another river, which the Britons called Douglas, in the country of Sinus, the sixth on the river called Bassus. The seventh was fought in the forest of Chelidon, which in British is called Catcoit-Celidon. The eighth battle against the barbarians was fought near the castle Goynion, during which Arthur bore the image of Saint Mary, the Mother of God, and always Virgin, on his shoulders, and by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Blessed Mary, his mother, the Saxons were routed for the whole of that day, and many of them perished with great slaughter. The ninth battle he fought at the City of the Legions, which in the British tongue is called Carleon. The 10th he fought on the bank of a river which we call Tractiheroit. The 11th on a hill which is named Brevoin, where he routed the people we call Cathbregoin. The 12th was a hard-fought battle with the Saxons on Mount Badon, in which 440 of the Britons fell by the sword of their enemies in a single day, none of their host acting in concert, and Arthur alone receiving succour from the Lord. These battles and battlefields are described by Gildas the historian, but in our times the places are unknown. The providence of God we consider, having so ordered it that popular applause and flattery and transitory glory might be of no account. At this period there were many wars, in which sometimes the Saxons, sometimes the Britons were victors. But the more the Saxons were defeated, the more they recruited their forces by invitations sent to the people of all the neighbouring countries. The kingdom of Essex, that is to say of the East Saxons, was founded, as far as we can collect from old writers, by Erkenwin, who was the son of Offa, who was the son of Baidecan, who was the son of Sigwulf, who was the son of Spo, who was the son of Gesak, who was the son of Andesk, who was the son of Saxnat. Slede, who was the son of Erkenwin, succeeded his father in the kingdom of Essex. He married the daughter of Ermeric, the king of Kent, and sister of Ethelbert. His son by her, Sibert, was the first king of Essex converted to the Christian faith. AD 530. Meanwhile, Cerdic, with his son Kenric, having assembled a great army, fought at Whitland, and being successful in the war, reduced the whole island after a prodigious slaughter of the enemy in a battle at Whitgersburg, or Carebrook, in the 13th year of his reign. 4 years afterwards, Cerdic conferred the island, which in Latin is called Vecta, on his nephews, Stuff and Whitgar. Cerdic, the first king of Wessex, reigned 18 years. On his death, in AD 534, Kenric, his son, reigned after him for 26 years, in the times of the Emperor Justinian, whose reign lasted 38 years, and when Vigilius was pope. AD 538. In the 5th year of Kenric, the sun was eclipsed from daylight to the 3rd hour in the month of March, and in the 7th year of his reign, that is AD 540, it was eclipsed from the 3rd to almost the 9th hour on the calends of July, that is the 20th of June, so that the stars were visible. In the 10th year of Kenric's reign died Whitgar, and he was buried at Whitgarsburg, which derives its name from him. The kingdom of the Northumbrians dates from the 13th year of the reign of Kenric. The chiefs of the Angles who subdued that province after a series of severe battles elected Ida, a young nobleman of the highest rank, to be their king. He was the son of Eope, the son of Esquin, the son of Ingerim, the son of Angemwhite, the son of Alloc, the son of Beanoch, the son of Brand, the son of Baildate, the son of Wodan, the son of Fredolaf, the son of Fredewulf, the son of Finn, the son of Godwulf, the son of Getae, Ida, a valiant prince, reigned 12 years, indefatigable and always in arms. He built Bebbanburg, or Bamborough Castle, in Northumberland, fortifying it by surrounding it with an earthen mound, and afterwards with a wall. He began his reign in the year of grace 547. AD 552, Kenric, in the 18th year of his reign, fought against the Britons, who advanced with a great army as far as Salisbury, but having assembled an auxiliary force from all quarters, he engaged them triumphantly, overthrowing their numerous army and completely routing and dispersing it. In the 22nd year of his reign, that is AD 556, Kenric, with his son Cowlin, had another battle with the Britons, which was after this manner. To avenge the defeat which they had sustained 5 years before, the Britons assembled vast numbers of their bravest warriors, and drew them up near Banbury. The battle array was formed in 9 battalions, a convenient number for military tactics, 3 being posted in the van, 3 in the centre, and 3 in the rear, with chosen commanders for each, while the archers and slingers and cavalry were disposed after the Roman order. But the Saxons advanced to the attack in one compact body with such fury that the standards being dashed together and borne down, and the spears being broken, it became a hand-to-hand fight with the sword. The battle lasted until nightfall without either party being able to claim the victory. Nor is that wonderful, considering that the warriors were men of extraordinary stature, strength, and resolution, while in our day they are so degenerate that when armies come into collision, one or other of them is put to flight at the first onset. Kenric, having reigned 26 years, died in AD 560, and Cowlin, his son, reigned in his stead for 30 years. In the same year, Ida, the king of Northumbria, also died, and after him, Ella reigned for 30 years, though he was not the son of Ida, but the son of Iffa, the son of Uscfrea, the son of Whitgils, the son of Westra Falkner, the son of Cephagil, the son of Sebald, the son of Seagate, the son of Wepdeg, the son of Wodan, the son of Fredelath. In the 6th year of Cowlin's reign in Wessex, Ethelbert, that great king, began to reign in Kent. He was the third of the English kings who ruled all the eastern provinces, which are divided by the river Humber and the neighbouring boundaries from the northern kingdom. The first who possessed this supreme power was Aella, the king of the East Saxons. The second was Cowlin, the king of the West Saxons. The third, as just stated, Ethelbert, the king of Kent. The fourth, Redwald, the king of the East Angles, who, during the lifetime of Ethelbert, held the government of his own state. The fifth monarch was Edwin, the king of the Northumbrians, the most powerful people of all who inhabited Britain. His domination extended over all the tribes both of the English and Britons, with the exception of the people of Kent. He also reduced to the dominion of the English the Isle of Man, and the other islands which lie between Britain and Ireland. Sixth, Oswald, the king of the Northumbrians, a prince of great sanctity, held the sovereignty of the various nations within the same boundaries. Seventhly, Oswy, his brother, in a short time established his rule with almost equal limits, and he also subjugated and rendered tributary most of the tribes of Scots and Picts who occupied the northern districts of Britain. The eighth was Egbert, the king of Wessex, whose rule extended as far as the Humber. The ninth was Alfred, his grandson, who established his authority in all parts of the kingdom. The 10th was Edgar, great-grandson of Alfred, a brave though peaceful king, whose dominion, or at least his ascendancy, extended over all the English and Scottish people, which his successors inherit to the present day. It was in the time of Ethelbert that the English were converted to the Christian faith, which will be diligently treated in the sequel of our history. AD 568, Cowlin, in the 9th year of his reign, with his brother Tutor, 2 very valiant men, were compelled by various causes to engage in war with Ethelbert, who had arrogantly intruded himself into their kingdom. In a battle fought at Mirandune, that is Merton in Surrey, his two generals, Oslap and Cnebon, thunderbolts of war, with a vast number of their followers, were slain, and Ethelbert himself was pursued as far as Kent. This is remarkable as the first international war among the English kings, AD 571. In the 12th year also of Cowlin, his brother Cuthert fought a battle with the Britons at Bedernford, now called Bedford, the chief town of the neighbouring district. In this battle he was victorious, and the fruits of his arms were 4 fortified places, namely Lenbury, Aylesbury, Benson, and Ensham. But Cuthert, a great man, the king's brother, died the same year. The founder of the kingdom of East Anglia, which includes Norfolk and Suffolk, was Uffa, from whom the kings of the East Angles were called Uffingas. It was afterwards held by his brother, Titulus, the bravest of the East Anglian kings. AD 577. Cowlin, with his son Cuthwin, in the 18th year of his reign, fought a battle with the Britons at Dryham in Gloucestershire. 3 British kings, Comigill, Candidan, and Farimmagill, led their followers against them splendidly and skilfully arrayed, so that the conflict was very obstinate. But the Almighty gave the victory on that day to his enemies, and discomfited his own people, who had foolishly offended him, so that the 3 Christian kings were slain, and the survivors from the slaughter were put to flight. The Saxons pursued them fiercely, taking 3 important towns, Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. AD 584. In the 25th year of his reign, Cowlin and Cuthwin again fought with the Britons at Frethen, near the Severn in Gloucestershire. The battle was fought with great fury and loss on both sides. Cuthwin, overcome by numbers, was struck down and slain, and the English were routed and put to flight. But the King Cowlin succeeded in rallying his troops and snatched the victory from those who had been at first victors, and pursuing the vanquished, gained much land and great booty. Cridda, as far as we learn from old records, was the first king of Mercia. Such were the beginnings of the several English kingdoms, of which I have pointed out the dates and revolutions as clearly as I could from what we find in the books of ancient writers, bringing them into relation with the eras of the kings of Wessex. AD 590 to 596. Cowlin died in the 13th year of his reign, and after him Cowlric reigned 5 years. Ella, king of the Northumbrians, died the same year, and after him Ethelric reigned also 5 years. In the 3rd year after this, the Britons and Saxons fought a battle at Wanborough in Wilts. The British army advanced in close order after the Roman fashion, but the Saxons rushed forward with desperate but disorderly courage, and the conflict was very severe. God gave the victory to the Britons, and the Saxons, who commonly were as much superior to the Britons in fight as they were slower in flight, suffered much in their retreat. After these times, Cridda, king of Mercia, departed this life, and his son Wippa succeeded him. About this time also, Ethelfert, who is named the Fierce, succeeded Ethelric in Northumbria. Now also the Lombards invaded Italy, and not long afterwards Gregory introduced the word of God into England. AD 597. During the reign of Ceolric in Wessex, of Ethelfert in Northumbria, and of Wippa in Mercia, Ethelbert, the king of Kent, and the Kentish people were converted to the faith, as will be shown in the book following. Wippa was succeeded by Ceol, who was not his son, but was his kinsman. Ceolric departed this life after a reign of 5 years, after whom Ceolwulf reigned in Wessex for 14 years, through all of which he was engaged in wars either with the English or Scots or Picts. Ceolwulf was the son of Shute, who was the son of Kenric, who was the son of Cerdic. In the 7th year of Ceolwulf, which was the first of the Emperor Phocas, who governed the Roman Empire for 8 years, Ethelbert, the fierce king of the Northumbrians, who was more powerful and more ambitious than all of the English kings, made great havoc of the Britons. No one of their generals, no one of their kings, reduced more of the land to the condition of being either tributary to the Saxons or colonised by them, after the native inhabitants were either exterminated or enslaved. What was said of Benjamin may truly be applied to him. Benjamin shall ravage as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoils. Wherefore, roused by his aggressions, Aidan, the king of the Scots, who had settled in Britain, marched against him with a numerous and powerful army, but was defeated and fled with a very few followers. AD 603. In this battle, which was fought at a well-known place, called Dowston in Cumberland, almost the whole army of the Scots was slaughtered. Tedbald also, the brother of Ethelfrid, was slain with the body of troops which he commanded. From that time, none of the Scottish kings ventured to engage in war with the English nation. AD 607. In the 9th year of Ceolwulf, the king Ethelfrid obtained a victory over the Britons at Carlisle. Of the events of this, the greatest of his wars, we propose to treat in the book which follows, respecting the conversion of the English. Among the various wars in which Ceolwulf was engaged, which we omit to notice for the sake of brevity, there was a very memorable battle against the men of Sussex, in which both armies suffered grievously, that of Sussex the more severely. Ceolwulf died after a reign of 14 years, and after him Cynegils was king of Wessex during 31 years, in the time of Heraclius, who was emperor for 26 years. Cynegils was the son of Ceolric, the son of Shute, the son of Cerdic. In the 4th year of his reign, that is AD 614, he associated with himself in the regal dignity his brother, Kitchelm, and they assembled an army against the Britons at Bampton in Oxfordshire. As soon as it was formed into sections, companies and battalions, with centurions, generals, and commanders in due order, it was led against the enemy. But when the Britons saw it advance in terrible array, with the gay standards pointed towards them, the long spears advanced, and the edges of the heavy battle-axes gleaming in their eyes, they were struck with a sudden panic, and at once had recourse to flight. But not in time to save themselves. The Saxons were victorious without any loss on their side, and on numbering the slain, they counted 2,062 bodies of the Britons. AD 616. In the 6th year of Cynegils died Ethelbert, the king of Kent, and was succeeded by his son, Eadbald. In the following year, Ethelfrid, king of the Northumbrians, and Redwald, king of the East Angles, levied numerous armies on both sides, in consequence of provocations mutually received. A battle was fought between them on the borders of Mercia, on the eastern bank of the river Idley, from whence it is said the river Idley was stained with English blood. The fierce King Ethelfrid, indignant that any one should venture to resist him, rushed on the enemy boldly, but not in disorder, with a select body of veteran soldiers, though the troops of Redwald made a brilliant and formidable display, marching in 3 bodies, with fluttering standards and bristling spears and helmets. While their numbers greatly exceeded their enemies, the king of the Northumbrians, as if he had found an easy prey, at once fell upon the close columns of Redwald, and put to the sword Rayner, the king's son, with the division he commanded, his own precursors to the shades below. Meanwhile, Redwald, enraged, but not appalled by the severe loss, stood invincibly firm with his 2 remaining columns. The Northumbrians made vain attempts to penetrate them, and Ethelfrid, charging among the enemy's squadrons, became separated from his own troops and was struck down on a heap of bodies he had slain. The death of their king was the signal for universal flight. Ethelfrid was succeeded by Edwin, who was afterwards converted to Christianity. So great was the peace in Britain during his reign, as far as his dominion extended, that a woman would travel with a little child from sea to sea without apprehension of danger. The king also caused posts to be fixed on the highways near clear fountains, and caused brazen cups to be suspended from them for the refreshment of travellers, for which either fear or love secured a safe respect. Ensigns were constantly borne before the king, and on the roads, the kind of standards which the Romans called tuffa, and the English tuft, was carried before him wherever he went. AD 626. In the 16th year of Kinegils, he, together with Kitchelm, made war on Edwin, whom they had before attempted to assassinate, but they were deservedly defeated, as will hereafter appear. In the same year, Penda the Strong began to reign over Mercia. He was the son of Wippa, the son of Crida, the son of Sinwald, the son of Snibba, the son of Ikil, the son of Eomer, the son of Angelthu, the son of Otha, the son of Wermund, the son of Witlak, the son of Wodan. The same year died Sebert, the king of Essex, whose 2 sons succeeded him in his kingdom. Not long afterwards they engaged in war with Kinegils and Kitchelm, bravely indeed, for their army was inferior in numbers, but unfortunately for both the young men were slain, and of their entire army scarcely a man effected his flight over the masses of the slain, and the torrents of their blood. Sigbert, surnamed the Little, succeeded them, and to him Sigbert, a holy and virtuous king, who was assassinated by his own followers, AD 628. The 3rd year after this, Kinegils and Kitchelm fought a battle against Penda at Cirencester, where a powerful army was assembled on both sides. Both having vowed not to turn their backs on their enemies, each firmly maintained its ground until they were happily separated by the setting of the sun. In the morning, as they were sensible that, if they renewed the conflict, the destruction of both armies must ensue, they listened to moderate counsels, and concluded a treaty of peace. AD 633. In the 23rd year of Kinegils, King Edwin was killed by Penda the Strong, as will be fully and properly related in the following book. The year following, Oswald, a holy king, mounted the throne of the Northumbrians, which he filled for 9 years. The year following, Kinegils was converted to the Christian faith, and the next year Kitchelm was baptized, who reigned jointly with his father Kinegils, who died that year. About the same time, Carpwald, king of the East Angles, and brother of Redwald, was converted to the true faith, and when shortly afterwards he was slain by Penda the Strong, his brother and successor Sigbert was converted by Felix the bishop, and the whole nation of the East Angles at the same time. Eadbald, the king of Kent, died 4 years afterwards in AD 640, after a reign of 23 years. He was succeeded by Ercornbert, his son, who reigned for 26 years, and lived in the time of Heracleonas, who was emperor for 2 years. AD 643. Cainagillis, after reigning for 31 years, departed this life in the time of the Emperor Constantine, who had reigned 33 years, and was the son of the elder Constantine, whose reign lasted half a year. Cainagillis was succeeded by his son, Kenwald, who held the kingdom of Wessex for 31 years, as his father had done. The same year was slain the holy King Oswald, as will be related in the following book, and after him his brother Oswy reigned 28 years. Kenwald, in the 5th year of his reign, that is, AD 645, was attacked by Penda, who had divorced his sister, and, not being able to resist him as his father had done, he was routed before him in battle and driven out of his kingdom. Recovering it 3 years afterwards, Kenwald granted to Cedred, his kinsman and ally, 3,000 farms, situated near Eiskenzune. About this time, Sigibert, a servant of God, succeeded his brother Eapwald, king of the East Angles, whose devotion was such that, having relinquished his kingdom to his cousin, Ecgric, he entered a monastery and received the tonsure. After many years, however, they compelled him to go out against the king Penda, but he would only carry a staff in the battle, in which he was slain. The king Ecgric and his whole army fell with him. Anna succeeded, who was the son of Eni, of the royal race, an excellent man, and the father of an excellent son. In the 13th year of Kenwald's reign, Penda the Strong attacked Anna, the king of the East Angles, before named, to whom the verse of Lucan may be applied. But Penda for destruction eager burns, free passages and bloodless ways he accords. Thus he rose with threatening aspect before the doomed host of King Anna. Fierce as a wolf, by hunger rendered bold, overleaps the fence and ravines in the field, mangling the fleecy flock, besmeared with blood, his jaws, his shaggy hide, reek in the gory flood. Some he devours intestate, some he tears, not one of all the quivering crowd he spares. So mighty Penda, dealing furious blows, prostrates the foremost of his cowering foes. So King Anna and his army fell quickly at the edge of the sword, and there was scarcely one who survived. Ethelhere succeeded his brother Anna, and was slain in his turn by Penda. Ethelwulf succeeded him. The kingdom of East Anglia having been plundered, Penda the Strong withdrew his army into Northumbria. In the 14th year of Kenwald, that is AD 655, Penda, who had slain others with the sword, himself fell by the sword, as it is written, "He who smiteth with the sword shall perish by the sword." Penda was slain by King Oswy near the river Winwed, now called Ayr, near Leeds, whence it is said, "At the Winwed was avenged the slaughter of Anna, the slaughter of the kings Sigbert and Ecgric, the slaughter of the kings Oswald and Edwin." He was succeeded by his son Peda, the first of the kings of Mercia who was baptized, and the people of Mercia, also called Middle Engle, that is, Middle England, were by him and with him converted to the faith. He was slain shortly afterwards in AD 657, upon which Wulfhere, his brother, reigned in his stead for 20 years, a king who inherited the virtues of his family. At that time also was baptized Sigbert, the king of Essex, that is, of the East Saxons, who succeeded to that kingdom upon the death of Sigbert, surnamed the Little, AD 658. Kenwald, the king of the West Saxons, was compelled to fight the Britons near Penn, now Gillingham, in Dorset. For learning that he had been conquered and driven from his kingdom by Penda the Strong, and concluding that he was ill-prepared for war, they mustered a great army, and commenced hostilities with great insolence. At the first onset, the English, for a time, gave way, but as they dreaded flight more than death, and stood on their defence, the Britons were exhausted, their strength melted away like snow, and turning their backs on the enemy, they fled from Penn even to Pedrid, in Somersetshire, and an incurable wound was inflicted that day on the race of Brute. AD 661. Kenwald also, in the 10th year of his reign, engaged in war with Wulfhere, the king of Mercia, who was the son of Penda. For the king of Mercia, inheriting his father's valour and good fortune, having put to flight and expelled the king of Wessex, marched through the enemy's country with a numerous army and reduced and took possession of the Isle of Wight, which lies opposite. By his influence, Ethelwulf, the King of Sussex, was first converted to the faith, and, receiving him from the laver of baptism, he conferred on him the Isle of Wight in token of his adoption, and that he might convert the inhabitants to the faith of Christ, he sent to him Eppa, a presbyter, to preach the gospel. But at first he was unsuccessful. The 3rd year afterwards, that is AD 664, on the 3rd of May, there was an eclipse of the sun, followed by a grievous pestilence both in Britain and in Ireland. That year, Erkenbert, the King of Kent, together with Justedit, the Archbishop of Canterbury, died on the same day. After that, Egbert, the son of this king, reigned for 9 years in Kent, and Egbert, king, and Oswy, king, sent Wigard, the priest, to Rome, that he might be appointed archbishop, AD 667, but Wigard, dying while he was still at Rome, the Pope Vitellian consecrated in his stead Theodore, the great archbishop, whose vigorous administration will be noticed in its place. AD 670, in the 29th year of the reign of Kenwald, the great king of Northumbria, Oswy, fell sick and died. Egfert, his son, who succeeded him, reigned for 15 years. Kenwald himself died in the 31st year of his reign, AD 672. Upon his death, his wife, Sexburg, reigned 1 year. The preceding year, flights of birds in England encountered one another in a desperate fight. The same occurrence was repeated in my own lifetime in Normandy during the reign of Henry in AD 1119, who is the first of the kings of England so named, and is thus distinguished from any future king of the same name. Birds were distinctly seen engaged in fighting near Rouen in such numbers that myriads of their dead bodies were found, and the foreign birds appeared to have been put to flight. This prodigy was considered to portend the battle between Henry, the sovereign lord of England and Normandy, and Louis, the son of Philip, the King of France, in which the powerful King Henry was victorious, and Louis was defeated and put to flight. During Sexburg's short reign, Egbert, the King of Kent, died, and was succeeded by his son, Lothar, who reigned 12 years. In his time, Theodore, the Archbishop, held a council at Thetford. Esgwin also succeeded to the throne of Essex, but his reign was cut short by premature death. In his 2nd year, however, he had a terrible battle with Wulfhere, the King of the Mercians. AD 675. Inheriting the valour of his father and grandfather, the Mercian king had rather the better of it in the conflict, though both armies were severely handled, and on either side many thousands of soldiers were sent to the shades below. We are led to reflect how worthless are human achievements, how perishable the warlike triumphs of kings and nobles, when we find that, of the 2 kings, who for the sake of vain pomp and empty glory inflicted such grievous sufferings on their country, the one, Wulfhere, died from disease the same year, the other the year following. Ethelred succeeded him in the kingdom of Mercia. Esgwin's reign in Wessex lasted only 2 years. Kentwin, who succeeded him, reigned for 9 years. The same year, Ethelred, the new king of Mercia, engaged in an expedition against Lothar, the King of Kent, upon which Lothar, terrified by the hereditary renown of the Mercian king, shrunk from his approach and did not venture to march against him. Ethelred, therefore, destroyed the city of Rochester, and having overrun the whole of Kent, retired with an enormous booty. AD 678. In the 3rd year of King Kentwin, a comet was seen during 3 months, which every morning shone with a brightness like that of the sun. The year following, Egfert, the king of Northumbria, and Ethelred, the king of Mercia, had a fierce battle near the Trent. in which was slain Alwyn, the brother of Egbert, a young noble dear to the people of both kingdoms, insomuch as Ethelred had married his sister Osrith. It seemed now that the seeds were sown of a fierce contest and protracted hostilities between the two warlike nations and kings. But Theodore, a prelate beloved of God, by divine assistance, succeeded by his salutary counsels in altogether extinguishing the flames which threatened to burst forth, so that the kings and people on both sides were appeased, without the forfeiture of a single life for the death of the brother of the Northumbrian king, whose revenge was satisfied by the payment of the regulated fine. For a long time afterwards the treaty of peace concluded between the two kings and their respective kingdoms continued unbroken. The same year died Ethelrida, who was married to King Egbert, but continued to observe her vow of perpetual virginity. AD 680. In the 7th year of his reign, Ketone-Kun engaged in war with the Britons, who, making a feeble defence, were furiously driven with fire and sword as far as the sea. About this time, a council was held at Hatfield by Theodore the Archbishop. After the death of Ketone-Kun, Cadwalla became King of Wessex in AD 685. He caused the conquered Isle of Wight to be converted to the faith, to which he himself became a convert. All the kings of England, therefore, were now believers, and all parts of the land were blessed with the light and grace of Christ. In this book, which might have for its title, Of the Arrival of the English, I have traced, so to speak, the labyrinths of English affairs, while the people were still heathens, bringing them down from the time of the first invasion of Britain by the Saxons, until each of the kingdoms could boast of their illustrious kings, and each of the kings were illuminated by the glorious light of the gospel. And here I bring to a close the present book, which, though the narrative is contained in a few words, yet describes a long succession of events, achievements, and wars. In the book following, I propose to relate particularly who were the missionaries, by what exhortations, by what miracles, by what preaching, what kings, and in what order our countrymen were converted to the faith of the Lord. The wars which have been described were carried on during the reigns of 14 emperors, comprising a period of about 218 years. In the time of Marcian, who reigned 7 years, of Leo, who reigned 17 years, of Zeno, who also reigned 17 years, of Anastasius, who reigned 18 years, of Justin the Elder, who reigned 8 years, of Justinian the Elder, who reigned 38 years, of Justin the Younger, who reigned 11 years, of Tiberius, who reigned 7 years, of Maurice, who reigned 21 years, of Phocas, who reigned 8 years, of Heraclius, who reigned 26 years, of Heraclion, who reigned 2 years, of Constantine, who reigned half a year, and of Constantine, his son, who reigned 38 years. I now propose to collect the names of all the kings of England to this era, which are scattered throughout the history, in short tables referring to each kingdom, which it appears to me, so far from being tedious, will be clear and satisfactory to the reader. The following are the kings of Kent in succession. Hengist, the first king, was 8 years in making the conquest, and reigned afterwards 32 years. Esk, his son, reigned gloriously for 34 years. Octa reigned obscurely for about 20 years. Ermeric reigned in a like manner for about 25 years. Ethelbert, the son of Ermeric, and the first Christian king, had a glorious reign of 56 years. Eadbald, 34. Erkenbert, 34. Egbert, 2. Lothar, the 9th king, 12. The following are the kings of Wessex in succession. The first king, Cerdic, from the 20th year after the arrival of the Saxons, reigned 17 years. Kenric, the son of Cerdic, reigned 26 years. Cowlin, the son of Kenric, reigned 30 years. Ceolric, the son of Cowlin, reigned 5 years. Ceolwulf, the son of Cutha, the brother of Cowlin, reigned 14 years. Cainagillis, the son of Cowler, the son of Cutha, reigned 31 years, the first who was converted to the faith. Kenwald, the son of Cainagillis, also reigned 31 years. Sexburg, the wife of Kenwald, reigned 1 year. Esquin, the son of Kenwald, reigned 2 years. Kenwin, kinsman of Esquin, reigned 9 years. The following are the kings of Essex in succession: Erkenwin, the first king. Slede. Sebert, the first to receive the faith. Sigbert. Sibert. Swithelm. Sebi. Sigurd. The following are the kings of Northumbria in succession: Ida, the first king. Aiella. Ethelfert. Edwin, the first to receive the faith. Oswald. Oswy. Egfert. The following are the kings of East Anglia in succession: Uffa, the first king. Titulus. Redwald. Erwald, the first to receive the faith. Sigbert. Ecgric. Anna. Ethelhere. Ethelwulf. Aldulf. The following are the kings of Mercia in succession: Cridda, the first. Whipper. Seul. Penda. Pedda, the first to receive the faith. Wulfhere. Ethelred. The following are the kings of Sussex in order: Aiella, the first king of Sussex. Skissy. The other kings of Sussex are unknown, through the paucity of their chroniclers or the obscurity of their annals, except the King Ethelwald, who is justly held in remembrance because he was the first who adopted the Christian faith. Let this then suffice. And now, reader, observe and reflect how soon great names are lost in oblivion. And since there is nothing enduring in this world, seek, I pray you, carefully to obtain a kingdom and treasure which will not fail, a name and honour which will not pass away, a memorial and glory which shall never grow old. To meditate on this is the highest wisdom, to attain it the highest prudence, to enjoy it the highest felicity. Book 3. In the year of grace 582, Maurice, the 54th of the Roman emperors from Augustus, began his reign. In the 14th year of this prince, about 150 years after the arrival of the Saxons in England, that is, AD 596, Gregory, the servant of God, commissioned Augustine, with several other monks, to preach the gospel to the English nation. In obedience to the Pope's command, they proceeded on their journey, and had arrived in the neighbourhood of Britain, when they became so alarmed for their safety among a barbarous people, of whose very language they were ignorant, that they determined to abandon the undertaking, and return to Rome. In short, they sent back Augustine, who was to have been consecrated bishop in case they were received by the English, that he might humbly entreat their release from the obligation to prosecute so perilous, so toilsome, and so hopeless a mission. In reply, the Pope addressed to them an epistle, exhorting them to proceed in the work confided on them, in reliance on the word of God, and to put their trust in his divine aid. The purport of this letter was as follows: Gregory, the servant of the servants of God, to the servants of our Lord, forasmuch as it would have been better not to begin a good work, than to think of withdrawing from that which has been begun, it behoves you, my well-beloved sons, to fulfil that good work which, by the help of the Lord, you have now entered on. Let therefore neither the toil of the journey, nor the tongues of evil-speaking men deter you, but persist with all perseverance and with all zeal in what you have undertaken by the will of God, knowing that the greater the suffering, the greater is the glory of the eternal reward. When, therefore, Augustine your chief, whom we also appoint your abbot, returns to you, humbly obey him in all things, being assured that whatever ye shall do by his direction will in all respects be profitable to your souls. May Almighty God defend you with his gracious assistance, and grant that I may behold the fruits of your labours in the heavenly country, inasmuch as although it is not permitted me to labour with you, I shall be found with you in the joys of the reward, because I am willing to partake of your labours. God have you in his holy keeping, my well-beloved sons. Dated on the 10th of the calends of August, in the 14th year of the reign of our Lord Mauritius Tiberius, the most pious Augustus, and in the 14th indication. Reassured by this message from the Holy Father, the missionaries pursued their journey to Britain. At that time, Ethelbert was the King of Kent, and possessed of great power, for he had extended the frontier of his dominions to the Humber, a great river which is the boundary between the southern and northern tribes of the Saxons. On the eastern side of Kent lies Thanet, an island of considerable size, containing after the English way of reckoning 600 families. The river Wonsum, which separates it from the mainland, is about 3 furlongs wide, and is fordable in 2 places only, both ends of it being estuaries. Augustine, the servant of God, with his companions, being, as is reported, nearly 40 men, having landed on this island, they announced to the king by their interpreters that they were come from Rome, and were bearers of a joyous message, which beyond all doubt assured to them who obeyed it eternal joys in heaven, and an everlasting kingdom with the living and true God. The king, upon hearing this, commanded them to remain in the island in which they had landed, where they should be supplied with all things necessary until such a time as he should consider how he should deal with them. For he had some cognizance of the Christian religion, his wife, a princess of the nation of the Franks, Bertha by name, being a Christian, having been given to him by her parents upon the express condition that she should have full liberty to preserve her faith inviolate, and to practice the rites of her religion under the ministration of Luitard, a bishop who attended her. In a few days' time the king crossed over to the island, and seating himself in the open air, ordered Augustine and his companions to be invited to a conference with him, for he was cautious not to meet them in any house, lest, according to an ancient superstition, if they practised any magical arts, they might unawares gain an advantage over him. But they came endowed with divine, not with magical virtue, a silver cross and a picture of our Lord and Saviour being carried before them as their ensigns, while they chanted litanies, making supplications to God for the eternal salvation of themselves, and of those for whom and to whom they had come. By the king's command, they then sat down and preached to him and his attendants, and all who were present, the word of life, after which the king thus replied, Your words and your promises you hold out to us are indeed specious, but as much as they are a novelty and hard of comprehension, I cannot assent to them, forsaking that which I have so long held in common with the whole English nation. But because you have travelled hither from a far distant country, and as far as I can judge, for the purpose of communicating to us the benefit of what you believe to be excellent and true, so far from molesting you, it is our wish to receive you with generous hospitality, and to take care of you, ensuring you are supplied with whatever is necessary for your subsistence. Nor do we prohibit you from converting all whom you are able to persuade by your preaching to the belief of your religion. Accordingly, he assigned them a residence in the city of Canterbury, which was the metropolis of all his dominions, and, pursuant to his promise, while he made provisions for their maintenance, did not withhold the liberty of preaching. It is reported that, as they drew near the city, carrying, according to their custom, the Holy Cross and image of our Sovereign Lord and King Jesus Christ. They sung in concert this litany: We beseech thee, O Lord, of thy infinite mercy, that thy wrath and thy anger be turned away from this city, and from us, thy holy family, notwithstanding we have sinned against thee. Hallelujah. As soon as they were settled within the city, they devoted themselves to the course of life practised in the primitive church from apostolic times, and by their heavenly-minded frame and conversation, and the sweetness of their doctrine, they brought many to believe and be baptized. They administered baptism and said Mass in the church of St. Martin to the east of the city, built in former times by the Britons, in which the Queen Bertha already mentioned had been accustomed to pray. But when the king, attracted like others by the pure life of these holy men, and by the miracles they wrought, became a convert to the faith, great numbers were added to the Church of Christ. But though he embraced these with more affection, yet he compelled none to embrace Christianity, for he had learnt from the authors of his own salvation that the service of Christ ought to be voluntary, and not by compulsion. Nor was it long before he granted them a fixed abode, and conferred on them whatever possessions their new society required. And now Augustine, the man of God, repaired to Arles, and was consecrated archbishop by Aetherius, the archbishop of that city, in compliance with the command of our Lord the Pope. On his return to Britain, he sent to Rome Laurentius the priest, by whom he transmitted to the pontiff accounts of what had taken place, and also consulted him as to his future conduct, by submitting to him 9 questions, for the answers given to which by the Pope. As they are somewhat long, the reader is referred to the books in which the ecclesiastical canons and decrees are contained. AD 601. Moreover, the same Pope Gregory sent from Rome at the same time to Augustine the bishop several fellow labourers and ministers of the word, of whom the first and chief were Mellitus, Justus, Paulinus, and Rufanus, and with them sacred vessels and vestments, books, and the necessary ornaments for the churches. He sent also a letter, of which the following is a copy: to his holy reverend and holy brother and fellow bishop Augustine, Gregory, the servant of the servants of God. Although we are assured that the unspeakable rewards of the eternal kingdom are reserved for those who lay before Almighty God, yet it is requisite that we invest them with honourable distinctions, to the end that by this reward they may be qualified for more abundant labours in the performance of their spiritual duty. And in regard that the newly founded English Church has been brought to enjoy the favour of Almighty God, by his mercy and your labours, we grant you the use of the pall in the same during the performance only of the service of the Mass, so that you ordain 12 bishops in so many several sees, who shall be subject to your jurisdiction. Thus the Bishop of London shall for the future always be consecrated by his own synod, and will receive the honour of the pall from this holy and apostolic see, which by the grace of God I now serve. But we will have you send to York a bishop to be chosen and ordained by you, so that, if that city, with the places in its neighbourhood, shall receive the word of God, such bishop shall also ordain 12 suffragans, who have metropolitan rank. On him also, if we live, it is our design by the help of God to confer the pallium, and yet we will have him to submit to your authority. But after your decease, he shall preside over the bishops he shall ordain, as to be no wise subject to the jurisdiction of the Bishop of London. But for the future, let the distinction of rank between the bishops of the cities of London and York be this, that he shall have the precedence who is first ordained. Let them, however, take order with unanimity, by common counsel and uniform proceedings, for whatever is to be done, with Christian zeal. Let them determine rightly, and what they determine let them carry it into execution without disagreement with each other. Meanwhile you, my brother, shall have subject to you in our Lord Jesus Christ, not only the bishops who shall be ordained by you, but those who shall be ordained by the Bishop of York, and all the priests in Britain, to the end that from your mouth and your example of a holy life they may be taught both to believe rightly and to live well, and thus fulfilling their office with a true faith and right conversation, they may, when it shall please the Lord, attain to the heavenly kingdom. May God have you, most reverend brother, in his safe keeping. Dated the 10th of the calends of July, in the 17th year of the reign of our Lord Mauritius Tiberius, most pious Augustus. While the before-named delegates were on their way to Britain, the Apostolic Father sent after them letters, wherein he plainly shows how concerned he was for the spiritual welfare of our nation. Thus he wrote, to his most beloved son, Mellitus, the abbot, Gregory, the servant of the servants of God. Since the departure of those we associated with you, we have been very anxious because no tidings have reached us of the success of your journey. When, however, Almighty God shall have conducted you safely to that most reverend Bishop Augustine, our brother, tell him what, after long deliberation on English affairs, I have determined upon, that the temples of idols in that nation ought by no means to be pulled down, but let the idols that are in them be destroyed. Let holy water be consecrated and sprinkled in the said temples. Let altars be raised and relics deposited under them. For if these temples are well built, it is requisite that they be converted from the worship of devils to the service of the true God, that the people, seeing that their temples are not destroyed, may cast out error from their hearts, and knowing and adoring the true God, may the more familiarly resort to places at which they have been used to worship, and insomuch as they have been accustomed to slaughter many oxen in their sacrifices to devils, some solemnity ought to be substituted for this. On the anniversary of the feasts of dedication, or the nativities of the holy martyrs whose relics are there deposited, they may erect booths with the boughs of trees round those churches which have been converted from temples, and celebrate the commemoration with religious feasting. Let them no more offer victims to the devil, but slaughter cattle to the praise of God in their eating, rendering thanks in their fullness to the giver of all things, that so, while some fleshy enjoyments are outwardly permitted, they may more readily be moved to inward and spiritual joys. For it is doubtless impossible to extinguish the desire for such indulgences from obdurate minds, and he who endeavours to mount to a lofty summit ascends by degrees or steps, and not by leaps. Thus the Lord revealed himself to the people of Israel in Egypt, but permitting the use of sacrifices, he reserved to his worship what before they were accustomed to offer to devils, commanding them to sacrifice animals in the worship of himself, to the end that, changing their hearts, one thing in sacrifice they might abolish, another they might retain, that although the animals were the same they were wont to offer, yet now being offered to God and not to idols, the sacrifices were no longer the same. These things, beloved, we require you to communicate to our brother aforesaid, that he, being now present on the spot, may consider how he may order all things. May God have you, most beloved son, in his holy keeping. Dated this 15th of the calends of July, in the 19th year of the reign of the Emperor, our sovereign, Lord Mauritius Tiberius, most pious Emperor, the 18th year after the consulship of our said Lord, the 4th indication. At the same time he sent Augustine a letter concerning miracles wrought by him, warning him against being puffed up by reason of them. The letter was in these words: I learn, most dearly beloved brother, that Almighty God works miracles by your hands in the midst of the nation which it has been his will to choose for himself. Wherefore it is necessary that you rejoice with trembling and fear in rejoicing for this heavenly gift, that you should rejoice because the souls of the English are by outward signs drawn to inward grace, but that you should fear lest, amid the miracles which are wrought, the weak mind be lifted up with presumption, and, as it is externally raised to honour, it may thence inwardly fall through vain glory. For we must call to mind that when the disciples returned rejoicing from preaching the word, and said to their heavenly Master, Lord, in thy name even the devils are subject to us, they were forthwith told, Rejoice not for this, but rather rejoice for that your names are written in heaven. For they fixed their thoughts on selfish and temporal joy, while they rejoiced in miracles, but they were recalled from rejoicing in themselves to joy for others, from transitory to eternal joys, when it was said, Rejoice for this, that your names are written in heaven. For not all the elect work miracles, and yet the names of all are written in heaven. For the disciples of the truth ought not to rejoice save for the good which they have in common with others, and their enjoyment of which is without end. It remains therefore, brother, most beloved, that amidst those outward signs which, by the operation of the Lord, you openly work, you inwardly judge yourself and clearly understand both what you are yourself, and how much grace there is in that nation for whose conversion you have received the gift of working miracles. And if you remember that you have at any time offended our Creator, either by word or deed, you will continually call these things to mind, that the memory of your guilt may suppress the pride which rises in your heart, and whatever you shall receive, or have received, in relation to working miracles, that you consider the same not as conferred on you, but on those for whose salvation these gifts have been vouchsafed to you. Pope Gregory sent a letter also to King Ethelbert, with presents of various kinds, that he might honour with worldly offerings him whom he had been the means of endowing with spiritual blessings. To the most illustrious Lord and our most excellent son, Ethelbert, King of the English, Gregory, Bishop. It is for this purpose that Almighty God promotes the good to be rulers of the people, that by them he may impart the bounties of his mercy to those over whom they are set. This we know to have been done in the English nation, over whom your Majesty was placed, in order that, by means of the privilege which has been vouchsafed to us, heavenly benefits may be conferred on the people your subjects. Preserve, therefore, with care, my illustrious son, the grace which has been divinely given you, and hasten to extend the Christian faith among the nations subject to your rule. Let the earnestness of your zeal for their conversion be increased. Suppress the worship of idols, overthrow their temples, edify the minds of your subjects, and purify their morals by exhortations, by threatenings, by gentleness, by correction, and by setting them an example of good conduct, that you may have your reward in heaven from him whose name and whose knowledge you shall spread abroad upon the earth. For he will render your name glorious even to future generations, whose honour you seek and defend among the nations. For thus in old times Constantine, the most pious emperor of Rome, recovering the commonwealth from the perverted worship offered to idols, subjected it together with himself to Almighty God and our Lord Jesus Christ, and was with his whole heart. and with his subjects converted to him, whence it followed that the glory of this prince transcended that of former emperors, and he as much excelled his predecessors in renown as he did in good works. Now therefore let your illustriousness hasten to infuse the knowledge of the one God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, among the kings and people that are subject to you, that you may both surpass the former kings of your nation in fame and merit. And the more you wipe away the sins of other men among your subjects, by so much the more you may find security against your own sins before the terrible judgment of Almighty God. Our most reverend brother Augustine, your bishop, is well informed in the monastic rules, full of the knowledge of the Holy Scriptures, and by the grace of God endued with good works. Whatever admonitions therefore you receive from him, hear willingly, devoutly follow, and carefully retain in your memory. For if you listen to him in what he speaks for Almighty God, he will be more readily heard by Almighty God when he prays for you. But if, which God forbid, you disregard his words, how can Almighty God listen to him on your behalf, whom you neglected to hear for God's sake? Unite yourself therefore with him in the fervour of faith, with all your mind, and in reliance on the grace which has been divinely communicated to you through him. Further his endeavours that he may make you a partaker of this kingdom, whose faith you cause to be received and maintained in your own. Moreover, we would have you, illustrious King, to understand that as we find in Holy Scripture from the words of the Almighty Lord, that the end of the present world is near, and the kingdom of the saints which can never end is about to come. But as this end of the world draws near, many things are at hand which have not before happened, as changes in the air, terrible signs in the heavens, tempests out of the common order of the seasons, wars, famines, pestilences, earthquakes in various places, all which will not indeed happen in our days, but after our days all will come to pass. If you, then, find any of these things to happen in your country, let not your mind be any way disturbed, for these tokens of the end of the world are sent before in order that we may be careful for our souls, looking for the hour of our death, and that we may be found prepared by good works to meet the impending judgment. Thus much, my illustrious son, I have now shortly spoken, that when the faith of Christ shall have further increased in your kingdom, our discourse to you may grow more full, and it will be our pleasure to say the more, in proportion as the joys of our heart for the entire conversion of your people are multiplied. I have sent you some presents, which are small indeed, but which will not be trifling, if they are accepted by you, accompanied with the benediction of the blessed Apostle Peter. May Almighty God perfect his grace, which he has begun in you, prolonging your life here for the course of many years, and after a lengthened period, receive you into the society of the blessed in the heavenly country. May the divine favour preserve your excellency in safety. Given the 10th day of the calends of July in the 19th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord Mauritius Tiberius, our most pious emperor, in the 18th year after the consulship of our said Lord, the 4th indication. There had been a church built formerly by the Roman Christians in what was now become the royal city of Canterbury. This church Augustine dedicated to the honour of our blessed Saviour, and made it the episcopal seat of himself and his successors. The king also erected in the east of the city the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, in which the bodies of the archbishops of Canterbury and the kings of Kent might be buried. The first abbot of this church was the priest Peter, who, having been sent ambassador to France, was drowned in a creek of the sea, which is called Amfleet. and being unknown was humbly interred by the inhabitants of the place. But Almighty God, to show the merit of such a man, caused a light from heaven to appear over his grave every night, until the neighbours, noticing it, understood that he who was there buried was a holy man, and making inquiries who and whence he was, they disinterred the body and carried it to the city of Boulogne, where they deposited it in the church with the honour due to such a great person. In the year of grace 605, the second of the reign of the Emperor Phocas, Pope Gregory the Great exchanged this life for that which is true. He was a Roman by nation and noble by birth, but surrendering the wealth attached to his rank, he devoted himself to a monastic life. In course of time, however, he was withdrawn from his monastery and sent to Constantinople as his surrogate by Pope Felix. While there, he commenced the commentaries on the Book of Job, which he completed after he became Pope. While there, he also refuted the Eutychian heresy in the presence of the Emperor. He composed also an excellent book called the Pastoral, and 4 books of dialogues, and 4 homilies, with an explanation of the first and last parts of the prophecy of Ezekiel. Through all his youth he was tormented with pains in the bowels and weakness of the stomach, and was constantly suffering from a slow fever. Thus much may be said of his immortal genius, which could not be restrained by such severe bodily pains. Other popes busied themselves in embellishing churches, but Gregory bestowed all wealth on the poor, so that the words of the holy Job may be applied to him, "When the ear heard me, then it blessed me. But when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me. Because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessings of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I put on righteousness, and clothed myself as with a garment, and my justice was as a diadem. I was an eye to the blind, and a foot to the lame. I was the father of the poor, and the cause which I knew not, I diligently searched out. I broke the jaws of the wicked, and plucked the prey from his teeth." And a little after he says, "If I have disregarded the desire of the poor, and have caused the eyes of the widows to wait in vain, if I have eaten my morsel selfishly, and the fatherless hath not partaken thereof with me. For from my youth pity grew up with me, and from my mother's womb it came forth with me." Among other things which this holy Pope did, he caused masses to be celebrated over the relics of St. Peter and St. Paul, and in the service of the Mass he added 3 sentences of the highest perfection: "Dispose our days in thy peace, preserve us from eternal damnation, and rank us in the number of thine elect." It is reported also, as Bede tells us, that this man of God, going one day into the marketplace, saw there some English youths, whose bodies and countenance and hair were exceedingly fair. He learned upon inquiry that they were just arrived from Britain, and also that they were heathens. Upon which he exclaimed with a sigh, "Alas, how sad that the author of darkness has in his power men of so fair a countenance." Again he inquired what was the name of their nation, and was answered that they were called Angles. "It is well," he said, "for they have an angelic face, and such as they ought to be co-heirs with the angels in heaven," adding, "What is the name of the province from which they are brought?" It was replied that the natives of that province were called Dairi. "Truly," said he, "they are plucked out from wrath, ire, and called to the mercy of Christ. How is the king of that province called?" They told him that his name was Aiella, upon which, in allusion to the name, he said, "Alleluia must be sung to the praise of God in those regions." Presenting himself therefore to the bishop who then governed the Roman Church, for he himself was not yet pope, he entreated that he would commission him to preach the gospel in that country, but not being able to accomplish his desire, as soon as he was advanced to the primacy, he carried into execution by means of others the work on which his heart had long been set. Gregory was interred in the church of St. Peter the Apostle before the sacristy, where the epitaph is inscribed on his tomb. Take that body which at first you gave, till God again shall rise it from the grave. The soul mounts upward towards the realms of day, vainly the powers of darkness strive to stay. Him even whose death but leads to life the way, he, best of prelates, to the tomb descends, but fame his good deeds through the world extends. The Saxon race he taught the way of peace, and to the fold of Christ brought fresh increase. Hail, Gregory, Roman Christian, soldier, hail! The laurels of thy triumph never shall fail. Meanwhile, St. Augustine ordained Justus bishop in Dorabrevi, a city in Kent, which the English call Rochester, from one of their chiefs, named Wroth. King Ethelbert founded there a church dedicated to St. Andrew the Apostle. The place is distant from Canterbury 24 miles. We have now completed our task of showing how the king and people of Kent were converted to the faith of Christ. And here the second part begins, in which is shown how the king and people of Essex, that is, the East Saxons, received the word of God. They were evangelized by Mellitus, a faithful and holy man, who was sent to them by Augustine. Being at that time governed under Ethelbert, whose rule, as we have said before, extended over the whole country as far as the Humber, by his nephew Sebert. The mission proving successful, and the king Sebert, with his people, being converted to the faith, King Ethelbert founded in London the Church of St. Paul for an episcopal see, and, munificently endowing it, Mellitus was worthily appointed bishop, AD 603. Meanwhile, Augustine, with the assistance of King Ethelred, assembled the bishops or doctors of the largest and nearest provinces of the Britons at a place which to this day is called in the English tongue Augustine's Ack, that is, Augustine's Oak, on the confines of the Wiki and the West Saxons. The Wiki were a tribe of Britons who inhabited Warwickshire. There was a controversy with the Scots and Picts respecting the celebration of Easter, and when they refused their assent to the unanswerable reasoning of Augustine, it was mutually agreed that the confirmation of their several opinions should rest on the healing of a blind man of the English race, who was brought into the assembly. When, therefore, the priests of the Britons were unable to cure him, Augustine, bending his knees in prayer before them all, restored sight to the blind man, that through him he might give light to the whole nation. Afterwards the Britons and Scots, for their greater satisfaction, sought advice as to what they should do for a certain man who was esteemed to be wise and holy. He replied, "If he is a servant of God, agree with him." But they said, "How shall we know this?" To which he answered, "If he is meek and humble of heart, he will appear to be a servant of God." Upon which they rejoined, "How shall we know that he is humble? If," said he rises up when you approach him, consider that he receives you in the spirit of humility. But if, you being more in number, he shall yet disdain to stand up to you, do you disdain to submit to him?" When, therefore, they met, and Augustine, who was seated in a chair after the Roman fashion, did not rise up to receive them, they departed with indignation and clamorous reproaches, to whom Augustine predicted that since they would not accept the peace offered them by their brethren, they would have war with them as enemies, and that, if they would not preach the way of life to the English nation, they would undergo by their hands the penalty of death. All which was by agency of divine providence, accomplished just as he foretold. For afterwards Ethelfrid, the formidable king of the English, of whom we have spoken, having assembled a vast army, made an immense slaughter of the perfidious nation at the city of the legions, which is called by the English people Chester, but by the Britons, more correctly, Ker Legion. When about to give battle, observing their priests, who had gathered together to offer prayers to God on behalf of the soldiers engaged in the conflict, standing in a place of some safety, he inquired who they were, and for what purpose they were thus assembled. Most of them belonged to the monastery of Bangor, in which it is reported the number of the monks was such that when the monastery was divided into 7 parts, with a superintendent for each, none of the divisions contained less than 300 men, who all lived by manual labour. Many of these, having completed a 3 days' fast, had now, among others, joined the army to offer their prayers, having one named Brockmail as their champion to protect them while they were thus engaged from the swords of the barbarians. When King Ethelfrid was informed of the occasion of their coming, he said, "If, then, they invoke their God against us, truly they fight against us, though they are unarmed, insomuch as they oppose us with their hostile imprecations." He therefore commanded that the first attack should be made on them, and then destroyed the remainder of the impious army, not without great loss of his own troops. Of those who came to pray, it is said that about 1,200 were slain, and 50 only escaped by flight. Brockmail and his followers, turning their backs on the enemy at the first attack, left those whom he ought to have protected, unarmed and defenceless, to the swords of the assailants. Thus was fulfilled the prediction of Augustine, the holy bishop, though he himself had been translated long before to the celestial kingdom, that those perfidious men should suffer the punishment of temporal death also, because they had despised the offers made them of eternal salvation. Augustine, beloved of God, was, indeed, now dead, and had been buried near the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, but outside the walls, because it was not yet finished, nor consecrated. But after its consecration by his successor, Laurentius, the remains were transferred with due honour to the north porch of the church, in which the bodies of all the archbishops to the time of Theodore were interred, after which the porch could contain no more. The following epitaph is inscribed on the tomb of St. Augustine. Here lies the Lord Augustine, first Archbishop of Canterbury, who, having been formerly directed here by the blessed Gregory, Bishop of the city of Rome, and strengthened by God with the power of working miracles, brought King Ethelred and his people from the worship of idols to the faith of Christ, and having ended his days in peace, departed this life in the 7th of the calends of June, during the reign of the same king. While Augustine was yet alive, he had consecrated Laurentius as his successor in the archbishopric, following the example of St. Peter, who ordained Clemens in like manner, lest upon his own death the state of the church, as yet unsettled, should totter even for a single hour. Laurentius indefatigably built up the religion which had been founded, not only superintending with care the new church of the English nation, but also those of the ancient Britons and Scots, who were mistaken in the time of keeping Easter. To them he sent a letter, the beginning of which is as follows: "To our most dear brothers, the Lords Bishops and Abbots throughout all Scotland, Laurentius, Mellitus, and Justus, Bishops, the servants of God. When the Apostolic See, according to its custom throughout the world, sent us to these western parts to preach to heathen nations, it happened that we came into this island without any previous knowledge of its inhabitants, but we held both the Britons and Scots in great esteem for sanctity, believing that they had proceeded according to the custom of the universal church, and when we became acquainted with the usages of the Britons, we thought that those of the Scots were better. But we found from Dagnus the bishop and Columban the abbot that the Scots no way differ from the Britons in their customs. For Dagon the bishop, when he came to us, refused not only to eat with us, but in the same house of entertainment in which we were. Mellitus, Bishop of London, going to Rome, was present at a council held by Pope Boniface, in which he made regulations concerning the peace and order of the monks. It was this Pope Boniface, the fourth after Pope Gregory, who obtained from the Emperor Phocas the temple called the Pantheon, that he might dedicate it to all saints. King Ethelbert died in AD 616, and in the 56th year of his own reign, and was buried in the church of St. Peter and St. Paul before mentioned. This great and excellent man, among other benefits which he conferred on his people, compiled a book of judicial decrees. After the death of Ethelbert, Eadbald, his son, who was a heathen, took his father's wife. From his example many relapsed into their former uncleanness, but the king was punished by frequent fits of madness. On the death also of the king of the East Saxons, he left 3 sons the heirs of his kingdom, who were heathens. Being idolaters, they said to the bishop, when he was celebrating the Mass, "Why do you not offer to us also that white bread which you used to give to our father, and still hand to the people?" To which he answered, "If you consent to be washed in that laver of regeneration in which your father was washed, you also may be partakers of the holy bread of which he partook. But if you despise the water of life, you can by no means partake of the bread of life." Whereupon they replied, "We will not enter the laver, because we do not know that we have any need of it, and yet we choose to eat of that bread." And being often diligently admonished by him that it could by no means be permitted that any one should partake of the Holy Eucharist without the holy purification, at last they said in a rage, "If you will not comply with our wishes in so small a matter, you shall no longer dwell in our country," and they banished him and his followers from the kingdom. Being thus expelled, he came into Kent to consult with his fellow bishops, Laurentius and Justus, what was to be done in this juncture, whereupon it was unanimously agreed that they should all return to their own country, where they might serve God in freedom, rather than continue to reside among barbarians who had renounced the faith. Accordingly, Mellitus and Justus departed first, withdrawing into Gaul with the intention of waiting there the issue of affairs. But the kings who had driven from them the preachers of the truth did not long continue their heathen worship unpunished, for going forth to battle with the nations of the Gewissae, they were all slain together with their army. However, though the leaders in their wickedness were cut off, the people who had fallen into it could not be reclaimed and restored to the simplicity of the faith and charity which is in Christ. Laurentius, being about to follow Mellitus and Justus, and to quit Britain, ordered his bed to be laid the night before in the church of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, which has been often mentioned. Here, after pouring forth many tears and supplications to God for the state of his church, he composed himself to rest. While he was yet sleeping in the dead of the night, the blessed Prince of the Apostles appeared to him, and chastening him for a long time with sharp stripes, demanded with apostolic severity why he was forsaking the flock which he had committed to him, or to what shepherds he would entrust Christ's sheep that were in the midst of wolves. "Hast thou," said he, "forgotten my example, who, for the sake of those little ones whom Christ commended to me in token of his love, suffered at the hands of infidels, his enemies, bonds, stripes, imprisonment, afflictions, and in the end death itself, the death of the cross, that I might thereafter share his crown. Thus admonished, Laurentius forthwith related all this to the king, who, struck with alarm, dissolved his illegitimate marriage and was baptized. He likewise sent to recall Mellitus and Justus from Gaul. The people of Rochester received Justus, but the Londoners rejected Mellitus, preferring to be under their idolatrous high priests, for King Ethelbald had not so much authority as his father, so that he was unable to restore the bishop against the will of his subjects. AD 619. Laurentius died in the reign of Eadbald, and was succeeded by Mellitus, Bishop of London, who with the co-operation of Justus, Bishop of Rochester, governed the English Church with much diligence. Mellitus, indeed, was afflicted with gout, but his mind was sound. He was noble by birth, but much more noble in mind. For one instance of his virtue, when a fire broke out in the city of Canterbury, he ordered himself to be carried to the raging flames, and by his prayers extinguished the conflagration. Justus, Bishop of Rochester, succeeded to the archbishopric after the death of Mellitus, who held it 5 years. AD 624. Pope Boniface, the successor of Diostedit, sent him the pallium with the letter following: Boniface, to his dearly beloved brother Justus, how devoutly and diligently your fraternity has laboured for the gospel of Christ, I have learnt not only from the contents of your epistle, but from the success of your work. Almighty God hath not withheld the blessing of his sacraments, nor the fruit of your labours, having regard to his sure promise to the ministers of his gospel. Lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. For we have received accounts from our son, Eadbald the king, by which we perceive with how much wisdom of holy eloquence your fraternity has led his mind to embrace a pure life, and an undoubtingly sincere faith. We have therefore, beloved brother, sent you the pallium by the bearer of this letter, granting you license to wear it in the celebration of the holy mysteries, and also permitting you to ordain bishops, the grace of our Lord directing you, as occasion may require, that so the gospel of Christ may be made known by the preaching of many to all the nations which are not yet converted. God have you in his safe keeping, most beloved brother. Our third section commences with the conversion of the Northumbrians, that is, of the people who inhabit the country to the north of the Humber. Their king, Edwin, had been raised to a pitch of temporal power such as no English king had enjoyed before, for his rule extended throughout the bounds of Britain, and all the provinces which were inhabited either by English or Britons were under his dominion. Also reduced to his subjection the Monavian Islands, that is Mona or Anglesey, and the Isle of Man. The first of which, the one lying to the south, is the largest in size, and from its fertility most productive of corn. It contains the farms of 960 families, the other of 300 and more. AD 625. This king, when yet a heathen, had married Ethelberga, a Christian, and the daughter of King Ethelbert, who was also called Tate. She was attended by Paulinus, ordained bishop by Justus the archbishop, that he might propagate the gospel in that region. The following year there arrived a certain assassin named Euma, who was employed by Chichelm, king of Wessex, to murder Edwin. This man, pretending that he brought a message from his master, made a sudden attack on King Edwin near the river Derwent with a poisoned and two-edged dagger. Lilla, an officer of the king, observing it, intercepted the stroke by interposing his own body, which it transfixed, at the same time slightly wounding the king. The assassin was immediately cut down by the swords of the king's attendants, but not before he had slain another officer. The same night the queen gave birth to a daughter whose name was Eanfled, upon which the king gave thanks to his gods, but Paulinus asserted that his prayers to God had obtained for the queen a safe deliverance. The king, delighted with his words, vowed that he would become the servant of Christ if he granted him victory over Chichelm, and as a pledge for the fulfilment of his promise, he commanded that his daughter should be baptized, which was done, 11 others of his family receiving baptism at the same time. When, however, he returned victorious into his own country, his enemies being either slain or reduced to subjugation, he did not immediately become a Christian. But, being naturally a man of great sagacity, he often went alone, and often in company with others, having heard the arguments for the new religion, deliberated what was to be done. Pope Boniface addressed to him a letter, exhorting him to embrace the faith, and therewith he sent presents, which he mentions at the close of his epistle in these words: "We have, moreover, sent you the blessings of your protector, the blessed Peter, Prince of the Apostles, that is, one shirt with an ornament of gold, and one cloak of Ancyra, which we pray your mightiness to accept with the same feelings of regard with which you are assured it is offered by us." The Pope sent also a letter to Ethelburga, accompanied by presents, of which he thus speaks at the close of his letter: "We have, moreover, sent you the blessings of your protector, the blessed Peter, Prince of the Apostles, that is, a comb of gilt ivory and a silver mirror, which we entreat your highness to accept with the same feeling of regard with which you are assured it is offered by us." Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit revealed to Paulinus a vision which had been formerly presented to King Edwin after this manner. When Ethelfrid, his predecessor, persecuted him so that, becoming a fugitive, he had sought refuge at the court of King Redwald, he received information through one of his friends that Redwald, corrupted by the gifts of King Ethelfrid, meant to put him to death. His friend at the same time offering to conduct him out of the province, to which he replied, "Whither shall I now flee, when I have been so long a wanderer through all the provinces of Britain to escape the snares of my enemies? But if I must die, I would rather fall by his hand than by that of any meaner person." Having said this, he remained alone, brooding over his misfortunes in distress of mind, when he suddenly saw a stranger in the silence of the night, who said to him, "Fear not, for I am not ignorant of the cause of your grief. What, then, will you give to one who will deliver you from it, and influence Redwald to restore his regard to you?" Upon his replying that he would give all he was worth, the other added, "What if he should also piously engage that you should become a more powerful king than any of your predecessors, and that all your enemies shall be destroyed?" Edwin making the same reply as before, the stranger added again, "But in case he should propose to you a better way of life than any of your fathers, would you submit to his counsel?" Upon Edwin's faithfully promising this, the stranger laid his hands on his head, saying, "When this sign shall be given you, remember this hour and this discourse." Having said this, he suddenly vanished, that the king might understand it was not a man, but a spirit. While the royal youth sat there alone, the friend before mentioned came to him and said, "Rise and be joyful, the king's resolution is altered, and the queen's persuasion has induced him to keep faith with you. In short, King Redwald assembled an army, and slew Ethelfrid, who was advancing against him on the borders of the kingdom of Mercia, on the eastern bank of the river which is called Idle. In this battle, the son of Redwald, Reganir by name, was slain. In this manner Edwin obtained possession of the kingdom of Northumbria, AD 627. When Paulinus reminded the king of the vision, laying his hand on his head, the king would have thrown himself at his feet if the other had not prevented him. The king, being now ready to acknowledge the faith, conferred with his followers that he might induce them to accept it with him, upon which Coifi, the chief of the heathen priests, said, "O king, no one has more devotedly served our gods than I have done. in the hope of the worldly advantages I might obtain through them. But there are many who have received from you richer gifts than I have, and therefore I am satisfied that our gods are good for nothing." Another of the king's chief men presently added, "The present life of man, O king, on this earth, seems in comparison of that time which is unknown to us, as when you are sitting at supper with your warriors and counsellors in the season of winter, the hall being warmed by a fire blazing on the hearth in the centre, the storms of the wintry rains or snow raging meanwhile in gusts without, and then a sparrow entering the house should swiftly flit across the hall, entering at one door and quickly disappearing at the other. For the time that it is within, it is safe from the wintry blast, but the narrow bounds of warmth and shelter are passed in a little moment, and then the bird vanishes out of your sight, returning again into the winter's night from which it had just emerged. So this life of man appears for a short interval, but of what went before, or what is to follow, we are utterly ignorant. If, therefore, this new doctrine conveys to us any more assured promise, it has just claims that we should embrace it." When others had also spoken to the same effect, Coifi added that he wished to hear Paulinus himself discoursing of his God, after listening to whom he exclaimed that he and the rest were lost in error, and they all agreed to embrace the faith of Christ together. Coifi himself, the chief priest, having procured from the king a charger which was a stallion, for it was not lawful for the pagan high priest to ride on any but a mare, and seizing a sword and spear, which also it was not lawful for him to wield, galloped to the temple in the sight of all, and burned and destroyed the shrines which his own hand had consecrated. The spot where this idol temple stood is still shown in the neighbourhood of York, to the eastward beyond the river Darension, that is, Derwent, and the place is now called Godmondham, now Goodmanham, in the East Riding of York. King Edwin, therefore, was baptized with many others at the same time in the church of St. Peter, which he had constructed of timber for the sake of the episcopate of Paulinus. Before long he began to build there a larger church of stone, which Oswald afterwards finished. There were baptized also Offred and Eadfrid, King Edwin's sons, both of whom were born to him while he was in exile of Quemberga, the daughter of Serle, the king of the Mercians. At a later period, his children by Queen Ethelberga were also baptized, 2 of whom were snatched away while they were yet in their white baptismal robes, and were buried in the church at York. So great then was the faith in the gospel, and so eager the desire for the water of salvation among the people of Northumbria, that at one time when Paulinus came with the king and queen to the royal villa called Adgabrin, now called Yaverin, in Glendall, near Wooler, he stayed with them there 36 days, wholly engaged in the offices of administering baptism. The people were baptized in the River Glen, near the town of Melmin in the province of Bernicia, that is, Millfield in Northumberland. He baptized also in the River Swale, which runs by the village of Cataract, or Catterick, in the North Riding of Yorkshire. AD 628. Paulinus also converted the province of Lindsey, which lies on the south of the river Humber, beginning with the governor of the city of Lincoln, whose name was Blecker, who was converted with all his household. He built in that city a church of beautiful workmanship, in which he consecrated Honorius Archbishop. The city of Lincoln, which was then called Lindercolin, with the neighbouring district of Lindsey, which is surrounded on all sides either by rivers or marshes or the sea, belongs to the kingdom of Mercia. The city is nobly situated, and the district abounds in wealth, so that it is somewhere written, "On a high hill the noble city stands, facing the south." The abbot of Pertnau, Dedder, reported that he had seen an old man who was baptized by Paulinus with a crowd of people in the presence of King Edwin in the River Trent, near the town that is now called Fingester or Southwell. He described the person of Paulinus as being tall of stature and a little bent, his hair black, his face meagre, his nose slender and aquiline, his aspect both venerable and majestic. AD 634, when Pope Honorius was informed of what had occurred, he addressed a letter of exhortation to King Edwin, of which I have thought it proper to extract the latter clause, that in which the circumstances of the English archbishops are clearly handled in the following words: "Employ yourself in frequently reading the works of my Lord Gregory, of apostolic memory, who first caused the gospel to be preached among you, having before your eyes the Saviour of his doctrine, which he zealously employed for your spiritual good, to the end that his prayers may benefit your kingdom and people, and present you blameless before God Almighty. But concerning those things which you have requested us to regulate respecting your priests, being moved by the sincerity of your faith, of which we have been satisfactorily assured by a variety of information from the bearers of our present letters, we are disposed to make provision with a willing mind and without any delay. We have therefore sent 2 Pauls to the 2 metropolitans, Honorius and Paulinus, in order that, when either of them is called out of this world to his Creator, the survivor may, pursuant to this our authority, substitute another bishop in the place of the one that is deceased. And this privilege we are induced to grant as well on account of your loving regard to us, as of the vast distance through so many provinces which intervenes between us and you, that we may in all things manifest our concurrence with your devotedness in conformity to your wishes. May God's grace keep your Excellency in safety." AD 627. Our 4th section begins with the conversion of the East Angles, whose king, Earpwald, the son of Redwald, accepted the faith at the instance of King Edwin, with whom he maintained the most friendly relations. His father Redwald, indeed, had long before adopted the Christian religion, but to no purpose. For returning home, he was seduced by his wife and certain false brethren, so that he set up altars to Christ and to the devil in the same chapel, which, as Adolf, king of that same province, who lived in the time of the Venerable Bede, testifies, were standing in his time. Not long after his conversion, Earpwald was slain by one Rigbert, a pagan. He was succeeded by his brother Sigibert, a Christian himself, and zealous in Christianizing others, with the aid of the Bishop Felix, who, being a Burgundian by origin, Honorius the Archbishop, had sent there to preach the gospel. This Bishop Felix, fixing his episcopal seat in the city of Domok, afterwards Dunwich, occupied it with a felicity appropriate to his name for 17 years, and there ended his days in peace. AD 627 to 630. In the meantime, on the death of the Archbishop Justus, Paulinus consecrated in his stead Honorius, who repaired to him at the city of Lincoln, and was ordained in the church which Paulinus built there, as before related, whereupon Pope Honorius sent the Paul to Honorius the new Archbishop, with a letter concerning the ordering and the precedence of the 2 archbishops, of which the following is the tenor. Honorius to his dearly beloved brother Honorius. Among the many good gifts which the mercy of our Redeemer is pleased to bestow upon his servants, the fullness of his loving kindness is largely shown as often as he permits us, by brotherly intercourse, as it were face to face, to make known our mutual regard, for which gift we continually return thanks to his divine majesty, and we humbly beseech him that he will confirm you with continual strength while you labour and are fruitful in preaching the gospel and in following the rule of your master and head, the blessed Gregory. and that he may, through you, raise up fresh instruments for the enlargement of his church, so that the increase gained by you and your predecessors, beginning in the time of our Lord Gregory, being in continual growth, may be multiplied and strengthened both in faith and works in the love and fear of the Lord. Thus the promise of our Lord shall hereafter have respect to you, while these words of his shall call you to everlasting happiness. Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavily laden, and I will give you rest. And again, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. And we, most beloved brothers, offering you these words of exhortation out of our abundant love, do not hesitate to grant you what we perceive is possible to consist with the privileges of your churches. According, therefore, to your petition and the requests of the kings our sons, we have granted you by these presents, by authority as vicar of the blessed Peter, Prince of the Apostles, authority that when the divine grace shall call one of you to himself, the survivor shall ordain another bishop in the place of the deceased, for which purpose we have sent to each of you a pall for your use in such consecrations, that by the authority of our precept you may make an ordination acceptable to God. Considering the wide space of sea and land which lies between us and you, we find ourselves compelled to make this concession, in order that no loss may under any circumstances occur to your churches, but that the devotion of the people committed to your charge may be freely furthered. God have you in his safe keeping, most beloved brother. Given the 3rd day of the Ides of June, in the reign of our most pious Emperor, the Lord Heraclitus. Given the 3rd day of the Ides of June, in the reign of our most pious Emperors, the Lords Heraclius, that is, in the 24th year of the reign, the 23rd year after the consulship of the Emperor Heraclius, and in the 3rd year of the most illustrious Caesar, his son, Heraclius, the 7th indication, that is, in the year of the incarnation of our Lord, 634. The same Pope Honorius wrote letters also to the Scots, correcting their practice with respect to keeping the feast of Easter, that they might not, few as they were, pretend to be wiser than the churches of Christ established throughout the world. John likewise, who became Pope after the death of Severianus, the successor of Honorius, addressed letters to them for the purpose of correcting the same error and combating the Pelagian heresy, which he had been informed was revived among them, asserting that man could be without sin of his own free will, independently of the grace of God. No man, he said, can be without sin except Jesus Christ, who was conceived and born without sin, for all other men, though they may be free from actual transgression, have the taint of original sin, according to the saying of David, Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. AD 633. After Edwin had reigned 17 years, he was slain in a desperate battle in the plain which is called Heathfield, now Hatfield, by Cadwalla, king of the Britons, supported by Penda the Strong, at that time the king of the Mercians. In this battle his whole army was either put to the sword or dispersed. His warlike son, Osred, was slain before him. Another son, Eanfrid, was compelled by necessity to take refuge with Penda, by whom he was afterwards, during the reign of Oswald, treacherously put to death. Report says that in the battle just mentioned, the plain of Heathfield reeked throughout with red streams of noble blood. It was indeed the scene of a sudden and deplorable slaughter of the bravest warriors. For Cadwal, who was a most powerful king, was at the head of an immense army, and Penda the Strong was truly the strongest. At this time, therefore, there was a general massacre of the Northumbrian Christians, for Penda was a pagan, and Cadwal, though he professed himself a Christian, was worse than a pagan, sparing neither women nor children, and threatening to exterminate all of the English who were in Britain. Nor was it the custom of the Britons to communicate with the English any more than with the pagans, paying no respect to their profession of Christianity. King Edwin's head was carried to York and deposited in the church of St. Peter, which he had begun to erect, and Oswald finished. And now the Northumbrians, finding no safety but in flight, Paulinus, taking with him the Queen Ethelburga, whom he had formerly conducted thither, returned into Kent by sea, where he was honourably received by the Archbishop Honorius and King Eadbald. He brought with him also the son and daughter of Edwin, whom their mother afterwards, for fear of the kings Eadbald and Oswald, sent into France to be bred up by King Dagobert, who was her friend, and there they both died young. He brought with him also the precious vessels of Edwin, with a cross of gold and a golden chalice, which are still preserved in the cathedral at Canterbury. Romanus, Bishop of Rochester, having been drowned in the Italian Sea while he was on his way to Rome on a mission from Honorius, Paulinus took charge of that bishopric, which he held for the rest of his life, and, there dying, left the pall, which he had received from the Pope. He had left behind him in his church at York James the Deacon, a holy man, who from that time employed himself in baptizing and teaching until peace being restored in the province, and the number of the faithful increasing, he became precentor or master of church songs after the Roman custom, and being old and full of days, as the Scripture says, he went the way of his fathers. Edwin was succeeded in the kingdom of the Deiri by his cousin Osric, while Eanfrid, the son of Ethelfrid, obtained the kingdom of the Bernice. These were the two provinces into which the Northumbrian nation was anciently divided. The two young princes had been baptized while they were in exile among the Scots and Picts in the time of King Edwin, but when they became kings they relapsed to heathenism. They were justly but treacherously slain by King Kedwal. First, the very next summer, he slew Osric, for being besieged by him in a free town, Kedwal made a sudden sally, and, taking him by surprise, destroyed him and his whole army. The year afterwards, he put to death Eanfrid, who came to him with only 12 soldiers to sue for peace. It was a disastrous year, both on account of the apostasy of the English kings and the tyranny of Kedwal, who ravaged, as with a pestilence, the lands which he had ingloriously acquired. Hence that year is passed over and added to the reign of his successor, Oswald. This king, after the murder of his brother Eanfrid, advanced with a small army, before which he carried aloft the standard of the Holy Cross. Having planted it in a hole dug in the ground, and secured it with turfs, he said, "Let us kneel, and let us pray together, that the living and true Almighty God may of his mercy save us from our cruel and proud enemy, for he knows that we are engaged in a righteous war for the safety of our country," after which, at break of day, they gave battle to Kedwal and his army, vaunting that no one was able to resist them, but they were defeated and slain at Denisisburn, that is, Dennisbrook, so that it is said, the corpses of Kedwal's soldiers filled the channel of the Dennis. The place is held in great veneration, as shall be related in the Book of Miracles. Oswald, becoming king, for the furtherance of the faith, sent into Scotland, where he had been exiled, and obtained the assistance of Aidan, an excellent man, though he kept Easter incorrectly according to the usage of the Northumbrian Scots. However, the Scots, who dwelt in the south of Ireland, had long since, by the admonition of the Pope, observed Easter correctly. On the arrival of the bishop, the king fixed his episcopal seat in the island of Lindisfarne. The faith now began to spread, and it was a beautiful spectacle when Aidan was preaching in the English tongue, which he spoke imperfectly, to see the king himself interpreting, as he often did, to his officers and counsellors, for during his long exile he had perfectly learnt the language of the Scots. Thus the faith grew, and some monks coming from Scotland zealously taught the people, for the bishop himself was a monk of the island of High, where there is a monastery which was for a long time the chief of all that were among the northern Scots and the Picts. This island properly belongs to Britain, being divided from it only by a narrow strait, but it had been granted by the Picts who inhabit those parts of Britain to the Scottish monks, because they had received from them the faith of Christ. For in the year of grace 565, when Justin the Younger, who succeeded Justinian, was emperor, there came over from Ireland an abbot who was named Columba, to preach to the Picts of the north, those I mean who are separated from the southern Picts by ridges of lofty and rugged mountains, for the southern Picts had been already converted by Ninan, a British bishop, who was instructed at Rome, whose episcopal see, named after St. Martin, where Columba himself was buried, is now possessed by the English. The place lies in the province of Bernicia and is commonly called the White House, because he there erected a church of stone, which was not the usual practice of the Britons. Columba arrived in Britain in the 21st year of the reign of Bride, the son of Milacon, a very powerful king of the Picts, and having converted the people, received from them the aforesaid island, which contains about 5 families according to the English mode of reckoning. His successors possess it to this day, and there Columba himself was buried. There was also another noble monastery in Ireland, which is called D. Armagh, or the Field of Oaks. From these 2 monasteries many others, both in Ireland and Britain, were offsets, that of High having the rule over them all. For to the abbot of that island, the whole province and even the bishops, contrary to the usual order, are wont to be subject, because the missionary Columba was not a bishop, but a priest and a monk. His successors, imitating his example, became very celebrated, though they were in error respecting the observance of Easter, until they were set right by Egbert the English king, AD 635. From this monastery Aidan came, and was appointed Bishop of Northumbria. King Oswald, having his mind formed by such a man, was more proficient in knowledge and more prosperous in his affairs than all his progenitors, for he brought under his dominion all the nations who inhabited Britain, that is, the Britons, the English, the Picts, and the Scots. But though he was so exalted, he continued humble and was liberal and kind to the stranger and the poor. Here follows our 5th section, which treats of the conversion of the West Saxons, who were formerly called Gewissae. It was accomplished by Birinus, a bishop, who came into Britain by the advice of Pope Honorius, for which purpose he was ordained bishop by Asterius, bishop of Genoa. Having arrived among the Gewissae, a nation plunged in the darkest heathenism, he brought to baptism the people and their king, Kinegillis, AD 635. It happened fortunately that the holy King Oswald was visiting Kinegillis, whom he held in the laver of baptism, and took his daughter in marriage. The 2 kings gave to Birinus the city of Dorset, or Dorchester in Oxfordshire, for the seat of his episcopacy, where, having built churches, he was buried. But many years afterwards, when Hedda was bishop, his remains were translated thence to the city of Went, which is now called Winchester, and were laid in the church of St. Peter and Paul. Kinegillis also departing this life was succeeded by his son, Kenwalch, who held the truth but imperfectly, for having divorced his wife, who was sister of Penda, king of Mercia, and married another, he was conquered and driven out of his kingdom by Penda, and became for 3 years an exile in the court of Anna, the Christian king of the East Angles, where Kenwalch was restored to the faith. But when he had recovered his kingdom, he chose for bishop a Frenchman named Agilbert, who then came from Ireland, where he had resided for the sake of study. Afterwards the king, who knew no language but English, growing weary of the bishop's barbarous tongue, brought into the province another bishop of his own nation, whose name was Wink, who had been ordained in France, and, dividing his kingdom into 2 dioceses, gave one to Winnie, with Went or Winchester for his episcopal see. Upon this, Agilbert, being offended that the king had so done without consulting him, returned into France, and accepting the bishopric of Paris, held it until his death. Afterwards the same king drove Winnie from his bishopric, who, taking refuge with Wulfhere, king of the Mercians, purchased from him for money the see of London, and continued in that bishopric until his death, the province being thus without a bishop, and the king undergoing much suffering from his enemies, and many hindrances on that account. He sent to Paris for Agilbert, but he, being unwilling to relinquish that bishopric, sent to the king his nephew, Eleutherius, who, having been consecrated by Theodore the archbishop, for a long period had the sole government of the entire diocese of the Gewissae, AD 640. Meanwhile, after Eadbald the king of Kent, Ercombert, his son, reigned in honour for 24 years. He was the first of the English kings who utterly destroyed idols throughout his domains. He also commanded the fast of the 40 days of Lent to be kept, and enacted penalties on those who broke it. He married Sexburga, the eldest daughter of King Anna, who had sent his youngest daughter Ethelburga and his wife's daughter Sefrid to be servants of the Lord in the monastery of Bry, both of whom, though foreigners, were for their virtues elected abbesses of Bry, for at that time the English nobles were accustomed to send their daughters to be brought up in the convents of Bry, of Chalais, and of Andelys. Ercombert also sent to Bry his daughter, Ercorngota, a holy and venerable virgin, whose virtuous acts and the wonders of whose miracles are to this day related by the inhabitants of that place. We shall set forth her merits in the Book of Miracles. AD 642. About the same time, Oswald, after a reign of 9 years, including the year which has been before referred to, was slain by Penda the Strong in a great battle at Maysfield on the 5th of August in the 28th year of his age, whence it is said, the plain of Maysfield was whitened with the bones of saints. By an inscrutable providence, the foes of God were allowed to massacre his people and give them for food to the fowls of the air. On the spot where Oswald was slain, miracles are wrought to the present day. AD 642. This holy king was succeeded in the province of Bernicia by his brother Oswy, who reigned 28 years, but Oswin, the son of King Osric, already named, reigned 7 years in the province of Deira. Between these 2 kings there were causes of disagreement, which became so aggravated that they were on the point of encountering each other. At Wilfair's Dune, distant almost 10 miles from the village called Cataract, about the autumnal solstice, Oswin, however, finding himself inferior in force, dismissed his army and, attended only by a single soldier, whose name was Tondhere, sought concealment in the house of Earl Hunwald, whom he imagined to be his surest friend, but he was betrayed by the Earl to Oswald, and was put to death, with the trusty follower, by an officer of Oswy's, named Ethelwyn, a murder universally execrated at a place called Getlingam or Gilling in the North Riding of Yorkshire, where afterwards a church was built for the sake both of him that was murdered and of him by whose command he was slain. King Oswin was of a graceful aspect, and tall of stature, affable in discourse, courteous and liberal, and so beloved that his court was frequented by the nobles of both the provinces of Northumbria. Of his humility we propose to give memorable instances from the Acts of St. Aidan, who was much beloved by him, AD 644. In the second year of the reign of Oswy, Ithamar succeeded the most reverend Father Paulinus in the see of Rochester. At this time, the kingdom of the East Angles, after the death of Earpwold, the successor of Redwald, was governed by his brother, Sigibert, a religious man who had been baptized in France, where he had fled from the persecution of Redwald. After he became king, he established a school for youths, such as he had observed in France, in which he was assisted by Bishop Felix, a holy man from Ireland. Named Fursey was also nobly entertained by him. This king was so devoted to God that, resigning his crown to his cousin Ecgric, he entered a monastery and received the tonsure. Many years afterwards he was compelled to quit it, that he might take the field against King Penda, but he would not consent to bear anything but a staff in his hand during the battle, whereupon he was slain together with King Ecgric and most of his army. Anna, the son of Eni, of the royal race, a good man, and the father of a worthy offspring, succeeded. He also was afterwards slain by Penda. Felix, Bishop of the East Angles, was succeeded by Thomas, after whom was Boniface. They were all consecrated by Honorius, on whose death Deus Dedit became the 6th Archbishop of Canterbury in AD 655. He was consecrated by Ithamar, Bishop of Rochester, who was succeeded in that see by Damianus, AD 653. The 6th part, which follows, relates the conversion of the Middle Angles, that is, the Angles of the Midland district, under their prince, Peda, who governed that people for his father Penda. King Oswy had given his daughter in marriage to Peda on condition that he would become a Christian, but he was mainly influenced to this by the persuasion of Alfred, a son of Oswy's, who had married his sister, the daughter of Penda. Accordingly, Peda was baptized with his family by Bishop Finan at a village which is called At the Wall, and having secured the help of 4 priests, Kedda and Adda, Betty and Duma, he returned with them to his own country, nor did King Penda oppose the conversion of those of his own nation, that is, the Mercians, who were so disposed, but he treated with contempt believers who were ill livers. 2 years afterwards, the general conversion of the people of Mercia took place in this way. King Oswy, being unable to bear the intolerable inroads of King Penda, offered him an enormous tribute, but Penda the Strong, having resolved on exterminating the people of Oswy, rejected the offering. Upon this, Oswy, driven to despair, exclaimed, "If this heathen refuses to accept our gifts, let us offer them to him that will, even God." Thereupon he made a vow that he would dedicate his daughter to the Lord, and would give 12 farms to the monasteries. Then, with a few troops, he attacked a multitude. Indeed, it is reported that the army of the heathens was thrice as great as his, as they had 30 legions in the battle array under renowned generals. Against these, Oswy and his son Alfred mustered but a very small force, but trusting in Christ as their leader, they joined battle with the pagans. Oswy's other son, Egfrid, was at that time detained as a hostage among the Mercians by Queen Kynwise, and Ethelwald, King Oswald's son, who ought to have come to their aid, was on the side of their enemies, and was one of their leaders against his country and his uncle. However, during the battle he withdrew from the fight and waited the issue in a place of safety. In this engagement, the pagans were defeated and all the 30 commanders were slain, for the god of battles was with his faithful people, and broke the might of King Penda, and unnerved the boastful strength of his arm, and caused his proud heart to fail, so that his assaults were not as they were wont to be, and the arms of his enemies prevailed against them. He was struck with amazement at finding that his foes were now become to him what he had formerly been to them, and that he was to them what they had been to him. He who had shed the blood of others now suffered what he had inflicted on them, while the earth was watered with his blood, and the ground was sprinkled with his brains. Almost all his allies were slain, among whom was Ethelhair, brother and successor of Anna, king of the East Angles, the promoter of the war, who fell with the auxiliary troops he led. The battle was fought near the river Winwed, that is, the Aire near Leeds, the waters of which, from excessive rains, were not only deep, but overflowed its banks, so that many more were drowned in the flight than fell by the sword. In consequence, Ethelfreda, King Oswy's daughter, became a nun at the convent of Hartu, that is, the Isle of the Hart, now known as Hartlepool. Afterwards, she founded a monastery in Straneshalach, that is, the Bay of the Lighthouse, now Whitby, of which she became the abbess, and there died. In it were interred her father Oswy, with her mother Eanfleda, and her mother's father Edwin. King Oswy governed the people of Mercia and the other southern provinces for 3 years after the death of Penda, and also reduced to submission greater parts of the nation of the Picts. He conferred on his kinsman Peda, the son of Penda, the government of the southern Mercians, containing 5,000 families, divided by the river Trent from the northern Mercians, who amounted to 7,000 families. Peda, however, was soon after murdered, through the treachery of his wife. The Mercian tribes were for 3 years subject to King Oswy, who freed them from their impious tyrant, and converted them to the Christian faith. Diuma became the first bishop of the Middle Angles, as well as of Lindisfarne and the Mercians. He died and was buried in Mercia, and was succeeded by Celoac, who, however, retired to the Scots from whom he came. But after the 3 years before mentioned, the chiefs of the Mercians rebelled against King Oswy, setting up Wulfhere, the son of Penda, for king. He reigned 17 years, during which Trumphair was the first bishop, Juraman II, Chad III, and Wilfrid IV. AD 653. At that time also the East Saxons, who had formerly expelled Mellitus, returned to the faith, for Sigebert, who reigned next to Sigebert, surnamed the Little, was then king of that nation, and an ally of King Oswy. He often visited him, and being instructed by him, was baptized by Bishop Finan in the royal village called At the Wall, which is distant 12 miles from the eastern sea. Cedd, invited from Middle Anglia, became the bishop in Essex, and baptized multitudes in the town of Itanchester, or Maldon, which is on the bank of the river Penty, and in Tillenburg, or Tilbury, which lies on the bank of the Thames. There was a certain nobleman, with whom communion was forbidden, because he had contracted an unlawful marriage. The king, however, slighting the prohibition, partook of an entertainment at his house. On his return he met the bishop, and threw himself at his feet. The bishop, incensed, touched the king, thus humbled before him, with his rod, and foretold his death in the same house in which he had offended. It happened soon afterwards that the nobleman and his brother assassinated the king in that house, saying they did it because he was too gentle and forgiving to his enemies. Sigebert was succeeded by Swedelm, who was baptized by Cedd himself in East Anglia at Rendlesham, that is, Rendel's house, and Ethelwald, king of that nation, and brother of Anna, king of the same people, was his godfather. Ethelwald, king of the Deiri and son of Oswald, granted to the same Cedd an estate at Lestingow, or Lastingham in Yorkshire, for building a monastery. After its erection he often retired there from his bishopric in Essex, and happening to do so in the time of immortality, he died there. AD 652. In the meantime, Finan, the bishop, erected a church of hewn timber in the Isle of Lindisfarne. It was afterwards consecrated by the Archbishop Theodore. The walls and roof were covered with lead by the Bishop Eadbert. When Finan died, he was succeeded by Colman, who kept Easter irregularly, as Aidan and Finan had done, whereupon a conference was held in the presence of King Oswy and King Alfred, his son. On one side were Colman and Cedd, before named. On the other side was Agilbert, Bishop of the West Saxons, who had come to his friend King Alfred with James, the deacon of Paulinus, of whom the right part prevailed, Cedd afterwards observing the feast of Easter properly, while Colman, being unwilling to change the usage of Father Aidan, returned to his own country, carrying part of his relics with him. Tudor succeeded him in the see of Northumbria, but Eata was appointed first abbot and then bishop of Lindisfarne. The three Scottish bishops, Aidan, Finan, and Colman, were extraordinary patterns of sanctity and frugality. They never entertained the great men of the world, for such never visited them except to pray. The king himself, when he came to prayer, had only 5 or 6 attendants, and either at once departed or partook of the repast of the brethren. So free from avarice were the priests of that age, that they refused to accept grants of land unless they were forced upon them. AD 664. Not long afterwards there was an eclipse of the sun, on the 3rd of May, about the 10th hour of the day. It was followed by a grievous pestilence, which depopulated Britain and Ireland with its ravages. Bishop Tudor died in this pestilence, and was buried at Wellmallet, probably Finchdale, in Durham. In the meantime, Alfred, the son of Oswy, who already governed part of his father's dominions, sent Wilfrid the priest to the king of the Franks to be consecrated bishop. Accordingly, he was solemnly ordained by Agilbert, already mentioned, who presided over the see of Paris, assisted by many other bishops, at the royal villa of Compiègne. King Oswy also, imitating the prudent policy of his son, when the Archbishop of York died, sent the priest Chad to Winnie, Bishop of the East Saxons, by whom he was ordained Bishop of the Church of York. Chad, being consecrated bishop, set himself to follow the rule of his master Aidan, but the example of his brother Cedd, travelling not on horseback but on foot, devoted to learning, studying the truth, content and humble. Wilfrid also, returning into Britain after his consecration, added many things to the teaching of the English Church. AD 665. Siggeir and Sebbi succeeded King Swedelm in Essex, but Siggeir and his people relapsed into idolatry in consequence of the mortality which has already been mentioned, whereupon King Wulfhere sent to them Bishop Jaruman, who happily succeeded in recovering them to the faith. At that time Pope Vitellian addressed letters to Oswy and Egbert, the greatest of the English kings, who had consulted him on the state of the Church and the questions regarding the feast of Easter. Soon afterwards he sent over Theodore, whom he had consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury, AD 669. Theodore ordained Pater to the See of Rochester in the place of Damianus, and at the request of King Wulfhere, he translated Cedd from the monastery of Lestingham to the See of Lichfield, where he became celebrated for miracles which will be related in the proper place. King Oswy falling sick and dying, he was succeeded by his son Egfrid, in the 3rd year of whose reign Theodore assembled a council of bishops, the decrees of which will have a place in our last book. After this, Theodore deposed Winfrid, Bishop of the Mercians, for some act of insubordination, and ordained Sexwulf in his stead. He also made Cornwald Bishop of London in the time of the kings Sebbi and Sighir. The miracles wrought by Cornwald will be mentioned in their place. At that time, AD 676, Ethelred, king of the Mercians, ravaged Kent and laid Rochester in ruins. Pater the bishop retired, and Chichelm was appointed to the see in his place. He also was compelled to relinquish it from the penury to which it was reduced. He was succeeded by Gebmund. That same year, that is AD 678, a comet was visible every morning for 3 months. Egfrid, king of Northumbria, expelled Wilfrid from his bishopric. In his place, Bosa was appointed to the diocese of Deira and Diata, to that of Bernicia, the one having his cathedral at York, the other at Haugelstad or at Lindisfarne. At that time also, Eadhed was ordained bishop over the province of Lindsey, which King Egfrid had lately wrested from Wulfhere. Eadhed was the first bishop, Ethelwyn the second, Edgar the third, and Kinniber the fourth, who, according to Bede, held it in his time. Before Eadhed, it was governed by Cerwulf, who was also bishop both of the Mercians and the Middle Angles, so that when he was expelled from Lindsey, he retained his jurisdiction over those provinces. Archbishop Theodore consecrated Eadhed, Bosa, and Diata at York, and 3 years after the departure of Wilfrid, he added 2 other bishops to their number. Thumbert for the church of Haugelstead, Eata remaining at Lindisfarne, and Trumwine to the province of the Picts, which was at that time subject to the English, Eadhed returning from Lindsey because King Ethelred had recovered that province, governed the church of Ripon, AD 681. Our 7th division relates to the conversion of the South Saxons, which was accomplished by Wilfrid, who, when he was expelled from his bishopric, as already mentioned, after visiting Rome, returned into Britain and converted to the faith the South Saxons, consisting of 7,000 families. Ethelwulf, their king, had been baptized shortly before in the province of Mercia by the persuasion of King Wulfhere, who was his godfather, and in token of adoption gave him the Isle of Wight and the district of Meanwarra, that is part of Hampshire, in the nation of the West Saxons. With the concurrence, therefore, or rather to the great satisfaction of the king, the preaching of Wilfrid brought first the nobles and soldiers and then the rest of the people to the sacred fount of ablution. On that very day rain fell, the failure of which for 3 years had caused a grievous famine, by which the country was depopulated, so much so that it is reported that 40 or 50 men, exhausted with hunger, would go together to some precipice overhanging the sea, and hand in hand cast themselves over to perish by the fall, or be swallowed up by the waves. But the rain thus concurring with the baptism, the earth revived again, fresh verdure was restored to the fields, and the seasons became prosperous and fruitful. Thus the hearts and the flesh of all rejoiced in the living God. The bishop also taught the people to fish in the sea, for up to that time they had fished only for eels. Having collected nets, he had them cast in the sea, and 300 fish being taken, he gave 100 to the poor, 100 to the owners of the nets, reserving 100 for his own disposal, seeing which the people listened more willingly to the promises of spiritual good, from one from which they had derived temporal benefits. King Ethelwulf had granted him an island containing 87 families called Selsey, or the Island of the Sea Calf. It is surrounded on all sides by the sea, except that space of a sling's cast towards the west. Such a place is called by the Latins a peninsula, by the Greeks a Chersonese. Here Wilfrid founded a church and monastery, where he lived for 5 years, that is, until the death of King Egfrid, having converted and given freedom to 250 men and women slaves, who were attached to the land. AD 685. Meanwhile, Caedwalla, a young man of the royal race of the Gawaisi, being banished from his country, invaded Sussex and slew King Ethelwulf, but he was soon afterwards expelled by the king's commanders, Brethan and Andon, who before held the government of that province. When, however, Caedwalla became king of the Gawaisi, he put Berthun to death, and both he and his successors grievously ravaged that province, so that during the whole period, Wilfrid having been recalled home, it was without a bishop of its own, and was subject to the Bishop of Winchester. Caedwalla likewise, when he became king, conquered the Isle of Wight, the inhabitants of which were still idolaters, and in fulfilment of a vow, granted the 4th part of the island to Bishop Wilfrid, who happened to be there on a visit from his own nation. The island is of the measurement belonging to 1,200 families, so that the possession given to the bishop included 300, the 2 sons of Atwald, the king of the island, who had been already slain, being also about to be put to death. The abbot of Retford, that is, the Ford of Reeds, obtained leave from King Caedwalla to baptize them first. Thus the Isle of Wight was the last district of Britain which was converted. And when all the provinces of Britain had received the Christian faith, the Archbishop Theodore, that he might confirm the faith both of the old and new converts, held a council of the bishops of Britain to expound the Catholic belief, and what they declared was committed to writing for a perpetual memorial, which synodal letter I have judged it right to prefix to the beginning of the following book, in which is purposed a continuation of the acts of the Christian kings of the English, to the time of the arrival and wars of the Danes, all the divisions of this present book being now completed in the order I proposed. Book 4. In the name of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, in the reigns of our most pious lords, Egfrid, king of the Humbrians, his 10th year, Kentwin, king of Wessex, the 5th year of his reign, Ethelred, king of the Mercians, the 6th year of his reign, Aldulf, king of the East Angles, the 17th year of his reign, and Lothar, king of Kent, the 7th year of his reign, on the 17th day of the calends of October, the 7th indication, Theodore, by the grace of God, Archbishop of Canterbury, and of the whole island of Britain, presiding, and the other bishops of the British Isles, venerable men, sitting with him at the place which in the Saxon tongue is called Heathfield, the Holy Gospels being placed before them. Having consulted together, we have set forth the true and orthodox belief, as our Lord Jesus Christ, when incarnate, delivered it to his disciples who saw him present and heard his words, and as it has been handed down to us by the creed of the Holy Fathers, and in general, by all the holy and universal councils, and with one voice, by all the approved doctors of the Catholic Church, we therefore, following them religiously and orthodoxly, in conformity with their divinely inspired doctrine, do profess that we firmly believe and confess according to the Holy Fathers, properly and truly, the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, a Trinity consubstantial in unity, and unity in Trinity, that is, one God subsisting in three consubstantial persons of equal glory and honour. And after more of this sort appertaining to the profession of the true faith, the Holy Council added this to its synodal letter: We accept the 5 holy and general councils of the Blessed Fathers acceptable to God, that is, of Nicaea, where 318 bishops were assembled against the heretic Arius and his most impious doctrines, that of Constantinople, composed of 150 bishops against the insane tenets of Macedonicus and Eudoxius, the first council of Ephesus, of 200 bishops, against the wicked subtlety of Nestorius and his doctrines, that of Chalcedon, composed of 430 bishops, against Eutyches and Nestorius and their tenets, and the 5th council, which again assembled at Constantinople in the reign of Justinian the Younger, against Theodore and Theoret, as well as the epistles of Iber and their controversies with Cyril. And a little afterwards, we receive also the council held at Rome, when the most holy Martin was pope, the first indication, and in the 9th year of the most pious Emperor Constantine, and we glorify our Lord Jesus Christ as the Holy Fathers glorified him, neither adding nor diminishing anything, and we anathemize with heart and mouth those whom they anathemized, and whom they received we receive, giving glory to God the Father, who was without beginning, and to his only begotten Son, begotten by the Father before all ages, and to the Holy Ghost, proceeding from the Father and the Son in an ineffable manner, as they taught who have been already mentioned, the holy apostles, prophets, and doctors. We also, who with Theodore, Archbishop, have thus set forth the Catholic faith, have subscribed our names thereto. There were present at this synod John, the precentor of the Church of St. Peter at Rome, and abbot of the monastery of St. Martin, who had lately come from Rome by order of Pope Agatho, as also the venerable abbot Benedict, who had founded a monastery dedicated to St. Peter near the mouth of the river Ware. He had gone to Rome to obtain a confirmation of the privileges granted to that monastery by King Egbert, and now returned in company with the said John the precentor. Benedict was succeeded by Abbot Ceolfrid, under whom Bede lived. John taught them to sing in this monastery after the Roman practice. He also left there a copy of the decrees of the council held by Pope Martin, at which he was present, as he was returning to Rome, carrying with him the testimony of the conformity of the faith of the English bishops. He died on the way at Tours, where he was buried. Having now treated of these ecclesiastical affairs, I return to a continuation of the history of the English kings, from which we broke off at the end of the 2nd book, and the sequel of our narrative must be connected with that context, that it may now proceed in regular order. AD 686. After the death of Ketone-Kun, king of the West Saxons, Cedwal, who succeeded him, with the aid of his brother Mull, obtained by force possession of the Isle of Wight. This Mull, his brother, was a man of courteous and pleasing manners, of prodigious strength, and of noble aspect, so that he was generally esteemed, and his renown was very great. These two brothers made an irruption into the province of Kent for the sake of exhibiting their prowess and augmenting their glory. They were not yet baptized, though their predecessors and the whole nation had become Christians. They met with no opposition to their invasion of Kent, and plundered the whole kingdom, for at this time the throne was vacant by the death of Lothar, the king of Kent. This enterprising king had been wounded in a battle with the East Saxons, against whom he had marched in concert with Edric, the son of Egbert, and so severe were his wounds that he died in the hands of those who endeavoured to heal him. After him, Edric reigned 1 year in Kent, without the love and respect of his people. Meanwhile, in AD 684, died Egfrid, the king of Northumbria. The year before, he had sent an army into Ireland under his general, Beoret, who miserably wasted the inoffensive inhabitants, though they had been always friendly to the English. However, the Irish made all the resistance they could, and, imploring the aid of the divine mercy, invoked the vengeance of God on their enemies with continual imprecations. Those indeed who curse cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven, but it is believed that those who were thus justly cursed on account of their cruelty did soon suffer the penalty of their guilt under the avenging hand of God. For the very next year afterwards, that same king, rashly leading his army to ravage the country of the Picts, much against the advice of his friends, and particularly of Cuthbert of blessed memory, lately ordained bishop, for the same year the king had made him bishop of Lindisfarne. He was drawn by a feigned retreat of the enemy into the recesses of inaccessible mountains, where he was cut off with the greatest part of his army. It was his lot to fail of hearing the shouts for his recall raised by his friends, as he had refused to hear the voice of Father Egbert dissuading him from the invasion of the Irish, who had done him no wrong. From that time, the hopes and courage of the English began to fail, and, tottering, to slide backwards, for on the one hand the Picts recovered that part of their territory which had been occupied by the English, and on the other the Britons regained some degree of liberty, which they still enjoy. Among the fugitives was a man of God, named Trumwine, abbot of Abercorn, a place just within the English Pale, but near the straits which divide the country of the English from that of the Picts. He retired to the monastery of Strenshalach, often mentioned before, and there he died. On King Egfrid's death, he was succeeded by Alfred, a man very learned in the Scriptures, who is reported to have been Egfrid's brother, and the son of King Oswy. He nobly retrieved the ruined condition of the kingdom, though it was now reduced within narrower bounds. AD 687. Cadwal, in the second year of his reign, gave permission to his brother Mull, a brave warrior, to make a predatory excursion into Kent, followed by a band of brave youths. He was allured by the rich booty which had been gained the preceding year, nor did he despise the reward of a glorious renown. On this eruption into Kent, finding no one able to resist him, the country was reduced to a solitude by his ravagings, and he cruelly afflicted the inoffensive servants of Christ, but he was made to feel the justice of their curses. For believing the enemy to be quite enervated, and foreseeing no opposition to his violence, he made an attempt to plunder a certain mansion remote from his camp, followed by only 12 soldiers. Finding himself, however, here surrounded by numbers he had not expected, he fought desperately, and slew many of the enemy. But resistance was vain, for though he stood his ground against their assaults, they had recourse to setting fire to the house, and Mull, with every one of his 12 followers, perished in the flames. Thus fell the flower of the youth of Wessex, upon which his band of young warriors dispersed. and thus it appears how vain is all confidence in human might, when opposed to the almighty power of God. When this reverse was reported to Kedwal, he again entered Kent, and after a fearful slaughter and immense pillage, when there was no longer anyone to slay or anything to plunder, he retired to his own dominions, exulting in his triumphant success and cruel revenge. AD 688. After reigning 2 years, Kedwal abdicated his kingdom for the sake of God, and of a kingdom which is everlasting, and went to Rome. Considering that it would be a singular honour for him to be baptized there and then die, accordingly Pope Sergius baptized him, giving him the name of the Apostle Peter, 7 days afterwards, on the 20th day of April. According to his wish, the king died while he yet wore the white baptismal robes. He was buried in the church of St. Peter, and the following epitaph was inscribed on his tomb: High state and place, kindred, a royal crown, the spoils of war, great triumphs and renown. Nobles and cities walled to guard his state, his palaces and his familiar seat. Whatever skill and valour made his own, and what his great forefathers handed down, Kedwal, armipotent, by heaven inspired, for love of heaven left all, and here retired. Peter to see, and Peter's holy seat, the royal stranger turned his pilgrim's feet, drew from the fount the purifying streams, and shared the radiance of celestial beams, exchanged an earthly crown and barbarous name for heavenly glory and eternal fame. While following Peter's rule, he from his Lord assumed his name at Father Sergius's word. Washed in the font, still clothed in robes of white, Christ's virtue raised him to realms of light. Great was his faith, Christ's mercy greater still, whose counsels far transcend all human skill. From Britain's distant isles his venturous way, over lands, over seas, by toilsome journeying lay. Rome to behold, her glorious temple see, and mystic offerings make on bended knee. White-robed among the flock of Christ he shone, his flesh to earth, his soul to heaven is gone. Sure-wise was he to lay his sceptre down, and change an earthly for a heavenly crown. Next to Kedwal, Inna reigned in Wessex 37 years. Inna was son of Cenrid, who was son of Ceolwald, who was brother of Sinwald, and both, Ceolwald and Sinwald, were sons of Cudwine, who was son of Ciowling, who was son of Cenric, who was the son of Cerdic. In the 2nd year of Inna's reign, Theodore the Archbishop departed this life, in the 22nd year of his episcopacy. In his place, Berthwald, abbot of Reculver, was elected and consecrated archbishop. Up to this time the archbishops had all been Romans, henceforth they were of English race. Berthwald obtained to the see of Rochester Tobias, a man well taught in the Latin, Greek, and Saxon tongues. At that time there were 2 kings in Kent, reigning not by right of royal descent, but by conquest, Withred and Swaybard. AD 694, in the 6th year of King Inna, Withred, the legitimate king of Kent, being established on the throne, freed his nation by his zeal and piety from foreign invasion. Withred was the son of Egbert, who was the son of Ercombert, who was the son of Eadbald, who was the son of Ethelbert. He held the kingdom of Kent for 32 years in honour and peace. The same year, King Inna marched a formidable and well-arrayed army into Kent to obtain satisfaction for the burning of his kinsman Mull. King Withred, however, advanced to meet him not with fierce arrogance, but with peaceful supplication, not with angry threats, but with the honeyed phrases of a persuasive eloquence, and by these he prevailed on the incensed king to lay aside his arms and receive from the people of Kent a large sum of money as a compensation for the murder of the young prince. Thus the controversy was ended, and the peace now concluded was lasting. Thenceforth the King of Kent had a tranquil reign. The third year after this, AD 697, the Mercians, who are also called Southumbrians, perpetrated a scandalous crime, for they barbarously murdered Ostrith, the wife of their king Ethelred, and sister of King Egfrid. AD 699, in the 11th year of Ina, Beorot, the general of Egfrid, already named, became a victim to the maledictions of the Irish, whose churches he had destroyed, just as his master had before suffered. For in like manner, as Egfrid invading the territory of the Picts fell there, so Beorot marching against them to revenge the death of his lord was by them slain. About this time 700 years are reckoned from our Lord's incarnation. Ethelred, the son of Penda, king of Mercia, under the influence of divine grace, became a monk in the 29th year of his reign, and was buried in peace at Bardney Abbey in Lincolnshire. He was succeeded by his kinsman Kenrid, who was like him in piety and fortune, for when he had nobly reigned for 5 years, he still more nobly resigned his crown, and going to Rome, became a monk in the pontificate of Pope Constantine, and remained there to the end of his days. With him went Offa, son of Siggeir, king of the East Saxons, who would otherwise have succeeded to the kingdom, but coming to Rome in the same spirit of devotion, he also submitted to the monastic rule. We may well imitate the blessed resolve of these 2 kings, Ethelred and Kenrid, whose names are held in everlasting remembrance. Relinquishing their crowns, their wives, their cities, their kindred, and all they possessed, they became an example to thousands for doing the like. O gracious God, how glorious will be the crowns which thou wilt restore to them, and which thou, the greatest high priest, wilt thyself place on their heads in the day of joy and triumph, when all the millions of the heavenly hosts and of saints from the earth accompanying those holy kings and desiring to see their faces, they shall bear fruit, not 100 but 1,000-fold, fruit of a sweet savour, fruit much to be desired, and which shall be grateful even in thy sight, O merciful God, who even now, kindled by the fire of the Holy Spirit, would not follow the example of those kings, who are kings indeed, that their joy may still be increased by fresh fruits, and that they may present to thee richer offerings of those who follow them in righteousness with holy triumph. Alas, I must cut short my discourse concerning these kings of heaven, but I pray that it may be fixed in our abject and sluggish souls. Returning now from heaven to earth, we find that Ceolred succeeded these kings in the kingdom of Mercia, which he governed with honour for 8 years, inheriting his father's and grandfather's virtues. AD 705. In the 20th year of his reign, Ina divided the bishopric of Wessex, which had formed one diocese, into 2. The eastern part from the woods, the Weald, was held by Daniel, the western by Aldelm, who was succeeded by Forthier. The same year Bishop Wilfrid, who will not be forgotten in my Book of Miracles, died at Houndel in the 45th year of his episcopacy, and was buried at Ripon. The next year Ina and Nun, his kinsman, fought with Geraint, king of Wales. In the beginning of this battle, Sigbald, a general, was slain. At length, however, Geraint and his followers were put to flight, leaving their arms and spoils to the enemy who pursued them. At that time also Beorhtfrith, the alderman, checked the arrogance of the Picts, engaging them between Hearfeth and Kiri, and by the numbers that were slain he revenged the deaths of King Egfrid and his general Beoret. Acca, his priest, succeeded Wilfrid as bishop. Alfred, King of Northumbria, had died 4 years before at Driffield, having not quite completed the 24th year of his reign. He was succeeded by his son, Osred, a youth only 8 years old. He reigned 11 years and fell in battle by the chance of war near Mere in AD 716. Cenrid, his successor, reigned 2 years, after whose death Osric reigned there 11 years. All these 4 kings, therefore, governed Northumbria in the time of King Inna, AD 715. There was a battle between Inna in the 26th year of his reign and Ceolred, king of Mercia, the son of Ethelred, near Wotansburg, or Wambra on the Wiltshire Downs, where the slaughter was so great on both sides that it is difficult to say who sustained the severest loss. The year following, the same Ceolred, king of Mercia, departed this life and was buried at Lichfield. He was succeeded in the kingdom of Mercia by Ethelbald, a brave and active prince, who reigned victoriously for 41 years. That same year, Egbert, a venerable man, brought over the monks of Iona to the Catholic observance of Easter and the Catholic tonsure. Having lived with them 14 years, and being fully satisfied with the reformation of the Brotherhood during the paschal solemnities of the feast of Easter, he rejoiced that he had seen the day of the Lord. He saw it and was glad. At that time, Niton, king of the Picts, was converted to the true Pasch by a letter of admonition addressed to him by Abbot Ceolfrid, who after the death of Benedict before mentioned, presided in the monastery which is situated at the mouth of the river Wear, and near the river Tyne, at a place called Ingirvus, or Jarrow. The letter which he wrote to the king concerning the Pasch and the greater tonsure was full of weight, so that what the abbot recommended in his letter, the king enforced by his royal authority throughout his kingdom. About this time, Cuthbert, sister of Quember, who had been married to Egfrid, king of Northumbria, but separated from him during his life, founded an abbey at Wimburn in Dorsetshire. AD 725, Inna, in the 36th year of his reign, marched his army into Sussex and fought against the South Saxons with vigour and success. In this battle he slew Ealdbert, whom he had before compelled to flee from a castle called Taunton, which Inna had built. This same Eadbert, the Atheling, who was the king's enemy, had got possession of the castle, but Inna's queen, Ethelberga, stormed and razed it to the ground, compelling Eadbert to escape into Surrey. The same year, Withred, king of Kent, died, after a reign of almost 34 years, leaving 3 sons his heirs, Ethelbert, Edbert, and Alric. About this time, Tobias, Bishop of Rochester, the disciple of the Archbishop Theodore and Abbot Adrian, departed this life, and was succeeded by Aldwulf. AD 728, Inna, that powerful and prosperous king, resigning his crown to Ethelwood, his kinsman, went to Rome, and there, a pilgrim upon earth, was enrolled in the service of heaven. How rapid are the changes of the world may be remarked from what occurred in the time of this king. During his reign, the emperors were Justinian the Younger, who reigned 10 years, Leo 3 years, Tiberius 7 years, Justinian II 6 years, Philip 1 year and a half, Anastasius 3 years, Theodosius 1 year, Leo 9 years, and Constantine, in the 3rd year of whose reign Inna went to Rome. The successors of the apostles in his time were these: Pope Sergius, John, another John, Sicinius, Constantine, and Gregory, in whose pontificate Inna, voluntarily relinquishing worldly ambition, became an exile. The line of the kings of the Franks in the time of Inna was this: King Childeric, King Theodoric, King Clovis, King Childebert, King Dagobert. In the time of Ina, there were admitted to the heavenly mansions Saint Hedy, Bishop of Winchester, Saint Guthrac, Hermit of Croyland, and Saint John, Archbishop of York. The two kings nearly connected, Cadwal and Ina, excelling in strength which they possessed in common with brutes, but more excellent in their sanctity, in which they were partakers of the nature of angels, acted nobly, and whence all generations shall call them blessed. So also two nearly connected kings of Mercia, Ethelred and Kenred, had done before, who, resigning all false pretensions to good, gained the true and highest good, which is God. Let then the kings who are now ruling imitate those wise and blessed kings, instead of insane and unhappy princes, the difference of whose lives and the end of their lives my present work exhibits. Wherefore the four kings I have named are lights to all the kings of the earth, affording them examples of imitating the good and leaving them no excuse for imitating the evil. And you who are not kings, imitate them, that ye may become kings in heaven. For if indeed they resigned their great estate, while you are unwilling to resign your lesser advantages, those holy kings will be judges of your just condemnation. AD 728. In the first year of Ethelwood, king of Wessex, he fought a battle with Oswald, a young prince of the royal blood who aspired to the crown. For Oswald was the son of Ethelbald, who was the son of Cinebald, who was the son of Cudwin, who was the son of Cowlin, who was the son of Kinric. But the followers of the young prince being outnumbered by the royal troops, though for some time he stoutly bore the brunt of the battle and resisted to the utmost, he was compelled to flee. Abandoning his pretensions to the crown, the aforesaid king was therefore firmly established on the throne. In the third year of King Ethelwood, two portentous comets appeared near the sun, one preceding its rising, the other following its setting, presaging, as it were, dreadful calamities both to the east and to the west, or, assuredly, one was the precursor of day, the other of night, to signify that misfortunes threatened mankind at both times. The comets turned their blazing tails towards the north, as if to set the pole on fire. Their first appearance was in the month of January, and they remained visible for nearly a fortnight, at which time the Saracens, like a fell pest, spread destruction far and wide in France and Spain. But not long afterwards they met in the same country the fate their impiety deserved, when Charles Martel defeated the Arabs of Spain at the Battle of Tours. The same year Osric, king of Northumbria, departing this life, left that kingdom, which he had governed 14 years, to Ceolwulf, brother of King Kenred, who had reigned before him. Ceolwulf filled the throne 8 years. It was for this king that Bede, that holy and venerable saint, a man of cultivated genius and a Christian philosopher, wrote the ecclesiastical history of the English. With what advantage to the king his happy end shows. AD 731. In the 5th year of Ethelwood's reign, Berthwald, who had been archbishop nearly 88 years, departed this life, and Tatwin, who had been a priest at Bredon in Mercia, was appointed archbishop. He was consecrated by those prelates of blessed memory, Ingwald, Bishop of London, Daniel, Bishop of Winchester, Aldulf, Bishop of Rochester, and Aldwin, Bishop of Lichfield. 2 years afterwards, Ethelbald, the very powerful king of Mercia, assembling a formidable army, besieged Somerton in Somersetshire, investing it with camps formed all round, and as there was no force to throw in succours to the besieged, and it was impossible to hold out against the besiegers, the place was surrendered to the king. Ethelwood, indeed, who was distinguished by his great qualities above all the contemporary kings, resolved to reduce all the provinces of England as far as the Humber, with their respective kings, which he accomplished, there was an eclipse of the sun in the same year. In the 8th year of Ethelwood, Archbishop Tatwin, a prelate of exemplary piety and wisdom, eminently versed in sacred literature, was taken from among men. Egbert was raised to the vacant dignity and received the pallium from Rome. The same year, Venerable Bede was raised to the heavenly mansions, where his heart had always dwelt. This great man, who with royal virtue held the reins over his own evil propensities and those of others, was not inferior even to kings, and therefore may most worthily be esteemed a king, and placed in the rank of kings. Bede, a priest of the monastery of Wearmundham, and Jarrow, having been educated and brought up by Benedict, abbot of that place, and his successor, Ceolfrid, continually devoted himself to the study of the Scriptures. He was taken from the world in the 62nd year of his age, mature in years and in wisdom, full of days not spent in vain, as appears by the number of his works. Amongst these he composed 3 books of commentaries, from the beginning of Genesis to the birth of Isaac, 3 books concerning the tabernacle, its vessels and vestments, 4 books on the early part of Samuel to the death of Saul, 2 books in which he treated allegorically of the building of the temple, a book containing 30 questions out of the Book of Kings, 3 books on the Proverbs of Solomon, 3 on the Canticles, 2 books of homilies on the Gospels, 3 on Esdra and Nehemiah, 1 on the prophecy of Habakkuk, 1 on the book of Tobias, a collection of lessons from the Old Testament, 4 on the Gospel of St. Mark, 2 on St. Luke. Whatever he found in the minor works of St. Augustine concerning the Apostle, he transcribed in order, 2 books on the Acts of the Apostles, 7 books on the 7 Apostolic Epistles, 3 on the Apocalypse, also chapters of lessons from the New Testament, except the Gospels, also a book of epistles to various persons, also a book on the histories of the saints, also on the life of St. Cuthbert, first in heroic verse, afterwards in prose, 2 books also of the lives of the abbots of his own monastery, also a martyrology, also a book of hymns, also a book concerning times, also a book on the art of poetry, and lastly, the ecclesiastical history of the English in 5 books, in the conclusion of which he devoutly entreats that he may have the benefit of the prayers of all who read it. Concerning the state of ecclesiastical affairs in his time, Bede thus speaks: At this time, Tatwin is Archbishop of Canterbury, Aldulf Bishop of Rochester, Ingwald Bishop of London, Albert and Hadelow preside as bishops over the East Angles. Daniel and Forthia are bishops in the province of the West Saxons. Aldwin is bishop in Mercia, over the people who live to the west of the River Severn. Walstod is bishop in the province of the Hoaisi. Wilfrid is bishop in the province of Lindsey. Cunibert. The Isle of Wight belongs to Daniel, bishop of Winchester, and he administers the province of the South Saxons, which has been for some years without a bishop of its own. Subject to the King Ceolwulf, there are 4 bishops: Wilfrid of York, Ethelwald of Lindisfarne, Acker, Haugelstad or Hexham, Pectelm of Candida Casa or Withen, in which newly erected see he is the first bishop. Moreover, Eadbert is king of Kent, Ethelwood king of Wessex, Selred king of the East Angles, Ceolwulf king of Northumbria, and Ethelbald king of Mercia, who is the greatest of them all. Such is the state of affairs in the year since the coming over of the English about the 288th, in the 734th year of the incarnation of our Lord, in whose never-ending reign let the earth rejoice, and Britain being united with them in the joys of the true faith. Let the multitude of the isles be glad, and rejoice in remembrance of his holiness. Thus far I have relied on the authority of Venerable Bede, the priest, in weaving the thread of this my history, but chiefly in all these passages in which I have treated of ecclesiastical affairs, and in other matters also as much as I could. Henceforth it will be my endeavour to commit to writing, for the instruction of posterity, whatever I have been able to find by diligent inquiry collected in the works of old authors. For, as our learned Bede asserts, in the preface to his History of the English, the true rule of history is to commit to writing with simplicity, for the instruction of posterity, what is gathered from common report. AD 736. In the 10th year of King Ethelwood, Nofel, the archbishop, received the pallium from the Pope. Not long afterwards, Frothere, the bishop, and the Queen Frithegitha, leaving her splendid possessions and luxurious pleasures, went to Rome. In those times very many of the English nation, both nobles and common people, clerks and laymen, men and women, vied with each other in so doing. The same year Ethelwood, Bishop of Lindisfarne, departed this life, and Cornwulf was advanced to the episcopal dignity. Not long after, the Venerable Acca, priest and afterwards Bishop of Halgelstad, put off this mortal coil. In the 11th year of King Ethelwood, Ceolwulf, the most illustrious king of Northumbria, performed a most memorable deed. Now Ceolwulf was the son of Cutha, the son of Cuthwin, the son of Ledwald, the son of Egwald, the son of Aldulm, the son of Ocker, the son of Ida. Ceolwulf then, who frequently conversed with Bede while he was yet living, and often studied both before and after the death of Bede the history which he had dedicated to him, began to ponder with himself diligently on the lives and deaths of various kings. He saw as clear as light that earthly kingdoms and worldly possessions are gained with toil, are possessed in fear, are lost with regret, and while to persons of inferior judgment and less experience it might appear foolish and irrational, seeing how fair and delightfully worldly things are, to be told that these must be relinquished and despised, not yet understanding how disquieting is this world's wealth, how it comes to an end, producing no fruits but a late repentance, yet no temptations entangled the wise and experienced king. He felt within himself that his royal power had been established with difficulty and was maintained in fear, while he was unwilling to lose it in sorrow. As the lord, therefore, and not the slave of his high estate, he magnanimously cast from him what he considered worthless. Especially he was excited by the thought that while women and boys, and even the better sort, thronged to behold him and admire his grandeur, he himself was inwardly tormented with horrible fears of murder and treason, by which he was consumed both in mind and body, so that while others counted him most fortunate, he, who alone knew the secrets of his heart, esteemed himself most wretched. When, then, his reign had lasted a short period, that is 8 years, it became very evident to him, and he bitterly lamented, that for such an interval he had wasted his life in vain cares and frivolous pursuits, and he resolved to dedicate at least the rest of his days, not to mistaken folly, but to wisdom and his own best interest, imitating therefore the examples he found in the history of the holy man just named. This truly illustrious king followed in the track of 6 illustrious kings. These were Ethelred, king of Mercia, and Kenred his successor, Cadwal, king of Wessex, and Inna his successor, also Sigebert, the king of East Anglia, who became a monk, and was afterwards killed by Penda, and Sebi, the king of Essex, who also became a monk, foresaw with joy the day of his death. He saw it and was glad. They wasted not their substance with harlots, but spent their days in tribulation, sowing good seeds, that they might come again with joy, and bring their sheaves with them, an offering to God. Accordingly, Ceolwulf filled up the number of 7 perfect kings, and having assumed the monastic habit, the Lord set a crown of precious stones upon his head. He resigned his throne to Eadbert, who was his kinsman, for he was the son of Eata, the son of Ledwald, and he reigned 21 years. AD 737. Ethelbald, the haughty king of the Mercians, a prince of a different character in this royal fellowship, and therefore destined to a different end, despising holiness and setting might above right, invaded Northumbria, where, meeting with no resistance, he swept away as much booty as he could transport with him to his own country. AD 741. King Ethelwood died in the 14th year of his reign, and Cuthred, his kinsman, who succeeded him, reigned over Wessex 16 years. Meanwhile, the proud King Ethelbald continually harassed him, sometimes by insurrections, sometimes by wars. Fortune was changeable. The events of hostilities were, with various results, now favourable on the one, then to the other. At one time peace was declared between them, but it lasted but for a short interval, when war broke out afresh. The same year, Egbert was consecrated archbishop, during the pontificate of Zachary, and Dunn was ordained to the see of Rochester. AD 743. In the 4th year of his reign, Cuthred joined his forces with those of Ethelbald, the king of Mercia, with whom he was then at peace, against the Britons, who were assembled in immense multitudes. But these warlike kings, with their splendid army, falling on the enemy's ranks on different points in a sort of rivalry and contest which should be foremost, the Britons, unable to sustain the brunt of such an attack, betook themselves to flight, offering their backs to the swords of the enemy, and the spoils to those who pursued them. The victorious kings, returning to their own states, were received with triumphant rejoicings. The following year died Wilfrid, who had been Bishop of York for 30 years. That same year, in AD 744, there was a remarkable appearance in the heavens. Stars were seen shooting to and fro in the air, which seemed a prodigy to all beholders. The year following, Daniel deceased, in the 43rd year after he became bishop. The next year, Seldred was slain, as we learn from old writers, but they do not tell us how or by whom he was slain. AD 748. In the 9th year of Cuthred, Kinric, his son, was slain, a brave warrior and bold hunter, tender in age, but strong in arms, little in years, but great in prowess, who, while he was following up his successes, trusting too much to the fortune of war, fell in a mutiny of his soldiers, suffering the punishment of his impatient temper. The same year died Eadbert, king of the Kentish men, who wore the diadem for 22 years. AD 750. In the 11th year of his reign, Cuthred fought against Ethelun, a proud chief, who fomented a rebellion against his sovereign, and although he was vastly inferior to his lord in number of troops, he held the field against him for a long time with a most obstinate resistance, his exceeding caution supplying the deficiency of his force. But when victory had well nigh crowned his enterprise, a severe wound, the just judgment of his treacherous intentions, caused the royal cause to triumph. AD 752. Cuthred, in the 13th year of his reign, being unable to submit any longer to the insolent exactions and the arrogance of King Ethelbald, and preferring liberty to the hope of life, encountered him at Bereford, with bannered legions. He was attended by Ethelun, the aforesaid chief, with whom he was now reconciled, and supported by his valour and counsels, he was able to try the chances of war. On the other side, Ethelbald, who was king of kings, had in his army the Kentish men, the East Saxons, and the Angles, with a numerous host. The armies being drawn up in battle array, and rushing forward, having nearly met, Ethelun, who led the West Saxons, bearing the royal standard, a golden dragon, transfixed the standard-bearer of the enemy. Upon this a shout arose, and the followers of Cuthred being much encouraged, battle was joined on both sides. Then the thunder of war, the clash of arms, the clang of blows, and the cries of the wounded resounded terribly, and a desperate and most decisive battle begun, according to the issue of which either the men of Wessex or the men of Mercia would for many generations be subject to the victors. Then might be seen the troops with rustling breastplates and pointed helmets and glistening spears, with emblazoned standards shining with gold, but a short time afterwards stained with blood, bespattered with brains, their spears shattered, and their ranks broken, a horrible spectacle, the bravest and boldest on both sides gathering about their standards. Rank rushed desperately on rank, dealing slaughter with their swords and Amazonian battle-axes. There was no thought of flight. Confidence in victory was equal on both sides. The arrogance of their pride sustained the Mercians, the fear of slavery kindled the courage of the men of Wessex. But, wherever the chiefs before mentioned fell on the enemy's ranks, there he cleared a way before him, his tremendous battle-axe cleaving, swift as lightning, both arms and limbs. On the other hand, wherever the brave King Ethelbald turned, the enemy was slaughtered, for his invincible sword rent armour as if it were a vestment, and bones as if they were flesh. When therefore it happened that the king and the chiefs met each other, it was as when two fires from opposite quarters consume all that opposes them. Each of them, to excite terror in the other, came on with threatening mien, thrusting forth the right hand, and gathering themselves up in their arms, struck furious blows, the one against the other. But the God who resists the proud, and from whom all might, courage, and valour proceed, made an end of his favour to King Ethelbald, and caused his wonted confidence to fail. Since then he no longer felt courage or strength, Almighty God inspiring him with terror. He was the first to flee while yet his troops continued to fight. Nor from that day to the day of his death was anything prosperous permitted by divine providence to happen to him. Indeed, 4 years afterwards, in another battle at Seekington, in which the carnage was wonderful, disdaining to flee, he was slain on the field, and was buried at Ripon. So this very powerful king paid the penalty of his inordinate pride, after a reign of 41 years. From that time the kingdom of Wessex was firmly established, and ceased not continually to grow preeminent. AD 753. In the 14th year of his reign, Cuthred fought against the Britons, who, being unable to withstand the conqueror of King Ethelbald, soon took to flight, and justly suffered a severe defeat without any loss to their enemy. The year following, Cuthred, this great and powerful king, after a prosperous and victorious career, ended his glory in death. Sigebert, a kinsman of the late king's, succeeded him on the throne, but he held it only for a short time, for his pride and arrogance on account of the successes of his predecessors became intolerable even to his friends. But when he treated his people evilly in every way, perverting the laws for his own advantage or evading them for his own purposes, Cumbra, the noblest of his ministers, at the entreaty of the whole people, made their complaints known to the inhuman king, counselling him to rule his subjects with greater leniency, and abating his cruelty, to be more amiable in the sight of God and man. For this counsel the king most unrighteously put him to death, and, becoming still more inhuman and insufferable, his tyranny increased. AD 755. In the beginning of the second year of King Sigebert's reign, when his pride and wickedness appeared incorrigible, the nobles and people of the whole kingdom assembled, and after a careful deliberation, he was by unanimous consent expelled from the throne. Cynewulf, an illustrious youth of the royal race, was elected king, upon which Sigebert, driven from his states, and fearing no less than he deserved, fled into the great wood, called Andredeswald, or the Wald, where he concealed himself. There, a swineherd of Cumbra, the alderman, whom he had iniquitously put to death, as I before mentioned, found the king lying in concealment, and recognising him, slew him on the spot in revenge for his master's death. Behold the just judgment of the Lord. See how his justice recompenses men according to their deserts, not only in the world to come, but even in this life, raising up wicked kings for the merited chastisement of their subjects. One is permitted to continue long in his mad career, that a depraved people may be the longer oppressed, and the king, becoming still more depraved, may be more severely tormented hereafter, as in the case of Ethelbald, the king of Mercia lately spoken of. Another, Providence visits with swift destruction to give room to breathe for the people ground down by his tyranny, and that they may not quickly incur, through the unbridled wickedness of their prince, the just doom of eternal retribution, as in the case of this Sigebert, of whom we are now speaking. As for him, indeed, the greater his crimes, the lower he sunk in his punishment, which was inflicted by the hand of a vile swineherd, being plunged from a depth of woe to woe still deeper. Wherefore, to the eternal justice of God be praised and glory, now and ever. Amen. AD 755. In the first year of King Cynewulf, Beornred succeeded Ethelbald in the kingdom of Mercia, but his reign was short, for Offa dethroned him the same year, and filled the throne of Mercia for 39 years. He was a youth of the noblest extraction, being the son of Thingferth, who was the son of Yanwulf, who was the son of Osmod, the son of Eppa, the son of Whipper, the son of Creoda, the son of Cynewald, the son of Cneba, the son of Isel, the son of Eomar, the son of Agelthew, the son of Otha, the son of Wermund, the son of Withlaig, the son of Wotan. Offa proved a most warlike king, for he was victorious in successive battles over the men of Kent, and the men of Wessex, and the Northumbrians. He was also a very religious man, for he translated the bones of St. Alban to the monastery which he had built and endowed with many gifts. He also granted to the successor of St. Peter, the Roman pontiff, a fixed tax for every house in his kingdom forever. In the third year of King Cynewulf, Eadbert, king of Northumbria, reflecting on the troubled lives and the unhappy deaths of the kings before named, Ethelbald and Sigebert, and on the meritorious life and glorious end of his predecessor, Ceolwulf, he chose the better part which shall not be taken away from him. For, resigning his crown, he submitted to the tonsure, which would secure to him an everlasting diadem, and put on the black gown, which would be turned into a robe of celestial splendour. He makes the eighth of the kings who voluntarily abdicated their kingdoms for the sake of Christ. Nay, rather, to speak more correctly, exchanged them for an everlasting kingdom, in the blessedness of which 8 kings' joy without end exults in manifold and unspeakable delights, while it is most blessed to imitate their determination. Eadbert was succeeded by his son Oswulf, who only reigned 1 year, being treacherously murdered by his own household. Moll Ethelwald, his successor, reigned 6 years. About this time, Cuthbert the archbishop died. AD 760. Ethelbert, the Kentish king, attained the term of life in the 6th year of the reign of Cynewulf. The same year, Ceolwulf, formerly king but now a monk, died, or rather was translated to the fruition of his unspeakable reward. The following year, Moll, the king of Northumbria, slew at Edwin's Cliff Oswin, the most powerful of his nobles, who, rebelling against his sovereign in contempt of the law of nations, was justly punished according to the law of God. The year afterwards, Lambert was ordained Archbishop of York, and Frithwold, Bishop of Witham, who had been consecrated in the 6th year of the reign of Ceolwulf, ended his days. At the same time, Petwin was made Bishop of Witham. Alcred succeeded to the kingdom of Northumbria on the demise of Moll in the 6th year of his reign, and held it 8 years. In his 2nd year, Egbert, Archbishop of York, died, who had been Archbishop for 36 years, and Frithbert, Bishop of Hexham, in the 34th year of his episcopate. Ethelbert succeeded Egbert in the archdiocese, and Alcmund obtained Frithbert's bishopric. In the 4th year of King Alcred died Pepin, king of the Franks, and Stephen, Pope of Rome, as well as Eadbert, the son of Eata, the most illustrious of the English nobles. In the year of our Lord 769, the 15th of the reign of Cynewulf, the operations of the right hand of the Most High began to change, for the Roman Empire, the summit of power for so many years, became subject to Charlemagne, king of the Franks, after the 30th year of his reign, which commenced this year, and has continued in the line of his posterity from his time to the present day. AD 773. In the 20th year of the reign of Cynewulf, King Offa fought a battle with the Kentish men at Ottenford, or Orford in Kent, in which, after a dreadful slaughter on both sides, Offa gained the honour of victory. The same year the Northumbrians drove their king, Alcred, from York in the Paschal week, electing as their king Ethelred, the son of Moll, who reigned 4 years. The same year red signs appeared in the heavens after sunset, and horrible snakes were seen in Sussex, to the wonder of all. 2 years afterwards, the old Saxons, from whom the English nation is descended, were converted to Christianity. The same year, Petwin, Bishop of Witham, died, in the 24th year of his episcopate. AD 777. In the 24th year of his reign, King Cynewulf fought against Offa, around Benachune, or Benson in Oxfordshire, but by the fortune of war he was worsted, and evacuated the town, so that Offa took the castle. The same year Ethelbert was consecrated at York, Bishop of Witham. The following year Ethelbald and Herbert, officers of the King of Northumbria, rebelling against their master, slew Aldulf, the son of Bossa, the commander-in-chief of the royal army, in a battle at King's Cliff, and afterwards the officers above named slew Cynewulf and Egan, also royal officers, in a great battle at Hela Thine. The King Ethelred, losing together his officers and his hopes, fled from the face of the rebels, upon which they raised Alfwald to the throne, and he reigned 10 years. The year following, the chief men and governors of Northumbria burned a certain judiciary and chief officer for unjust severity. The same year, Archbishop Eadbert died at York and was succeeded by Eanbold. That year also, Cinnabold was made Bishop of Lindisfarne, and the old Saxons and Franks fought a battle in which the Franks conquered. The year following, Alfwald, king of Northumbria, sent to Rome for a pall, which he delivered to Eanbold, the archbishop. Then, on the death of Alcmund, bishop of Hexham, he was succeeded by Tilbert. The same year, Charlemagne was at Rome, and about this time there was a synod at Ackley. in Durham. AD 784. After Cynewulf had been king 26 years, and had fought many battles against the Britons, in which he was always victorious, subduing them in every quarter, he took it into his head to banish a young man, the Atheling, named Synod, Sigebert's brother. But he beset the king at Merton, where he had gone privately to visit a certain woman. On the first alarm, the king went to the door, where he manfully defended himself, until recognising the Atheling, he rushed forth and wounded him. But the whole band of his followers surrounded the king and slew him. Cries being raised, the king's thanes, who were in the town, ran to the spot, and refusing the offers of lands and money made by the Atheling, fought with him until they were all killed except one, a British hostage, who was desperately wounded. The next morning the king's thanes of the neighbourhood beset the Atheling and his party in the house where the king was slain, upon which he said to them, "Your kindred are with me, and I will bestow on you land and money as much as you desire, if you will not fight against me. The same offer I made to your friends, but they rejected it, and all perished." They replied that no money was dearer to them than their lord, and that they would avenge him and their kinsmen. Then, after a severe struggle, they burst in through the gate, and slew the Atheling, and 84 persons, his followers, with him. Only one survived, a young lad, but he was wounded. Cynewulf, who was slain in the 31st year of his reign, was buried at Winchester, and the Atheling at Axminster. Bertric, who was of the race of Cerdic, often mentioned, succeeded Cynewulf in the kingdom of Wessex, over which he reigned 16 years. In his second year, Pope Adrian sent legates to Britain to renew the faith which Augustine had preached. They were honourably received by the kings and people, and established it on a sound foundation, the grace of God happily aiding them. They held a synod at Chalkithe, at which Lambert gave up some portion of his bishopric, and Higbert was elected by King Offa. The same year, Egfert was consecrated king of a province of Kent. The year following, being the year of grace 786, men's garments bore the appearance of being marked with the cross, a prodigy which must appear wonderful in the sight and hearing of all ages. Whether it prefigured the crusade to Jerusalem, which took place 309 years afterwards, in the time of William II, when the badge of the cross was assumed, or whether it was sent for the warning of the nations, that they might escape the scourge of the Danes, which speedily followed, it is not for me rashly to determine. The secrets of the Lord I leave to the Lord. AD 787. In the 4th year of his reign, Bertric took to wife Eadburga, the daughter of Offa, the king of Mercia, by which alliance the king's power was strengthened and his arrogance increased. In those days the Danes landed in Britain from 3 ships to plunder the country. The king's officer, spotting them, set upon them incautiously, making no doubt that he should carry them captives to the king's castle, for he was ignorant who the people were who had landed, or for what purpose they had come. But he was instantly slain in the throng. He was the first Englishman killed by the Danes, but after him many myriads were slaughtered by them. And these were the first ships that the Danes brought here. The following year a synod was convened at Pinsall, AD 789. In the 6th year of Bertric's reign, a synod was assembled at Ackley. Likewise, Sigurd infamously and treasonably murdered Alfwald, king of Northumbria, and a heavenly light was seen in the place where the king, the servant of the Lord, was buried, which was at Hexham. Osred succeeded him, but the year afterwards he was betrayed and driven out of the kingdom, and Moll, the son of Ethelred, was restored to the throne. But 4 years afterwards, Osred, returning with a force he had collected to expel Ethelred, by whom he had been dethroned, was surrounded, seized, and put to death. He was buried at Tynemouth. Truly it is said, how blind to the future is the mind of man! For when the young Osred ascended the throne with a light step and a merry heart, he little thought that in 2 years he should vacate the royal seat, and in 4 should lose his life. So that in prosperity we should always be thoughtful, not knowing how near adversity is at hand. At that time, Offa, king of Mercia, gave orders that Saint Ethelbert should be beheaded. He was king of the East Angles. Lambert did not survive this period, and Abbot Ethelard was elected archbishop. Also, Eanbald, the Archbishop of York, consecrated Baldulf, Bishop of Witham. AD 793. In the 10th year of Bertric's reign, fiery dragons were seen flying in the air, and this prodigy was followed by 2 calamities. The first was a severe famine, the second was an eruption of the heathen nations from Norway and Denmark, who first cruelly butchered the people of Northumbria, and then, on the 14th of January, destroyed the churches of Christ with the inhabitants in the province of Lindisfarne. At the same time, Sigurd the Thane, who had foully betrayed the holy king Alfwald, perished as he deserved. In the 11th year of Bertric's reign, the Northumbrians slew their king, Ethelred, who the same year that King Osred was killed, elated with pride, had put away his wife and married another, unconscious that within 2 years he also would be cut off, and soon end the joy of a short reign in the dissolution of the grave. Eardulf succeeded him in the kingdom of Northumbria. He was appointed king and installed in the royal seat at York by Archbishop Eanbald and Bishops Ethelbert, Higbald, and Baldulf. Not long afterwards, Archbishop Eanbald died at York, and was succeeded by another of the same name. About this time, Pope Adrian, as well as the powerful King Offa, departed this life. AD 795. Egfert, the son of Offa, became king of Mercia, but died 141 days afterwards, and was succeeded by King Cenulf. The same year, Eadbert, whose other name was Pren, obtained the kingdom of Kent. Then also the heathens ravaged Northumbria and pillaged Egfert's monastery at Donamuth, but the bravest and most warlike of the English meeting them in battle, their leaders were slain, and they retreated to their ships. Pursuing their flight, some of their ships were wrecked by a storm, and many men were drowned, but some were taken alive and beheaded on the beach. Not long afterwards, Cenwulf, the king of Mercia, overran and ravaged the country of the Kentish men, and took prisoner and carried off with him their king, Pren, who was unable to resist his victorious arms, and was lurking in the winding glens and fastnesses. AD 797. In the 14th year of the reign of Bertric, the Romans cut out the tongue and put out the eyes of Pope Leo, and drove him from his see. But he, as writers report, was by the mercy of God again able to see and speak, and became again Pope. 3 years afterwards, in AD 800, King Charles, being made Emperor, and consecrated by Pope Leo, condemned to death those who had so disgracefully treated the Pope, but at his intercession he changed the sentence of death for banishment. 3 years afterwards also, Bertric, the King of Wessex, died. At this time there was a great battle at Whaley in Lancashire, in which fell Alric, the son of Herbert, and many others. But I should be too prolix if I were to relate all the particulars of these wars, their nature and results, for the English people were naturally rude and turbulent, and thus were incessantly torn by civil wars. In the year of grace 800, Egbert, the 8th in order of the 10 kings mentioned in the second book for their high and singular prerogative, began his reign over Wessex, which lasted 37 years and 6 months. In his youth, he had been driven into banishment by King Bertric, his predecessor, and Offa, king of Mercia, and spent 2 years of exile in the court of the king of the Franks, Charlemagne, where he was honourably distinguished. After the death of Bertric he returned and succeeded to the throne. That same day, Ethelmund, the alderman, rode over from Wick, near Worcester, and coming to Kempsford, met Wioxtan, the alderman, with the men of Wiltshire. There was a great fight between them, in which both the chiefs were slain, but the Wiltshire men got the victory. 4 years afterwards, Ethelod, the Archbishop of Canterbury, died, and Wulfrid was consecrated in his place. 2 years after that, in AD 805, Cuthred, the King of Kent, died also, and the next year, Eardulf, the King of Northumbria, was driven as a fugitive from his kingdom. AD 813, Egbert, in the 14th year of his reign, ravaged the domains of the Welsh kings from the east to the west, there being no one able to resist his power. A year afterwards, Charles, the King of the Franks and Emperor of Rome, departed this life, and the following year the venerable Pope Leo was a corpse. He was succeeded by Stephen, and Stephen by Paschal. 2 years afterwards, in AD 819, Cenulf, the King of Mercia, died, and Ceolwulf was raised to the throne, which he filled only 3 years, when he was driven from it by Bernwulf. AD 823. In the 24th year of Egbert's reign, he fought a battle against Bernwulf, the King of Mercia, at Ellenjune, or Wilton, from whence it is said, Ellenjune stream was tingled with blood, and was choked with the slain, and became foul with the carnage. There indeed, after a prodigious slaughter on both sides, Egbert obtained a dearly bought victory. From thence, pushing his advantage and following up his success, he detached his son, Ethelwulf, who afterwards became king, with Elkstan his bishop, and Wulfherd his ealdorman, and a large force into Kent, who drove Baldred over the Thames. Then the men of Kent, Surrey, Sussex, and Essex submitted to King Egbert's government, having been unjustly deprived some years before of that of his kinsman Pren. The same year, the king and people of East Anglia acknowledged King Egbert as their sovereign, after which, in the course of the year, the East Anglians slew Bernwulf, the Mercian king. He was succeeded by Ludicon. The same year, there was a great battle between the Britons and the men of Devonshire at Camelford, in which several thousand fell on both sides. The year following, Ludicon, king of Mercia, and 5 aldermen with him were slain. AD 827, Egbert, in the 27th year of his reign, expelled Wiflaf, who had succeeded Ludicon, from his kingdom of Mercia, and annexed it to his own dominions. When he had thus established his power over all of England south of the Humber, he led an army against the Northumbrians to Dor. But they, humbly offering this powerful king submission and allegiance, parted in peace. The year following, King Egbert, from motives of commiseration, yielded to Wiflaf the kingdom of Mercia, to be held in subjugation to himself. Next, King Egbert led an army into North Wales, and by the power of his arms reduced it to submission. The year following these events, on the death of Wulfrid, Archbishop of Canterbury, he was succeeded by Ceolnoth, AD 832. In the 33rd year of King Egbert's reign, the Danes again made their appearance in England, 38 years after they had been defeated at Bournemouth. The first place they ravaged was Sepik, that is, the Isle of Sheppey in Kent. The next year they came over in 35 very large ships, and Egbert, with his army, fought against them at Charmouth, and there by chance of war the Danes gained the day, and 2 bishops fell, Hearfrith and Wigfrith, with 2 ealdormen, Dudda and Osmond. The year following the Danes landed in West Wales, and the Welshmen joined them and revolted against King Egbert. The king, however, with his usual good fortune, soundly beat both the Danes and the Welshmen at Hengist Down, triumphantly routing the bravest of their bands. The year afterwards, 836, Egbert, King of Wessex, and paramount monarch of all Britain, yielded to fate and died. He left to his sons the inheritance of the kingdoms which were under his immediate government, Ethelwulf succeeding him in the kingdom of Essex, while he gave to Ethelstan Kent, Sussex, and Essex. We are now arrived at a period when England was united under one paramount king, and the terrible scourge of the Danes was introduced. It is fitting, therefore, that this new state of affairs should be reserved for a separate book. But as was done in the second book of the history, it may be well shortly to recapitulate the contents of the present book. The succession of the several kingdoms shall therefore be arranged in regular order, that this summary may clearly elucidate any confusion captured by the names of such a number of kings being mixed up together. If by so doing I may be serviceable to the reader, I shall, through God's mercy, reap the desired fruit of my labour. A summary of the kings of Kent, of whom the present book treats. Lothar reigned 12 years, and met his death in battle with the East Saxons. Edric, who was not of the royal race, reigned 1 year and a half. Nithrid and Wiberhard, neither of whom also were of the blood royal, reigned 6 years, and then were expelled. Wifrid, in whom the royal line was restored, reigned peaceably for 34 years, and made an alliance with King Inna. Eadbert, the son of Wifrid, with his 2 brothers, reigned for 22 years. Ethelbert's reign lasted 12 years. Egfer reigned, as far as I can gather from former writers, 34 years. Eadbert Pren reigned 3 years, when he was carried away captive by Kenwulf, the king of Mercia. Cuthred wore the diadem for 9 years. Baldred reigned for 18 years, when he was driven from his kingdom by Egbert, the king of Wessex. Egbert, the king of Wessex, retained the kingdom he had conquered as long as he lived, and at his death left it to his son, Ethelstan. The royal race of the kings of Kent then failed, and their right to the kingdom passed into other hands. A summary of the kings of Wessex of whom this book treats. Kedwal, in the 2nd year of his reign, obtained possession of the Isle of Wight. Twice he ravaged Kent, and going to Rome, died there in his garments of baptism, having exchanged for them the ensigns of royalty. Inna reigned 37 years. He conquered in battle Gernot, king of the Welsh, and subdued in his wars the East Saxons. Piously resigning his crown, he went to Rome. Ethelard, a kinsman of King Inna, governed the kingdom he resigned to him peaceably for 14 years. Cuthred reigned 16 years, and twice conquered the Britons by the laws of war, and also King Ethelbald. Sigbert, a cruel king, reigned 1 year and a little more, when he was justly deposed and afterwards slain. Cynwulf reigned 23 years, who was put to death by the king's brother. Bertric reigned 16 years. In his time, the barbarities of the Danes were first inflicted on Britain. Egbert's reign lasted for 37 years. He overran Britain from east to west, and was victorious in his wars against Beornwulf, king of Mercia, and Baldred, king of Kent, together with King Witlaf and the Danes. A summary of the kings of Northumbria mentioned in this book. Alfred, brother of King Egfrid, learned in the scriptures and warlike, reigned 20 years. Osred, his son, reigned 9 years and was killed in battle. Kenrid reigned 2 years and, falling sick, shortly died. Osric reigned 12 years until his death. Ceolwulf, brother of King Kenrid, just named, after a reign of 8 years, became a monk, in whose time Bede, the venerable priest and Christian philosopher, made a blessed end. Egbert, a kinsman of Ceolwulf, after a reign of 21 years, made a feeble life illustrious by a glorious end. Oswulf, his son, reigned 1 year and was traitorously murdered by his household. Moll Ethelwald reigned 6 years and was compelled to abdicate. Alred reigned 8 years and was driven out and deposed by his people. Ethelred the son of Moll reigned 3 years and fled from the face of his rebellious nobles. Alfwald reigned 10 years and was treacherously slain by Sigurd, one of his officers. Osred, the nephew of the last named king, after reigning 1 year, was driven from his kingdom by his people, and 3 years afterwards was killed. Ethelred, the son of Moll, was restored to the throne, but after reigning for 4 years was slain by his ever-turbulent people. Ardulf, after a reign of 12 years, was expelled by his subjects. Afterwards, the Northumbrian people, actuated, as it appears, by an insane spirit of insubordination, were for some time without any king, and submitted by treaty to King Egbert. A summary of the kings of Mercia mentioned in this book. Ethelred, the son of Penda, after a reign of 12 years, nobly submitted to the monastic rule. Kenred, his kinsman, reigned for 5 years, and then, going to Rome, triumphantly joined a society of monks. Ceolred, the son of King Ethelred, reigned for 8 years, and fought stoutly against King Inna. Ethelbald the Proud reigned for 12 years. He ravaged Northumbria and subdued the people of Wales, and became paramount over all of the kings of England, but at last he was conquered by King Cuthred, and was afterwards slain. Bernard held the kingdom 1 year, but Offa the Powerful expelled him. Offa reigned for 39 years. In his wars he worsted Cynewulf, the king of Wessex, and the Kentish men, and the Northumbrians. Egfert, the son of Offa, scarcely survived him 1 year. Canulf reigned for 26 years in peace, and died the common death of mortals. Ceolwulf held the kingdom for 3 years, but it was then wrested from him by Bernulf the Ferocious. Bernulf reigned 1 year, and, being overcome by King Egbert, disappeared. Ludicum was slain in the 1st year of his reign, with his 5 principal officers. Witlaf, having been conquered in the war with King Egbert, was restored to his kingdom as a tributary. As to the kingdom of East Anglia, it had already been, by various means, annexed to the other kingdoms. Book 5. In the beginning of this history, I remarked that Britain had been afflicted with 5 scourges, the 4th of which, that inflicted by the Danes, I propose to treat of in the present book. Indeed, this infliction was more extensive as well as vastly more severe than the others. For the Romans subjugated Britain in a short time and governed it magnificently by right of conquest. The Picts and Scots made frequent irruptions from the northern districts of Britain, but their attacks were confined to that quarter, and they were never very destructive, and being repelled, their invasions quickly ceased. The Saxons, as their strength increased, gradually took possession of the country by force of arms. Then they settled on the lands they conquered, established themselves in their possessions, and were governed by fixed laws. The Normans again, suddenly and rapidly subjugating the island, granted to the conquered people life and liberty, with their just rights according to the ancient laws of the kingdom. Of them I shall have to speak hereafter. The Danes, however, overran the country by destructive inroads, their object being not to settle but to plunder it, to destroy rather than to conquer. If they were sometimes defeated, victory was of no avail, insomuch as a descent was made in some other quarter by a larger fleet and a more numerous force. It was wonderful how, when the English kings were hastening to encounter them in the eastern districts, before they could fall in with the enemy's bands, a hurried messenger would arrive and say, "Sir King, whither are you marching? The heathens have disembarked from a countless fleet on the southern coast, and are ravaging the towns and villages, carrying fire and slaughter into every quarter." The same day another messenger would come running and say, "Sir King, whither are you retreating? A formidable army has landed in the west of England, and if you do not quickly turn your face towards them, they will think you are fleeing, and follow in your rear with fire and sword." Again the same day, or on the morrow, another messenger would arrive saying, "What place, O noble chiefs, are you making for? The Danes have made a descent in the north. Already they have burnt your mansions. Even now they are sweeping away your goods. They are tossing your young children raised on the points of their spears. Your wives some they have forcibly dishonoured, others they have carried off with them." Bewildered by such various tidings of bitter woe, both kings and people lost their vigour, both of mind and body, and were utterly prostrated, so that even when they defeated the enemy, victory was not attained with its wonted triumphs, and supplied no confidence of safety for the future. The reason why the anger of God was inflamed against them with such fury is this. In the early days of the English Church, religion flourished with so much lustre that kings and queens, nobles and bishops, as I have before related, resigned their dignities and entered into the monastic life. But in process of time all piety became extinct, so that no other nation equalled them for impiety and licentiousness, as especially appears in the history of the Northumbrian kings. This impiety was not only manifest in the royal annals, but extended to every rank and order of man. Nothing was held disgraceful except devotion, and innocence was the surest road to destruction. The Almighty, therefore, let loose upon them the most barbarous of nations, like swarms of wasps, and they spared neither age nor sex. That is, the Danes and Goths, Norwegians and Swedes, Vandals and Frisians. These desolated this country for 230 years, from the beginning of the reign of King Ethelwulf until the time of the arrival of the Normans under the command of King William. France also, from its contiguity to England, was often invaded by these instruments of the divine vengeance, as it richly deserved. With these explanations I will now resume the course of my history. AD 837. While Ethelwulf himself, in the first year of his reign, opposed the enemy just spoken of, in one part of his kingdom, as the heathen hordes were overrunning every quarter, he detached the Ealdorman Wulfherd with part of his army to attack the Danes who had landed near Hampton, out of 33 ships, whom he triumphantly defeated with great slaughter. King Ethelwulf also dispatched the Ealdorman Ethelhelm with the Wessex forces against another band of the enemy at Portland Island, but after a long fight Ethelhelm was slain, and the Danes gained the day. The year following, Herbert the Ealdorman fought with them at Merksware, but the Danes defeated and routed his troops, and he was slain. The same year, the heathen army reduced all the eastern coast of England in Lindsey, East Anglia, and Kent, putting vast numbers of the inhabitants to the sword. A year later, the army of the Danes, penetrating further into the country, made great slaughter around Canterbury, Rochester, and London. AD 840. In the 5th year of his reign, Ethelwulf, having divided his army, fought with one division against the men who disembarked from 35 ships at Charmouth, where he was defeated by the Danes, for, though their fleet was small, the largest ships were crowded with men. The 5th year afterwards, Elkstan, the venerable Bishop of Sherborne, and Ernwulf, the Ealdorman, with the Somersetshire men, and Osric, the ealdorman, with the men of Dorset, fought with the Danes at the mouth of the Parret, and, by God's help, gained a glorious victory, having slain great numbers of the enemy, AD 851. In the 16th year of his reign, Ethelwulf, with his son, Ethelbald, collecting his whole force, fought a battle with a very great army, which, landing from 250 ships at the mouth of the Thames, had taken by storm two noble and famous cities, London and Canterbury, and routed Berthwulf, king of Mercia, with his army, a defeat which he never recovered. He was succeeded by Bered in the kingdom of Mercia. The Danes, entering Surrey, encountered the royal troops at Ockley, where ensued between the two numerous armies one of the greatest battles ever fought in England. The warriors fell on both sides like corn in harvest, and the bodies and limbs of the slain were swept along by rivers of blood. It would be tedious and wearisome to describe particulars. God vouchsafed the victory to the faithful, and caused the heathen to suffer a disgraceful defeat. So King Ethelwulf signally triumphed. The same year Aethelstan, king of Kent, and Ealhir, the ealdorman, had a naval action with the Danes at Sandwich, in which they took 9 ships and put the rest of the fleet to flight, with great slaughter of the enemy. An ealdorman named Seol also, with the men of Devonshire, fought against the heathens at Weganborg, or Wembury, near Plymouth, slaying many and obtaining the victory. This year, therefore, was fortunate to the English nation, but it was the first that the heathen army remained in the country over winter, AD 853. In the 18th year of his reign, Ethelwulf gave powerful assistance to King Bered in reducing the North Welsh to subjection. He also gave him his daughter in marriage. The same year, King Ethelwulf sent his son Alfred to Rome, to Leo the Pope, and Leo afterwards consecrated him king and adopted him as his son. This year, the ealdorman Ealhir, with the men of Kent, and Hudder, with the men of Surrey, fought against the army of the pagans in the Isle of Thanet, and great numbers were slain and drowned on both sides, and both the ealdormen were killed. In the 19th year of his reign, Ethelwulf gave the 10th of all his land to ecclesiastical uses, for the love of God and for his own salvation. Afterwards he went to Rome in great state, and abode there a year. On his return he obtained in marriage the daughter of Charles the Bald, the King of France, and brought her with him to his own country. 2 years after his marriage he departed this life, and was buried at Winchester, AD 858. At first he had been Bishop of Winchester, but on the death of his father Egbert, from the necessity of the case, he was made king. He had by his first wife 4 sons, all of whom in turn succeeded him in the kingdom. About this time the heathens wintered in Sheppey. This illustrious King Ethelwulf left his hereditary kingdom of Wessex to his son Ethelbald, and to his other son, Ethelbert, he left the kingdoms of Kent, Essex, and Sussex. Both brothers were young men of princely virtues, and ruled their kingdoms well as long as they lived. Ethelbald, the King of Wessex, held his peaceably for 5 years, and then prematurely died of disease. All England lamented the royal youth and mourned over him deeply, and they buried him at Sherborne in 860. And the English people felt what they had lost in him. Ethelbert, the brother of the last-named king, succeeded him in the kingdom of Wessex, having been before King of Kent. In his time a large fleet came over, and the crew stormed Winchester. Thus it was that, the ancient city, long the seat of power, to ruin fell. Then Osric, the ealdorman, with the men of Hampshire, and Ethelwulf, the ealdorman, with the men of Berkshire, fought against this army, and routing it with great slaughter, remained the victors. AD 865. In the 5th year of Ethelbert's reign, the army of the heathens came into Thanet, and the Kentish men came to terms with them, promising money. But, pending the treaty, the enemy stole away by night and ravaged all the eastern parts of Kent. The same year, Ethelbert, after a reign of 5 years in Wessex and 10 years in Kent, departed this life. AD 866, upon which Ethelred, his brother, ascended the throne. The same year, a great army of pagans landed in England under the command of their chiefs, Hingawa and Ubba, most valiant but cruel men, Hingawa being of great ability and Ubba of extraordinary courage. They spent the winter in East Anglia, entering into a treaty and receiving horses from the inhabitants, who, being awed into tranquillity by the enemy's forces, were spared for the present. In the second year of Ethelred's reign, this army, under the command of Hingawa and Ubba, marched into Northumbria as far as York. There was great dissension among the people of that province, they having, with their usual fickleness, ejected their king Osbert, and set up one named Ella, who was not of the royal blood. Being at length reconciled, they assembled an army and came to York, where the pagan army lay. Having effected a breach in the wall, they entered the town, fighting boldly, and both kings, Osbert and Ella, were slain, with a vast number of the Northumbrians within and without the city. The survivors made a treaty with the heathens. This year died Bishop Elkstan, and he was buried at Sherborne, where he had been bishop for 50 years. AD 868, King Ethelred, in the third year of his reign, went to Nottingham with his brother Alfred, to the help of Bered, the king of Mercia. For the army of the Danes had marched to Nottingham, and there wintered. Hingawa, seeing that the whole force of the English was assembled, and that his army was besieged and inferior in strength, had recourse to smooth words, and with dangerous cunning obtained terms of peace from the English. He then retired to York, and with great cruelty maintained possession 1 year. Saint Edmund was taken to heaven in the year of our Lord 870, the 5th of the reign of Ethelred. For the army mentioned before, under the command of their king, Hingawa, marching through Mercia to Thetford, established itself there for the winter, causing entire ruin to the wretched inhabitants, whereupon Edmund, the king, preferring rather to suffer death than to witness the sufferings of his people, was seized by the infidels, and his sacred body was fastened to a stake, and transfixed by their arrows in every part. But God, in his mercy, honoured the spot with numerous miracles. AD 871. In the 6th year of King Ethelred, there came a new and immense army, which, rushing like a torrent, and carrying all before it, advanced as far as Reading. Their numbers were so great that as they could not march in one body, they advanced in troops by separate routes. They were led by 2 kings, Bogsec and Halfdan. 3 days after this, Ethelwulf, the ealdorman, attacked 2 of the enemy's chiefs at Englefield and slew one of them who was called Sidroc. 4 days afterwards, King Ethelred with his brother Alfred and a great host arrived at Reading and gave battle to the army of the Danes. Great numbers fell on both sides, but the Danes gained the victory. 4 days afterwards, King Ethelred and his brother Alfred fought the whole army assembled at Ashdown. It was formed in 2 divisions. One headed by the pagan kings, Bogsec and Halfdan, was encountered by King Ethelred, and Bogsec was slain. The other division was led by the pagan earls, and Alfred, the king's brother, attacked them and killed the 5 earls, Sidroc the elder, and Sidroc the younger, and Osbern, and Frenna, and Harold. The army was routed, and many thousands were slain, the battle lasting until nightfall. 14 days afterwards, King Ethelred and Alfred his brother again engaged the enemy at Basing, but there the Danes obtained the victory. Again, in the course of 2 months, King Ethelred and his brother Alfred fought another battle with this same army at Merton, in which numbers fell on both sides, and the Danes, though they gave way for a time, in the end remained victors. In this battle was slain Hemund, Bishop of Sherborne, and many other great men of the English. After this battle, the great army came in the summer to Reading. This year King Ethelred died after Easter. He had reigned 5 years and was buried at Wimborne Minster. Then Alfred, his brother, the son of Ethelwulf, began his reign over Wessex, and 1 month afterwards he fought with a small band against the united army at Wilton, and put them to flight for a time, but afterwards the Danes gained the day. This year, therefore, there were 9 pitched battles with the Danish army in that part of the kingdom lying south of the Thames, besides the sudden inroads which Alfred the king's brother and the king's officers frequently made into the enemy's quarters. In this year were slain 1 king and 9 earls, and the chief men of Wessex made a truce with the army of the pagans. AD 872. In the first year of King Alfred, the army of the pagans came from Reading to London, and there wintered, and the Mercians made peace with that army. The second year, King Halfdan led the same army into Lindsey, and they wintered at Torksey. And the third year, they had their winter quarters at Repton. There were confederated with him 3 other kings, Guthrun and Oscatel and Anwind, so that they became irresistible, and drove beyond the sea King Bered, who had reigned 22 years over Mercia. He went to Rome, and, there dying, he was buried in the church of St. Mary at the English school. But the Danes transferred the kingdom of Mercia to one Ceolwulf, a weak king, who was to do their bidding, for he gave them hostages, and swore that he would yield up the kingdom to them whenever they desired, and that he would be always ready to aid them in his own person, and with all the forces he could muster. AD 875. In the 4th year of King Alfred, the army broke up from Repton in 2 divisions, with one of which King Halfdan marched into Northumbria and fixed his winter quarters on the Tyne, and he took possession of the land and divided it among his followers, and they cultivated it for 2 years. He also made predatory excursions against the Picts. But the larger division of the army followed the before-mentioned 3 kings into Cambridge, where they sat down for 1 year. This year King Alfred fought a naval battle against 7 ships, one of which he took, and the rest he put to flight. The year following, the army and the 3 kings came to Wareham in Wessex, and King Alfred made a truce with them, taking some of their chief men as hostages. They also swore to him, as they had never before done to anyone, that they would shortly depart the kingdom, notwithstanding which, those of the army who had horses stole away a few nights afterwards and made for Exeter. This year Rollo with his followers landed in Normandy. The year following, the remainder of the perjured army marched from Wareham to Exeter, and the fleet, sailing round, was overtaken by a storm, so that 120 ships were wrecked at Swanage. But King Alfred had pursued, with a large force, the part of the army which was mounted, but he could not come up with them before they reached Exeter, and there they gave him hostages, as many as he would, and swore to keep the peace, which they did faithfully. Afterwards the army marched into Mercia, and took possession of some part of that kingdom. Part they gave up to Ceolwulf. AD 878. In the 7th year of King Alfred, the Danes were in possession of the whole kingdom from the north bank of the Thames. King Halfdan reigned in Northumbria, and his brother in East Anglia, while the 3 other kings before named, with Ceolwulf, the king they had appointed, reigned in Mercia, the country about London and Essex, so that there only remained to King Alfred the country south of the Thames, and even that was grudged him by the Danes. The 3 kings therefore advanced to Chippenham in Wessex, with fresh swarms of men arrived from Denmark. They spread over the country like locusts, and there being no one able to resist them, they took possession of it for themselves, Some of the people fled beyond the sea, some to King Alfred, who concealed himself in the woods with a small band of followers. Others submitted to the enemy. But when King Alfred neither possessed any territory, nor had any hope of possessing it, the Lord had regard for the remnant of his people. For the brother of King Halfdan, coming with 23 ships to Devonshire in Wessex, King Alfred's people slew him with 840 of his army, and their standard, called the Raven, was there taken, upon which King Alfred, who had constructed a fortified post at Athelney, encouraged by this success, sallied forth from thence with the men of Somersetshire, who were nearest to it, and had frequent encounters with the army. Then, in the 7th week after Easter, he rode to Brixton, on the eastern side of Selwood, and there came to meet him all the Somersetshire and Wiltshire men, and the residue of the Hampshire men, and they were glad at his coming. The day following he went to Illymead in Wiltshire, and in another day to Headington, and there he gave battle to the army, and routed and pursued it to their place of strength, before which he sat down 14 days. Then the army of the pagans delivered hostages to the king, and promised on oath to quit the kingdom. Their king also agreed to be baptized, and it was done, for Guthrum, the chief of their kings, came to Alfred for baptism, and Alfred became his godfather, and having entertained him for 12 days, dismissed him with many gifts. AD 879. In the 8th year of Alfred, this same army went from Chippenham to Cirencester, and there wintered peaceably. The same year the foreigners, that is to say the Vikings, assembled a new force, and sat down at Fulham, on the Thames. There was an eclipse of the sun this year, in AD 880. The year following, the before-named army of King Guthrum retired from Cirencester and marched into East Anglia, where they settled on the land, and apportioned it among themselves. The same year the army which had been posted at Fulham crossed over the sea, and was stationed 1 year at Ghent. The year afterwards they fought with the Franks and overcame them, and the 3rd year they went along the banks of the Meuse into France, at which time King Alfred took 4 Danish ships in a naval battle, destroying the crews. In the 4th year, AD 883, the army went up the Scheldt into Conde, and there established itself for a year. This year Pope Marinus sent to King Alfred a piece of the wood of the Holy Cross, and Alfred sent arms to Rome, and also to the shrine of St. Thomas in India, in performance of a vow which he had made when the enemy's army wintered at London. AD 885. In the 14th year of King Alfred, part of the army which was in France came over to Rochester, and besieged the city, beginning to construct another fortress, but on Alfred's approach they fled to their ships and crossed over the sea. King Alfred also sent a naval expedition from Kent to East Anglia, and when the fleet was off the mouth of the river Stour, it encountered 16 ships of the Vikings, and obtained the victory in the engagement. On their return with the booty in triumph, they were met by a large fleet of the Vikings, and a battle ensued in which they were worsted. The same year Charles, king of the Franks, was killed by a wild boar. He was a son of Louis, the son of Charles the Bald, whose daughter Judith was married to King Ethelwulf. Then also Pope Marinus fell asleep. The year following, the army of the Danes ascended the Seine to the bridge at Paris, and there wintered. King Alfred besieged London, the greatest part of the Danish force having joined their army in France, and the Danes being departed, all the English submitted, and acknowledged him as their king. And he committed the city to the keeping of Ethelred the Ealdorman. The year following, the army breaking up from the bridge at Paris, went along the Seine as far as the Marne, and along the Marne as far as Chessy, and sat down there, and on the Yonne 2 years. About this time, by the Act of Arnulf, 5 kings were created in France. AD 890. In the 19th year of King Alfred, Guthrum, the Danish king, who was godson of King Alfred and governed East Anglia, departed this life. The same year, the army went from the Seine to St. Lô, which is between Brittany and France, and the Bretons fighting with them and driving them into a river, many were drowned. Now Plegmund was chosen of God and all the people to be Archbishop of Canterbury. The year following, the army went eastwards, and King Arnulf with the Franks, Saxons, and Bavarians fought against it and routed it. Afterwards, this great army returned into England with all that belonged to it, disembarking from 250 ships at Lymnmouth, a port in the eastern part of Kent, near the great wood of Andred, which is 120 miles long and 30 miles broad. On landing, they threw up a fortified camp at Aldry, that is, Appledore, near Romney in Kent. Meanwhile, Hasting came with 80 ships into Thames Harbour and constructed a camp at Milton. Afterwards, however, he swore to King Alfred that he would never injure him in any matter. The king therefore conferred upon him, his wife and his sons, many gifts. One of them the king had held in baptism, and his great general, Edred, the other. Hasting, however, always faithless, constructed a camp at Bamfleet, and when he issued forth to plunder the king's country, the king stormed the castle, and took there his wife and his sons and his ships. But he restored his wife and sons to Hasting, because he was their godfather. And now a messenger came to King Alfred, saying, 100 ships have come from Northumbria and East Anglia, and are besieging Exeter. While, therefore, the king was marching there, the army which was at Appledore invaded Essex, and constructed a camp at Shoebury. Pushing on from thence, they reached Buttington, near the Severn, and there they threw up a fortification. But being driven from it, they took refuge in their camp in Essex. Meanwhile, the army which had laid siege to Exeter, when the king approached, betook themselves to their ships and carried on piracy by sea. A 4th army came the same year from Northumbria to Chester, but they were there besieged and suffered so much from hunger that they were compelled to eat most of their horses. AD 895. In the 23rd year of King Alfred, the Danes who were in Chester made a circuit by North Wales and Northumbria to Mersey, an island of Essex, and afterwards in winter they towed their ships up the Thames into the River Lee. But the army which had besieged Exeter was overtaken, plundering near Chichester, where large numbers perished, and they lost some of their ships. The year following, the army which was on the River Lee made a sort of entrenchment near the river, 20 miles from London. The Londoners issued forth to attack it, and fighting with the Danes, slew 4 of their leaders, Almighty God giving them the victory in time of need. The Danes retreated to their camp, whereupon the king caused the waters of the Lee to be diverted into 3 channels, that they might not be able to bring out their ships, which the Danes perceiving, they abandoned their ships, and went across the country to Bridgenorth, near the Severn, where they fortified their camp and established their winter quarters. Having committed their wives to the care of the East Angles, the king pursued them with his army, while the Londoners brought some of the deserted ships to London and burnt the rest. In the 3 years, therefore, which I have mentioned, that is, from the time the Danes entered the port of Lymnmouth, they inflicted great losses on the English, but they suffered far greater themselves. In the 4th year, the army was divided, one part going into Northumbria, another into East Anglia, and a part of it crossed the Channel and entered the Seine. Afterwards, however, Some ships of the Danes came on the coast of Wessex, and by frequent descents for the sake of plunder and continual skirmishes, caused no small loss to the provincials of Wessex. Of these numerous conflicts I will relate one, because it was out of the common course. King Alfred caused long ships of 40 oars or more to be fitted out against the Danish fleet. There were 6 of the Danish vessels in a harbour of the Devonshire coast, which 9 of the royal ships attempted to surprise. However, the Danes, becoming aware of it, launched 3 of their vessels to engage the enemy, the others being grounded high on the beach, and the tide being out. 6 therefore of the English ships engaged with these 3 Danish, and the other 3 English ships made for the 3 Danish vessels which lay on the shore. Though the odds were 6-3, the Danes fought bravely and desperately, maintaining the unequal conflict for a long time. Numbers prevailed, and 2 of the Danish ships were taken. The 3rd sheered off after all that manned them had fallen except 5. After this success, in attempting to join their consorts near the Danish ships on shore, the English got aground. Upon observing which, the Danes from the 3 vessels on the beach attacked the 3 English ships which were opposed to them. Then those who were on board the other 6 ships might be seen beating their breasts and tearing their hair, while they looked on unable to afford assistance, but the English defended themselves manfully, while the attack of the Danes was bold and spirited. 42 fell on the side of the English, and 120 on that of the Danes. Among these were Lucamon, the commander of the royal force, who fell fighting bravely, upon which the English gave way by degrees, and the Danes might almost claim the victory. But now by the return of the tide, the Danes were enabled to put to sea, pursued too late, and to no purpose, by the 9 English ships. But the victorious Danes were met by a contrary wind, which drove 2 of their ships on shore, and the crews were made prisoners and brought to the king, who commanded them all to be hanged at Winchester. Those who were in the 3rd ship sailed to East Anglia, though severely wounded. The same year, 20 ships with their crews perished on the south coast. AD 901. King Alfred died, after a reign of 28 years, and a half over all England, except those parts which were under the dominion of the Danes. His indefatigable government and endless troubles I cannot worthily set forth except in verse. Toilsome thy outward path to high renown, thorny the chaplet that entwined thy crown. Unconquered Alfred, thine the dauntless mind, that in defeat could fresh resources find. What though thy hopes were ever dashed with care, still they were never clouded with despair. Today victorious future wars were planned, today defeated future triumphs are scanned. Thy way-soiled garments and thy blood-stained sword, sad pictures of the lot of kings afford. Who else like this throughout the wide world's space bore in adversity so brave a face? The sword forever bare in mortal strife, failed to cut short thy destined thread of life. Peaceful thy end, may Christ be now thy rest, thine be the crown and sceptre of the blessed. AD 901. Edward, the son of King Alfred, succeeded to his father's kingdom, which he held for 24 years. His younger brother, Ethelwald, married a wife, and seized on Wimborne without leave of the king and the great men of the realm, whereupon King Edward led a body of troops as far as Badbury, near Wimborne, but Ethelwald and his men held possession of the place, and closing the gates, he declared that he would either hold it or there die. However, he sallied forth by night and made for the army which was in Northumbria. His illustrious birth caused him to be received with open arms, and he was elected king and paramount lord over the vice-kings and chiefs of that nation. King Edward, however, arrested the woman whom the young prince had married contrary to the will of the bishop, because she had been consecrated a nun. The same year died Ethelred, ealdorman of Devonshire, 1 month before the death of King Alfred, to whom he had been a faithful servant and follower in many of his wars. AD 905. In the third year of King Edward, Ethelwald, the king's brother, assembled an army, which he transported in a numerous flotilla into Essex, the people of which were speedily reduced to submission. The year following, he led a powerful army into Mercia and completely ravaged it as far as Cricklade. There he crossed the Thames and swept off all the plunder he could find in Braydon and the neighbourhood. King Edward, however, having hastily collected some troops, followed their rear, ravaging the whole territory of the Mercians between the Dyke and the Ouse, as far northwards as the Fens, after which he resolved to retreat and commanded his whole army to retire together, and they all withdrew except the Kentish men, who remained contrary to the king's order, though he sent 7 messages after them. Then the army of the Danes intercepted the Kentish men, and a battle was fought, in which fell Siwulf and Sigelm, ealdormen, and Ethelwald, the king's thane, and Kenwulf, the abbot, and Sigbert, son of Siwulf, and Eadwald, son of Acca, and many others, though the most eminent are named. On the side of the Danes were slain King Eoric and the Etheling Ethelwald, whom they had elected their king, and Bristig, son of Bryneth and Etheling, and Jesop the Hold, and Osgetel the Hold, with many others, for I cannot name them all. There was a great slaughter on both sides, most on that of the Danes, though they claimed the victory. This same year died Elswitha, wife of King Edward. AD 906. King Edward, in the 5th year of his reign, concluded a peace with the East Angles and Northumbrians at Hitchingford. The year following, the king levied a powerful army in Wessex and Mercia, which took great spoils, both in men and cattle, from the Northumbrian army, and slaying numbers of the Danes, continued to ravage the country for 5 weeks. The next year the Danish army entered Mercia with intent to plunder, but the king had collected 100 ships and dispatched them against the enemy. On their approach they were mistaken for allies, and the Danish army supposed that they might therefore march securely wherever they would. Presently the king sent troops against them out of Wessex and Mercia, who fell on their rear, as they were retiring homewards, and engaged them in flight. A pitched battle ensued, in which the Lord severely chastised the heathen, many thousands of them meeting a bloody death, and their chiefs were confounded, and falling, bit the dust. There were slain King Halfdan and King Ecgwulf, and the earls, Arthur and Scruff, with the holds, Offulf, Bensing, Anlaf the Black, Furfurth, and Osfirth, the collector of the revenue, and Agmund the Hold, and Gunfirth the Hold, with another Gunfirth. The servants of the Lord, having gained so great a victory, rejoiced in the living God, and gave thanks with hymns and songs to the Lord of hosts. The year following, on the death of Ethelred, ealdorman of Mercia, King Edward took possession of London and Oxford, with all the land belonging to the province of Mercia. King Edward, in the 9th year of his reign, built Hertford, a very fair, though not a large castle, between the Benwick, the Memmer, and the Lee, very clear, though not deep rivers. The same year he built a town at Witham in Essex, meanwhile remaining at Maldon, and great part of the neighbouring people, who were before in subjugation to the Danes, submitted to him. The following year the Danish army issued forth from Northampton and Leicester, breaking the truce which they had with the king, and made great slaughter of the English at Hockerton, and thence around in Oxfordshire. As soon as they returned to their quarters, another troop marched out and came to Lyton. But the people of that country, being intelligent of their approach, gave them battle, and, routing them, regained the plunder which they had collected, as well as took the horses of the troop. In the 11th year of King Edward, a great fleet came from the south out of Brittany, under 2 earls, Other and Raholt, and they steered west about till they reached the Severn shore, and they pillaged the country of North Wales, wherever they could, near the coast, and took prisoner Camclac, the Bishop of Llandaff, and carried him off to their ships. However, King Edward ransomed him for £40. Afterwards the army landed in a body, intending to pillage the neighbourhood of Arkenfeld, but they were met by the men of Carleon and Hereford, and other neighbouring peoples, who fought and defeated them, with the loss of Earl Raholt and Giolkil, the brother of Earl Other, and a great part of their army, and they drove the rest into a certain fortified camp, where they besieged them until they gave hostages and solemnly swore to depart the king's territories. Then the king caused the shores of the Severn to be guarded, from the south coast of Wales around to the Avon, so that the Danes durst nowhere attempt an eruption in that quarter. Twice, however, they contrived to land by stealth, once to the eastward, at Watchet, the other time at Portlock, both in Somersetshire, but on both occasions very few escaped destruction, besides those who could swim to their ships. These took refuge in the Isle of Stephen and Flatholm in the greatest distress for want of food, which they were unable to procure, so that numbers died from hunger. Thence they retreated into Demmet in Pembrokeshire, and from thence crossed over to Ireland. The same year King Edward went with his army to Buckingham, where he sat down for 4 weeks and made an entrenchment on both sides of the water before he went thence. Earl Firkettle submitted to him there, and all the earls and chief men that belonged to Bedford, with some of those belonging to Northampton. The old chronicles mention a battle between the Kentish men and the Danes at home, in the 12th year of King Edward, but they leave it uncertain who were the conquerors. The 2nd year afterwards the moon was eclipsed, to the great consternation of the beholders. The 3rd year a comet appeared. The 4th year Chester was rebuilt. The 5th year the body of St. Oswald was transferred from Bardney into Mercia. The 6th year the English and Danes fought at Tottenhall. Who can find language to describe the fearful encounters, the flashing arms, the terrible clang and the hoarse shouts, the headlong rush, and the sweeping overthrow of such a conflict? In the end, the divine mercy crowned the faithful with victory, and put to shame the heathen Danes by defeat and flight. The same year Ethelfleda, Lady of the Mercians, who governed them in the name of Ethelred, her infirm father, built the fortress at Bramsbury. In the 18th year of King Edward, Ethelred, Lord of Mercia, the father of Ethelfreda, having been long infirm, departed this life, and as he had no son, he left his territories to his daughter. 2 years afterwards, Ethelfleda, Lady of Mercia, built a burg at Scaregate, and in the same year another burg at Bridgenorth. The 3rd year, Ethelfleda, Lady of Mercia, built a burg at Tamworth in the early part of the summer, and before August that of Stafford. In the 4th year, in the beginning of summer, she built a burg at Ederbury, and at the end of August the burg at Warwick. In the 5th year she built a burg at Cherbury after Christmas, and that at Warburton in the summer, and the same year also that at Runcorn. The 6th year she sent an army into Wales, which having defeated the Welsh, stormed Brecknock. They took prisoners the wife of the King of Wales, with 33 of her attendants. The 7th year Ethelfleda, the Lady of Mercia, got possession of Derby, with the country dependent upon it. There was a numerous garrison in the town of Derby, but they durst not sally forth against her, whereupon she commanded a vigorous assault to be made on the fortress, and a desperate conflict took place at the very entrance of the gate, where 4 of Ethelfleda's bravest thanes were slain, but notwithstanding, the assailants forced the gate, and made a breach in the walls. The 8th year Ethelfleda, Lady of Mercia, reduced Chester, and most of the troops stationed there submitted to her. The Yorkshire people also promised her their alliance, to which some gave pledges and some confirmed them with their oaths. After this convention she died at Tamworth, 12 days before the feast of St. John, and in the 8th year of her government of Mercia. She was buried at Gloucester, in the porch of St. Peter's. This princess is said to have been so powerful that she was sometimes called not only lady or queen, but king also, in deference to her great excellence and majesty. Some have thought and said that if she had not been suddenly snatched away by death, she would have surpassed the most valiant of men. The memory of so much eminence would supply material for endless song. It demands at least a short tribute in verse. Heroic Ethelfled, great in martial fame, a man in valour, woman though in name. Thee warlike hosts, thee, nature to abide, conqueror over both, though born by sex a maid. Changed be thy name, such honoured triumphs bring, a queen by title, but in deeds a king. Heroes before the Mercian heroine quailed, Caesar himself to win such glory failed. King Edward, in the 26th year of his reign, deprived Elfwina, the sister of Ethelfleda, of the lordship of Mercia, to which she had succeeded, the king regarding more the policy than the justice of the act. Subsequently he built a burg at Gladmouth. He died not long afterwards at Ferengune, and Edward his son expired very shortly after at Oxford, and they were both buried at Winchester. Not long before, Sithric, the king of Northumbria, had slain his brother Nigel, after which outrage King Reginald won York. AD 924. Athelstan, the son of Edward, was elected king of the Mercians, and crowned at Kingston, whose reign was short but not the less illustrious for noble deeds, who fought with the bravest but was never conquered. For in the course of the year following, Guthriff, king of the Danes, brother of Reginald, the king already named, having provoked him into a war, was defeated and put to flight and slain. Not long afterwards, by a stroke of adverse fortune, Athelstan lost his brother Edwin, the Effling, a young prince of great energy and high promise, who was unhappily drowned at sea. After these events, King Athelstan, resolving to subjugate entirely the heathen Danes and faithless Scots, led a very large army, both by sea and land, into Northumbria and Scotland, and as there was no one able to offer resistance, he overran the country, pillaging it at his will, and then retreated in triumph. In the year of grace 945, and in the 4th year of his reign, King Athelstan fought at Brownsburg, one of the greatest battles on record, against Anlaf, king of Ireland, who had united his forces to those of the Scots and Danes settled in England. On the grandeur of this conflict, English writers have expatiated in a sort of poetical description, in which they have employed both foreign words and metaphors. I therefore give a faithful version of it, in order that, by translating their recital almost word for word, the majesty of the language may exhibit the majestic achievements and heroism of the English nation. At Brownsburg, Athelstan, the king noblest of chiefs, giver of collars, emblems of honour, with his brother Edmund, of a race ancient and illustrious, in the battle, smote with the edge of the sword. The offspring of Edward, the departed king, cleft through the defence of shields, struck down noble warriors. Their innate valour, derived from their fathers, defended their country, its treasures and its hearths, its wealth and its precious things, from hostile nations, in constant wars. The nation of the Irish and the men of ships rushed to the mortal fight. The hills re-echoed their shouts. The warriors struggled from the rising of the sun, illuminating depths with its cheerful rays, the candle of God, the torch of the Creator, until the hour when the glorious orb sank in the west. Their numbers fell, Danish by race, transfixed with spears, pierced through their shields, and with them fell the Scottish men weary and war-sad. But the chosen bands of the West Saxons in the livelong day, unshrinking from toil, struck down the ranks of their barbarous foe. Men of high breeding handled the spear, the Mercian men hurled their sharp darts. There was no safety to those who, with Anlaf, coming over the sea, made for the land in wooden ships, fated to die. 5 noble kings fell on the field, in the prime of their youth, pierced with the sword, 7 earls of King Anlaf, and Scots without number. Then were the Northmen quelled in their pride, for not a few came over the sea to the contest of war, while but a few heard their king's groans as, borne on the waves, as he fled from the rout. Then was fierce Frode, chief of the Northmen, Constantine with him, king of the Scots, stayed in his boasting, when corpses were strewed on that battlefield, sad remnants left of kindred bands, relations and friends mixed, with the common folk slain in the flight. There too his dear son was stretched on the plain, mangled with wounds, nor could Danish Gord, hoary in wisdom, soft in his words, boast any longer, nor could Anlaf himself, with the wreck of his troops, vaunt of success in the conflicts of war, in the clashing of spears, in the crossing of swords, in councils of wise men. Mothers and nurses wailed for their dear ones, playing the game of ill-fated war with the sons of King Edward. The Northmen departed in their nailed barks, and Anlaf, defeated over the deep, sought his own land, sorrowing much. Then the 2 brothers Wessex reigned, leaving behind them relics of war, the flesh of the slain, a bloody prey. Now the black raven with crooked beak, the livid toad and eagle and kite, the dog and the wolf, with tawny hide, gorged themselves freely on the rich feast. No battle ever was fought in this land so fierce and so bloody, since the time that came hither over the broad sea, Saxons and Angles, the Britons to rout. Famous warsmiths, who struck down the Welsh, defeated their nobles, seized on their lands. I now return to the history, which was interrupted for the sake of introducing an interesting record. AD 940. King Aethelstan, after a reign of 14 years, was no more seen among men. He was succeeded by his son, Edmund, who reigned 6 years and a half. In the 4th year of his reign, the king of the Franks treacherously put to death William, the son of Rollo, who obtained possession of Normandy, a province of France, and was the founder of the Norman nation. King Edmund led his army into that part of Mercia which had been long subject to the heathens, as far as the broad river Humber, conquering the Danes and triumphantly recovering the 5 burghs, Lincoln, Leicester, Stamford, Nottingham and Derby, and utterly extirpating the Danes, who even at that time were called Normans. He purified those towns from heathenism, and by God's grace restored to them the light of the gospel. At that time, AD 942, died King Anlaf, before mentioned. Afterwards, King Edmund received another Danish king named Anlaf into baptism, who yielded as much to the force of arms as to his conviction of the truth of the faith. A few days afterwards, he also received from the hand of the bishop Reginald, King of York, who is already spoken of as having subjected that city. After King Edward's return into Wessex, where he was received in great triumph, these Danish kings, Anlaf, son of Sifric, and Reginald, son of Guthriff, broke the treaty of peace they had entered into, and ravaged that part of the kingdom which they had ceded to Edward. Therefore that most warlike king declared war against them, and having assembled an army marched into Northumbria, from which he not only expelled both these kings, but for the first time annexed the kingdom of Northumbria to his own kingdom of Wessex. The year following, he ravaged and overran the whole of Cumberland, but insomuch as he was unable permanently to subjugate the people of that province, a treacherous and lawless race, he made it over to Malcolm, the King of Scotland, on the terms of his granting him aid both by land and sea. AD 946. When Edward, the victorious king, had reigned gloriously for 6 years and a half, all things happening prosperously, and he being sole king of all England, he was traitorously stabbed on St. Augustine's Day. An impious murder, which will be held in detestation throughout all ages, thus snatched away by a sudden death, may Christ in his mercy be gracious to him. Edred, brother of King Edmund, and son of King Ethelstan, succeeded, and the same year he led a strong party of troops into Northumbria, the people of which submitted with impatience to the yoke of his dominion, and completely subjugated it. He then advanced his standards into Scotland, but the Scots were so terrified at his approach that they submitted without recourse, being had to arms. Both the Northumbrians and the Scots confirmed by oaths the fealty due from them to their liege lord, oaths which were not long respected. For after Edred's return to the southern part of his dominions, Anlaf, who had been expelled from Northumbria, returned thither with a powerful fleet. He was welcomed by his adherents and reinstated in his kingdom, which he held by the strong hand for 4 years. But in the 4th year the Northumbrians, with their usual fickleness, expelled Anlaf, and raised to the throne Eric, the son of Harold. His tenure of the kingdom was also short, for the glorious King Edred resumed again his sway in Northumbria, in the 8th year of his reign. As the people of that country, never long submissive to the same master, after Eric, the son of Harold, had been king 3 years, dismissed him as carelessly as they had received him, and inviting King Edred, voluntarily replaced him on the throne. AD 955. Edred, an exemplary and powerful king, having at length become sole king over all the provinces of England, yielded to fate in the 8th year from that in which he had ascended the crown. Edwy, the son of King Edmund, succeeded Edred in the monarchy of all England, for Edmund was the son of Ethelstan, a most virtuous king, who was the son of Edward, whose reign was prosperous, the son of Alfred the unconquered warrior, the son of Ethelwulf, of paternal excellence, who was the son of Egbert, who first raised the kingdom of Wessex to the ascendancy, exalting it by his valour and policy to the monarchy of all England. Edmund had 2 sons, Edwy the firstborn and Edgar the youngest, who succeeded to the throne in the order of their birth. In the 2nd year of Edward's reign, Wulfstan, the Archbishop of York, departed this life. This king wore the diadem not unworthily, but after a prosperous and becoming commencement of his reign, its happy promise was cut short by a premature death. AD 959, Edgar the Peaceful, the brother of the last-named king, reigned 16 years. In his days this land received great benefits, and through the mercy of God, which he merited to the best of his power, his whole reign was tranquil. For he widely established the Christian faith in his dominions, and by his bright example encouraged fruitfulness in good works. Beloved both by God and man, his great concern was to promote peace among all nations of the realm, nor did any of his predecessors hold the reins of power so quietly and so happily. Honouring God's name and studying his law, he willingly learned and gladly taught it, and was ready both by word and deed to invite his people to the practice of virtue. But the divine providence rewarded his servant Edgar for his good deeds, not in the next life only, but even in the present. For the several subordinate kings and the chiefs and people of all the nations of the island submitted to him voluntarily in fear and love, without a struggle, and without any hostile movements. Meanwhile, the fame of the king's illustrious character was spread through all countries, and foreigners came to witness his glory and to hear the words of wisdom from his mouth. In one thing only he erred, establishing too securely the heathens who were settled under him in this country, and being too partial and giving too much countenance to strangers who were attracted here, but nothing human is altogether perfect. AD 963. In the 5th year of the reign of King Edgar the Peaceful, the venerable Ethelwald was happily raised to the see of Winchester. This prelate, in the 2nd year of his episcopacy, ejected some canons from the old monastery of Winchester, who observed the rules of their order with sloth and negligence, and introduced monks in their stead. This conventual church has been taken down in my time because it was too near to the mother church, which is the bishop's cathedral. With the consent, therefore, of the bishop and abbot, a new monastery has been founded without the city walls. This excellent prelate, Ethelwald, was diligent in fencing about the Lord's vineyard and setting deep the roots of charity, in diverting from it the paths of unrighteousness, for he sowed good counsels, so that by his advice King Edgar made new plantations and nursed up offshoots of young growth most acceptable to God. The king built the Abbey of Glastonbury. He ornamented the Abbey of Abingdon near the Thames. He built up the Abbey of Birch near Stamford, and founded an abbey at Forney near Birch, on a very pleasant spot, though in the midst of the fens. At the instance also of Bishop Ethelwald, Aylwin, the king's ealdorman, founded Ramsey Abbey on a fair island in the same fens. These fens are of wide extent, and the prospect is beautiful, for they are watered by numerous flowing streams varied in many lakes, both great and small, and are verdant with woods and islands. Within them are the church of Ely, Ramsey, Abbey, Catterick, Forney, and the Abbey of Croyland. In the neighbourhood are the Abbey of Peterborough, Spalding, the church of St. Ivan upon the Ouse, a river in Huntingdonshire, and the church of St. Egidius on the Granta in Cambridgeshire, with the church of the Holy Trinity at Thetford. AD 968. In the 11th year of his reign, King Edgar commissioned the Isle of Thanet to be wasted, because the inhabitants had treated his royal rights with contempt, but it was done not as by a ravaging enemy, but a king inflicting punishment for evil deeds. In the 13th year of his reign, King Edgar was crowned at Bath on the day of Pentecost, but soon afterwards he went at the head of his army to Chester, where 6 kings came to meet him, all of whom were subordinate to him, and who pledged him their fealty, and the services due both by land and sea, to his imperial crown. AD 975. Edgar the Peaceful, that glorious king, that second Solomon, in whose time no foreign army landed in England, to whose dominion the English kings and chiefs were subject, to whose power even the Scots bent their necks, after a reign of 16 years and 2 months, died as happily as he had lived. For he could not die unhappily who had lived well, who had dedicated so many churches to God, and who had, in a short time, founded so many establishments consecrated in perpetuity to pious uses. The more zealously the societies of his foundation offer without ceasing their prayers to God, the highest will be the degree of glory to which the blessed King will be advanced in heaven, in whose praise my muse prompts some short verses, which his worth demands. Blessed in his kingdom's wealth, his people's love, the royal Edgar soars to realms above. Just laws he gave, and with the arts of peace made crime and violence and war to cease. Another Solomon his fame extends to distant lands, and time that never ends. New temples crowned, the hills at his command, heaped with rich gifts, the sacred altars stand, and hoary ministers owed his liberal hand. Wisely he learnt the true and false to scan, and with eternity weigh life's short span. AD 975. Edward, the son of King Edgar, who is called Saint Edgar, succeeded to his father's kingdom. In the beginning of his reign there appeared a comet which doubtless foretold the great famine which followed in the year ensuing. For at that time a certain dissolute noble, Elfir by name, with the consent and the help of a powerful faction, destroyed some of the abbeys which King Edgar and Bishop Ethelwald had founded. wherefore the Lord was moved to anger, and as of old brought evil on the land. In the 4th year of the reign of St. Edward, all the great men of the English nation fell from aloft at Calne, except St. Dunstan, who supported himself by taking hold of a beam. Some of them were much hurt, and some were killed. It was a sign from the Most High of the impending forfeiture of his favour by the assassination of the king, and of the evils it would bring on them from various nations. AD 978. St. Edward, the king, after reigning only 5 years, was treasonably slain by his own family at Corfygate at eventide, and carrying to the grave their malice towards him in life, he was buried at Warham without royal honours, that his name might perish also. But here it was found that the devastated and dark counsels of man are of no avail against the divine providence. For he who was rejected by traitors on earth was received with glory by God in heaven, and he whose name his murderers sought to obliterate had his memory made for ever illustrious by the Lord. Whereupon the Lord was again moved to anger, more than he was wont, and determined to visit the wicked nation with a grievous calamity. It is reported that his stepmother, that is the mother of King Ethelred, stabbed him with a dagger, while she was in the act of offering him a cup to drink. Ethelred, the son of King Edgar, and brother of Edward, was consecrated king before all the nobles of England at Kingston. An evil omen, as St. Dunstan interpreted it, had happened to him in his infancy, for at his baptism he made water in the font, whence the man of God predicted the slaughter of the English people that would take place in his time. In the early part of Ethelred's reign, the ealdorman Aelfhear, by divine command, translated the body of St. Edward from Warham to Shaftesbury. In the 3rd year of King Ethelred's reign, there came 7 ships of the Danes, the precursors of future ravages, and they plundered Hampshire. After that, Aelfhear, the ealdorman before named, died and was succeeded by Aelfric, whom the king harshly banished. At that time, St. Ethelwald, the Bishop of Winchester, father of the monks and the star of the English Church, obtained the vision of the Lord, which he had earnestly desired. Not long afterwards, St. Dunstan was translated from the darkness of earth to the glory of heaven. When these 2 great lights of the English nation were removed, England lost the armour of her defence, and was exposed in her dissolution to the threatened wrath of the Almighty. The successor to St. Dunstan was Ethelgar, who was succeeded by Cyric the year following, and King Ethelred unmercifully wasted the bishopric of Rochester. Then the Lord again provoked to wrath, no longer deferred what he had designed, and the Danes landed in various quarters and overshadowed England like the clouds of heaven. In one quarter Watchet was plundered, and the Danes advancing from thence fell in with a body of English troops, and, engaging them, slew Godder their leader, and crushed that part of the army. In another quarter Ipswich was plundered, and Brythnoth, the ealdorman, who opposed them with a great force, was defeated in battle and slain, and his troops dispersed. It was in the 13th year of King Ethelred that the pernicious counsel of Archbishop Cyric was adopted by the English, that tribute should be paid to the Danes, to induce them to refrain from plunder and slaughter. The sum paid was £10,000, and this infliction has continued to the present day, and unless God's mercy interposes, will still continue. For we now pay to our kings, from custom, the tax which was levied by the Danes from intolerable fear. After this, the king contrived a stratagem against the Danes, but Aelfric, the ealdorman, who was banished by the king, and again restored, forewarned them of it. It is truly said, the men whom you have once seriously injured you should not afterwards easily trust. When therefore the royal fleet under the command of Aelfric the ealdorman and Earl Thorold sailed from London to intercept the Danes, they, having been forewarned, made their escape. Then a more powerful Danish fleet fell in with the royal fleet, and a naval battle ensued, in which many of the Londoners were slain, and the Danes captured the whole armament. with Elfric, who was on board and had been in command. That same year, St. Oswald, Archbishop of York, passed to his heavenly reward, and Aldulf succeeded him. Afterwards, Bamborough was stormed and pillaged, and the Danish fleet sailed up the Humber and ravaged the shores on both sides, in Lindsey and Northumbria. An English force was collected and marched against them, but as soon as the two armies met, Fren, Godwin, and Frithgist, the English commanders, gave the signal for flight. At this time, Ethelred ordered Elfgar, the son of Elfric, the alderman, to be deprived of sight, thereby increasing the odium in which his cruelty was held. Now also Richard II succeeded his father Richard the Elder in Normandy. After these transactions, in AD 994, Olav and Sweyn came up to London on the Nativity of St. Mary with 94 ships, but by the aid of the Blessed Virgin, the Christians were delivered from their heathen foes, for the city being assaulted, and preparations made to set it on fire, the assailants were repulsed in great confusion. Frustrated in this enterprise, they spread themselves throughout Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Hampshire, procuring horses and overrunning the country more fiercely than usual, and carrying everywhere fire and sword, whereupon the king sent messengers to them with a promise of ransom and provisions, which they accepted, and spent the winter peaceably at Southampton. King Ethelred also sent for King Olav, giving hostages for his safe conduct, and entertained him honourably at Andover, where he received him at confirmation from the bishop's hands, and gave him many rich presents. Upon this, Olav promised the king that he would never again appear in arms on the English territory, which promise he kept. About that time Cyric the Archbishop of Canterbury died, after whom Elfric received the pall, AD 995. In the 19th year of King Ethelred, the Danes sailed around the coast of Cornwall into the Severn, and pillaged Devonshire and South Wales. They also landed at Watchet, laying waste the country with fire and sword. Returning from thence, they sailed around Pentwithstert, or Land's End, to the south coast, and entered the Tamar, which they went up as far as Lindisford, committing everything to the flames, and burning Ordulf's Minster at Tavistock. After this, the enemy sailed to Fromouth, and landing over Dorsetshire with their usual success, there being no resistance. This year also, 998, they established themselves for a time in the Isle of Wight, drawing their supplies from Hampshire and Sussex. Afterwards they entered the Thames and sailed up the Medway to Rochester. There the Kentish men assembled and gave them battle. Their attack was spirited, but the Danes, who were endured to constant war, repulsed it and remained masters of the field. AD 1000. Now King Ethelred assembled a powerful army and marched into Cumberland, which was at that time the stronghold of the Danes, and he vanquished them in a great battle, and laid waste and pillaged almost all of Cumberland. After this, a party of the Danes landed at Exmouth and assaulted the town, but meeting with a determined resistance, they drew off. Then they spread themselves over the country under their constant leaders, Mars and Vulcan. The Somersetshire men assembled to oppose them and engaged with them at Penhoe, but the Danes, whose only business was war, had the advantage. This book, which relates to the Danes, though not too large for the importance of the subject, will now be brought to a close. I must, however, according to my custom, carefully set before the reader, as a light for his guidance, a short summary of the content of the present book. Of the kingdom of Kent there is little to be said, insomuch as Egbert, the king of Wessex, after expelling Baldred, retained it in his own hands, and at his death left it to his son Ethelstan. After the death of Ethelstan, the kingdom of Kent reverted to Ethelwulf, his elder brother, who was also king of Wessex, and he left it to his youngest son, Ethelbert, who on the death of his brother Ethelbald, 5 years afterwards, inherited also the kingdom of Wessex, in which Ethelbald had succeeded Ethelwulf, so that both kingdoms were again united under the rule of Ethelbert, and were never again separated. This suffices with respect to the Kingdom of Kent. The following summary will elucidate the history of the Kingdom of Wessex. Ethelwulf ruled for 19 years. He was defeated by the Danes at Charmouth, but gained a great victory over them at Ockley. Ethelbald, his son, reigned for 5 years. He was buried at Sherborne. Ethelbert, his brother, reigned for 5 years. His officers and army defeated the Danes at Winchester. Ethelred, the brother of the last 2 kings, reigned for 5 years and a little more. He and his brother Alfred had a sharp encounter with the Danes at Reading. Alfred, his brother, reigned for 28 years and a half. His acts were so numerous and so marvellous that nothing can be said of them in a short compass. Edward, the son of Alfred, reigned for 24 years. He fought against the Danes in Northumbria, and again as they evacuated Mercia, when he gained a glorious victory and slew valiant kings. He also defeated the Danes at Tethal and reduced Mercia. Ethelstan, the son of Edward, reigned for 14 years. In his time was fought the great battle of Bernburg. Edmund, the son of Ethelstan, reigned for 6 years and a half. He took from the Danes the 5 burghs, and, reducing them to subjugation, added Northumbria to his dominions. Edred, the brother of Edmund, ruled for 9 years, governed fortunately all the divisions of England. Edwy, the son of Edmund, for 4 years possessed the same dominions and the same extent of power. Edgar, the son of Edmund, reigned for 16 years in peace and greater glory than all the rest. Saint Edward, the son of Edgar, reigned for 3 years. His death, though sudden, was happy. Ethelred, his brother, suffering under the wrath of God, had a troublesome reign. Much of it I have still to relate. A short notice must now be given of the kingdom of Northumbria. In the time of Ethelwulf, Osbert was king there, but his subjects ejected him, as their custom was, and ejected Aella king. Both of them were killed by the Danes, and for many years a succession of Danish kings reigned in Northumbria. These were Halfdan, Godfrid, Nigel, Sitric, Reginald, and Olaf, but their history is confused. At one time we find a single king, at another 2, at another several inferior kings. In the end, the kingdom fell under the dominion of Edred, king of Wessex, and his successors. Thus much is clear concerning the kingdom of Northumbria. A short account must be given of the kingdom of Mercia. Berthwulf, king of Mercia, in the 3rd year of his reign, was driven out by the Danes. Bered also, after reigning for 22 years, was driven from his kingdom. The Danes having thus subjugated it, they allowed Ceolwulf to hold it, but afterwards they divided it into several small portions. Part of the territory and the lords of it were still subject to the laws of Wessex. At length, Edmund, the king of Wessex, reduced the whole of it under his dominion. We find then that the kingdom of Mercia became altogether a dependency of the crown of Wessex. The kingdom of East Anglia, which, as we have already observed, had by various means been long subjugated, was either held by the kings of Kent or Wessex, or, at other times, by some one or by various persons to whom they granted it. Thus there was sometimes a single king, at others many subject kings. Saint Edmund was the last of the English kings who governed East Anglia under the king of Wessex. When he was slain, Guthrum, the Dane, became king there, and afterwards the Danes divided the kingdom into small portions, and it continued under their government until King Edward reduced the greater part of it to submission to himself. Thus it appears how the kingdom of East Anglia became annexed to the crown of Wessex. I now come to treat of the origin and causes of the coming of the Normans into England. Book 6. In the year 1000 from our Lord's incarnation, King Ethelred, before mentioned, in order to strengthen himself on the throne, formed the design of demanding in marriage the daughter of Richard, the Duke of Normandy. for he was a valiant prince and all-powerful in the kingdom of France. While the English king was deeply sensible of his own and his people's weakness, and was under no small alarm at the calamities which seemed impending, it is clear that these were the work of God, who brings evil on the reprobate. For it was the purpose of the Almighty to distract and afflict the English nation, whose wickedness called for punishment, just as before he had humbled the Britons, when their sins accused them. He therefore prepared a double chastisement, and a snare, as it were, into which they might fall as the device of an enemy. And thus it was, that while on the one hand the Danish invasion was raging, and on the other the Norman alliance was springing up, if they escaped the open attacks of the Danes, they might not have the firmness to break the meshes into which the subtlety of the Normans would entangle them unawares. And so it appeared in the sequel, when from this union of the King of England with the daughter of the Duke of Normandy, the Normans justly, according to the law of nations, established a footing in England, while they vilified it. Indeed, a certain man of God had predicted to them that, on account of the enormity of their offences, not only because bloodshed and rebellion were ever in their thoughts, but also because they abandoned themselves to gluttony and to the neglect of the temples of the Lord, a tyranny they little expected would come upon them from France, which should forever trample their greatness in the dust and scatter their glory to the winds, never to be recovered. He also predicted that not only that nation, but the Scots whom they despised, would lord over them to their merited confusion. He predicted no less the revolutions of the coming age, as the inconstancy which lurked in men's minds, and became apparent in their acts, was exhibited by the endless changes of their apparel and ornaments. The English king, having therefore, with the policy before adverted to, dispatched an embassy to the Duke of Normandy, and his proposal being accepted, English nobles of high rank, fitting such an employment, were sent into Normandy at the appointed time to receive and bring over their future lady, and they accordingly conducted her with royal pomp into England. In the year 1002, Emma, the flower of Normandy, came into England, and was crowned, and received the title of Queen. After her arrival, the king was so elated with pride that he committed a breach of faith by giving clandestine orders to all that the Danes who were living peaceably in England should be treacherously massacred in one and the same day, on the feast of St. Brice. I have heard in my youth some very old persons give an account of this flagrant outrage. They said that the king sent with secrecy into every town letters, according to which the English suddenly rose on the Danes, everywhere on the same day, and at the same hour, and either put them to the sword, or seizing them unawares, burnt them on the spot. The same year the king banished Leofsy, the ealdorman, because he had slain Effic, the king's high grieve. In the year 1003, the fury of the Danes was inflamed like fire when any one should attempt to extinguish it with blood. Overspreading the country like a swarm of locusts, some of them came to Exeter, which they stormed and sacked, carrying off all the booty, and leaving nothing of it but ashes. Hugh the Norman, Emma's bailiff in the town, was the cause of its destruction. Then the people of Hampshire and Wiltshire assembled to combat the enemy. But when they were closing for battle, Elfric their leader feigned sickness, and pretended to vomit, and thus betrayed those whom he should have led. So true is the proverb, when the general fails, the army quails. The Danes, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, pursued them as far as Wilton, which they pillaged and burned, and thence went into Salisbury, and then retired in triumph to their ships with much booty. In the 4th year, Sweyn, one of the most powerful of the Danish kings, for whom the kingdom of England was destined by Providence, brought over a numerous fleet, and came to Norwich, which he sacked and burned. Then Ulfketil, the chief governor of the province, who was taken unawares and unprepared to offer any defence, made a treaty with the invaders, but 3 weeks afterwards, during the truce, the enemy's army decamped privately, and marched to Thetford, which they also plundered and burned. Upon learning this, Ulfkettel took post with a small band in ambush for the enemy, as at break of day they were returning to their ships. But though he attacked them resolutely and held them long in check, his forces were too weak to cut off their retreat. In the 5th year, the Danes sailed for their own country, but meanwhile there was no lack of calamity to the English, for they were visited with a desolating famine beyond any known in the memory of man. In the 6th year, the audacious Sweyn reappeared off Sandwich with a powerful fleet. He was accompanied by his 3 usual attendants, fire, slaughter, and pillage, and all England trembled before him, like the rustling of a bed of reeds shaken by the west wind. The king, however, assembled an army, and kept the field all the autumn, without any results, for the enemy, playing their usual game, eluded his attacks by taking to their ships and making descents in other quarters. But in the beginning of winter they stationed themselves in the Isle of Wight, and as it was said by the prophet, "I will turn your feasts into mourning," at Christmas they overran Hampshire and Berkshire as far as Reading, from thence to Choseley, and from thence by Ashdown to Cuckomsley Hill. Feasting merrily wherever they went on what was set before them, on their departure they recompensed their entertainment by the slaughter of their hosts, and by burning the houses in which they had received hospitality. The Danes retiring to the sea coast were encountered by the army of Wessex, which gave them battle. What, however, was the result, but that the Danes were encircled with the spoils of the conquered? So the people of Winchester beheld the enemy's army passing boldly and insolently by the gates of their city, and conveying to the sea the supplies of food which they had collected 50 miles inland, together with the booty which had been the fruit of their victories. Meanwhile, King Ethelred lay in sorrow and perplexity at his manor in Shropshire, where he was often sharply wounded with rumours of these disasters. In the 7th year, the king and Witan of the English, perplexed what to do, and what to leave undone, at length resolved by common consent to make terms with the enemy. They accordingly paid him £30,000 of gold to secure a peace. The same year, Edric was appointed ealdorman over Mercia, a new traitor, but one of the highest class. In the 8th year, which was the 30th of Ethelred's reign, the king caused a fleet to be fitted out, to which the whole of England contributed in proportion of 1 ship for every estate of 310 hides. And for every 8 hides a helmet and breastplate were to be furnished. A hide of land means so much land as can be tilled in a year by 1 plough. In the 9th year the king sent messengers to the Duke of Normandy to entreat for counsel and aid. Meanwhile the fleet just mentioned assembled at Sandwich, with well-armed crews. There had never before been so large a naval armament in Britain in the time of any man, but Providence frustrated it. Thus it happened, the king had banished Childe Walnoth, the South Saxon, upon which he collected 20 ships, and began to pillage the country near the south coast. Then Britric Edric, the ealdorman's brother, thinking to secure renown, took with him 80 ships of the fleet which had been assembled, and vowed to the king that he would bring him his enemy either alive or dead. But, after he had sailed, a most tempestuous wind drove all his ships ashore as wrecks, and Walnoth presently landed and burnt them. Struck by the evil tidings, the rest of the fleet returned to London. The army also broke up, and thus the toil of the whole English nation was fruitless. And now, at harvest time, a fresh and innumerable army of the Danes arrived at Sandwich, and marching to Canterbury would soon have taken it, unless the citizens had obtained peace by payment of a ransom of £3,000. The Danes then came to the Isle of Wight and pillaged Sussex, Hampshire, and Berkshire, but King Ethelred, having mustered the whole force of England, marched to intercept them as they returned. And then an end would have been put to their savage inroads had not Edric, the ealdorman, again treacherous, dissuaded the king from fighting by false reports and fictitious alarms. Afterwards the Danes, countermarching, fixed their winter quarters near the Thames, from whence they made frequent assaults on London, and were as frequently repulsed. After Christmas they crossed the Chiltern to Oxford, which place they burned, and then, retiring, established themselves in Kent. Their ships were brought round to meet them, and during Lent they employed themselves in putting them in repair. AD 1010. In the 10th year, the Danes landed at Ipswich on Ascension Day, and their army attacked Ulfkettel, who governed the province, but the East Anglians incontinently fled. The Cambridgeshire men, however, made a brave resistance, and for this they were highly honoured as long as the English kings filled the throne. Their ranks being unflinchingly engaged, fearless of death, Ethelstan, the king's son-in-law, and Oswy and Edwy, Effie's brother, with Wulfhere the Thane, and many other chief men, were slain. But while the English gave no thought to flight, Turkettle Mirehead, that is, Anthead, first began it, thereby deserving endless disgrace. The Danes, being victorious, held possession of East Anglia for 3 months, as well as the fens described in the previous book, with the churches, which they either plundered or burned. They also destroyed Thetford and burned Cambridge, and retreating over the hills, through a very pleasant country near Balsham, they massacred all whom they found in that place, tossing the children on the points of their spears. One man, however, whose name ought to have been recorded, mounted the steps on the top of a church tower, which is still standing there, and on this vantage point, by his great courage, he defended himself single-handed against the enemy. Then the Danes passed through Essex, reached the Thames, and without lingering there, pushed their advance into Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire, and so on to Bedford on the Ouse, and to Tempsford. The River Ouse washes 3 fortified places, which are the chief towns of the counties of Bedford, Buckingham, and Huntington. Huntington, that is, the Hill of Hunters, stands on the site of Godmanchester, once a famous city, but now only a pleasant village on both sides of the river. It is remarkable for the 2 castles before mentioned, and for its sunny exposure, as well as for its beauty, besides its contiguity to the fens, and the abundance of wildfowl and animals of chase. At the feast of St. Andrew they proceeded to Northampton, which they burned, and at Christmas they crossed the Thames, and rejoined their fleet. In the 11th year, the Danes, after ravaging the north side of the Thames, Cambridgeshire and Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Essex and Middlesex, Hertfordshire and Bedfordshire, with the part of Huntingtonshire which is on that south side of the River Ouse, and after plundering the south of the Thames, Kent and Surrey, Hastings and Sussex, Berkshire and Hampshire, and a great part of Wiltshire, laid siege to Canterbury, the metropolis of England, which was treacherously surrendered to them by Aylmer, whose life Elphege, the archbishop, had saved. Having gained an entry, they took prisoners Elphege, the archbishop, and Bishop Godwin, and the abbess Lethwin, with Elfwood the king's grieve, and numbers of men and women, and they returned in triumph to their ships. It was terrible to witness the spectacle of an ancient and noble city reduced to ashes, its streets heaped with the corpses of the citizens, the ground and the river discoloured with blood, to hear the shrieks of women and boys led away captive, and to see the head of the English Church, the source of its doctrine, shamefully dragged away bound in fetters. In the 12th year, on Saturday in Easter week, the Danes were in a rage with the archbishop, because he refused to be ransomed, and they were at the time drunk with wine, which had been brought from the south. They therefore dragged him into the middle, and casting stones and horns of oxen upon him, at last, when he had offered an earnest prayer and thanksgiving to Almighty God, they dashed out his brains with a battle-axe. Thus fell the man of God, whose sacred blood sprinkled the earth, while his beautified soul was received within the heavenly temple. On the morrow the bishops Ednoth and Elfun received the body, which they carried with due honour, and buried in St. Paul's Minster, where God manifests the merit of the holy martyr. Lefwing succeeded as archbishop. Too late, the king made peace with the Danish army, paying them as tribute £8,000, but it was just in time to save the country from being wasted by intolerable suffering. 45 of the Danish ships took service under the king, engaging to defend England, the king funding them in food and clothing. In the 13th year, Svein, the king of Denmark, entered the Humber as far as Gainsborough, and Uhtred the earl and all the Northumbrian nation quickly submitted to him. The people also of Lindsey and the 5 boroughs, and all to the north of Watling Street, gave him hostages. The king entrusted the hostages and ships to the guardianship of his son Canute, and marched himself to Oxford and Winchester, receiving the submission of the people of those parts. On his return to London, many of his troops were drowned in the Thames because they would not cross it by the bridge. The citizens, encouraged by the presence of King Ethelred, made a stout resistance, and Sweyn was forced to draw off his troops. He retreated to Wallingford, and from thence marched on Bath, where all of Wessex gave in their submission to him. The Londoners also, on his return with the fleet, gave him their allegiance, being in alarm lest he should utterly destroy their city. Upon this, King Ethelred sent his queen, Emma, to her brother Richard in Normandy, and afterwards his sons, Edward and Alfred. Sweyn was now acknowledged king by the whole nation, and he ordered provisions and pay to be levied for his army throughout all of England, as Firkettle did for his troops at Greenwich. Meanwhile, King Ethelred went to Whitland, where he spent Christmas, and then crossed over the sea, and took refuge with Richard, the Duke of Normandy. AD 1014. In the 14th year, Sweyn now became King of England, but died suddenly, and the Danish army elected his son Canute king. The English, however, dispatched messengers to King Ethelred, giving him to understand that if he would govern them more clemently than he had done before, they would willingly acknowledge him king. Upon which he sent over his son Edward to promise on his part that all was fitting for the king and the people, and, following himself, he was received with joy by the whole English nation. Meanwhile, Canute remained at Gainsborough with his army until Easter, and he made a certain agreement with the people of Lindsey, upon hearing which King Ethelred came with a great army, and taking the country by surprise, laid it waste with fire, and put most of the provincials to the sword. Canute, however, who was very crafty, left the people he had deceived to their fate, and sailed on board his fleet to Sandwich, and there he put on shore the hostages given to his father, having cut off their hands and noses. Besides all these evils, the king ordered that £21,000 should be paid to the army stationed at Greenwich. To these ordinary evils the Lord added an extraordinary calamity, for the tide rising unnaturally high, many villages and much people were washed away. In the 15th year, Edric the Ealdorman foully betrayed Sigurferth and Morcar, the chief thanes of the 5 boroughs, inviting them into his chamber, where he had them murdered. Whereupon Edmund, the king's son, took Sigurferth's wife and married her, and seized the lands of the 2 thanes. Meanwhile, Canute, returning from Denmark, landed at Sandwich. From thence he sailed to Fromouth in Wessex, and from thence pillaged Dorsetshire, Somersetshire, and Wiltshire. King Ethelred lay sick at Corsham, but Edmund the Etheling and Edric the Ealdorman levied an army to oppose Canute. When they came together, Edric attempted to betray the Etheling, so they parted, and the contest was abandoned, and all Wessex submitted to Canute, the Danish king. In the 15th year, Edric, who had gone over to the side of Canute, joined him with 40 ships, with which the king's fleet of 160 ships united in the Thames. Thence the army crossed the river to Crickladle, and they laid waste all Warwickshire with fire and sword. Then King Ethelred issued a proclamation that every able man throughout England should join his army. But when vast numbers had been thus assembled, The king was informed that his followers were ready to betray him. He therefore disbanded the army and retired to London. Edmund, however, joined Uhtred, the Earl of Northumbria, and they plundered in company throughout Shropshire, Staffordshire, and Leicestershire. On the other side, Canute went through Buckinghamshire into Bedfordshire, and so into Huntingtonshire, and by the fens to Stamford. He then passed through Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire, and entered Northumbria in his way to York. When Uhtred heard this, he gave up his plundering, and, returning northward, was compelled to submit to Canute, as did all Northumbria. But though he gave hostages, he was put to death. Edmund retreated to London, where his father lay, while Canute, having made Eric lord over Northumbria in the place of Uhtred, went back to his fleet before Easter. After Easter he sailed to London. AD 1016. Ethelred, the king, had died there before the arrival of the enemy's fleet, his reign of 37 years having been attended with almost incessant toil and perplexities. His son Edmund, surnamed Ironside, on account of his prodigious strength and his extraordinary resoluteness in war, was chosen king. After his election he went into Wessex, where all the people rendered him their allegiance. Meanwhile the Danish fleet sailed up to Greenwich and thence to London, and they dug a grand canal on the south and dragged their ships through it to the western side above the bridge. They likewise dug a trench around the city, so that no one could go in or out. They also made frequent and desperate assaults against it, but the citizens offered a stout and wary resistance. Of the wars of King Edmund and his great prowess, the following account is given in ancient histories which celebrate his praise. Edmund's first battle with the Danish army was at Penn, near Gillingham, where fortune inclined to the side of Edmund. His second battle was fought with Canute at Shrewston, and was severely contested. In this battle Edric, the Ealdorman, and Alma, the Beloved, took part against King Edmund, and there was great slaughter on both sides, and the armies separated of themselves. In the third he marched to London with a chosen band of troops, and driving the besieging army to their ships, raised the siege and entered the city with the triumph he had won. The fourth battle was fought against the same army 2 days afterwards on their retreat to Brentford. Here many of his soldiers, in their too great haste to cross the river, were drowned, but notwithstanding, he obtained the victory. Upon this King Canute became alarmed and drew together a number of troops to increase his force. Canute also and Edric laid their plans for obtaining by treachery the success which they could not gain by arms, and Edric undertook to betray King Edmund. In consequence, by his advice, the king went into Wessex to lead a very powerful army against Canute, who meanwhile had laid siege to London, which he furiously assaulted both by land and water, but the citizens defended it manfully. The fifth time King Edmund, again fording the river Thames at Brentford, went into Kent to give battle to the Danes, but at the first encounter of the standard-bearers in the van of the armies, a terrible panic seized the Danes, and they took to flight. Edmund followed them with great slaughter as far as Aylesford, and if he had continued the pursuit, the Danish war would have been ended that day, but the treacherous counsel of the Ealdorman Edric induced him to halt. Never had more fatal counsel been given in England. The sixth battle was fought between Edmund at the head of a powerful army and Canute, who had assembled the whole force of the Danes at Assington in Essex. The engagement was obstinate and decisive, for both armies stood their ground, undaunted and despising death. Then the young King Edmund distinguished himself for his valour, for perceiving that the Danes were fighting with more than ordinary vigour, he quitted his royal station, which, as was wont, he had taken between the dragon and the ensign called the Standard, and rushed impetuously on the foremost rank. He fell on it like lightning, wielding a chosen sword fit for the hand of the royal youth, and hewing a passage through the centre, exposed himself and those who followed him to be cut off by the enemy. But he charged right on to King Canute's bodyguard, when a fearful outcry and horrible shrieks were heard, and the ealdorman Edric, seeing that the rout of the Danes was imminent, shouted to the English, flee English, dead is Edmund." Thus shouting, he fled with his own troops, followed by the whole English army. A dreadful slaughter of the English was made in this battle. There fell in it the ealdorman Ednod, Elfric, and Godwin of Lindsey, and Ulfketel of East Anglia, and Aylward, the son of Ethelsi, the ealdorman, and the flower of the English nobility. King Canute, after this victory, took London and obtained possession of the regalia of England. The 7th time the two armies met in Gloucestershire, but the great men of the realm, fearing on one side the power of King Edmund and on the other that of King Canute, said among themselves, "Why are we such fools as to be so often putting our lives in peril? Let those who wish to reign singly decide the quarrel by single combat." The proposal was approved by the kings, for Canute was not wanting in courage. Lists were erected in Olney, and the duel of the kings began. Their spears on both sides were shattered against the highly wrought armour they wore, and the affair came to be decided by the sword. Both nations heard and saw with groans and shouts the fearful clang and the gleaming flash of their arms. But at length the incomparable strength of Edmund Ironside dealt thunder on his rival, and Canute, though he defended himself stoutly, beginning to quail, cried out, "Bravest of youths, why should either of us risk his life for the sake of a crown? Let us be brothers by adoption, and divide the kingdom, so governing that I may rule your affairs and you mine. Even the government of Denmark I submit to your disposal." The generous mind of the young king was moved to gentleness by these words, and the kiss of peace was mutually given. The people assenting with tears of joy, the kingdom of Wessex was allotted to Edmund, and the kingdom of Mercia to Canute, who then returned to London. AD 1016. King Edmund was treasonably slain a few days afterwards. Thus it happened. One night this great and powerful king, having occasion to retire to the house for relieving the call of nature, the son of the ealdorman Edric, by his father's contrivance, concealed himself in the pit, and stabbed the king twice from beneath with a sharp dagger, and leaving the weapon fixed in his bowels, made his escape. Edric then presented himself to Canute, and saluted him, saying, "Hail, thou who art the sole king of England." Having explained what had taken place, Canute replied, "For this deed I will exalt you as it merits, higher than all the nobles of England." He then commanded that Edric should be decapitated, and his head placed on a pole on the highest battlement of the Tower of London. Thus perished King Edmund Ironside, after a short reign of 1 year, and he was buried at Glastonbury, near his grandfather Edgar. AD 1017. Canute, now King of England, married Emma, the daughter of the Duke of Normandy, who was before the wife of King Ethelred. He quickly paid to the English nobles the just reward of their treason, for whereas he assumed the government of Wessex, where Eric held that of Northumbria, Thorkel of East Anglia, and Edric of Mercia, Edric was put to death, Thorkel banished, and Eric compelled to flee. Moreover, his displeasure fell on some other nobles of the highest rank. He put to death Norman the ealdorman, Edwy the Atheling was driven into exile, Ethelwald was beheaded, Edwy, the king of Charles, was banished, and Britic was slain. He also levied an enormous tax throughout the whole of England, to the amount of £73,000, besides £11,000 paid by the Londoners. So severe a taskmaster did the justice of God inflict on the English. In the 3rd year of his reign, Canute, with an army composed both of English and Danes, went over to Denmark to war with the Vandals. He had come up with the enemy and was prepared to give battle the day following when Earl Goodwin, who commanded the English troops, made a night attack on the enemy's camp without the king's knowledge. Taking them by surprise, he made great slaughter and entirely routed them. At daybreak, the king, finding that the English were gone, supposed that they had either taken flight or departed to the enemy. However, he marshalled his own force for the attack, but when he reached the camp, he found there only the corpses of the slain, blood and booty, whereupon he ever afterwards held the English in the highest honour, considering them not inferior to the Danes. After this he returned to England. About this time, on the death of Archbishop Leifwing, Ethelnoth, his successor, went to Rome. He was accompanied by Leofwin, Abbot of Ely, who had been unjustly deprived of his abbey, but was now restored by command of Pope Benedict. On his return from Rome, the Archbishop caused the body of Saint Elphege to be translated from London to Canterbury. AD 1024. In the 8th year of Canute's reign, Richard II, Duke of Normandy, father of Emma, Queen of England, departed this life. Richard, his son, who succeeded him, lived about a year, and then his brother Robert, 8 years. The year following, the king went into Denmark with English troops against Ulf and Eglaf, who had invaded it both by sea and land with a great force of the Swedish nation. In that war, numbers both of the English and Danish fell on the side of Canute, and the Swedes were victorious. King Canute, in the 12th year of his reign, sailed from England with 50 ships for Norway, and having defeated Olav, the Norwegian king, reduced that country to subjugation. On his return to England, Olav, endeavouring to reinstate himself, was slain by the people, and Canute retained the kingdom until his death. About this time, Robert, the king of the Franks, was succeeded by his son Henry. AD 1031. In the 15th year of Canute's reign, Robert, the Duke of Normandy, died during his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and was succeeded by his son William the Bastard, of tender age. Canute also went to Rome with great pomp, and granted in perpetuity the alms called Romscot, which his predecessors had given to the Roman Church. No king of the western parts displayed so much magnificence in his pilgrimage to Rome. Who can reckon the alms and the offerings and the costly banquets which the great king gave during his pilgrimage? The year he returned, he went into Scotland, and Malcolm, the king of the Scots, paid him allegiance, as did also 2 other kings, Melbeath and Jermark. AD 1035. King Canute died at Shaftesbury after a reign of 20 years, and was buried at Winchester in the Old Minster. A few particulars of his grandeur must be collected, for before him there was never so great a king of England. He was lord of the whole of Denmark, England, and Norway, and also of Scotland, besides the various wars in which he gained so much glory. His nobleness and greatness of mind were eminently displayed on 3 occasions. First, when he married his daughter to the Roman emperor with an immense dowry. Secondly, when during his journey to Rome he reduced the oppressive tolls exacted from pilgrims on the road through France by the redemption of 1/2 of them at his private expense. Thirdly, when at the summit of his power he ordered a seat to be placed for him on the seashore when the tide was coming in. Thus seated, he shouted to the flowing sea, "Thou too art subject to my command, as the land on which I am seated is mine. No one has ever resisted my commands with impunity. I command you, then, not to flow over my land, nor presume to wet the feet and the robe of your lord." The tide, however, continuing to rise as usual, dashed over his feet and legs without respect to his royal person. Then the king lapsed backwards, saying, "Let all men know how empty and worthless is the power of kings, for there is none worthy of the name but he whom heaven, earth, and sea obey by eternal laws." From thenceforward, King Canute never wore his crown of gold, but placed it for a lasting memorial on the image of our Lord affixed to a cross, to the honour of God the Almighty King, through whose mercy may the soul of Canute, the King of England, obtain everlasting rest. Harold, the son of King Canute, by Elfgiva, the daughter of Elfhelin, the ealdorman, was chosen king. For there was a great council held at Oxford, where Earl Leofric and all the thanes north of the Thames, with the Londoners, chose Harold in order to preserve the kingdom for his brother Harthacnut, who was then in Denmark. But Earl Godwin, father of Harold, who afterwards became king, with the principal thanes of Wessex, opposed the election, though to no purpose. But it was resolved that the Queen Emma should occupy Winchester with the household of the deceased king, and hold all Wessex on behalf of her son Harthacnut, Godwin being the commander of her army. However, Harold drove Queen Emma, his stepmother, into banishment, and she sought refuge with Baldwin, the Earl of Flanders, who assigned to her the town and castle of Bruges, where she thenceforth dwelt. For Normandy, her native country, was a royal fief, and William the Duke, being a minor, was brought up at the court of the King of the Franks. The year after, Ethelnoth, the Archbishop of Canterbury, died, and was succeeded by Bishop Eddsey. AD 1040. King Harold died at Oxford after reigning 4 years and 4 months. He was buried at Westminster. In his time, 16 ships were found by each of the ports at the rate of 8 silver marks for every steersman, as in the time of his father, Harthacnut, the son of King Canute and Queen Emma, coming from Denmark, landed at Sandwich, and was unanimously chosen king both by the English and Danish. In his second year, a tribute was paid to the Danish army of £21,089, and after that there was paid for 32 ships £11,048. The same year, Edward, the son of King Ethelred, came from Normandy to King Harthacnut, his half-brother, for they were both sons of Emma, the daughter of Duke Richard. Harthacnut was snatched away by a sudden death, in the flower of his age, at Lambeth after a short reign of 2 years. He was of an ingenious disposition, and treated his followers with the profusion of youth. Such was his liberality that tables were laid 4 times a day with royal sumptuousness for the whole court, preferring that fragments of the repast should be removed after those invited were satisfied, than that such fragments should be served up for the entertainment of those who were not invited. In our time it is the custom, whether from parsimony or, as they themselves say, from fastidiousness, for princes to provide only 1 meal a day for their court. Harthacnut was buried in the old minster at Winchester, near his father Canute. And now the chief men of the English nation, released from the thraldom of the Danes, joyfully dispatched messengers to Alfred, the eldest son of King Ethelred, inviting him to accept the crown, and he, being English on his father's side and Norman by his mother's, brought with him into England many of his mother's Norman kinsmen, as well as others of his own age who had been with him in the wars. Meanwhile, Godwin, the bold earl and consummate traitor, thought within himself that it might be possible to make his daughter queen by giving her in marriage to Edward, who was the younger and the more simple of the 2 brothers, but he foresaw that Alfred, by reason of his primogeniture and his superior ability, would disdain such a marriage. Godwin, therefore, whispered in the ears of the English nobles that Alfred had brought over with him too many Norman followers, that he had promised them the lands of the English, that it was not safe for them to allow a bold and crafty race to take root among them, that these foreigners must be punished in order that others might not thereafter presume to intrude themselves among the English on the strength of their being kin to the royal race. So the Normans who came over with Alfred were seized and bound, and, being seated in a rank at Guildford, 9 were beheaded, and each 10th man only was spared. But when the whole, except the 10th part, were slain, the English were dissatisfied that so many still survived, and they reduced the number by a second decimation, so that very few indeed escaped. They also took Alfred prisoner and carried him to Ely, where they put out his eyes and he died. They then sent messengers and hostages into Normandy for Edward the Younger, offering to establish him firmly on the throne, but stipulating that he should bring very few of the Normans with him. Edward made his appearance accordingly with a small retinue of Normans, and he was elected king by all the people, and consecrated at Winchester on Easter Day by Edsige, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Soon afterwards he resigned the primacy on account of his infirm health, and consecrated Seward to it in his stead. Stigand also was made Bishop of East Anglia. AD 1044. King Edward, under obligation for the kingdom to the powerful Earl Godwin, married his daughter Edgitha, sister of Harold, who afterwards became king. About this time there was so great a famine in England that the cester of wheat, which is reckoned a horse-load, was sold for 5 shillings, and even more. Afterwards, Stigand, who was bishop in East Anglia, was made Bishop of Winchester, and the king banished Sweyn, the son of Earl Godwin, who retired to Baldwin, the Earl of Flanders, and wintered at Bruges. In the 6th year of King Edward, a battle was fought at Walsdune between Henry, the King of the French, and the barons of Normandy, because they refused their allegiance to William their Duke. They were defeated, and William banished some of them and punished others in life or limb. At that time, 2 Danish chiefs, Lothan and Erling, landed at Sandwich, where they collected an immense booty, with much gold and silver, and then, going round by sea, they pillaged Essex too. From thence they sailed for Flanders, where they sold their plunder, and then returned to their own country. The following year, Earl Sweyn returned to England to procure the king's pardon, but when his brother Harold and Earl Bjorn prevented it, he then had recourse to his father Godwin at Pevensey, and humbly entreating him, as also his brothers Harold and Tosti and Earl Bjorn, he prevailed with them that Bjorn should accompany him to Sandwich to recommend him to the king's favour. Bjorn, therefore, having embarked in Sweyn's fleet as a mediator, was foully murdered and his body cast forth, but it was buried by his friends at Winchester, near King Canute, his uncle. Sweyn then returned to Flanders, but the year following he was restored to the king's favour through the mediation of his father Godwin. At that time Pope Leo held a synod at Vercelli, at which Ulf, Bishop of Dorchester, was present, and his episcopal staff would have been broken if he had not paid a great bribe, for he did not know his duty as became a bishop. Edsige, the archbishop, died, as did also his successor, Seward. AD 1051. Edward, in the 10th year of his reign, made Robert, Bishop of London, Archbishop of Canterbury. It was now reported to the king that Godwin, his father-in-law, with his sons Sweyn and Harold, were conspiring against him, upon him summoning them to appear, and their refusing to do so unless they received hostages. The king banished them. Godwin and Sweyn went to Flanders and Harold to Ireland. The king, much exasperated, sent away the Queen Emma, and seized her treasure and her lands. He granted to Odda the earldoms of Devonshire, Somersetshire, and Dorsetshire, and gave the earldom of Harold to Algar, the son of Earl Leofric. AD 1052. In the 11th year of Edward's reign, Emma the Norman, the mother and wife of kings, submitted to the fate common to all. Then came Earl Godwin and his son Sweyn, with full sails from Flanders to the Isle of Wight, which they plundered, as well as Portland. Harold, also sailing from Ireland, ravaged the country about Portlock, a small port on the Bristol Channel, and then joining his father at the Isle of Wight, they made descents upon Ness, and Romney, and Hythe, and Folkestone, and Dover, and Sandwich, and Sheppey. A party landing at Milton burnt the royal villa, but the fleet steering by Northmouth towards London met the royal fleet of 50 ships in which the king had embarked. A parley ensued, during which hostages were given, and by the counsel of Bishop Stigand, the king and his father-in-law were reconciled. The king reinstated him in all his possessions and honours, and took again the queen his wife. But Robert the archbishop and all the Frenchmen, by whose advice the king had outlawed the earl, were banished, and Stigand was made Archbishop of Canterbury. About this time, AD 1054, Siward, the powerful Earl of Northumbria, a giant in stature, whose vigour of mind was equal to his bodily strength, sent his son on an expedition into Scotland. He was slain in the war, and when the news reached his father, he inquired, was his death wound received before or behind? The messenger replied, before. Then said he, I greatly rejoice. No other death was fitting either for him or me. Whereupon Siward led an army into Scotland, and having defeated the king and ravaged the whole kingdom, he reduced it to subjugation to himself. AD 1053. In the 12th year of Edward's reign, when the king was at Winchester, where he often resided, and was sitting at table with his father-in-law Godwin, who had conspired against him by his side, the earl said to him, Sir King, I have been often accused of harbouring traitorous designs against you, but as God in heaven is just and true, may this morsel of bread choke me, if even in thought I have ever been false to you. But God, who is just and true, heard the words of the traitor, for the bread stuck in his throat and choked him, so that death presently followed, the foretaste of the death which is eternal. His son Harold received a grant of his father's earldom, and Algar, the Earl of Chester, succeeded to the earldom of Harold. In the 13th year of King Edward's reign, the barons of Normandy fought a battle with the French at the castle which is called Mortemar, in which Ralph, the chamberlain, who commanded the French army, was slain, and the Normans gained the victory. But Henry, the French king, and William, the Duke of Normandy, were not present at the battle. The year following, the stout Earl Siward, being seized with dysentery, perceived that his end was approaching, upon which he said, Shame on me that I did not die in one of the many battles I have fought, but am reserved to die with disgrace the death of a sick cow. At least put on my armour of proof, gird the sword by my side, place the helmet on my head, let me have my shield in my left hand, and my gold-inlaid battle-axe on my right hand, that the bravest of soldiers may die in a soldier's garb. Thus he spoke, and when armed according to his desire, he gave up the ghost. As Welfoth, his son, was of tender years, the earldom was conferred on Tosti, the son of Earl Godwin. The same year, Algar, the Earl of Chester, was banished, being convicted of treason before the king's council. He took refuge with Griffith, the king of North Wales, and returning with him, they burnt Hereford and the church of St. Ethelbert. AD 1057. Afterwards, Edward the Effling, the son of Edmund Ironside, came into England, and he died very soon, and was buried in St. Paul's Minster in London. He was the father of Margaret, the Queen of Scotland, and of Edgar the Effling. Margaret was the mother of Matilda, the Queen of England, and of David, the accomplished King of the Scots. At that time also died Leofric, the renowned Earl of Chester, whose wife Godiva, a name meriting endless fame, was of distinguished worth and founded an abbey at Coventry, which she enriched with immense treasures of silver and gold. She also built the church at Stowe, under the hill at Lincoln, and many others. The earldom of Chester was granted to his son Algar. AD 1063. In the 22nd year of King Edward's reign, when Philip was the King of France, on the death of his father, Henry, William the Duke of Normandy subjugated Maine. Harold, crossing the sea to Flanders, was driven by a storm on the coast of Ponthieu. The Earl of that province arrested him and brought him to William, the Duke of Normandy, whereupon Harold took a solemn oath to William upon the most holy relics of saints that he would marry his daughter, and on the death of King Edward, would aid his designs upon England, Harold was entertained with great honour, and received many magnificent gifts. However, after his return to England, he was guilty of perjury. The year following, Harold and his brother Tosti made an eruption into Wales, and the people of that country were reduced to submission and delivered hostages. After that they slew their king Griffith, and brought his head to Harold, who appointed another king. It happened the same year that, in the king's palace at Winchester, Tosti seized his brother Harold by the hair in the royal presence, and while he was serving the king with wine. For it had been a source of envy and hate that the king showed a higher regard for Harold, though Tosti was the elder brother. Wherefore, in a sudden paroxysm of passion, he could not refrain from this attack on his brother. But the king predicted that their ruin was at hand, and that the vengeance of the Almighty would be no longer deferred. Such was the cruelty of these brothers that, when they saw a well-ordered farm, they ordered the owner to be killed in the night, with his whole family, and took possession of the property of the deceased. And these men were the justices of the realm. Tosti departed from the king and his brother in great anger, and went to Hereford, where Harold had purveyed large supplies for the royal use. There he butchered all his brother's servants, and enclosed a head or an arm in each of the vessels containing wine, mead, ale, pigment, mulberry wine, or cider, sending a message to the king that when he came to his farm he would find plenty of salt meat, and that he would bring more with him. For this horrible crime the king commanded him to be banished and outlawed. AD 1065. In the 24th year of King Edward, the Northumbrians, hearing these accounts, expelled Tosti their earl, who had caused much bloodshed and ruin among them. They slew all his household, both Danes and English, and seized his treasures and arms at York, and they made Morcar, the son of Earl Algar, their earl. Then he led the Northumbrians, and with them the men of Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, and Derbyshire, as far as Northampton, and his brother Edwin joined him with the men of the earldom and many Welsh. When Earl Harold met them, they sent him to the king, with messengers of their own, entreating that they might have Morcar for their earl. This the king granted, and commissioned Harold to return to Northampton to give them assurance of it. Meanwhile, they did not spare that district, burning, slaying, plundering, and carrying off with them, after their petition was granted, many thousands of souls, so that this part of the kingdom was impoverished for many years. Tosti and his wife fled to the court of Baldwin in Flanders, and there wintered. In the year of our Lord 1066, the Lord who ruleth all things accomplished what he had long designed with respect to the English nation, giving them up to destruction by the fierce and crafty race of the Normans. For when the church of St. Peter at Westminster had been consecrated on Holy Innocents' Day, and soon afterwards King Edward departed this life on the eve of Epiphany, and was interred in the same church which he had built, and endowed with great possessions, some of the English sought to make Edgar Effling king, but Harold, relying on his power and his pretensions by birth, seized the crown. Meanwhile, William, the Duke of Normandy, was inwardly irritated and deeply incensed for 3 reasons. Firstly, because Godwin and his sons had dishonoured and murdered his kinsman Alfred. Secondly, because they had driven out of England Robert, the bishop, and Odo, the earl, and all the other Frenchmen. Thirdly, because Harold, committing perjury, had usurped the kingdom, which by right of relationship belonged to himself. Duke William, therefore, assembling the principal men of Normandy, called on them to aid him in the conquest of England. As they were entering the council chamber, William Fitz-Osbert, the Duke's steward, threw himself in their way, representing that the expedition to England was a very serious undertaking, for the English were a most warlike people, and he argued vehemently against the very few who were disposed to embark in the project of invading England. The barons, hearing this, were highly delighted, and pledged their faith to him that they would all concur in what he should say. upon which he presented himself at their head before the Duke, and thus he addressed him. I am ready to follow you devotedly with all my people in this expedition. All the great men of Normandy were thus pledged to what he promised, and a numerous fleet was equipped at the port called St. Valery. Upon hearing this, the warlike Harold fitted out a fleet to meet that of Duke William. Meanwhile, Earl Tosti entered the Humber with 60 ships, but Earl Edwin came upon him with his troops and put him to flight. He escaped to Scotland, where he fell in with Harold, the King of Norway, with 300 ships. Tosti was overjoyed, and tendered him his allegiance. Then they joined their forces and came up the Humber as far as York, near which they were encountered by the Earls Edwin and Morcar. The place where this battle was fought is still shown on the south side of the city. Here Harold, the King of Norway, and Tosti, his ally, gained the day. When this intelligence reached Harold, the King of England, he advanced with a powerful army and came up with the invaders at Stamford Bridge. The battle was desperately fought, the armies being engaged from daybreak to noonday, when, after fierce attacks on both sides, the Norwegians were forced to give way before the superior numbers of the English, but retreated in good order. Being driven across the river, the living trampling on the corpses of the slain, they resolutely made a fresh stand. Here a single Norwegian, whose name ought to have been preserved, took a post on the bridge, and hewing down more than 40 of the English with a battle-axe, his country's weapon, stayed the advance of the whole English army until the 9th hour. At last someone came under the bridge in a boat, and thrust a spear into him, through the chinks in the flooring. The English having gained a passage, King Harold and Tosti were slain, and their whole army were either slaughtered or, being taken prisoners, were burned. Harold, the King of England, returned to York the same day with great triumph. But while he was at dinner, a messenger arrived with the news that William the Duke of Normandy had landed on the south coast and had built a fort at Hastings. The king hastened southward to oppose him and drew up his army on level ground in that neighbourhood. Duke William commenced the attack with 5 squadrons of his splendid cavalry, a terrible onset, but first he addressed them to this effect. What I have to say to you, ye Normans, the bravest of nations, does not spring from any doubt of your valour or uncertainty of victory, which never by any chance or obstacle escapes your efforts. If indeed, once only you had failed of conquering, it might be necessary to inflame your courage by exhortation, but how little does the inherent spirit of your race require to be roused? Most valiant of men, what availed the power of the Frank king, with all his people, from Lorraine to Spain, against Hastings, my predecessor? What he wanted of the territory of France he appropriated to himself. What he chose only was left to the king. What he had, he held during his pleasure. When he was satisfied, he relinquished it, and looked for something better. Did not Rollo, my ancestor, the founder of our nation, with your progenitors, conquer at Paris the king of the Franks, in the heart of his dominions? Nor could he obtain any respite until he humbly offered possession of the country which from you is called Normandy, with the hand of his daughter. Did not your fathers take prisoner the king of the French, and detain him at Rouen until he restored Normandy to your Duke Richard, then a boy, with this stipulation, that in every conference between the King of France and the Duke of Normandy, the Duke should have his sword by his side, while the King should not be allowed so much as a dagger? This concession your fathers compelled the great King to submit to, as binding forever. Did not the same Duke lead your fathers to Mermande, at the foot of the Alps, and enforce submission from the lord of the town, his son-in-law, to his own wife, the Duke's daughter? Nor was it enough to conquer mortals, for he overcame the devil himself, with whom he wrestled, and cast down and bound him, leaving him a shameful spectacle to angels. But why do I go back to former times, when you, in our time, engaged the French at Mortimer? Did not the French prefer flight to battle, and use their spurs instead of their swords, while Ralph, the French commander, being slain? You reaped the fruits of victory, the honour, and the spoil, as natural results of your wanted success. Let any one of the English whom our predecessors, both Danes and Norwegians, have defeated in 100 battles, come forth and show that the race of Rollo ever suffered a defeat from his time until now, and I will submit and retreat. Is it not shameful, then, that a people accustomed to be conquered, a people ignorant of the art of war, a people not even in possession of arrows, should make a show of being arrayed in battle order against you, most valiant? Is it not a shame that this King Harold, perjured as he was in your presence, should dare to show his face to you? It is a wonder to me that you have been allowed to see those who, by a horrible crime, beheaded your relations and Alfred my kinsman, and that their own accursed heads are still on their shoulders. Raise then your standards, my brave men, and set no bounds to your merited rage. Let the lightning of your glory flash, and the thunder of your onset be heard from east to west, and be the avengers of the noble blood which has been spilled. Duke William had not concluded his harangue when all the squadrons, inflamed with rage, rushed on the enemy with indescribable impetuosity and left the Duke speaking to himself. Before the armies closed for the fight, one Taillefer, sportively brandishing swords before the English troops, while they were lost in amazement at his gambols, slew one of their standard-bearers. A second time one of the enemy fell. The third time he was slain himself. Then the ranks met. A cloud of arrows carried death among them. The clang of sword strokes followed. Helmets gleamed, and weapons clashed. But Harold had formed his whole army in close column, making a rampart which the Norman could not penetrate. Duke William, therefore, commanded his troops to make a feigned retreat. In their flight they happened unawares on a deep trench, which was treacherously covered, into which numbers fell and perished. While the English were engaged in pursuit, the main body of the Normans broke the centre of the enemy line, which, being perceived by those in pursuit over the concealed trench, when they were consequently recalled, most of them fell there. Duke William also commanded his bowmen not to aim their arrows directly at the enemy, but to shoot them in the air, that the cloud might spread darkness over the enemy's ranks. This occasioned great loss to the English. 20 of the bravest knights also pledged their troth to each other that they would cut through the English troops and capture the royal ensign called the Standard. In this attack the greater part were slain, but the remainder, hewing away with their swords, captured the Standard. Meanwhile a shower of arrows fell around King Harold, and he himself was pierced in the eye. A crowd of horsemen now burst in, and the king, already wounded, was slain. With him fell Earl Gurth and Earl Leofric, his brothers. After the defeat of the English army, and so great a victory, the Londoners submitted peaceably to William, and he was crowned at Westminster by Aldred, Archbishop of York. Thus the hand of the Lord brought to pass the change which a remarkable comet had foreshadowed in the beginning of the same year. As it was said, in the year 1066 all England was alarmed by a flaming comet. The battle was fought in the month of October, on the feast of St. Calixtus, that is October the 14th. King William afterwards founded a noble abbey on the spot, which obtained the fitting name of Battle Abbey. King William crossed the sea the year following, carrying with him hostages and much treasure. He came back, though, the same year, and divided the land among his soldiers. And now Edgar the Etheling went into Scotland with many followers, and his sister Margaret was betrothed to the King of the Scots. The king having given the earldom of Northumberland to Earl Robert, the provincial slew him and 900 of his men, upon which Edgar the Etheling and all the people of Northumberland marched to York, and the townsmen made peace with him. But the king, advancing northward with an army, sacked the city, and made great slaughter of the rebellious inhabitants, and Edgar retired to Scotland. In the third year of King William, the two sons of Sweyn, the King of Denmark, and his brother, Earl Osbert, sailed up the Humber with 300 ships. They were joined by Earl Waltheof and Edgar the Etheling. The forces of the Danes and English being united, they took York Castle, and having slain numbers of the French, they carried off their chief men prisoner to their ships, with the treasure they had taken, and wintered in the country between the Ouse and the Trent. However, the king coming upon them, drove them out, and reduced the English of that province, and Earl Waltheof made his peace with the king. The year following, on the death of Baldwin, the Earl of Flanders, whose daughter King William married, he was succeeded by his son, Arnulf, who was supported by William, the King of England, and Philip, the King of France. But his brother Robert, the Frisian, made war upon him and slew him, together with William Fitz-Osbert, before mentioned, and many thousands of troops of both the kings. AD 1071. In the 5th year of King William, the Earls Morcar and Edwin took to plundering in the open country and the woods. Edwin was slain by his own followers, and Morcar, with Hereward and Bishop Elwin, took refuge in Ely. The king came there with an army and beset it both by land and water, and having constructed a bridge, and built a fort with great skill, which stands at the present time, he gained an entrance into the island, and took prisoner those I have named, except Hereward, who drew off his people with great resolution. The year following, the king led an army into Scotland, both by land and sea, and Malcolm, the king of the Scots, did him fealty and delivered hostages. The next year, the king led an army of English and French into Maine, which the English wasted, burning the villages and destroying the vineyards, and the province submitted to the king. The year after, the king went into Normandy, and Edgar the Effling was reconciled with him and abode some time in his court. AD 1075. In the 9th year of King William, Ralph, who had been made Earl of East Anglia, conspired with Earl Waltheof and Roger, the son of William Fitz-Osbert, to dethrone the king. Earl Ralph had married his sister, at whose nuptials the rebellion was contrived, but the principal men of the realm strenuously opposed it, and Earl Ralph, embarking at Norwich, sailed for Denmark. When the king came over to England, he threw his kinsman Earl Roger into prison, but Earl Waltheof was beheaded at Winchester, and he was buried at Croyland. Of the rest who were present at the ill-fated marriage feast, many were banished and many deprived of sight. Meanwhile, Earl Ralph, accompanied by Canute, son of Sweyn, the king of Denmark, and Earl Haco, returned to England with a fleet of 200 ships, but not daring to attack King William, they sailed for Flanders. The same year, Queen Edith died, and was buried near her husband, King Edmund, at Westminster. AD 1076. The year following, King William went over the sea, and laid siege to Dol, but the Bretons defended the castle stoutly until the King of France came to their relief. Soon afterwards, the King of France and King William came to terms. The King of the Scots also ravaged Northumberland as far as the Tyne, and carried off a great number of captives and much booty. Robert, the son of King William, having raised troops against his father, the king was thrown from his horse in an engagement at the castle of Gerbrevi in France, where also William the king's son and many of his followers were wounded, and the king caused his son Robert to be cursed. Moreover, the Northumbrians treacherously killed Walker, Bishop of Durham, and 100 men at a certain court peaceably assembled on the Tyne. AD 1081. King William, in the 15th year of his reign, led an army into Wales and reduced it to submission. Afterwards he threw his brother, Bishop Odo, into prison. His queen Matilda also died. In AD 1083, and the king levied a tax of 6 shillings on every hide of land throughout England. At this time, Thurstan, abbot of Glastonbury, perpetrated an atrocious crime, causing 3 monks to be slain, though they clung to the altar, and 18 others were wounded, so that the blood ran down the steps of the sanctuary on the floor of the church. In the 18th year of King William's reign, he brought over such an immense army of Normans, French, and Bretons, that it was a wonder how the land could supply them with food. He had heard reports that Canute, the King of Denmark, and Robert the Frisian, Earl of Flanders, had formed the design of invading and subduing England, but when, by God's will, the armament was dispersed, he dismissed the greater part of his troops to their own countries. The king being now all-powerful, he sent justiciaries through every shire, that is, every county of England, and caused them to inquire on oath how many hides, that is, acres sufficient for one plough for a year, there were in every villa, and how many cattle. And he made them also inquire how much each city, castle, village, villa, river, marsh, and wood was worth in yearly rent. All these particulars having been written on parchment, the record was brought to the king, and deposited in the treasury, where it is presented to this day. The same year, 1085, Maurice was made Bishop of London. He began the building of the great church, which is not yet completed. That is St. Paul's Cathedral. The noble King William, in the 19th year of his reign, held his court as usual at Gloucester, during Christmas at Winchester, during Easter, and during Whitsuntide at London, where he knighted his youngest son Henry. Afterwards he received the homage of all the principal landowners of England, and received their oaths of fealty without regard to those under whom they held their lands. And then the king, having amassed large sums of money upon every pretext he could find, just or unjust, passed over to Normandy. AD 1087. In the 21st year of his reign, when the Norman had accomplished the righteous will of God on the English nation, and there was now no prince of the ancient royal race living in England, and all the English were brought to a reluctant submission, so that it was a disgrace even to be called an Englishman, the instrument of Providence in fulfilling its design was removed from the world. God had chosen the Normans to humble the English nation because he perceived that they were more fierce than any other people. For their character is such that when they have so crushed their enemies that they can reduce them no lower, they bring themselves and their own land to poverty and waste. So that the Norman lords, when foreign hostilities have ceased, as their fierce temper never abates, turn their hostilities against their own people, which is apparent, with continually increasing distinctness in Normandy, as well as in England, in Apulia, Calabria, Sicily, and Antioch, those fine countries which the Almighty has subjected to them. In England, at this time, extortionate tolls and most burdensome taxes were multiplied, and all the great lords were so blinded by an inordinate desire of amassing wealth, that it might be truly said of them, whence it was got no one asked, but get it they must. The more they talked of right, the more wrong they did. Those whose title was justiciaries were the fountains of all injustice. The sheriffs and judges, whose office it was to administer the law, were more greedy than thieves and robbers, and more violent than the most desperate culprits. The king himself, when he had let his lands to farm, at the dearest rate he could, broke his agreements, and never satisfied granted them to any one who bid higher, and then to another who offered the higher rent. Nor did he care what injury his officers inflicted on the poor. This year the Lord had afflicted England with 2 calamities of pestilence and famine, so that those who escaped the pestilence died of hunger. King William had crossed over to France the same year, and had ravaged the territories of King Philip, and put to death many of his subjects. He also burned a stately castle called Mantes, and destroyed all the churches in the town, with much people, and 2 holy hermits were burned there. Wherefore God in his anger visited him on his return with sickness, and afterwards with death. We must glance at both the good and evil deeds of this powerful king, in order that we may take example from the good and warning from the evil. William was the most valiant of all dukes of Normandy, the most powerful of all the kings of England, more renowned than any of his predecessors. He was wise but crafty, rich but covetous, glorious but his ambition was never satisfied. Though humble to the servants of God, he was obdurate to those who withstood him. Earls and nobles he threw into prison, bishops and abbots he deprived of their possessions, nor did he even spare his own brother, and no one dared to oppose his will. He wrung thousands of gold and silver from his most powerful vassals, and harassed his subjects with the toil of building castles for himself. If anyone killed a stag or a wild boar, his eyes were put out, and no one presumed to complain. But beasts of chase he cherished as if they were his children, so that, to form the hunting ground of the New Forest, he caused churches and villages to be destroyed, and driving out the people, made it the habitation for deer. When he plundered his subjects, not urged by his wants, but by excessive avarice, however they might curse him in the bitterness of their hearts, he set at naught their muttered revenge. It behoved everyone to submit to his will, who had any regard for his favour, or for his own money or lands, or even his life. Alas, how much is it to be deplored that any man, seeing that he is but a worm of the dust, should so swell with pride as, forgetful of death, to exalt himself thus above all his fellow mortals. Normandy was his by right of inheritance, Maine he subdued by force of arms, Brittany paid him fealty. He was monarch of all England, so that there was not a single hide of land in it which he had not an account of the owner's name and what it was worth. Scotland he reduced to subjection, and Wales submissively rendered him allegiance. Yet he so firmly preserved the peace that a girl laden with gold could pass in safely from one end of England to the other. Homicide under whatever pretext was punished with death, violent assaults by the loss of limbs. He built the abbey at Battle, which has been already mentioned, and one at Caen, in which he was buried. His wife Matilda also built there a convent for nuns, in which she was interred. May he have mercy on their souls, who alone can heal them after death. And you, my readers, noting well the virtues and vices of so great a man, learn to follow what is good and eschew what is evil, and thus walk in the straight path which leads to eternal life. The same year, the infidels in Spain made a plundering incursion on the Christian states and seized large portions of their territory, but the Christian King Alfonso, collecting forces from the faithful in all parts, recovered his dominions, slaying and expelling the infidels and repairing the losses caused by their inroads. In Denmark also, an event happened which has never before occurred. The Danes were guilty of treason and faithlessly murdered their king, Canute, in a monastery. William, the King of England, bequeathed Normandy to his eldest son Robert, the kingdom of England to William, his second son, and the treasure he had amassed to his third son Henry, by means of which, having purchased a part of Normandy from his brother Robert, he succeeded in depriving him of his dominions, a thing displeasing to God, but the punishment was deferred for a time. William divided his father's treasures, which he found at Winchester according to his bequests. There were in the treasury £60,000 of silver, besides gold and jewels, and his plate and wardrobe. He distributed part of the wealth, giving to some churches 10 golden marks, to others 6, and to the church of every village 5 shillings, and he sent to each county £100 to be given in alms. Likewise, according to his father's will, all prisoners were set at liberty. The new king held his court at London during Christmas. There were present Lanfranc, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had consecrated the king, and Thomas, the Archbishop of York, together with Maurice, the Bishop of London, Walchelm of Winchester, Godfrey of Chester, Walnoth, the Holy Bishop of Worcester, William of Thetford, Robert of Chester, William of Durham, and Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux, principal justiciary of all England, as also Remy, the Bishop of Lincoln, of whom I am led to give a short account. The king, William I, had given to Remy, who was a monk of Fécamp, the bishopric of Dorchester, which is situated on the Thames. But as that sea is larger than any other in England, extending from the Thames to the Humber, it seemed to the bishop to be inconvenient that his episcopal see should be placed at the very extremity of his diocese. It was also unsatisfactory to him that it was fixed in a poor town, while there was in his diocese so noble a city as Lincoln, which seemed more worthy to be the episcopal seat. He therefore bought some fields on the top of the hill near the castle, the lofty towers of which command the city, and on that elevated spot he built a cathedral church which, for strength and beauty, was both fitting for the service of God and, as the times required, impregnable to hostile attack. The district of Lindsey, in which it was placed, had from ancient times been claimed as part of the Archbishopric of York, but Remy, disregarding the Archbishop's remonstrances, urged forward the work he had undertaken, and when it was completed, he supplied it with clerks of approved learning and morals. Remy was small in stature, but great in heart. His complexion was dark, but he was clear of conduct. He was indeed on one occasion accused of treason against the king, but one of his followers cleared him of the charge by the ordeal of red-hot iron, and thus restored him to the royal favour unsullied by any sign of disgrace. By this founder, at this time, and for these reasons, the modern cathedral of the Diocese of Lincoln was begun, and now the course of events being brought down to my own times, it is fitting that I should commence a new book with those that followed. If any recapitulation be required, according to my practice hitherto, for the more clear understanding of what has been set forth in the present book, it may be so short as to not detain the reader. Here then follows a summary view of the king's reigns included in the book now brought to an end. Ethelred reigned for 37 years in continual disturbance over the whole extent of England. Edmund the Young and the Brave was treacherously murdered after a reign of 1 year. Canute the Great reigned 20 years, with more glory than any of his predecessors. Harold his son reigned for 4 years. Arthur Canute, the munificent son of King Canute, was cut off by a sudden death, after a reign of 6 months, short of 2 years. Edward was a pious king, and reigned in peace for 24 years. Harold the Perjurer reigned scarcely 1 year, falling as a sacrifice to his breach of faith. William, the last and greatest of all that have been enumerated, had a glorious reign of 21 years. It has been said of him, "What though, like Caesar, nature failed to give thy brow its fairest grace? Thy bright career a comet hailed, and with its lustre wreathed thy face." Book 7. Thus far I have treated of matters which I have either found recorded by old writers or have gathered from common report, but now I have to deal with events which have passed under my own observation, or which have been told to me by eyewitnesses of them. I have to relate how the Almighty alienated both favour and rank from the English nation, as it deserved, and caused it to cease to be a people. It will also appear how he began to afflict the Normans themselves, the instruments of his will, with various calamities. The greater nobles, breaking their oaths of allegiance to William the Younger, stirred up war against him for the purpose of placing his brother Robert on the throne, and each of them revelled in rebellion and tumults within their own domains. AD 1088. Odo, the Bishop of Bio, the chief governor of England, who was their leader, raised an insurrection in Kent. The king had granted him the earldom of Kent, where he seized and burned the villas of the king and the archbishop. Roger, the Earl of Morton, in like manner ravaged the country about Pevensey. Geoffrey, the Bishop of Coutances, set forth from Bristol, and pillaged Bath and Berkeley, and the neighbourhood about them. Roger, the Earl of Montgomery, was not slow in beginning the work of mischief throughout East Anglia from his castle at Norwich. Hugh de Grantmesnil was not backward in the counties of Leicester and Northampton. William, the Bishop of Durham, made a similar movement on the border of Scotland. The chief men also of Herefordshire and Shropshire, with the Welshmen, burned and pillaged the county of Worcester up to the city gates. They were preparing to assault the cathedral and castle when Wulstan, the venerable bishop, in his deep necessity, implored the aid of his greatest friend, even God the Most High, by whose help, while the bishop lay prostrate in prayer before the altar, a small party of soldiers who sallied forth against the enemy was able either to slay or capture 5,000 of them. and the rest miraculously took to flight. The king, therefore, summoned an assembly of his English subjects, and promised that he would restore the freedom of chase and of the woods, and that he would confirm the ancient laws they loved. He then sat down before Tunbridge Castle, where Gilbert was in rebellion against him, but upon being reduced to straits by the royal army, he made peace with the king. Marching thence, the king laid siege to Pevensey Castle, in which were Bishop Odo and Earl Roger, and invested it for 6 weeks. Meanwhile, Robert the Duke of Normandy hastened to embark for England and take advantage of the movement in his favour. He therefore sent forward a body of troops to support his friends, preparing himself to follow with a powerful army. But the English, who guarded the seas, attacked the advance force, and immense numbers of them were either put to the sword or drowned, whereupon those who were besieged in Pevensey Castle, provisions failing them, surrendered to the king. Bishop Odo solemnly swore to depart the realm and deliver up his castle at Rochester. But when he came there with a party of the king's troops to cause it to be surrendered, Earl Eustace and the other great men who were in the city seized the king's officers, at the bishop's secret instigation, and threw them into prison. Upon hearing this, the king laid siege to Rochester, which shortly capitulated, and Bishop Odo went beyond the sea, never to return. The king also sent an army to Durham and besieged the city. Upon its surrender, the bishop and many of the rebels were driven into banishment. The king distributed the lands of those who broke their fealty, among such as continued faithful to him. The year following, 1089, Archbishop Lanfranc, the enlightened doctor of the church and the kind father of the monks, departed this life, and there was a great earthquake the same year. William the Younger, preparing the means of taking vengeance on his brother for the injury he had done him, in the 3rd year of his reign, obtained possession by bribes of the castles of St. Valery and Albemarle, from whence the knights he placed in garrisons began to plunder and burn his brother's territory. Following them himself the next year, he came to terms with his brother, and it was agreed that the castles which the king held in spite of his brother should still be his. The king also engaged to aid him in the recovery of all the places his father possessed beyond sea, and it was agreed between them that if either of them died without a son, the survivor should be his heir. The treaty was guaranteed by the oaths of 12 chief men on the king's part, and 12 on the duke's. Meanwhile, Malcolm, the king of the Scots, made an irruption into England for the purpose of plunder, and did grievous injury, whereupon the king, having returned to England, accompanied by his brother, they marshalled an army against the Scots. Upon this, Malcolm was greatly alarmed, and did homage to the king, taking oaths of fealty to him. Duke Robert remained some time with his brother, but finding that he was insincere in his professions of amity, he crossed over to his own states. The year following, the king rebuilt Carlisle, and peopled it with inhabitants drawn from the south of England. Bishop Remy also sickened and died just as he had completed the church at Lincoln, and was about to consecrate it. AD 1093, William the Younger fell sick at Gloucester, during Lent, in the 6th year of his reign. He then gave the Archbishopric of Canterbury to Anselm, the Abbot of Bec, a holy man, and the Bishopric of Lincoln to his Chancellor, Robert Blote, who excelled other men in grace of person, in serenity of temper, and in courtesy of speech. The king also promised at this time to amend bad laws, and protect the Lord's household in peace, but as soon as he got well, he repented of his promises, and acted worse than before. Regretting that he had not sold the bishopric of Lincoln when the Archbishop of York preferred his claims against Bishop Robert for the city of Lincoln and the district of Lindsey, as appertaining to his archiepiscopal see, the cause was not decided until Robert became bound to the king for £5,000 to secure the liberties of the church. The same year, Malcolm, the king of the Scots, making a predatory inroad into England, was intercepted unawares and slain, together with his son Edward, who would have inherited his crown. When Queen Margaret received these tidings, her heart was troubled even unto death at her double loss, and going to the church, she confessed and communicated, and commending herself in prayer to God, gave up the ghost. The Scots elected Duvanel, Malcolm's brother, as king. But Duncan, the late king's son, who was residing as a hostage in the court of King William, by the help of the king, drove out Duvanel, and was received as king. The following year, the Scots, at the instigation of Duvanel, treacherously put Duncan to death. William the Younger, in the 7th year of his reign, being provoked that his brother had not observed his oath, passed over into Normandy. When the brothers met, the jurators who had sworn to the observance of the treaty laid all the blame on the king. Disregarding this, he departed in a rage, and attacked the castle of Burs, which he took. On the other hand, the Duke took the castle of Argences, in which was an earl of the king's named Roger of Patois, with 700 soldiers, and he afterwards took the castle of Hulme. Meanwhile, the king levied 20,000 foot soldiers in England to be transported to Normandy, but when they arrived at the sea-coast, he took from them the allowance they had received, which was 10 shillings per man, and disbanded them. Meanwhile, Duke Robert, joined by the King of France and a large force, was proceeding to lay siege to Eu, where King William lay. However, the intrigues and the bribes of King William induced the King of France to abandon the enterprise, and thus the whole army dispersed in a cloud of darkness, which money had raised. King William had sent for his brother Henry, who was at Damfront, to meet him in England by Christmas. Whereupon he came to London. The king spent Christmas Day at Whitesand, from whence he sailed to Dover. The beginning of the next year, 1095, he sent his brother Henry over to Normandy with a large sum of money to be employed in continental inroads on the king's behalf. Robert, the Earl of Northumberland, elated at having defeated the King of the Scots, refused to attend the king's court, whereupon the king marched an army into Northumberland and took prisoner all the earl's principal adherents in a fortress called Newcastle. He then reduced the castle of Tynemouth, in which was the earl's brother. Afterwards he besieged the earl himself at Bamborough Castle, which, being impregnable by assault, he built a castle against it, which he called Malvoisin, or the Bad Neighbour, in which he left part of his army, and retired with the rest. But one night the earl escaped, and though pursued by the king's troops, got into Tynemouth. There, endeavouring to defend himself, he was wounded and taken, and being brought to Windsor, was kept there as a prisoner. The castle of Bamborough was surrendered to the king, and those who had joined the earl were severely treated, for William de Eu had his eyes put out, and Odo, the Earl of Champagne, with many others, was deprived of his lands. The same year, the indefatigable king led his army into Wales, because the Welsh had slain numbers of the French the year before, and stormed the castles of the nobles, and carried fire and sword along the border. The present year also they had taken Montgomery Castle, and put all who were in it to the sword. The king overran the borders of Wales, but as he could not penetrate into the fastnesses of the mountains and woods, he retired, having accomplished little or nothing. About this time, falling stars were seen in the heavens in such numbers that they could not be counted. In the year 1096 began the great movement towards Jerusalem on the preaching of Pope Urban. Robert, the Duke of Normandy, joining it, gave Normandy in pledge to his brother William. There went with him Robert, the Duke of Flanders, and Eustace, the Count of Boulogne. From another quarter went also Duke Godfrey and Baldwin, the Count de Mont, together with another Baldwin, both of whom were afterwards kings of Jerusalem. From a third quarter went Raymond, the Count of Toulouse, and the Bishop of Puy. Who would omit Hugh the Great, brother of the King of France, and Stephen, Count de Blois? Who would not remember Beaumont and his nephew, Tancred? It was the Lord's doing, a wonder unknown to preceding ages and reserved for our days, that such different nations, so many noble warriors, should leave their splendid possessions, their wives and children, and that all with one accord should, in contempt of death, direct their steps to regions almost unknown. The vastness of the movement must be my apology to the reader for a digression from the regular course of this history. For if I were willing to be silent concerning this wonderful work of the Lord, my subject would compel me to treat of it as it concerns Robert, the Duke of Normandy. AD 1097. Alexius was emperor at Constantinople when, with his consent, either forced or voluntary, all the chiefs above named assembled there, and crossing over the narrow arm of the sea, which was anciently called the Hellespont, but now bears the name of the Strait of St. George, proceeded to lay siege to the city of Nice, the capital of Romania. Robert, the Duke of Normandy, sat down before the east gate, and near him was the Earl of Flanders. Duke Beaumont took post at the north gate, and Tancred near him. At the west gate was posted Godfrey, and next to him lay Hugh the Great, and Earl Stephen. At the south was Earl Raymond, with the Bishop of Puy. Immense multitudes were here assembled from England, Normandy, Brittany, Aquitaine, Spain, Provence, Flanders, Denmark, Saxony, Germany, Italy, Greece, and other countries. The light of the sun from the world's creation never shone on so splendid an array, so dread, so numerous an assemblage, so many and so valiant chiefs. The siege of Troy is not to be named in comparison, nor the heroes who caused the fall of Thebes. Here were to be found the most illustrious men that the Western world had given birth to in any age, all bearing the sign of the cross, all the bravest of their several countries. On Ascension Day, at the sound of the trumpets in the several camps, a general assault was made on the city. Then shouts filled the air, the sky was darkened with clouds of arrows, the earth shook with the stamp of men, the water echoed the noise. The foot of the wall is reached, the sappers begin their work. The infidels plied arrows and darts, logs and stones, fragments and masses, fire and water, all to no purpose. Skill and valour and machine-hurled missiles were of no avail. And now the powerful army of the Saracens appeared in well-ordered ranks and gleaming standards on the south of the city. They were gallantly encountered by the troops of Count Raymond and the Bishop of Puy, depending on the divine protection and their own bright arms. The Christians rushed on the enemy, who, struck with sudden fear, the Lord confounding them, gave way. Great numbers of the fugitives were slain, and missiles thrown into the city by machines increased the alarm of the inhabitants. Thus, beyond measure terrified, they surrendered the city to our army, and it was given up to the emperor according to promise. The army was detained before Nice 7 weeks and 3 days. Its course was then directed to Antioch, and on the 3rd day's march it was divided into 2 bodies. At the head of one of them was Robert, the Duke of Normandy, Beaumont, the Duke of the Principality, Tancred, Everard the Poisat, Arcade de Mont, Merloy, and several others. They were surrounded by 360,000 Parthians, who are now called Turks, Persians, Publicans, Medes, Cilicians, Saracens, and Augulans, besides Arabs, of whom there were not many. A messenger was dispatched by the chiefs before named to the other parts of the army, but meanwhile they became fiercely engaged with the enemy. The Turks, Persians, and Medes discharged arrows, the Cilicians and the Augulans javelins, the Saracens and Arabs used spears, and the Publicans iron maces and swords, all with deadly effect, so that the Christians suffered terribly, for their horses became unsteady under the strange shouts of the Saracens, and the braying of their trumpets, and the beating of their tambourines, and refused to obey the spur. Our men also, amid this confused din, hardly knew what it meant. The Christians, therefore, meditated flight, and some had begun to turn their backs, when Robert, the Duke of Normandy, spoke up to them, shouting, "Where, soldiers? Where are you fleeing? The Turkish horses are swifter than ours. Flight will not save you. It is better to die here. If you think as I do, then follow me." As he spoke, he charged the chief of the infidels, and, with a single thrust of his lance, pierced through his shield and armour, and the next moment struck down a second and a third of the Saracen troops. Then the fierce Tancred, and the valiant Beaumont, and Richard of the Principality, and Robert de Anza, one of the bravest knights, were not slack in dealing furious blows. The Christians regained their courage, and the renewed conflict was long and desperate. While it was yet raging, Hugh the Great and Anselm de Rittmont came up at the top of their speed, with only 20 knights from the other division of the army. Thus fresh, they charged and scattered the weary infidels, for the lance of Hugh was like the lightning's flash, the sword of Anselm like the divine flame. 2 of our princes fell, while the Arabs, with their numbers, filled the places of the slain. Of the 2 princes, William, Tancred's brother, in the act of piercing a Saracen chief, received a mortal wound from his enemy's lance, while Godfrey de Dermont, as he struck off an Arab's head, was shot by a Persian arrow through the body, which his heated surcoat could no longer protect. The Franks would have been unable to make a further resistance against the dense mass with which they were engaged, when suddenly the standards of the other divisions were seen advancing from a neighbouring wood. The battle now lasted until 9 o'clock, and great numbers of the first division had fallen, nor would any have escaped if the remainder of the army had not come up. Never afterwards did the infidels fight so desperately. Godfrey led the van of the relieving army, with the 2 Baldwins in command on the right. On the left were Earl Stephen and Oswald de Nullison. The division of Baldwin was followed at some distance by Count Raymond and his people, that of Stephen by Robert, the valiant Earl of Flanders, with his vassals. A cloud of knights and an endless crowd of infantry were in the rear of Godfrey's line, while the Bishop of Puy showed himself on a hill with a resolute force of men-at-arms. The infidels were intent on the fight, when, seeing so large a force unexpectedly advancing, they were terrified, as if the very heavens were falling upon them, and took to flight, with Soliman their prince. This victory, which, though dearly bought, secured immense spoils, was gained on the 1st of July. Pursuing their plan of marching on Antioch, the Christian chiefs proceeded by Heraclea to Tarsus, which was given up to the noble Earl Baldwin. Adama and Mamistra were subjugated by the brave Tancred. The noble Duke of Normandy gave the city of the Turks to Simeon, and Raymond, the powerful count, and Beaumont, the thunderbolt of war, bestowed another city on Peter de Alphibus. The Christians then advanced to Acre, which city they took, and Peter de Roussillon took Ruffa and several strongholds. At length they laid siege to Antioch, the capital of Syria, on the 12th of the calends of November, that is the 28th of October. It having been reported to Beaumont that the Turks were assembled in numbers at a castle called Areg, he led an expedition against them, and by the mercy of God, though his troops were few in number, he defeated the enemy, bringing back many prisoners, whose heads he cut off before the gates of Antioch, to strike terror among the citizens. The Christians celebrated the festival of the Nativity while they lay before the besieged town, after which Beaumont and the Count of Flanders marched at the head of 20,000 men into the country of the Saracens, for they had assembled numerous forces from Jerusalem and Damascus and Aleppo and other places for the relief of Antioch. Beaumont attacked this combined force and routed it with great slaughter, and the chiefs of the expedition, returning to the camp with rich booty, were received with the triumph they had merited. Meanwhile, those who were shut up within the walls made vigorous sallies against the besieging army, in which they killed the standard-bearer of the Bishop of Puy, with many others. In the month of February, the infidels assembled a large force at the bridge over the Fur, at the castle of Areth. The Christian princes, therefore, leaving the foot soldiers to maintain the siege, drew out the knights, and detached them against the enemy in 6 divisions. The first was led by the Duke of Normandy, the second by Godfrey, the German Duke, the third by the noble Count Raymond, the fourth by Robert, the Pride of Flanders, the fifth by the most excellent Bishop of Puy, the sixth, which was the strongest, by Beaumont and Tancred. Battle was joined with great bravery, the war cries reaching to heaven, and the air being darkened with the clouds of arrows, while fierce assaults were made on both sides. There shortly advanced from the rear a great body of Parthians, who made so sharp an onset on the Christian knights that they fell back a little. Then Beaumont, the arbiter of war and judge of battle, charged with his division, hitherto unengaged, the centre of the enemy, and Robert, son of Gerard, a good knight, and Beaumont's standard-bearer, dashed among the Turkish troops, as a lion among lambs, and the points of his pennon were forever fluttering over the heads of the Turks. The rest, beholding this, regained their courage, and simultaneously bore down on the enemy. Then the Duke of Normandy cut one man down with a blow from his sword, which severed his head, his teeth, his neck, and his shoulders, down to his breast. Duke Godfrey also clove another in 2 through the middle of his body, so that one part fell to the ground, the other was carried by the horse he rode on, through the Turkish troops, to the terror of all men who saw it, and thus was hurried to everlasting punishment. The heads of many of the slain were carried to Antioch in triumph. This battle was fought in the beginning of Lent. Meanwhile, many of the tribe of the Amirali, coming from Babylon, had got into Antioch. That is the Egyptian Babylon built by Cambyses. Now, our army had built a fort before the gate where there is a bridge and a mosque, and Raymond and Beaumont had gone to the gate of St. Simeon for provisions, when the garrison of the town made a desperate sally, and killing many of our men, drove the rest before them as far as their camp. The day following they attacked Raymond and Beaumont and put to the sword 1,000 of their troops. The chiefs escaped by a precipitate retreat. The Franks, enraged at these 2 defeats, drew up their forces in order of battle on the plains before the city gates. The infidels were not slow in drawing out their troops to meet them. The Christians, raising the battle cry of the cross, charged the enemy so furiously at the very first onset that they at once gave way and fled to the city. But when they reached the narrow bridge, numbers either fell by the sword or were drowned in the river, for few were able to pass the bridge, and the stream flowed with blood. There 12 of the Amirali were killed, and the Lord gave his people a great victory. The day following, when the citizens had buried the dead, our soldiers dug up the corpses, and despoiling them of their palls, with the gold and silver ornaments, they hurled their heads over the city walls. And now the hopes and haughtiness of the citizens had vanished, for Tancred, carefully guarding the fort already mentioned before the city gate, cut off all chance of their obtaining supplies and victuals. Then Firouz, one of the Amirali of the Turkish nation, of whom Beaumont had encouraged an intimacy, foreseeing the fate that awaited his friends, delivered to Beaumont those towers which were in his power. Accordingly, when flags were hoisted on the towers, the Franks broke down the gates and burst into the city. Those of the Turks who made any resistance were slaughtered. Others made their escape from the city. Some got into the upper hold. Axianus, the lord of the city, attempting to escape, was made prisoner by the Armenians, and his head was brought to Beaumont. Antioch was taken on the 3rd of June, AD 1098. Then Corberan, commander-in-chief of the army of the Sultan of Persia, with the kings of Damascus and Jerusalem, assembled Turks, Arabs, Saracens, Azimites, Kurds, Persians, and Orgolans in numbers like the sand of the sea, to encompass the Franks. so Antioch was again besieged. Corberan posted part of his troops in the higher fort, who kept our army in alarm night and day. With the rest of his force he blockaded the city so that no provisions could be brought in. On the third day the Christians sallied forth against the enemy, thinking that they could meet them fairly in the field. But the number and strength of the enemy were such that our people were compelled to retreat within the walls, not without great loss from the enemy's arms, as well as from the crush at the city gate. On the morrow 4 of the Christian leaders, William of Grantmesnil and another William, and Alberic and Lambert, made their escape secretly to the sea, by the gate of St. Simeon, and by their contrivance all the victualling ships went with them. Meanwhile the Franks were so galled by the attack of the garrison in the upper fort that they built a wall to shut them in. Hope increased on the side of the infidels and famine on that of the Christians. While they were in expectation of the supplies promised by the emperor, a hen was sold for 15 shillings, an egg for 2 shillings, and a nut for 1 penny. They cooked and ate leaves of trees and thistles, and greedily devoured the softened hides of horses and asses. Moreover, Stephen, the Count of Chartres, deserting his friends with unmanly weakness, met the emperor advancing, and induced him to retire by telling him with tears that all the Franks had perished. The faithful, therefore, were in the utmost despair, being so reduced by famine that they could not even bear the weight of their armour. And now a fiery light flashed from heaven over the Turkish army, and the Lord appeared in a vision to one of his faithful servants, and said, "Carry this message to the children of the West. Behold, I have given the city of Nicaea to your hands, and have covered you in all your battles with the infidels. I gave you also the city of Antioch. But when you had taken triumphant possession, you committed fornication both with the strange women and the Christians, so that your ill savour has ascended on high." Then the man of God fell at his feet, saying, "Help, Lord, the people in their greatest affliction." And the Lord answered, "I have helped them, and will yet help them. Tell my people that if they return to me, I will return to them, and within 5 days I myself will be their defender." There also appeared a vision of St. Andrew the Apostle to a certain priest, revealing to him where the spear which pierced our Saviour would be found, the truth of which the priest confirmed to the people by an oath. The Christians then, after fasting for 3 days, and solemn processions, and the celebration of masses and giving of alms, with tears and confessions of their sins, marched against the enemy, the Lord himself being their leader. The first rank was commanded by Hugh the Great and the Earl of Flanders, the second by Duke Godfrey and Baldwin, the third by Robert, the brave Norman, the fourth division under the command of the Bishop of Puy and William of Montpellier, including the followers of Count Raymond, was left to guard the city. The fifth was under Tancred and Count Richard. The sixth was under Beaumont and the Count de Rossillon. The seventh, dedicated to the honour of the Holy Spirit, was under the command of Reginald. Meanwhile, the bishops and priests, and clerks and monks, in their sacred vestments, were to be seen on the battlements, chanting litanies to God. And there appeared to them a heavenly host, mounted on white horses, and with flaming arms, their leaders being St. George, St. Mercurius, and St. Demetrius. Corberan drew out his countless army, exulting in anticipated triumph. He also caused large quantities of straw to be set on fire upon an opposite hill, that the dense smoke might blind the Christian troops. But the Lord, who rules the elements, made the wind to change so that the infidels were suffocated with the smoke and took to flight. The Christians pursued them with great slaughter, and the booty was greater than any taken in these wars. Upon seeing this, the Amiralian who had custody of the higher fort surrendered it and became a Christian. This victory the Lord wrought on the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul. and his name only was exalted on that day. The Christians, rejoicing, remained in this country until the calends of November. Meanwhile, one of the chiefs named Raymond Pillet, placing himself at the head of some troops, took a castle named Mara, which was full of Saracens who came from Aleph. The infidels attacked him, and at first were obliged to give way, but rallying, the Franks were at length defeated, with great loss. In the month of November, all the Christian princes collected their forces to march to Jerusalem. The 4th day before the beginning of October, they reached Mara, and having constructed a wooden tower on 4 wheels, with other devices, they took the place by assault on the 11th of December. They halted there over Christmas, being detained a month and 4 days, and their march to Jerusalem was interrupted by the disputes which arose between Bohemond and Raymond for the possession of Antioch. This delay occasioned so great a scarcity of provisions that the Christians were compelled to cook and eat portions of the dead bodies of the infidels. Departing on the 14th of January, they took 2 towns full of all necessities. They then took Zaphalia, and next a rich town in the valley of Desum. In the middle of February, they sat down before the castle of Archis, the siege of which detained them for 3 months, and there they celebrated the feast of Easter, and there also Anselm de Ripponmont, a brave knight, was killed by the hurling of a stone, as were also William of Picardy and many others. The king of Camella made his peace with the invading army. Meanwhile, part of it took Tortosa and Maracalla, but the emir of Gibel came to terms. They then appeared before Tripolis and slaughtered so many of the citizens that all the water of the city and the cisterns were red with blood. Upon this, the Prince of Tripoli gave 15,000 Benzants and 15 valuable horses, releasing also 300 foreign pilgrims, to induce the Franks to spare Tripoli, and Archis, which also belonged to him. They therefore passed through his territories by the castle of Bethalon, and arrived on Ascension Day at a town on the sea coast called Beirut. From thence they marched to Sidon, thence to Tyre, thence to Acre, thence to Caiaphas, and reached Caesarea at Whitsuntide. From thence they reached the town of St. George, Ramula, where there was a famous church dedicated to this saint, and thence to Jerusalem, to which they laid siege on the 8th of the Ides of June, that is the 6th of June, 1099. The Duke of Normandy took post on the north, Count Robert on the east, Duke Godfrey and Tancred on the west, and Count Raymond on the south, on Mount Sion. After many assaults, the besiegers constructed a very lofty tower of wood, but the infidels having built against it stone forts, our people took down the wooden tower, and rebuilt it on another side of the city, which was less defended. From thence they made their last assault, and, mounting the walls with scaling ladders, they stormed the city. Many of the infidels were slain in the court of the temple. Then the faithful servants of the Lord purified the holy city from the abominations of the unbelieving people, and Duke Godfrey of Boulogne was created King of Jerusalem. He was succeeded by Baldwin, his valiant brother, and after him Baldwin II, their nephew, was chosen king. Geoffrey, the Duke of Anjou, was the next king of Jerusalem, and his son Geoffrey succeeded him. They were engaged in numerous and terrible wars, and reduced much territory to subjugation to the Christians, with all the neighbouring towns except Ascalon, which still persisted in its impiety. AD 1097, William the Younger, in the 9th year of his reign, was in Normandy, which had been left in pledge to him by his brother Robert on his going to Jerusalem. Having disposed of all affairs there at his own will, he returned to England on the eve of Easter, landing at Arundel. He kept the feast of Whitsuntide, wearing his crown at Windsor. Afterwards he undertook an expedition into Wales, with a large army, in which he often routed the enemy's forces, but as often lost many of his own in the mountain passes. Finding therefore that the Welsh were better defended by the nature of the country than by their prowess in arms, he ordered castles to be built on the borders and returned into England. Archbishop Anselm now went abroad because the perverse king suffered nothing right to be done in England. The country was heavily burdened by taxes without end for the building of the wall around the Tower of London, and for the works of the royal palace at Westminster, besides the rapacity which the king's household exercised in the royal progressions, like an invading army. At the feast of St. Martin, the king crossed over to Normandy, having first dispatched Edgar the Etheling with an army into Scotland, where he defeated the king, Duvenel, in a great battle, and established his kinsman Edgar, the son of King Malcolm, on the throne. A comet appeared this year. AD 1098. William the Younger spent the 11th year of his reign in Normandy, continually occupied by rebellions and hostile encounters. Meanwhile, his English subjects were oppressed and ground down by the most infamous taxes and exactions. In the summer, blood was seen to burst forth from a spring at Finchamstead in Berkshire, and after that the heavens seemed to be on fire for almost the whole of the night. The same year died Walcon, the Bishop of Winchester, and Hugh the Earl of Shropshire was killed by the Irish. His brother, Robert de Belesme, succeeded him. William the Younger came over to England in the 12th year of his reign and kept court for the first time in the new palace at Westminster. Upon his entering the hall to inspect it, some of his attendants observed that it was large enough, others that it was much larger than was necessary. To which the king replied that it was not half large enough, a speech fitting a great king, though it was little to his credit. Soon afterwards news was brought to him while hunting in the New Forest that his family was besieged in Maine. He instantly rode to the coast and took ship, whereupon the sailors said to him, "Wherefore, great king, will you have us put to sea in this violent storm? Have you no fear of perishing in the waves?" To which the king replied, "I never yet heard of a king who was drowned." He had a safe passage, and on his landing gained more honour and glory than he had done before in all his life. For he marched into Maine and drove out the Urgelius and reduced the whole province to subjugation, after which he returned to England. That year the king gave the bishopric of Durham to Ranulph, his pleader, or rather, his perverter of justice, the instrument of his exactions, which exhausted all England. This year also died Osmond, the Bishop of Salisbury. In the year of our Lord 1100, in the 13th year of his reign, King William's cruel life was brought to an end by an unhappy death. For after holding his court in great splendour, according to the custom of his predecessors, at Gloucester during Christmas, at Winchester during Easter, and during Whitsuntide at London, he went to hunt in the New Forest on the morrow of the calends of August. While he was hunting, Walter Tyrrell unintentionally shot the king with an arrow aimed at a stag. The king, who was pierced through the heart, fell dead without uttering a word. A short time before, blood had been seen to spring up from the ground in Berkshire. The king was rightly cut off in the midst of his injustice, for he was savage beyond all men, and by the advice of evil counsellors, and such he always chose, he was false to his subjects, and worse to himself. He ruined his neighbours by exactions, and his own people by continual levies for his armies, and endless fines and exactions. England could not breathe under the burden laid upon it, for the king's minions seized on and subverted everything, so that they even committed the most violent adulteries with impunity. Whatever wickedness existed before was now brought to the highest pitch. Whatever had no existence before sprang up in these times. The impious king, hateful alike to God and the people on the day that he died, held in his own hands the Archbishopric of Canterbury and the bishoprics of Winchester and Salisbury, besides 11 abbeys which were farmed out. In short, whatever was pleasing to God was displeasing to the king and his minions. Nor did he practise his infamous debauchery in secret, but openly in the light of day. He was buried on the morrow at Winchester, and Henry his brother was their chosen king, and he bestowed the bishopric of Winchester on William Gifford. Then, going to London, the king was there consecrated by Maurice, Bishop of London, having first promised to restore good laws and to observe the cherished customs of the nation. When Anselm the Archbishop heard of these events, he returned to England, and soon afterwards celebrated the king's nuptials with Maud, daughter of Malcolm the King of Scotland, and Margaret his queen. After the city of Jerusalem was taken, as before related, and a great victory subsequently gained against the army of the Emirs of Babylon, Robert the Duke of Normandy returned to his states in the month of August, and was received by all the people with great rejoicings. Thomas, the Archbishop of York, a prelate of great genius and a friend to the Muses, was taken from among men. King Henry held his court during Christmas at Westminster and during Easter at Winchester. Soon afterwards, the great men of the realm became disaffected towards him in consequence of his brother Robert's claims on the crown, which he was preparing to assert at the head of an army. The king fitted out a naval armament to prevent his landing, but part of it went over to the Duke on his arrival. He landed at Portsmouth on the 1st of August, and the king levied a large army to oppose him. But the great men on both sides, being averse to a fratricidal war, established peace between them upon the terms that Robert should receive from England 3,000 silver marks annually, and that the survivor of the two brothers should be heir to the other, dying without issue male. To the performance of this treaty, 12 nobles of the highest rank on both sides solemnly swore. Robert then remained peaceably at his brother's court until the feast of St. Michael, and then returned to his own dominions. Ranulph, the crafty Bishop of Durham, who had been thrown into prison by King Henry at the instance of the Witan of England, having made his escape from the Tower of London, went over to Normandy, and was the means of fomenting the designs of Robert against his brother. King Henry justly banished the traitorous and perfidious Earl Robert de Balsamy. The king had laid siege to his castle of Arundel, but finding it difficult to reduce, he built forts against it, and then went and besieged Bridgenorth until that castle was surrendered. Robert the Balsamy then departed to Normandy in great sorrow. At the feast of St. Michael the same year, Anselm the Archbishop held a synod at London, in which he prohibited the English priests from living with wives, a thing not before forbidden. Some thought it would greatly promote purity, while others saw danger in a strictness which, requiring a continuance above their strength, might lead them to fall into horrible uncleanness, to the great disgrace of the Christian profession. In this synod, several abbots who had acquired their preferment by means contrary to the will of God, lost them by a sentence comfortable to his will. In the year following, Robert, the Duke of Normandy, came over to England, and by the king's craftiness was induced by various reasons to release him from his obligation of paying the pension of 3,000 marks. This year also blood was seen to spring forth from a field at Hampstead in Berkshire. In the course of the next year, quarrels arose again on several accounts between the king and his brother, whereupon the king sent some knights over to Normandy, who were harboured by the duke's rebellious nobles, and, plundering and burning on his territories, did no small damage to the duchy. William, Earl of Morton, also, whose possessions were confiscated by the king for treason, departed to Normandy. He was a man of high character, consummate in council, and energetic in action, so that he imposed and inflicted on the royal troops a most oppressive ransom. This year there appeared 4 white circles around the sun, AD 1105. King Henry, in the 5th year of his reign, sailed over to Normandy to make war on his brother. He won Caen by bribery, and Bayeux by force. With the aid of the Count of Anjou, he took also many other towns, and all the principal men of Normandy submitted to him. After this, in the month of August, he returned to England. The year following, the Duke of Normandy came amicably to the king at Northampton, entreating to be restored to his brotherly favour, but Providence not permitting their reconciliation, the Duke sailed for Normandy in great anger, the king following him before August. Upon his laying siege to the castle of Tenachebray, the Duke of Normandy, having with him Robert de Balsamy and the Earl of Morton, with all their adherents, advanced against him. The king on his side was not unprepared, for there were with him almost all the chief men of Normandy, and the flower of the forces of England, Anjou and Brittany. The shrill trumpets sounded, and the Duke, with his followers, boldly charged the king's numerous troops, and well trained in the wars of Jerusalem, his terrible onset repulsed the royal army. William, the Earl of Morton, also attacking it from point to point, threw it into confusion. The king and the duke, with a great part of their troops, fought on foot, that they might make a determined stand, but the Breton knights bore down on the flank of the duke's force, which, unable to sustain the shock, was presently routed. Robert the Belsme, perceiving this, saved himself by flight, but Robert the Duke of Normandy and William the Earl of Morton were made prisoners. Thus the Lord took vengeance on Duke Robert, because when he had exalted him to great glory in the holy wars, he rejected the offer of the kingdom of Jerusalem, preferring a service of ease and sloth in Normandy to serving the Lord zealously in the defence of the holy city. The Lord therefore condemned him to lasting inactivity and perpetual imprisonment. On the day of our Lord's Supper, 2 moons appeared in the heavens, one in the east and one in the west. In the 7th year of King Henry's reign, his enemies being now destroyed or reduced to submission, the king settled affairs in Normandy at his own will and pleasure, and then returned to England. His illustrious brother Robert and the Earl of Morton were thrown into dungeons, and then the king, now triumphant and his power undisputed, held court at Windsor during Easter, which was attended by the great nobles both of England and Normandy, with great reverence and fear. For before that time he was young, and even after he became king, he was held in the greatest contempt. But God, who judges far otherwise than the sons of men, who exalteth the humble and subdueth the proud, stripped Robert of the honour for which he was everywhere celebrated, and caused the name of the despised Henry to be famous throughout the world. And the Almighty bestowed on him 3 gifts, wisdom, victory, and wealth, which made him more prosperous than all his predecessors, and he was able to enrich all his adherents. This year died Bishop Maurice, the founder of the new Church of London, and Edgar, the King of the Scots, who, with the consent of King Henry, was succeeded by his brother, Alexander, AD 1108. King Henry went over to Normandy in the 8th year of his reign, on the decease of Philip, the King of France, to resist his son Philip, the new king, who demanded an enormous contribution. The same year, on the death of Gerard, Archbishop of York, he was succeeded by Thomas. In the course of the year following, there came ambassadors, remarkable for their great stature and splendid attire, from Henry V, the Holy Roman Emperor, demanding the king's daughter in marriage for their master. He received the envoys at London, where he held his court during Whitsuntide, with extraordinary magnificence, and the betrothal of his daughter to the emperor was confirmed by oath. Anselm, the archbishop and Christian philosopher, died in Lent. The year following, the nuptials of the queen's daughter with the emperor were solemnized, to speak briefly, with fitting splendour. The king taxed every hide of land in England 3 shillings for his daughter's marriage. The same year, the king held his court during Whitsuntide at New Windsor, which he had himself built, and he deprived of their estates those who had been traitors to him, namely, Philip the Brios, William Mallet, and William Baynard, but Elias, the Count of Maine, who held it as a fief under King Henry, was put to death. Upon this the Count of Anjou got possession of his daughter, and the county of Maine, which he kept against King Henry's will. This year a comet made a very unusual appearance, for rising in the east. When it had mounted in the sky, it seemed to take a retrograde course. The same year Nicholas, the father of the author of this book, departed this life and was buried at Lincoln. Of him it is said, "Star of the church, there set in gloom, light of the clergy, to the tomb. Quenched in its darkness Lincoln's sun, the honoured Nicholas is gone, but the light bursts forth the heart to cheer, and the star seen through the dimming tear dawns in a brighter hemisphere." The writer has inserted this notice in his work that he may obtain from his readers some equivalent for his industry, so far as they may be disposed with a feeling of pious regard to join him in the prayer. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. AD 1111. In the 11th year of his reign, King Henry went over to Normandy because the Count of Anjou held Maine against his will, and he wasted his territories with fire and sword according to the laws of war. Robert the Earl of Flanders now died, who gained distinguished honour in the Jerusalem expedition, whose memory will remain forever. He was succeeded by his son Baldwin, a young and valiant prince. The next year the king banished from Normandy the Count of Evreux and William Crispin. and he took prisoner Robert de Belsme, the greater offender mentioned before, and the year following, on his return to England, condemned him to imprisonment for life at Warham. In the succeeding year, the king gave the Archbishopric of Canterbury to Ralph, the Bishop of Rochester, and then also, on the death of Thomas, Archbishop of York, he was succeeded by Thurston. There arose between the two archbishops, Ralph and Thurston, a violent controversy, Ralph refusing to submit to the Archbishop of Canterbury according to ancient custom. The cause was often heard before the king, and the subject was canvassed at Rome, but no decision has yet been made. This year the king led an army into Wales, and the Welsh submitted to his will, his power being so overwhelming. A bright comet appeared towards the end of May. The king crossed over to Normandy, and the next year caused all the chief men of the duchy to take the oath of allegiance to his son William, and afterwards he returned to England. AD 1116, King Henry, in the 16th year of his reign, was present at Christmas, at the dedication of the Church of St. Albans, which was consecrated by Robert, the very reverend Bishop of Lincoln, on the request of Richard, the well-known abbot. When the king crossed over the sea to Normandy at Easter, a violent quarrel arose between him and the King of France. This was the origin of it. Theobald the Count of Blois, nephew of King Henry, had taken arms against his liege lord the King of France, and the King of England had sent troops to his aid, to the no small annoyance of the French king. In the course of the year following, therefore, King Henry was in great difficulty, for the King of France and the Count of Flanders and the Count of Anjou had sworn together to wrest Normandy from King Henry and give it to William, the son of the late Duke. Many also of his own nobility revolted against the king, much to his detriment. However, he was not unprepared, for he had secured the alliance of Theobald, already named, and the Count of Brittany. The King of France and the Earl of Flanders entered Normandy at the head of an army, but after staying there one night, they were struck with panic at the approach of King Henry with the troops of England, Normandy, and Brittany, and they returned to their own dominions without fighting a battle. The next year, the English were grievously burdened with continual taxes and various exactions occasioned by the king's wants. There were thunder and hailstorms on the calends of December, and in the same month the heavens appeared red, as if they were on fire. At the same time, there was a great earthquake in Lombardy, which threw down, overwhelmed and destroyed churches and towers, and houses and men. In the course of the year following, the king was grievously troubled by the continuance of the warfare, until the valiant Count of Flanders was unfortunately wounded in a mutiny of his troops at Eu in Normandy, and retired to his own states. Moreover, Robert, the Earl of Mellant, the greatest politician among all those who had dwelt at Jerusalem and Chancellor of King Henry, exhibited his folly in the end, for when he would neither, at the persuasion of the priests, give up the lands which he had appropriated, nor make the confession which it was his duty to do, he fell away and died, as it were, of inward weakness. Well then was it said, the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. Then also Queen Matilda ended her days, of whose gentleness and excellence of mind it has been said, undeceived by fortune's wiles, calm when she withdrew her smiles, mirth and joy were all her fears, crosses never cost her tears. Lady fair a chastened grace, decked with modesty thy face, queen, yet lowliness in thee, tempered thy great majesty. At the earliest dawn of May, entering on an endless day, thou wert wrapped in clouds of light, we were left in darkest night. AD 1119. King Henry, in the 52nd year after the Normans conquered England, and in the 19th year of his reign, fought a great battle with the King of France. That king placed the first division of his army under the command of William, the son of Robert, King Henry's brother, supporting him with the main body of his army. On the other side, King Henry posted his Norman vassals in the front line. The second line, consisting of his household troops, he led himself on horseback. In the third he placed his sons, with the main body of his infantry. At the outset, the first line of the French unhorsed and quickly dispersed the Norman knights. It afterwards attacked the division which Henry himself commanded, and was itself routed. The troops under the command of the two kings now met, and the battle raged fiercely. The lances were shivered, and they fought with swords. At this time William Crispin twice struck King Henry on the head, and though his helmet was sword-proof, the violence of the blow forced it a little into the king's forehead, so that blood gushed forth. The king, however, returned the blow on his assailant with such force that, though his helmet was impenetrable, the horse and its rider were struck to the ground, and the knight was presently taken prisoner in the king's presence. Meanwhile, the infantry with whom the king's sons were posted, not being yet engaged, but waiting for the signal, levelled their spears and charged the enemy, upon which the French were suddenly daunted, and broke their ranks and fled. King Henry, thus victorious, remained on the field until all the nobles of the defeated army were taken prisoner and brought before him. He then returned to Rouen. While the bells were ringing, and the clergy were chanting hymns of thanksgiving to the Lord of Hosts, this glorious victory has been thus celebrated in heroic verse. Where Nyon's towers rise over the plain, and Oise flows onwards to the Seine, two bannered hosts in ranks advance. Here Louis leads the powers of France. Henry of England there commands his English and his Norman bands. See his arm the foremost crush, the island spearmen onward rush, while the bold chivalry of France recoils before the Norman lance, and muttered oaths reveal their shame, as they curse the conqueror's name. So diligent ages long shall tell of gallant Henry first to quell, on his own soil the Frenchman's pride, where Nyon's field with blood was dyed, and conquering England's mighty son, the spoils and laurelled trophies won. The same year Pope Gelasius died and was buried at Cluny. Then Guy, the Archbishop of Vienna, was elected Pope, and took the name of Calixtus. He held a council at Rheims, from whence he journeyed to Gisors to meet King Henry, and the great Pope and great King conferred together. Baldwin, the Count of Flanders, died of the wounds which he received in Normandy, and was succeeded by his kinsman Charles, son of Canute, the King of Denmark. In the year of our Lord 1120, all his enemies being subdued, and peace restored in France, King Henry came over to England, but in the passage the king's two sons, William and Richard, and his daughter and niece, with the Earl of Chester and many nobles, were shipwrecked, besides the king's butlers, stewards, and bakers, all or most of whom were said to have been tainted with the sin of sodomy. Behold the terrible vengeance of God! Sudden death swallowed them up unshriven, though there was no wind, and the sea was calm, of whom the poet thus wrote: When England's chiefs with joyous boasts exulting sought her Seine-girt coasts, the French chastised, the Normans quelled, homeward their proposed course they held, and over the tranquil straits they steered, while yet no adverse sign appeared, the horizon lowering suddenly by the Almighty's stern decree. The bark which bore a royal freight was tempest torn, and woeful fate, Henry's brave sons and daughter fair, with England's chiefest, perished there, where now was mirth and revelry, engulfed beneath the raging sea. AD 1121. King Henry spent Christmas at Brampton with Theobald, the Count de Blois. After that, he married at Windsor Alice, the daughter of Duke Louvain, on account of her beauty. At Easter, he was at Berkeley, and at Whitsuntide, he and the new Queen wore their crowns at London. In the summer, he led an army into Wales, and the Welsh came humbly to meet him, and agreed to all which his royal pleasure required. At Christmas, such a violent wind as had scarcely been known not only blew down houses, but towers built with masonry. An elegy written in praise of the Queen's beauty. Why, Royal Alice, does the Muse to aid my song of thee refuse? What if thy radiant charms amaze, and we in awe and silence gaze? Not dazzled by thy diadem, and nary a sparkling precious gem, we veil our sight in mute surprise, but beneath the lustres of thy eyes. All aids of ornament are scorned, when charms are brightest unadorned, but nature stamped her choicest grace on thy fair form and beaming face. Though poor my lay, yet still I crave, you'll reckon me your humblest slave. AD 1122. The year following, King Henry spent Christmas at Norwich, Easter at Northampton, and Whitsuntide at Windsor. From thence he went into London, and into Kent, and afterwards he made a progress through Northumberland to Durham. That year died Ralph, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and John, the Bishop of Bath. The next year the king spent Christmas at Dunstable, and from thence went into Berkhampstead. There the Almighty showed forth his righteous judgments in a remarkable manner. There was a certain Chancellor of the King's, named Ralph, who had laboured under an infirmity of body for 20 years, but was constantly in court, more ready for any roughery than any younger man. Oppressing the innocent and robbing many of their inheritance, while he boasted that, though his body was feeble, his mind was vigorous. This man, having to entertain the king, was conducting him to his house, when, on reaching the summit of a hill from which the mansion could be seen, he was so elated that he fell from his horse, and a monk rode over him, so that he received such bruises that he died a few days afterwards. What a fall had this man's pride when God willed it! From thence the king went to Woodstock, that delightful place, which was both a royal residence and a preserve of beasts of chase. Robert, the Bishop of Lincoln, died while he was there with the king, whose epitaph runs thus: Immortal honour and enduring fame deck Robert's best of bishops' reverend name. Wealth, union rare, with lowliness he joined, and power with humble piety combined. Patient amid the adverse strokes of fate, a judge to sinners even compassionate. His flock never found him an imperious lord. They bowed submissive to their father's word. His purpose them with sympathetic care, to shield from evil, or their sorrows share. The 10th of January closed this false world's dreams, and saw him wake to truth's eternal beams. Afterwards, at the Feast of the Purification, the king gave the Archbishopric of Canterbury to William of Kerboyle, Prior of Chick. During Easter he was at Winchester, where he gave the Bishopric of Lincoln to Alexander, an excellent man, who was nephew to Roger the Bishop of Salisbury. Roger was justiciary of all England, and second only to the king. The king also gave the Bishopric of Bath to Godfrey, the Queen's chaplain. About Whitsuntide he crossed the sea. Robert, the Earl of Mellant, had revolted from him after a public quarrel, and the king besieged and took his castle of Pont Audemer. The next year the king had a glorious triumph, for William de Tankerville, his chamberlain, fought a pitched battle with the Earl of Mellant, in which he took prisoners the Earl of Mellant, and Hugh de Montfort, his brother-in-law, and Hugh, the son of Gervasy, and delivered them to the king, who committed them to close custody. The same year died Tulif, the Bishop of Worcester, and Ernulf, the Bishop of Rochester. The year following, the king was in Normandy, and while there he gave the Bishopric of Worcester to Simeon, the Queen's chaplain, and the Bishopric of Chichester to Siffrid, Abbot of Glastonbury. Moreover, William, the Archbishop, gave the Bishopric of Rochester to John, the Archdeacon. At Easter, John of Cremona, Cardinal of Rome, came into England, and visited all the bishoprics and abbeys. not without having many gifts made him. At the feast of the Nativity of Saint Mary he held a synod at London. Now as Moses, God's scribe, records in Holy Writ the sins as well as the virtues even of his own ancestors, for instance the incest of Lot, the wickedness of Reuben, the treacherous murder of Simeon and Levi, and the cruelty of Joseph's brothers, it is fit that I should conform to the true rules of history, in speaking of the evil as well as the good. If in so doing I shall give offence to any Roman, even though he be a prelate, let him hold his peace, lest he should be thought to be a disciple of John of Cremona. This cardinal, who in the council bitterly inveighed against the concubines of priests, saying that it was a great scandal that they should rise from the side of a harlot to make Christ's body, was the same night surprised in company with a prostitute, though he had that very day consecrated the host. The fact was so notorious that it could not be denied, and it was not proper that it should be concealed. The high honour with which the cardinal had been everywhere received was now converted to disgrace, and, by the judgment of God, he turned his steps homeward in confusion and dishonour. The same year died the Emperor Henry, who was son-in-law of King Henry. The severity which the king exercised towards offenders is worth mentioning, for he caused almost all the moneyers of England to be mutilated of certain members, and their hands to be struck off, because they surreptitiously debased the coinage. It was the year of greatest scarcity in our times. A horse-load of corn was sold for 6 shillings. This year William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thurston, the Archbishop of York, and Alexander, the Bishop of Lincoln, journeyed to Rome. Bishop Alexander's noble liberality and enduring reputation have been celebrated in heroic verse. Illustrious Alexander, thy great name centres not in thyself alone its fame. Widely diffused thy nobleness of mind sheds its bright lustre over humankind. Not for himself of wealth he gathers store, the prelate gathers but to give the more. Freely he gives, anticipating prayers, counting the people's wealth not his but theirs. The glory of his see, his clergy's pride, his people's kind director, teacher, guide. His yoke is light, love is with power combined, and liberty with decent order joined. His doctrines mild are drawn from Holy Writ, his converse seasoned with a modest wit. Long may he Lincoln's noble temple grace, and higher raise her proud and ancient race. A.D. 1126. In the 26th year of his reign, King Henry spent Christmas, Easter, and Whitsuntide at Normandy, where he procured the ratification of the covenants of his great vassals in a manner befitting so powerful a king. Returning to England, he brought with him his daughter, the Empress, the widow of the great prince before mentioned. Robert the Bishop of Chester now died. The year following, the king held his court during Christmas at Windsor, from whence he proceeded to London. During Lent and Easter, he was at Woodstock. While he was there, he received this message: Charles, Earl of Flanders, your dearest friend, has been treacherously assassinated by his nobles in a church at Burges, and the King of France has bestowed the earldom of Flanders on your nephew and enemy, William, whose power being established, he has revenged the death of Charles by subjecting his murderers to various kinds of tortures. Upon hearing this, the king was in great trouble, and held a council at London during the Rogation days, and William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was there also at his villa in Westminster. When the king went to Winchester at Whitsuntide, he sent his daughter to Normandy to be married to the son of the Earl of Anjou, and the king himself followed her in the month of August. Richard, the Bishop of London, having died, the king conferred the bishopric on Gilbert, a man of universal learning. Richard, the Bishop of Hereford, also now died. A.D. 1128. Henry, the wise king, spent the whole of the next year in Normandy and made a hostile incursion into France because the French king supported his nephew and enemy. He encamped 8 days at Epinon as securely as if he had been in his own dominions, and compelled King Louis to withdraw his succour from the Earl of Flanders. While King Henry abode there, he made inquiries concerning the origin and progress of the reign of the Franks, upon which some one present, who was not ill-informed, thus replied, "Dread King, the Franks, like most European nations, sprung from the Trojans." For Antenor and his followers, becoming fugitives after the fall of Troy, founded a city on the border of Pannonia, called Scimbria. After the death of Antenor, these people set up 2 of their chiefs as governors, whose names were Turgot and Franction, from whom the Franks derive their name. After their deaths, Marco Marius was elected. He was the father of Pharamond, the first king of the Franks. King Pharamond was the father of Clovis the long-haired, from whence the Frankish kings are called long-haired. On the death of Clovis, he was succeeded by Merov, from whom the Frankish kings were called Merovingians. Merov begat Childeric, Childeric Clovis, who was baptized by Saint Remi, Clovis Clothair, Clothair Chilperic, Chilperic Clothair II. Clothair II begat Dagobert, a king of greatest renown and much beloved. Dagobert begat Clovis. Clovis had 3 sons by his pious queen, Bathilde, that is, Clothair, Childeric, and Theodoric. King Theodoric begat Childebert, Childebert Dagobert, Dagobert Theodoric, Theodoric Clothair, the last king of this line. Hilderic, the next king, received the tonsure and was shut up in a monastery. In another line, Osbert was the father of Arnold by a daughter of King Clothair. Arnold begat Saint Arnulf, who was afterwards Bishop of Metz, Saint Arnulf Anchises, Anchises Pepin, the mayor of the palace, Pepin Charles Martel, Charles King Pepin, King Pepin Charles the Great, the Emperor a bright star, who eclipsed the lustre of all his predecessors and all his posterity. Charles begat Louis the Emperor, Louis the Emperor Charles the Bald, Charles King Louis, the father of Charles the Simple, Charles the Simple Louis, Louis Lothair, Lothair Louis, the last king of this line. On the death of Louis, the Frank nobles chose for their king Hugh, who was the son of Hugh the Great. Hugh begat the pious King Robert. Robert had 3 sons, Hugh the beloved Duke, Henry the most clement king, and Robert the Duke of Burgundy. Henry begat King Philip, who ultimately became a monk, and Hugh the Great, who in the Holy Wars joined the other princes of Europe and rescued Jerusalem from the infidels in the year of our Lord 1095. Philip was the father of Louis, the king at present reigning. If he trod in the footsteps of his warlike ancestors, you, O king, would not now be so safe within his dominions. After this, King Henry withdrew into Normandy, and now, by the king's intrigues, a certain duke named Theodoric came from out of Germany, having with him some Flemish nobles, and set up false pretensions to the possession of Flanders. William, the Earl of Flanders, assembled troops and marched to oppose him. The battle was fought with great bravery. Earl William supplied his inferiority in numbers by his irresistible valour. His armour all stained with the enemy's blood, his flaming sword hewed down the hostile ranks, and unable to withstand the terrible force of his youthful arm, they fled in consternation. The victorious Earl shut up the enemy in their camp, which would have been surrendered on the morrow, but he received a slight wound in the hand, of which by the will of God he died, just as he had completed the destruction of the invaders. The noble youth, short as his life was, earned immortal renown. The poet Wallow thus speaks of him: "Let stars a bright star from its orbit torn, and deities a godlike hero mourn. Can they be mortal? See the god of war, a prodigy, fall lifeless from his car. 'tis one, at least, divinely inspires, filling his manly soul with martial fires. Dauntless he turns to flight from no attack, no winged arrows pierce him in the back. Onward he rushes with the storm of war, his foes with wonder startled from afar, as from the clouds receive the coming crash, himself the thunder's bolt, the lightning's flash. In Normandy his infant cradle stood, and Flanders raised his tomb beside her oozy flood. One saw him rise in smiles, the other set in blood. The same year, Hugh Paganus, master of the Order of the Knights Templar of Jerusalem, visited England. On his return he was accompanied by many nobles, among whom was Geoffrey, the Duke of Anjou, afterwards the King of Jerusalem. Randolph Flambard, the Bishop of Durham, and William Gifford, the Bishop of Winchester, died the same year. The year following, 1129, Louis, the King of France, raised his son Philip to the throne, and King Henry returned with joy to England, leaving all things in tranquillity in France, Flanders, Normandy, Brittany, Maine, and Anjou. He then held a great council at London on the 1st of August regarding the prohibition of priests having concubines. There were present at this council William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thurston, the Archbishop of York, Alexander, the Bishop of Lincoln, Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury, Gilbert, the Bishop of London, John, the Bishop of Rochester, Siegfried, the Bishop of Sussex, Godfrey, the Bishop of Bath, Simon, the Bishop of Worcester, Everard of Norwich, Bernard of St. David's, and Hervey, the first Bishop of Ely. The sees of Winchester, Durham, Chester, and Hereford were vacant. The bishops were the pillars of the state, and bright beams of sanctity at that time, but the king deceived them through the simplicity of William, the archbishop, insomuch as they gave the king jurisdiction in the matter of priests' concubines, imprudently, as it afterwards appeared, when the affair ended disgracefully, for the king received large sums of money from the priests for licence to live as before. Then, when it was too late, the bishops repented of the concessions they had made, it being apparent to all that they had been deceived, and had subjected the clergy to exactions. The same year, those who had followed Hugh Paganus to Jerusalem, as before mentioned, met with a serious disaster, for the new settlers of the Holy Land had offended the Almighty by their lust and robberies, and all kinds of wickedness. But as it is written in Moses and the Book of Kings, their wickedness in those places shall not long remain unpunished. On the eve of St. Nicholas, a large body of the Christians was overcome by a very few of the unbelievers, contrary to what generally occurred. During the siege of Damascus, when the greatest part of the Christian army had marched out to collect provisions, the infidels were astonished at seeing those who were so numerous and brave take to flight at their approach. They pursued and slaughtered great numbers of them, and those who escaped the sword and sought refuge in the mountains suffered so severely from a snowstorm and excessive cold, the instruments of Providence, that scarcely anyone survived. It happened also the same year that the son of Philip, the King of France, who had been crowned king as already mentioned, when riding out for sport, his horse's feet stumbling over a boar he met with, he was thrown to the ground, and, breaking his neck, died on the spot. What a sad, singular, and wonderful casualty! In what a little moment, and by how trivial an accident, was such a great majesty brought to its end! AD 1130. In the 30th year of his reign, King Henry was at Winchester during Christmas, and during Easter at Woodstock, when Geoffrey de Clinton was arraigned on a false charge of treason against the king. At the rogations he went to Canterbury to be present at the consecration of the new cathedral church. At the feast of St. Michael he crossed over to Normandy. The same year Pope Honorius deceased. The year following, the king entertained Pope Innocent at Chartres, refusing to acknowledge Anacleti. These popes were chosen by contending parties at Rome, but Innocent, having been expelled from the city by the violence of Anacleti, who before was called Peter of Lewes, was, by the influence of King Henry, acknowledged by all the states of France. After that, in the summer, he returned to England, bringing his daughter with him. There was then held on the feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin a great council at Northampton, in which were assembled all the great men of England, and on deliberation it was determined that the king's daughter should be restored to her husband, the Count of Anjou, as he demanded. She was accordingly sent, and received with the pomp due to so great a princess. After Easter died Reginald, the abbot of Ramsey, the founder of the new church there. In the beginning of winter died Hervey, the first bishop of Ely. The year following, the king was at Dunstable during Christmas, and at Woodstock during Easter. After that, there was a great plea at London, where, among other matters, the main subject was the dispute between the Bishop of St. David and the Bishop of Glamorgan respecting the boundaries of their diocese. Baldwin, the King of Jerusalem, died, and was succeeded by Geoffrey. In the 33rd year of his reign, King Henry, during Christmas, lay sick at Windsor. In the end of Lent, there was a meeting at London respecting the bishops of St. David and Glamorgan, and also the contention between the Archbishop of York and the Bishop of Lincoln. The king spent Easter in the New Hall at Oxford, and at the Rogations there was another meeting at Winchester about the above matters. After Whitsuntide, the king gave the bishopric of Ely to Nigel, and the bishopric of Durham to Godfrey, the Chancellor. The king also erected a new bishopric at Carlisle, and there he crossed over the sea. There was an eclipse of the sun on the 10th of August. The year following, King Henry remained in Normandy by reason of his great delight in his grandchildren, born of his daughter by the Count of Anjou. Gilbert, the Bishop of London, and the Bishop of Lelandaff died this year on their way to Rome, respecting their cause so long pending. This year also, Archbishop William and Alexander the Bishop of Lincoln went over the sea to the king on the controversy there was between them respecting certain customs of their diocese. In his 35th year, King Henry still continued in Normandy, though he often proposed to return to England, an intention which was never fulfilled. His daughter detained him on account of sundry disagreements, which had their origin in various causes, between the king and the Count of Anjou, and which were fomented by the arts of his daughter. These disputes irritated the king, and roused an ill feeling, which some have said resulted in a natural torpor, which was the cause of his death. For returning from hunting at St. Denis in the Wood of Lions, he partook of some lampreys, of which he was fond, although they always disagreed with him, and although his physician recommended him to abstain, the king would not submit to his salutary advice. According to what is written, men strive against rules and seek forbidden things. This repast brings on ill humours, and violently exciting similar symptoms, caused a sudden and extreme disturbance, under which his aged frame sank into a deathly torpor, in the reaction against which nature in her struggles produced an acute fever, while endeavouring to throw off the oppressive load. But when all power of resistance failed, this great king died on the 1st day of December, 1135, after a reign of 35 years and 3 months. And now, with the end of so great a king, I propose to end the present book, entreating the muse to furnish such a memorial of him as he deserved. Hark, how unnumbered tongues lament Henry, the wide world's ornament. Olympus echoes back the groan, and gods themselves his fate bemoan. Imperial Jove from his right hand might take the sceptre of command. Mercury borrow winged words, Mars share with him the clash of swords. Alcides' strength, Minerva's wit, Apollo's wisdom him befit. Formed like the deities to shine, he shared their attributes divine. England, his cradle and his throne, mourns in his glory lost her own. Her great duke, weeping Normandy, saw in her bosom lifeless lie. Book 8. On the death of the great King Henry, his character was freely canvassed by the people, as is usual after men are dead. Some contended that he was eminently distinguished for three brilliant gifts. These were great sagacity, for his counsels were profound, his foresight keen, and his eloquence commanding. Success in war, besides other splendid achievements, he victorious. Book 8. On the death of the great King Henry, his character was freely canvassed. Book 8. On the death of the great King Henry, his character was freely canvassed by the people. Book 8. On the death of the great King Henry, his character was freely canvassed by the people, as is usual after men are dead. Some contended that he was eminently distinguished for three brilliant gifts. These were great sagacity, for his counsels were profound, his foresight keen, and his eloquence commanding. Success in war, for besides other splendid achievements he was victorious over the King of France, and wealth, in which he far surpassed all his predecessors. Others, however, taking a different view, attributed to him three gross vices: avarice, as though his wealth was great. In imitation of his progenitors, he impoverished the people by taxes and exactions, entangling them in the toils of informers. Cruelty, in that he plucked out the eyes of his kinsman, the Earl of Morton, in his captivity, though the horrid deed was unknown until death revealed the king's secrets. And they mentioned other instances of which I will say nothing, and wantonness, for like Solomon, he was perpetually enslaved by female seductions. Such remarks were freely bruited abroad, but in the troublesome times which succeeded from the atrocities of the Normans, whatever King Henry had done, either despotically or in the regular exercise of his royal authority, appeared in comparison most excellent. For in all haste came Stephen, the youngest brother of Theobald, Count de Blois, a resolute and audacious man, who, disregarding his oath of fealty to King Henry's daughter, tempted God by seizing the crown of England with the boldness and effrontery belonging to his character. William Corboyle, Archbishop of Canterbury, who had been the first to swear allegiance to the late king's daughter, consecrated, alas, the new king, wherefore the Lord visited him with the same judgment which he had inflicted on him who struck Jeremiah the great priest. He died within a year. Roger also, the powerful Bishop of Salisbury, who had taken a similar oath and persuaded others to do the same, contributed all his power to raise Stephen to the throne. He, too, by the just judgment of God, was afterwards thrown into prison and miserably afflicted by the very king he had assisted to make. In short, all the earls and great barons who had thus sworn fealty transferred their allegiance to Stephen, and did him homage. It was a bad sign that the whole of England should so quickly, without hesitation or struggle, as it were in the twinkling of an eye, submit to Stephen. After his coronation, he held his court at London. Meanwhile, the remains of King Henry lay still unburied in Normandy, for he died on the 1st of December. His corpse was carried to Rouen, where his bowels with his brain and eyes were deposited. The body being slashed by knives and copiously sprinkled with salt was sewn up in ox hides to prevent the ill effluvia which so tainted the air as to be pestilential to the bystanders. Even the man who was hired by a large reward to sever the head with an axe and extract the brain, which was very offensive, died in consequence, although he wore a thick linen veil, so that his wages were dearly earned. He was the last of that great multitude King Henry slew. The corpse being then carried to Caen was deposited in the church where his father was interred, but notwithstanding the quantity of salt which had been used, and the folds of skins in which it was wrapped, so much foul matter continually exuded that it was caught in vessels placed under the bier, in emptying which the attendants were affected with horror and faintings. Observe then, reader, how the corpse of this mighty king, whose head was crowned with a diadem of precious jewels, sparkling with a brightness almost divine, who held glittering sceptres in both his hands, the rest of whose body was robed in cloth of gold, whose palate was gratified by such delicious and exquisite viands, whom all men bowed down to, all men feared, congratulated, and admired. Observe, I say, what horrible decay, to what a loathsome state his body was reduced. Mark how things end, from which only a true judgment can be formed, and learn to despise that which so perishes and comes to nothing. At last the royal remains were brought over to England and interred within 12 days of Christmas in the Abbey of Reading, which King Henry had founded and richly endowed. There King Stephen, after holding his court at London during Christmas, came to meet the body of his uncle, and William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with many earls and great men, buried King Henry with the honours due to such a great prince. From thence the king went to Oxford, where he recorded and ratified the solemn promises which he had made to God and the people, and to Holy Church, on the day of his coronation. They were these. First, he vowed that he would never retain in his own hands the churches of deceased bishops, but forthwith, consenting to a canonical election, would invest those who were chosen. Secondly, that he would not lay hands on the woods either of clerks or laymen, as King Henry had done, who continually impleaded those who took venison in their own woods, or felled or diminished them to supply their own wants. This kind of pleading was carried to such execrable a length, that if the king's supervisors set eye from a distance on a wood belonging to any one whom they thought to be a moneyed man, they forthwith reported that there was waste, whether it was so or not, that the owner might have to redeem it, though the charge was groundless. Thirdly, the king promised that the Danegeld, that is, 2 shillings for a hide of land, which his predecessors had received yearly, should be given up forever. These were the principal things which, among others, he promised in the presence of God, but he kept none of them. Stephen, coming in the first year of his reign to Oxford, received intelligence that the King of the Scots, pretending to pay him a friendly visit, had marched to Carlisle, and taken Newcastle by stratagem. The king replied to the messenger, "What he has gained by stratagem, I will compel him to yield." King Stephen, therefore, immediately assembled one of the greatest armies levied in England, within the memory of man, and led it against King David. They met at Durham, where the King of the Scots came to terms, surrendering Newcastle, but retaining Carlisle by permission of Stephen. And King David did not do homage to King Stephen, because he had been the first of all the laymen to swear fealty to the late king's daughter, who was his own niece, acknowledging her Queen of England after her father's death. But Henry, King David's son, did homage to Stephen, and that king gave him in addition the town and earldom of Huntington. King Stephen, returning from the north, held his court during Easter at London in a more splendid manner than had ever been before known, both for the number of attendants and the magnificent display of gold, silver, jewels, costly robes, and everything that was sumptuous. At Rogation days, it was reported that the king was dead, upon hearing which, Hugh Bigod seized Norwich Castle, nor would he surrender it except to the king in person, and then very reluctantly. Breach of fealty and treason now began to spread rapidly among the Normans. The king took the castle of Barthington, which belonged to one Robert, a rebel. Then he laid siege to Exeter, which was shut against him by Baldwin de Rivers, who held out a long time until the king had constructed machines for the assault and expended much treasure. Then at last the castle was surrendered, but being ill-advised, he permitted the rebels to go without punishment, whereas, if he had inflicted it, so many castles would not have been afterwards held against him. From thence the king went to the Isle of Wight, which he took from this Baldwin de Rivers, whom he banished from England. Elated by these successes, the king went to hunt at Bampton, which is about a mile distant from Huntington, and there he held pleas of the forest with his barons, that is, concerning their woods and hunting, in violation of his promise and vow to God and the people. In the 2nd year of his reign, King Stephen spent Christmas at Dunstable, and in Lent he sailed over to Normandy. Alexander the Bishop of Lincoln and many nobles crossed with him. There the king, from his experience in war, succeeded in all he undertook, defeated the schemes of his enemies, reduced their castles, and obtained the highest glory. He made peace with the King of the French, to whom his son Eustace did homage for Normandy, which is a fief of the French crown. The Count of Anjou was his mortal enemy, for he had married King Henry's daughter, who had been Empress of Germany, and had received oaths of fealty for the kingdom of England, so that the husband and wife laid claim to the crown. But seeing that at present he could not make head against King Stephen on account of his numerous forces and of the abundance of money found in the treasury of the late king, which still remained, the Count of Anjou came to terms with King Stephen. Thus successful, the king returned to England in triumph on the very eve of Christmas. These 2 first years of King Stephen's reign were completely prosperous. For the next year, of which I have now to speak, his fortunes were moderate and fitful. For the 2 last, they were ruined and desperate. AD 1138. King Stephen, in the 3rd year of his reign, with his usual activity, flew to Bedford, and, sitting down before it on Christmas Eve, pressed the siege during the whole festival, which was displeasing to God, insomuch as it made that holy season of little or no account. After the surrender of Bedford, King Stephen led his army into Scotland, for King David, in consequence of his oath which he had taken to King Henry's daughter, and under colour of religion, caused his followers to deal most barbarously with the English. They ripped open pregnant women, tossed children on the points of their spears, butchered priests at the altars, and cutting off the heads from the images on crucifixes, placed them on the bodies of the slain, while in exchange they fixed on the crucifixes the heads of their victims. Wherever the Scots came, there was the same scene of horror and cruelty, women shrieking, old men lamenting, amid the groans of the dying and the despair of the living. King Stephen, therefore, making an eruption into Scotland, carried fire and sword throughout the southern part of the dominions of King David, who was unable to oppose him. After Easter, the treason of the English nobles burst forth with great fury. Talbot, one of the rebels, held Hereford Castle in Wales against the king, which, however, the king besieged and took. Robert, the Earl of Gloucester, bastard son of King Henry, maintained himself in the strongly fortified castle of Bristol, and in that of Leeds. William Lovell held Castle Carey. Paganus held Ludlow Castle. William de Moon Dunster Castle. Robert de Nicole Warham Castle. Eustace Fitzjohn held Melton, and William Fitzalan Shrewsbury Castle, which last the king stormed, and hung some of the prisoners, upon hearing which, Walkin, who held Dover Castle, surrendered it to the Queen, who was besieging it. While the king was thus engaged in the south, David of Scotland led an immense army into the north of England, against which the northern nobles, at the exhortation and under the command of Thurston, the Archbishop of York, made a resolute stand. The royal standard was planted at Alverton, and as the Archbishop was prevented by illness from being present at the battle, he commissioned Ralph, the Bishop of Durham, to fill his place, who, standing on an eminence in the centre of the army, roused their courage with words to this effect: Brave nobles of England, Normans by birth, for it is well that on the eve of battle you should call to mind who you are, and from whom you are sprung. No one ever withstood you with success. Gallant France fell beneath your arms, fertile England you subdued, rich Apulia flourished again under your auspices, Jerusalem renowned in story, and the noble Antioch both submitted to you. Now, however, Scotland, which was your own rightly, has taken you at a disadvantage, her rashness more fitting a skirmish than a battle. Her people have neither military skill, nor order in fighting, nor self-command. There is therefore no reason for fear, whatever there may be for indignation at finding those whom we have hitherto sought and conquered in their own country, madly reversing the order, making an eruption into ours. But that which I, a bishop, and by divine permission, standing here as the representative of our archbishop, tell you, is this: that those who in this land have violated the temples of the Lord, polluted his altars, slain his priests, and spared neither children nor women with child, shall on this same soil receive condign punishment for their crimes. This most just fulfilment of his will God shall this day accomplish by your hands. Rouse yourselves then, gallant soldiers, and bear down on an accursed enemy with the courage of your race, and in the presence of God. Let not their impetuosity shake you, since the many tokens of our valour do not deter them. They do not cover themselves with armour in war. You are in the constant practice of arms in times of peace, that you may be at no loss in the chance of the day of battle. Your head is covered with the helmet, your breast with a coat of mail, your legs with greaves, and your whole body with the shield. Where can the enemy strike you when he finds you sheathed in steel? What have we to fear in attacking the naked bodies of men who know not the use of armour? Is it their numbers? It is not so much the multitude of a host as the valour of a few which is decisive. Numbers without discipline are a hindrance to success in the attack, and to retreat in defeat. Your ancestors were often victorious when they were but a few against many. What then does the renown of your fathers, your practice in arms, your military discipline avail, unless they make you, few though you are in numbers, invincible against the enemy's hosts? But I close my discourse as I perceive them rushing on, and I am delighted to see that they are advancing in disorder. Now then, if any of you who this day are called to avenge the atrocities committed in the house of God against the priests of the Lord and his little flock should fall in the battle, I, in the name of your archbishop, absolve them from all spot of sin, in the name of the Father, whose creatures the foe hath foully and horribly slain, and of the Son, whose altars they have defiled, and of the Holy Ghost, from whose grace they have desperately fallen. Then all the English replied with a shout, and the mountains and hills re-echoed, Amen, Amen. At the same moment the Scots raised their country's war-cry, Alban, Alban, until it reached the clouds. The sounds were drowned amid the clash of arms. In the first onset the men of Lothian, to whom the King of the Scots had reluctantly granted the honour of striking the first blow, bore down on the mailed English knights with a cloud of darts and their long spears, but they found their ranks impenetrable as a wall of steel, while the archers mingled with the knights, pierced the unarmed Scots with a cloud of arrows. The whole army of English and Normans stood fast round the standard in one solid body. Then the chief of the men of Lothian fell, pierced by an arrow, and all his followers were put to flight, for the Almighty was offended at them, and their strength was rent like a cobweb. Perceiving this, the main body of the Scots, which was fighting bravely in another quarter, lost courage, and retreated also. King David's chosen body of soldiers also, which he had selected from various tribes, when they saw this, began to flee, first singly and then in troops, until the king stood almost alone, upon which his friends compelled him to mount a horse and escape. But his brave son, heedless of what his countrymen were doing, and inspired only by his ardour for the fight and for glory, made a fierce attack with the remnant of the fugitives on the enemy's ranks. The body under his own command, composed of English and Normans, attached to his father's household, had retained their horses. But this body of cavalry could by no means make any impression against men sheathed in armour and fighting on foot in a close column, so that they were compelled to retire with wounded horses and shattered lances after a brilliant but unsuccessful attack. It is reported that 11,000 of the Scots fell on the field of battle, besides those who were found in the woods and cornfields, and there slain. Our army gained this victory with very little effusion of blood. Its leaders were William Purperell of Nottingham, Walter Espic, and Gilbert de Lacy, whose brother was the only knight slain. When the issue of the battle was reported to King Stephen, he and all who were with him offered solemn thanks to Almighty God. It was fought in the month of August, during Advent. Alberic, the Pope's legate and Bishop of Ostia, held a synod at London, in which Theobald, Abbot of Bec, was made Archbishop of Canterbury, with the concurrence of King Stephen. In the 4th year of his reign, when Christmas was past, King Stephen besieged and took Leeds Castle, after which he went into Scotland, and by fire and sword compelled the King of the Scots to come to terms, and brought away to England his son Henry. He then besieged Ludlow, where this Henry was dragged from his horse by an iron hook, and nearly taken prisoner, but was gallantly rescued from the enemy by King Stephen. As soon as the castle surrendered, he went to Oxford, where he perpetrated a deed of great infamy, and out of all precedent, for after receiving amicably Roger the Bishop of Salisbury and his nephew Alexander the Bishop of Lincoln, he violently arrested them in his own palace, though they refused nothing which justice demanded, and earnestly appealed to it. The king threw Bishop Alexander into prison and carried the Bishop of Salisbury with him to his own castle of Devizes, one of the most stately in all Europe. There he tormented him by starvation, and put to the torture his son, the king's chancellor, who had a rope fastened around his neck, and was led to the gallows. Thus he extorted from him the surrender of his castle, unmindful of the services which the bishop had rendered him, more than all others, in the beginning of his reign. Such was the return for his devotedness. In a similar manner he obtained possession of Sherborne Castle, which was little inferior to Devizes. Having got hold of the bishop's treasures, he used them to obtain in marriage for his son Eustace the hand of Constance, Louis the French king's sister. Returning thence, the king took with him to Newark Alexander the Bishop of Lincoln, whom he had before thrown into prison at Oxford. The bishop had built at Newark a castle in a florid style of architecture on a charming site, among the meadows, washed by the river Trent. Having inspected this castle, the king enjoined the bishop a fast not authorized by the rubric, swearing that he should be deprived of food until he gave up his right to the castle, but the bishop had some difficulty in persuading his garrison with prayers and tears to deliver it into the custody of strangers. Another of his castles, called Sleaford, not inferior in beauty and site, was surrendered in a similar manner. Not long afterwards, when Henry the Bishop of Winchester, the king's brother and the Pope's legate, held a synod at Winchester, Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and all the bishops present, joined him in imploring the king on their bended knees to restore their possessions to the bishops above named, with the understanding that they should overlook the indignities to which they had been subjected. But unmoved by the supplication of such an august assemblage, the king, following evil counsels, refused to grant their petitions. This prepared the way for the eventual ruin of the house of Stephen, for forthwith the Empress Maud, the daughter of the late King Henry, who had received the fealty of the English, came over to England and was received at Arundel Castle. There she was besieged by the king, who, listening to perfidious counsel, or finding the castle too strong to be taken, granted her a safe conduct to go to Bristol. The same year died Roger, the bishop of whom I have lately spoken. worn out by trouble and weight of years. My readers may well marvel at his sudden change of fortunes, for from his youth upwards her favours had so accumulated that we might say that for once she had forgotten to turn her wheel, nor in his whole career did he meet with any adverse events until a cloud of miseries gathered about him and overwhelmed him at the last. Let no one then depend on the continuance of fortune's favours, nor presume on her stability, nor think that he can long maintain his seat erect on her revolving wheel. In the 5th year of his reign, King Stephen expelled from his see Nigel, the Bishop of Ely, because he was the nephew of the late Bishop of Salisbury, against whom he was so incensed that his anger extended to all his kindred. Where the king spent Christmas and Easter it matters not, for now all that made the court splendid and the regalia handed down from the long line of his predecessors had disappeared. The treasury, left well filled, was now empty. The kingdom was a prey to intestine wars. Slaughter, fire, and rapine spread ruin through the land. Cries of distress, horror, and woe rose in every quarter. The state of affairs is described in the following elegy. Oh, for a fount of tears to flow, and weep my country's bitter woe. Clouds shroud her in the darkest gloom, and thicken round her day of doom. Fated internecine war to see, fire, fury, blood, and cruelty. Rapine stalks boldly through the land, ruthlessly bearing the strong hand. A castle's walls are no defence against the sons of violence. All truth is fled, unblushing fraud, and flaunting treason walk abroad. Churches in vain and holy ground, which erst religion fenced around, open their gates to shelter those who refuge seek from bloody foes. The monks and nuns, a helpless train, are plundered, tortured, ravished, slain. Gaunt famine following wastes away, whom murder spares with slow decay. Who for the dead shall find a grave? Who England's hapless children save? The cup of mingled woe she drains, all hell's broke loose, and chaos reigns. A.D. 1141. In the 6th year of his reign, during the season of Christmas, King Stephen laid siege to Lincoln, the defences of which Ranulph, Earl of Chester, had fraudulently seized. The king sat down before it until the feast of the purification of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of God. Then the Earl aforesaid, with Robert, King Henry's son, his own father-in-law, and other powerful nobles, assembled to raise the siege. The same day, the Earl, boldly crossing a marsh, which was almost impassable, drew up his troops, and offered the king battle. He himself led the first line, composed of his own retainers. The second was headed by the nobles exiled by King Stephen. Robert, the powerful Earl of Gloucester, commanded the third. The Welsh, ill-armed but full of spirit, were disposed on the wings of the army. And now the Earl of Chester, a man of great prowess, in bright armour, thus addressed Earl Robert and the other barons. Receive my hearty thanks, Earl, and you, my noble fellow soldiers, for that you are prepared to risk your lives in testimony of your devotion to me. But since it is through me you are called to encounter this peril, it is fitting that I should myself bear the brunt of it, and be foremost in the attack on this faithless king, who has broken the peace to which he is pledged. While I, therefore, animated by my own valour, and the remembrance of the king's perfidy, throw myself on the king's troops, and hew a road through the centre of his army, it will be your part, brave soldiers, to follow up my success. I have a strong presage that we shall put the king's troops to the rout, trample underfoot his nobles, and strike himself with the sword. When he had spoken, Earl Robert thus replied to the young earl, while standing on an eminence, he spoke to this effect. It is fitting that you should have the honour of striking the first blow, both on account of your high rank and your exceeding valour. If indeed it were a question of rank only, no one has higher pretensions than myself, the son and nephew of mighty kings, and for valour, There are many here who stand among the most renowned, to whom no man living can be preferred. But I am actuated by considerations of a very different kind. The king has inhumanly usurped the crown faithless to the fealty which he swore to my sister, and by the disorder he has occasioned has caused the slaughter of many thousands. And by the example he has set of an illegal distribution of lands, has destroyed the rights of property. The first onset ought, therefore, to be made by those he has disinherited, with whom the God of justice will cooperate, and make them the ministers of his just punishment. He who judge of the people with equity will look down from his habitation in the heavens above, and will not desert those who are seeking for justice in this their hour of need. There is one thing, however, brave nobles and soldiers, which I wish to impress on your minds. There is no possibility of retreat over the marshes which you have just crossed with difficulty. Here, therefore, you must either conquer or die, for there is no hope of safety in flight. The only course that remains is to open a way to the city with your swords. If my mind conjectures truly, as flee you cannot, by God's help, you will this day triumph. Those must rely wholly on their valour, who have no other refuge. You, victorious, will see the citizens of Lincoln, who stand in array nearest their walls, give way before the impetuosity of your attack, and with faint hearts seek the shelter of their houses. Listen while I tell you with whom you have to do. There is Alan, Earl of Brittany, in arms against us, nay, against God himself. A man so execrable, so polluted with every sort of wickedness, that his equal in crime cannot be found, who never lost an opportunity of doing evil, and who would think it his deepest disgrace if anyone else could be put in comparison with him for cruelty. Then we have opposed to us the Earl of Mellant, crafty, perfidious, whose heart is naturally imbued with dishonesty, his tongue with fraud, his bearing with cowardice, vainglorious in temper, and boastful in words. He is pusillanimous in deeds. Slow in advance, quick in retreat, the last in fight, the first in flight. Next we have against us Earl Hugh, who not only makes light of his breach of fealty against the Empress, but has perjured himself most patently a second time, affirming that King Henry conferred the crown on Stephen, and that the king's daughter abdicated in his favour, and this man considers fraud to be a virtue, and perjury to be admirable. Then we have the Earl Albemarle, a man singularly consistent in his wicked courses, prompt to embark in them, incapable of relinquishing them, from whom his wife was compelled to become a fugitive on account of his intolerable filthiness. The Earl also marches against us, who carried off the Countess just named, a most flagrant adulterer, and a most eminent bawd, a slave to Bacchus, but no friend to Mars, redolent of wine, indolent in war. With him comes Simon, Earl of Northampton, who never acts, but talks, who never gives, but promises, who thinks that when he has said a thing he has done it, when he has promised, he has performed. Hitherto I have said nothing of that runaway William de Ypres, for words have not yet been found to describe fitly the wiles and crooked paths of his treasons, and the disgusting loathsomeness of his impurities. Some of the rest of Stephen's nobles, they are like their king, practised in robbery, rapacious for plunder, steeped in blood, and all alike tainted with perjury. You, brave nobles, whom the late King Henry exalted, this Stephen has humbled, whom the one raised, the other ruined. Rouse yourselves, and relying on your valour, nay, rather on God's justice, take the vengeance which he offers you on these iniquitous men, and gain for yourselves and your posterity immortal renown. If you are of one mind in executing the divine judgment, swear to advance, execrate retreat, and, in token of it, unanimously raise your hands to heaven." The Earl had scarcely finished speaking when the whole army, raising their hands to heaven, abjured flight with tremendous shouts, and, closing the ranks, marched against the enemy in excellent order. Meanwhile, King Stephen, in much tribulation of mind, heard Mass celebrated with great devotion. But as he placed in the hands of Bishop Alexander the taper of wax, the usual royal offering, it broke, betokening the rupture of the kings. The pyx also, which contained Christ's body, snapped its fastenings and fell on the altar while the bishop was celebrating. A sign of the king's fall from power. Nevertheless, he set forth with great firmness, and drew up his army with much caution. He took post himself in the centre of the men-at-arms, a numerous body, whom he caused to dismount, and drew up in the closest order. The earls and their knights retained their horses and formed, by his order, 2 lines. But this part of his force was small, for his false and facetious earls had few retainers, but the king's own followers were very numerous, and one body of them was entrusted with the royal standard. Then, as King Stephen's voice was not clear, Baldwin Fitzgilbert, a man of the highest rank and a brave soldier, was deputed to address a word of exhortation to the assembled army. Placed on a commanding spot where the eyes of all were directed to him, after arresting their attention by a short and modest pause, he thus began: "All ye who are now about to engage in battle must consider 3 things. First, the justice of your cause. Secondly, the number of your force. And thirdly, its bravery. The justice of your cause, that you may not peril your souls. The number of your force, that it may not be overwhelmed by the enemy. Its valour, lest, trusting to numbers, cowardice should occasion defeat. The justice of your cause consists in this, that we maintain at the peril of our lives our allegiance to the king before God against those of his subjects who are perjured to him. In numbers, we are not inferior in cavalry, stronger in infantry. As to the valour of so many barons, so many earls, and of our soldiers long trained to war, what words can do it justice? Our most valiant king will alone stand in place of a host. Your sovereign, the anointed of the Lord, will be in the midst of you. To him, then, to whom you have sworn fealty, keep your oaths in the sight of God, persuaded that he will grant you his aid, according as you faithfully and steadfastly fight for your king. As true men against the perjured, as loyal men against traitors. Fearing nothing, then, and filled with the utmost confidence, learn against whom you will have to fight. The power of Earl Robert is well known, but it is his custom to threaten much and do little. With the mouth of a lion and the heart of a hare, he is loud in talk but dull in action. The Earl of Chester is a man of reckless audacity, ready for a plot, not to be depended on in carrying it out, rash in battle, careless of danger, with designs beyond his power, aiming at impossibilities, having few steady followers, but collecting a confused multitude. There is nothing to be feared from him. None of his undertakings prosper. He is either defeated in battle, or, if by any chance he obtains a victory, his losses are greater than those of the conquered. You may despise the Welsh he has brought with him, as ill-armed and recklessly rash, and being unskilled and unpractised in the art of war, they are ready to fall like wild beasts into the toils. For the other nobles and knights, they are traitors and turncoats, and I would that there were more of them, for the more there are, the less are they to be feared." Ye then, earls and men, having pretensions to that rank, ought to be mindful of your valour and renown. Raise your military virtues this day to the highest pitch, and, following the example of your fathers, leave to your children undying glory. Let the determination to conquer be your incentive to fight, while the certainty of defeat is theirs to fly. Already, if I am not mistaken, they repent of their coming, and their thought is of retreat, if the difficulties of their position permit it. Since, then, they can neither fight nor fly, what remains but that, by God's will, they surrender themselves and their baggage to you? Lift up then your hearts, and stretch out your hands, soldiers, exultingly, to take the prey which God himself offers to you. Before the close of this speech, the shouts of the advancing enemy were heard, mingled with the blasts of their trumpets, and the trampling of the horses, making the ground to quake. In the beginning of the battle, the exiles who were in the van fell on the royal army, in which were Earl Alan, the Earl of Mellant, with Hugh, the Earl of East Anglia, and Earl Simon, and the Earl of Warren, with so much impetuosity that it was routed in the twinkling of an eye, one part being slain, another taken prisoner, and the third part put to flight. The division commanded by the Earl of Albemarle and William de Ypres charged the Welsh as they advanced on the flank, and completely routed them. But the followers of the Earl of Chester attacked this body of horse, and it was scattered in a moment, like the rest. Thus all the king's horses fled, and with them William of Ypres in Flanders, who had ranked as an earl, and was a valiant soldier, but as an experienced general, perceiving the impossibility of supporting the king, he deferred his aid for better times. King Stephen, therefore, with his infantry, stood alone in the midst of the enemy. These surrounded the royal troops, attacking the columns on all sides, as if they were assaulting a castle. Then the battle raged terribly around this circle. Helmets and swords gleamed as they clashed, and the fearful cries and shouts re-echoed from the neighbouring hills and the city walls. The cavalry, furiously charging the royal column, slew some and trampled down others. Some were made prisoners. No respite, no breathing time was allowed, except in the quarter in which the king himself had taken his stand, where the assailants recoiled from the unmatched force of his terrible arm. The Earl of Chester, seeing this, and envious of the glory the king was gaining, threw himself upon him with the whole weight of his men-at-arms. Even then the king's courage did not fail, but his heavy battle-axe gleamed like lightning, striking down some, bearing back others. At length it was shattered by repeated blows. Then he drew his well-tried sword, with which he wrought wonders, until that too was broken, perceiving which, William de Kynes, a brave soldier, rushed on him, and seizing him by his helmet, shouted, "Here, here, I have taken the king." Others came to his aid, and the king was made prisoner. Baldwin, who had exhorted the troops, was also taken, having received many wounds, and, by his determined resistance, gained immortal honour. Richard Fitzurse was likewise made prisoner, who had also fought manfully, and gained great glory. Until the king was taken, his troops continued to fight, for they were so hemmed in that retreat was impossible. All were therefore slain or surrendered. The city was given up to plunder according to the laws of war, the king having been conducted to it in miserable plight. The judgment of God on King Stephen having thus been executed, he was brought before the Empress, and committed to close custody in Bristol Castle. The whole English nation now acknowledged her as their sovereign, except the men of Kent, who, with the Queen and William de Ypres, made all the resistance in their power. The Empress was first recognised by the legate, the Bishop of Winchester, and the Londoners. But she was elated with insufferable pride at the success of her adherents in the uncertain vicissitudes of war, so that she alienated from her the hearts of most men. Therefore, either by some secret conspiracy, or by the providence of God, indeed, all human affairs are directed by Providence, she was driven out of London. In revenge, with a woman's bitterness, she caused the Lord's anointed to be bound with fetters. After some time, she, with her uncle the King of the Scots, and her brother Robert, collecting their forces, sat down and besieged the castle of the Bishop of Winchester. The bishop summoned to his relief the Queen and William of Ypres, and almost all the barons of England. Large armies were therefore assembled on both sides, and there were daily engagements, not indeed regular battles, but desultory skirmishes. In such encounters valiant deeds were not lost, as in the confusion of battle, but every man's gallantry was seen by all, and he gained renown according to his deserts. This interval was therefore universally pleasing, as exhibiting the splendour of their illustrious achievements. At length the arrival of the Londoners so increased the army opposed to the Empress that she was compelled to retreat. Many of her adherents were taken prisoner in their flight, among others Robert, her brother, in whose castle the king was imprisoned. His capture secured the king's release by a mutual exchange. Thus the king, who by God's judgment had been exposed to a painful captivity, was, by God's mercy, liberated, and the English people received him with great rejoicings. In the 7th year of his reign, King Stephen built a castle at Wilton, but the enemy assembled in numbers, and the royal troops not being able to repel them by the sallies they made, the king was compelled to make his escape. Many of his adherents were taken prisoner, among whom was William Martel, who gave up for his ransom the strong castle of Sherborne. The same year the king besieged the Empress at Oxford from after Michaelmas until Advent, at the end of which, not long before Christmas, the Empress escaped across the Thames, which was then frozen over, and, wrapped in a white cloak, deceived the eyes of the besiegers, dazzled by the reflection of the snow. She got into the castle at Wallingford, and Oxford was surrendered to the king. In the 8th year of his reign, King Stephen was present at a synod in London in mid-Lent, which was held there by the legate Bishop of Winchester, on account of the extremities to which the clergy were reduced. For no respect was paid to them or to God's holy church by marauders, and the clergy were made prisoners, and submitted to ransom, just as if they were laymen. The synod therefore decreed that no one who laid violent hands on a clerk should be absolved except by the Pope himself in person. This decree obtained for them some relief. The same year the king arrested Godfrey de Mandeville in his court at St. Albans, an act more fitting the earl's deserts than public right, more expedient than just. But if he had not taken this step, the king would have been driven from the throne. To obtain his liberty, he surrendered the Tower of London and the Castle of Walden, with that of Plessis. The earl, thus stripped of his possessions, seized the Abbey of Ramsey, and expelling the monks, garrisoned it with retainers, turning the house of God into a den of thieves. He was a man indeed of great determination, but resolute in ungodliness, diligent in worldly affairs, but negligent in spiritual. The same year, before Christmas, the Bishop of Winchester, and afterwards the Archbishop of Canterbury, went to Rome on the affairs of the appointment of the legate. Pope Innocent was then dead, and was succeeded by Celestine. King Stephen in the 9th year of his reign laid siege to Lincoln. While he was preparing a work for the attack of the castle, which the Earl of Chester had taken possession of by force, 80 of his workmen were suffocated in the trenches, whereupon the king broke up the siege in confusion. The same year, Godfrey, the Earl of Mandeville, gave the king much trouble and distinguished himself more than once. In the month of August, Providence displayed its justice in a remarkable manner, for two of the nobles who had converted monasteries into fortifications, expelling the monks, their sin being the same, met with a similar punishment. Robert Marmion was one who had committed this iniquity in the Church of Coventry. Geoffrey de Mandeville had perpetrated the same, as I have said before, in Ramsey Abbey. Robert Marmion, issuing forth against the enemy, was slain under the walls of the monastery, being the only one who fell, though he was surrounded by his troops. Dying excommunicated, he became subject to death everlasting. In like manner, Earl Godfrey was singled out among his followers, and shot with an arrow by a common foot soldier. He made light of the wound, but he died of it in just a few days, under excommunication. See here the like just judgment of God, memorable through all ages. While that abbey was converted into a fortress, blood exuded from the walls of the church and the cloister adjoining, witnessing the divine indignation and prognosticating the destruction of the impious. This was seen by many persons, and I observed it with my own eyes. How then can the wicked say that the Almighty sleeps? He woke indeed in this sign, and that which it signified. Moreover, the same year, Arnulf, the Earl's son, who after his father's death continued in possession of the fortified abbey, was taken prisoner and banished, and the leader of his horsemen being thrown from his horse at the inn, died of a concussion of the brain. The commander of his foot soldiers, Reiner by name, who was employed in breaking open and burning churches, was crossing the sea with his wife, when, as many relate, the ship stuck fast. The sailors in amazement cast lots to discover the cause of the strange occurrence, and the lot fell upon Reiner. He, however, vehemently resisting the decision, the lot was again cast, and a second and third time it fell on him. He was therefore put in a boat, with his wife and the money he had iniquitously amassed, upon which the ship resumed its course rapidly, ploughing the waves as it had done before. But the boat, with its ungodly burthen, was quickly swallowed up, and forever lost. The same year Lucius was elected pope in the place of the deceased Celestine. In the 10th year of King Stephen, Hugh Bigod was the first to make a movement, but in the summer, Earl Robert and the whole body of the king's enemies set to work to build a castle at Farringdon. The king lost no time in collecting troops and marching there at the head of a numerous and formidable body of Londoners. After daily assaults on the castle, while Earl Robert and his adherents were, with great resolution, waiting for fresh forces not far from the king's army, the castle was taken with much slaughter. At this time the king's fortunes began to change for the better. The same year Alexander, the Bishop of Lincoln, went to Rome, where he exhibited the same munificence which he had done before. He was therefore honourably entertained by Pope Eugenius, who was recently elevated to his high dignity. The bishop's disposition was at all times courteous, his discretion always just, his countenance good-humoured and cheerful. On his return the following year, in high favour with the Pope and his whole court, he was received by his people with great reverence and joy. His church at Lincoln, which had been disfigured by a fire, he restored in so exquisite a style of architecture that it appeared more beautiful than when it was first built, and was surpassed by none in all England. King Stephen, in the 11th year of his reign, assembling a great army, built an impregnable castle at Wallingford, where Ranulph, Earl of Chester, who had now joined the royal side, was present with a large force. Afterwards, however, when the Earl came peaceably to attend the king's court at Northampton, fearing nothing of the sort, he was arrested and kept prisoner, until he gave up the strong castle of Lincoln, which he had seized by a stratagem, as well as all the other castles which belonged to him. Then the Earl was set free to go wherever he pleased. In the 12th year of King Stephen, he wore his crown during Christmas at Lincoln, which no king, from some superstitious feeling, had before ventured to do. This showed the great resolution of King Stephen, and how little importance he attached to such superstitions. After the king's departure, the Earl of Chester came to Lincoln with an armed force to assault the castle, but the chief commander of his troops, a man of great courage and fortune, was slain at the entrance of the north gate of the town, and the Earl himself, having lost many of his followers, was compelled to retreat, upon which the citizens, rejoicing in their successful defence, offered signal thanks to the most blessed Virgin, their patron and protectress. At Whitsuntide, Louis, the King of France, and Theodore, the Earl of Flanders, and the Count de Saint Egidius, with an immense multitude from every part of France, and numbers of the English, assumed the cross and journeyed to Jerusalem, intending to expel the infidels who had taken the city of Rouen. A still greater number accompanied Conrad, the Emperor of Germany, and both armies passed through the territories of the Emperor of Constantinople, who afterwards betrayed them. In the month of August, Alexander, the Bishop of Lincoln, proceeded to Auxerre to meet Pope Eugenius, who, after some stay at Paris, was residing there. He was honourably entertained by the Pope, but from the extraordinary heat of the weather, the seeds of a low fever were sown in his constitution, and he brought it with him to England. Shortly afterwards he fell into a state of infirmity and languor, which ended in death. Alexander, the Bishop of Lincoln, died in the 13th year of King Stephen's reign, and was buried at Lincoln towards the end of Lent. Of the character of this prelate, following the example of Moses, I will say nothing that is not true. Nurtured in great affluence by his uncle Robert, the Bishop of Salisbury, he contracted habits which were beyond his means, rivalling therefore other men of rank in his munificence and the splendour of his appointments, his own incomings being inadequate to his expenditure. He carefully drew from his friends the means by which, comparing his wants with the superfluity in which he was bred, the deficiency might be supplied. But this was out of the power of one who, the more he had, the more he gave. He was at the same time a man of prudence, though so generous that in the court of Rome he was surnamed the Magnificent. The same year the armies of the Emperor of Germany and the King of France were annihilated, though they were led by illustrious commanders, and had commenced their march in the proudest confidence. But God despised them, and their incontinence came up before him. For they abandoned themselves to open fornication, and to adulteries hateful to God, and to robbery, and every sort of wickedness. First they were wasted by famine through the false conduct of the Emperor of Constantinople, and afterwards they were destroyed by the enemy's sword. The king and the emperor took refuge at Antioch, and afterwards at Jerusalem, with the remnant of their followers. And the King of France, wishing to do something to restore his character, laid siege to Damascus, having the assistance of the Knights Templar of Jerusalem, and a force collected from all quarters. But wanting the favour of God, and therefore having no success, he returned to France. Meanwhile, a naval armament, containing no men of rank, and trusting in no leader of renown, but in God only, beginning humbly, prospered greatly. For though few in number and opposed by a numerous force, God being their helper, they reduced to subjection the city of Lisbon in Spain, with another place called Almeria, and all the neighbouring country. Thus truly, God resisteth the proud, and giveth grace to the humble. For the army of the King of France and the Emperor of Germany was more numerous and splendid than that which had formerly besieged and taken Jerusalem, but notwithstanding it was crushed by inferior numbers, and destroyed, and dispersed like a spider's web. But the humble expedition of which I have just spoken overcame all who opposed it, however great their multitude. The largest part of it was supplied from England. The same year, at the approach of Christmas, Robert, surnamed de Chasney, the young Archdeacon of Leicester, a man worthy of all praise, was chosen Bishop of Lincoln. He was esteemed by all men worthy of this great dignity, and the king, the clergy, and the people joyfully assenting, he was consecrated by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Anxiously expected, his arrival at Lincoln was welcomed on our Lord's Epiphany by the clergy and people, with great reverence and rejoicing. May God prosper him in these evil times, and cheer his youth with the dew of wisdom, and make his face to shine with holy joy. In the 14th year of King Stephen's reign, David, the King of the Scots, knighted his nephew Henry. As during this solemnity a large force was assembled, David being numerously attended, and his nephew having in his retinue the nobles of the west of England, King Stephen was alarmed lest they should proceed to attack York. He therefore established himself in that city with a large army, and remained there all the month of August. Meanwhile, Stephen's son Eustace, who was also knighted the same year, made an irruption into the territories of the barons who were in attendance on Henry, the Empress's son, and as there was no one to oppose him, he laid them waste with fire and sword. But the kings of England and Scotland, the one at York, the other at Carlisle, fearing a rupture, mutually avoided meeting, and thus separated peaceably, each to his own home. King Stephen, in the 15th year of his reign, collecting troops, made a brilliant assault on the city of Worcester, and, having taken it, committed it to the flames, but he was unable to reduce the castle which overlooked the city. It belonged to Walleran, the Earl of Mellant, to whom King Stephen had granted it much to his own disadvantage. The royal army, having plundered the city, overran the territories of the hostile lords, and, no one resisting them, carried off an immense booty. In the 16th year of the king's reign, Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Legate Apostolical, held a general synod at London in the middle of Lent, at which were present King Stephen with his son Eustace, and the great men of England. Its proceedings were disturbed by new appeals loudly preferred. They were not in use in England until Henry the Bishop of Winchester, while he was legate, mercilessly introduced them, as it turned out to his own injury. In the present synod, there were 3 appeals to the judgment of the Roman pontiff. The same year, King Stephen again attacked Worcester, and having been unable to reduce the castle the year before, he now assaulted it with the utmost determination. The garrison making an obstinate resistance, he constructed 2 forts to cover the attack, and leaving some of his nobles there, he himself departed. But it was the king's habit to undertake many projects with zeal, but to pursue them indolently. And now by the management of the Earl of Leicester, who was brother of the Earl of Mellant, the 2 forts erected by the king were demolished, and the siege was skilfully raised. Thus the king's project failed, and his labour was lost. The same year the Earl of Anjou, the brother-in-law of the late King Henry, and the son of the King of Jerusalem, a man of great eminence, ended his days. He left to Henry, his eldest son, Anjou and Normandy, together with the hereditary right to the kingdom of England, which he had never reduced to possession. It now happened also that Louis, the King of France, was divorced from his wife, the daughter of the Earl of Poitou, by reason of alleged consanguinity. Henry, therefore, the young Duke of Normandy, married her, and with her obtained the country of Poitou, a great accession to his honours and power. But the marriage caused great dissensions, fomented into hatred, between the King of France and the Duke. Upon this, Eustace, King Stephen's son, with the King of France, made formidable attacks on Normandy, while the Duke obstinately resisted both of them, and the whole strength of the French army. However, the king, collecting all his large forces, assaulted an almost impregnable castle called Newf March, which he took, and gave up to Eustace, son of the King of England, who had married his sister. King Stephen, in his 17th year, wished to have his son Eustace crowned, and he requested Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the other bishops whom he had assembled with that design, to anoint him king, and give him their solemn benediction. But he met with a repulse, for the Pope had by his letters prohibited the Archbishop from crowning the king's son, because King Stephen appeared to have broken his oath of fealty in mounting the throne. Upon this, both father and son, greatly disappointed and incensed, ordered the bishops to be shut up together, and by threats and hardships endeavoured to compel them to comply with their demand. But although they were very much alarmed, for Stephen never much liked the bishops, and had some time before imprisoned 2 of them, they remained firm in spite of the danger they incurred. However, they escaped unhurt in their persons, though they were deprived of their possessions, which the king afterwards penitently restored. The same year, the king besieged and reduced the castle of Newbury, not far from Winchester. He then laid siege to the castle of Wallingford, building a fort to beleaguer it, on the bridge at the entrance, which prevented all ingress, so that provisions could not be introduced. Beginning to feel the pressure, they petitioned their lord, the Duke of Normandy, that he would either send them relief, or that they might have licence to surrender the castle into the king's hands. In the 18th year of King Stephen, the Duke of Normandy, impelled by the necessity of the case, made a sudden descent on England. That wretched country, before reduced to ruin, but now regaining new life by the prospect of his coming to her assistance, may be supposed to address him, weeping, in such language as this: Heir to thy grandsire's name and high renown, thy England calls thee, Henry, to her throne, now fallen from her once imperial state, exhausted, helpless, ruined, desolate. She sighs her griefs, and fainting, scarcely lives. One solitary hope alone survives. She turns to thee her dim and feeble eye, but scarce can raise the supplicant's plaintive cry, Save me, O save me, Henry, or I die. Come, Saviour, to thy own, by right divine, fair England's royal diadem is thine. What dawning light bursts through the lurid gloom? What echoing shout resounds, I come, I come? Who stands on Normandy's wave-beaten strand, listening to voices from his father's land? 'Tis he, the Duke, the flower of chivalry, his mien commanding, lightning in his eye, scarcely 20 summers' mantle over his brow, yet hoary years no wiser gifts bestow. And hark, with life-reviving words he cries, Rise from thy death swoon, prostrate England, rise. High on her bleating cliffs the island queen, beckoning her hero to the shore, is seen. As the fierce tempest's baffling surge she braves, and thus her voice comes hoarsely over the waves. I breathe, I live again at thy command, but how few thy barks, how small thy band. Before thee Stephen's countless hosts advance, behind thee lowers the mighty power of France. Fear not for me, the hero answering cried, be mine the glory, mine the noble pride. Though kings over hosts their flaunting banner flung, conquering with few to earn the name of king, what banner thine? Fain would my aching eye, midst baffling winds, its bright device descry. Thy own red cross, proud England, leads me on to fields where glory, freedom shall be won. Fit emblem ours to consecrate the fight of suffering innocence with lawless might. I come to cause the tyrant's rule to cease, and over the gasping land spread smiling peace. Land of my sires, thy blessed deliverer be, and Christ, me aiding, give thee liberty. Or lifeless on thy blood-stained soil to lie, for thee to conquer, or for thee to die. When now the illustrious Duke, making the passage in a violent gale, was landed on the English shore, the kingdom was suddenly agitated by the mutterings of rumours, like a quivering bed of reeds swept up by the blast of the wind. Reports, as usual, rapidly spreading, disseminated matter of joy and exultation to some, of fear and sorrow to others. But the delight of those who rejoiced at his arrival was somewhat abated by the tidings that he had so few followers, while the apprehensions of his enemies were by the same reports not a little relieved. Both parties were struck at his encountering the dangers of a tempestuous sea in midwinter. What the one considered intrepid, the other called rashness. But the brave young prince, of all things disliking delay, collected his adherents, both those he found and those he brought with him, and laid siege to Malmesbury Castle. The excellencies of such a man are so many and so great that they must not be enlarged upon, lest the extended narrative of his achievements should lead to wearisome prolixity. In short, then, having invested this castle, for he was not long in executing what he undertook, he presently took it by storm. After the place was taken, the strong keep, which could only be reduced by famine, was still held for the king by Jordan, who sallied from it, and, making all haste, informed him of what had taken place. Disturbed by messengers of the evil tidings, the king's countenance changed from dignity to grief. Nevertheless, he lost no time in collecting all his forces, and pitched his camp near Malmesbury. The day after his arrival he drew out his army in battle array. It included a great body of distinguished knights, and made a splendid and formidable appearance, with its noble chiefs and their banners glittering with gold. But God was not with them, in whom only there is entire safety. For the floodgates of heaven were opened, and heavy rain drove in their faces, with violent gusts of wind and severe cold, so that God himself appeared to fight for the Duke. The royal army, however, marched in good order, though suffering greatly, and contending with the elements which seemed to be in arms against them. The young Duke's army trusted more to its valour than to its numbers, but its especial dependence was on the mercy of God, and the justice of the cause for which they stood in arms. It was drawn up on the banks of a stream of water not far from the walls of the town just named, which was so flooded by the torrents of rain and snow that no one could venture to ford it without shrinking from the attempt, and once committed to the current, there was no gaining the bank. The young and illustrious Duke was at the head of his troops in splendid armour, which set off his noble person, so that we may say his arms did not so much become him as he his arms. He and his followers had the tempest of wind and rain at their backs, while it drove in the faces of the king and his army, so that they could hardly support their armour and handle their spears, dripping with wet. It was the Almighty's design that his child should gain possession of the kingdom without the effusion of blood, so that when neither party could cross the river, and the king could no longer endure the severity of the weather, he marched back to London, his operations having failed, and his discomfiture being complete. The tower, therefore, which the Duke was besieging, being speedily surrendered, he lost no time in following out with alacrity his main object of marching to the relief of the garrison of Wallingford Castle, now almost exhausted by famine. Having collected a large body of troops to convey a supply of provisions to the beleaguered garrison, he effected his design without opposition, under favour of Providence. For though there were several castles in the neighbourhood held by strong parties of the king's troops, they offered him no molestation either in going or returning. This having been speedily accomplished, the valiant Duke, assembling all the militia of the country, which flocked to his standard, laid siege to the castle of Crawmarsh, commencing the difficult and important enterprise by digging a deep trench around the walls and his own camp, so that his army had no egress but by the castle of Wallingford, and the besieged had none whatever. Upon hearing this, the king, assembling the whole force he could muster throughout his territories, seriously threatened the Duke's position. But the Duke, under no alarm, though his forces were inferior to the king's, caused the work which he had thrown up for the protection of his camp to be levelled, and raising the siege, marched in good order against the enemy. The royal troops, when, unexpectedly, they perceived the Duke's army drawn up in battle array in their front, were struck with a sudden panic, but the king, not disheartened, gave orders that his troops should march from their camp prepared for battle. Then the traitorous nobles interfered and proposed among themselves terms of peace. They loved indeed nothing better than disunion, but they had no inclination for war, and felt no desire to exalt either the one or the other of the pretenders to the crown, so that by humbling his rival they themselves might become entirely subject to the other. They preferred that, the two being in mutual fear, the royal authority should, with respect to themselves, be kept in abeyance. The king and the duke, therefore, being sensible of the treachery of their adherents, were reluctantly compelled to make a truce between themselves. God, as usual, was the protector of the young duke. The royal camp to which he had laid siege was razed in consequence of the truce, and the king and the duke had a conference without witnesses across a rivulet on the terms of a lasting accommodation between themselves, during which the faithlessness of their nobles was anxiously considered. At this meeting, the business of the treaty was only entered upon, its completion being deferred to another opportunity. After each had returned to his quarters, their quarrel still unsettled, light dawned from an unexpected quarter on the fortunes of the great Duke. For it happened that his two most determined and powerful enemies, Eustace the King's son and Simon the Earl of Northampton, were suddenly snatched away, Providence so ordering it, at the same moment, in consequence of which the hopes and the courage of all who were opposed to the Duke vanished at once. Earl Simon, who exemplified all that was licentious and practised all that was unbecoming, was buried at Northampton. The King's son was buried in the abbey founded by his mother at Feversham, a good soldier, but an ungodly man, who dealt harshly with the rulers of the church, being their determined persecutor. The Almighty having removed these formidable adversaries of Henry, his beloved, he had now in his mercy prepared the way for his reigning in tranquillity. The third siege undertaken was that of Stamford. The town surrendered immediately, but the garrison of the castle resisted and sent messengers to the king, intending his aid against the besiegers. At that time the king laid siege to the castle of Ipswich, which Hugh Bigood held against him, being unwilling to raise the siege and relieve the garrison of Stamford. That castle was surrendered to Prince Henry, while Ipswich was given up to the king. The Duke of Normandy, departing from Stamford, marched to Nottingham, which he took possession of, but the enemy, who held the castle, set the town on fire, and the Duke was so afflicted at the burning of the town that he drew off his army. Meanwhile, Archbishop Theobald had frequent consultations with the king, in which he urged him to come to terms with the Duke, with whom also he communicated by messengers. He found a coadjutor in Henry, the Bishop of Winchester, who had taken the lead in disturbing the kingdom by giving the crown to his brother Stephen. Of this he now repented, and finding the whole kingdom desolated by robbery, fire, and slaughter, he proposed to find a remedy in the concord of the chiefs. More especially, the providence of God, which makes peace, and is the giver of good, withdrew the scourge which tormented England, causing their undertaking to prosper, so that by its blessing on their efforts the peace was solemnly ratified. What boundless joy, what a day of rejoicing, when the king himself led the illustrious young prince through the streets of Winchester, with a splendid procession of bishops and nobles, and amidst the acclamations of the thronging people, for the king received him as his son by adoption, and acknowledged him heir to the crown. From thence he accompanied the king to London, where he was received with no less joy by the people assembled in countless numbers, and by brilliant processions, as was fitting for so great a prince. Thus, through God's mercy, after a night of misery, peace dawned on the ruined realm of England. These rejoicings ended, the king and his new son parted, soon to meet again, for the peace was ratified before Christmas, and on the octave of the Epiphany they met at Oxford. The Duke had then just spent a year in the conquest, rather the recovery of England. There all the great men of the realm, by the king's command, did homage and promised the fealty due to their liege lord, to the Duke of Normandy, saving only their allegiance to King Stephen during his life. New rejoicings took place at this magnificent assembly, after which all departed with joy and gladness to their homes. After a short interval there was another meeting at Dunstable, where a slight cloud overshadowed the day of gladness, for the Duke was disaffected that the castles, which after the death of King Henry were built in every part of the country with the worst designs, had not been demolished, according to the provisions of the treaty so solemnly made and ratified. Some of them indeed had been razed, but others were spared, by the indulgence of the policy of the king, and this appeared to weaken the obligations of the treaty. Upon the Duke's complaining of it to the king, he met with a repulse, but wishing to preserve a good understanding with his new father, he reluctantly deferred the matter, lest it should disturb their concord, and they parted amicably. Not long afterwards, the Duke, having obtained the king's licence, returned to Normandy, flushed with his success. These were the acts of Henry, the most illustrious of youths, during his second visit to England. Let me not be censured for having committed to writing so few particulars of his splendid career. Having to tell of so many and great kings, and the series of events for many ages, if I had attempted to give fullness to my history, I must have written volumes. I have therefore chosen rather to collect into one volume an abridgment of history, so that posterity may not be altogether ignorant of former events. I now return to my subject. Returning into France triumphant, the Duke was joyfully received by his mother and brothers and the people of Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Poitou, with the honours due to him. King Stephen also, now for the first time reigning in peace, was, thanks to his adopted son, powerful enough to maintain the authority of his royal station, but the desperate fury of mortals, their unaccountable perversity, certain sons of men, whose teeth were spears and arrows, and their tongues a sharp sword, made zealous attempts to sow the seed of discord between the king who was present and the Duke at a distance. The king could hardly resist their persuasions, and some thought he was already yielding to them, and that he listened to their evil counsels with a secret pleasure. And though he affected to discountenance them more than was right. But the counsels of these sons of men were one thing, the counsels of the Almighty another, and he, as was fitting, perfected his own, and made the counsels of the wicked and their perverse machinations of no effect. The king having besieged and taken the castle of Drake, near York, and triumphantly taken and razed many other castles, he went to Dover, to hold a conference with the Earl of Flanders. While talking with him, the king fell sick, of which sickness he died 8 days before the Feast of All Saints, that is the 24th of October, after a distracted and unfortunate reign of 19 years. He was interred in the Abbey of Feversham, near his wife and son, Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with many of the English nobles, dispatched messengers in all haste to their new lord, the Duke of Normandy, entreating him to come over without delay and receive the crown of England, hindered, however, by contrary winds and a stormy sea, as well as other circumstances. It was not until 6 days before Christmas that, accompanied by his wife and brothers, with a retinue of great nobles and a strong force, he landed in the New Forest. England, therefore, was left for 6 weeks without a king. But, by God's providence, it was in perfect tranquillity, the love or the fear of the expected king securing it. Upon his landing, he proceeded to London, and ascending the throne of England, was crowned and consecrated with becoming pomp and splendour, amidst universal rejoicings, which many mingled with tears of joy. The happiness of this period I have thus described in heroic verse. Low lies the head that wore fair England's crown, Henry delays to mount the vacant throne. Yet marvel not that wars and tumults cease, and factious strife is hushed in waiting peace. Stephen grasped feebly through his troubled reign what absent Henry's name alone can gain. If such when lingering in a foreign land, what with the reins of empire in his hand? If thus the early dawn with distant light can pierce the clouds and chase the shades of night, what then the glory of the noontide sun pours its full radiance from the zenith one? Then shall beam forth in England's happier hour justice with mercy and well-balanced power, unblemished loyalty and honour bright, and love with chastened pleasure shall unite. Such gems shall sparkle in thy jewelled crown, and deck it with a lustre all thy own. Fresh genial warmth shall burst thy icy chain, in which, benumbed and bound, the land has lain. England with tears of joy shall lift her head, and thus shall hail her Saviour from the dead. A thing of earth, a lifeless body mine, the soul, the vivifying spirit, thine. Re-entering now the frame inanimate, the soul shall out of death new life create. The accession of a new king demands a new book.